I don't think that they're ever going to be able to beat the people that are going to sit around and plan and just they don't care. They don't care about the end result of their actions. They only care about how it's going to enrich them. Like, at what point do we say as humanity, we're kind of tired of sociopaths destroying literally everything?
It's like I said though, so many people are already in that mindset. You need to focus on the young people because people will pick up habits. Yeah, people will pick up habits from like under 20 onwards, and they'll continue that through the rest of their life.
Yeah, no, my main focus is trying to see if I can get Gen Z and Gen Alpha into a more positive mindset, because as soon as the boomers die, well, Gen X isn't going to have much power because they're small as fuck. So, people have been shitting on millennials for ages, but I'm hoping that the millennials, if we're not complete fucking cowards, we can teach Gen Z and Gen Alpha that there might be a better way than just, sociopathically trying to extract as much resources as we possibly can from each other,
I think the problem with millennial is I feel like millennial is such a hit or miss. Like in millennial, they're so hit or miss. But the thing is that generation before the boomers or Gen X, it came from such an easy time, and then the millennials came into an even easier time. So millennials, like when you go out and see stuff,
I gotta give you a pause there. The millennials had an easy time.
Yeah, well, there's 9/11, and there's like Iraq. Millennials.
No,
well,
come on, man. There's 9/11, and then there's the complete collapse of the economic system that required our government to bail out every major institution and inflate our currency and destroy the job market.
Maybe I'm talking about like later millennials then. Probably talking about later millennials.
I don't know what you're talking about. Millennials got fucked.
Like I don't know.
I'm a millennial.
Yeah, I know. I understand that, but I don't know. Maybe it's just when I like ever see a millennial or like meet a millennial, like someone around that time. I don't know. It just seemed like.
No, I don't know one.
Yeah, no, it's hard to explain. I'm probably wrong though. It's just.
Well, I mean, my entire generation got fucked. Like, I guess. I don't know. I guess I'll just voice it here. What people don't understand about millennials is that we were sold a bill of lies every step of the way in our entire lives. Like, they told us the world was secure, and then 9/11 happened. And they told us the economy was secure, and then 2008 happened. And then they told us, well, you should just trust in the system. And then COVID happened.
And then Epstein.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many things that have happened that have disillusioned millennials, and it actually gets so fucking tiresome hearing pretty much anybody else bitch about my generation like we should have done better. Like, how?
I don't think I said the right way.
No, you're good, but like the millennials literally tried. Well, where I'm coming from is like we should have, and we tried to take down the banking cartel in the United States, and they pretty much deployed every intelligence asset possible to just shit upon all of us. Like we
very fondly the Ron Paul movement, dude.
Yeah, we were not okay with bailing out the fucking banks. We were not okay with that shit.
The Republican Party changed their rules on who they'd nominate as the presidential candidate because Ron Paul was too popular.
That's true. The people should have realized when the Republicans shut down Ron Paul and the Democrats shut down Bernie Sanders that the entire system literally doesn't give a single fuck about. Like, your vote doesn't matter. Your opinion doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's right. The Democrats did the same to Bernie, didn't they? It's just so corrupt on both ends.
Yeah, what we need to do, and what they're really scared of, is if the Republicans and the Democrats held hands on some common values and said, you know what? No, we're actually going to overturn the entirety of the federal government, whether you like it or not. That's what they're really scared of.
Yeah.
So that's why they spend all of their time making sure that the Democrats and the Republicans sit around bickering about bullshit.
Well, consider flat Earth as potentially an ultimate political weapon to undermine the faith and credibility in the institutions that supposedly bind us together just in slavery.
True.
Yeah, I mean, the entire thing is quite genius when it really comes down to it. Like what they've done is they've literally separated the right brain and the left brain, literally in physical space, and told us that we can't communicate, leaving the entirety of society in this weird state of disarray where they can't, as a collective, communicate the same way that your brain does with itself.
Are we all communicating right now?
True.
I mean,
what, are we telling the truth to each other?
Well, I don't know, but that's kind of like the individual's fault if they're not. I actually think you're exactly wrong. I don't think it's ever been easier to communicate.
So why do so many?
What do you think would bring together the? What do you think would bring together?
On, guys. Let's go into this. Let's make the test. Let's test both ideas right now. So person A and person B, I say the Earth is flat. What did you just hear?
I heard someone say the Earth is flat.
Okay, what does that mean?
It means that they think the Earth is flat.
Okay, yeah, that's vacuous. Okay, what do you understand from that? What was your ability to communicate made easier by the internet? What did you understand?
Well, yeah, like not very much information, but that's not the internet's fault. That's the person who said the word's fault, because they didn't really elaborate, or they didn't really go into any detail.
Yeah, just two words there. Flat Earth. Okay, there's very little information there. So what can you extrapolate?
Like that could just as easily happen in real life.
Okay, so the Earth is flat. What did you just hear?
That someone thinks the Earth is flat instead of round.
Which is what?
Which is a belief that they have.
Okay.
Or knowledge that they claim to have.
Which would be what?
A claim?
I really don't understand the point you're making here, to be honest.
Okay, so what would a flat Earth be? What is that? Well, I said the Earth is X.
Well, I know that flat Earth could mean that they either literally think the Earth is flat, but I also know that some flat Earthers just use the label but don't even necessarily make any claims on the shape of the Earth. They're more like agnostic or however you want to put it.
Okay, so that's all information you're bringing in that didn't exist. So just the Earth is a bagak. What is it?
Yeah, I mean, like
easy answer is you don't know. You don't know what they're saying. You don't understand.
No, but I do though.
You have a barrier to your understanding that has nothing to do with other people. You have a failure to communicate because you have something wrong with the way you understand words.
No, I don't think that there's any failure in that communication.
Let me ask you something, Black Ops.
Hold on. It sounds like Black Ops can actually have a reasonable conversation. So let's focus on having a conversation about the Earth with Black Ops. Who wants to do that?
Bueller?
Oh, really? Now no one wants to talk?
Yeah, I don't really.
I have to get ready for work, though.
Hey, I'll talk to him. I'll give him my take.
No, you're retarded though. Like an actual.
Hey, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah,
No,
Nate. I mean, do you think you could?
Person on the street.
Yeah, Nate. Do you think you could advocate for flat Earth? You've heard enough of the content. Can you just simply repeat what you heard? Doesn't mean you have to
Sure,
believe it.
I can do that.
All right, let's see where it goes. So this would be a
All
good
right,
test because now you got a globalist, anti-flat earther, steel man.
I'm not a globalist. I'm not a globalist. Hey, I agree with you guys in terms of I don't like how the system is ran, and it's very much controlled.
Let's be clear on our definitions. A globalist is not the same as a globe Earth.
All right. Second law of thermodynamics, buddy. What does that mean to you?
Is that the one about energy? I don't remember.
I can't. Gas pressure requires a container, and therefore the Earth must be contained by some type of firmament.
No, that's not
or
the second law of
something's contained.
Yeah, isn't that?
Yeah.
Isn't the
I'm just saying. I know it's not the second law. I'm just saying that's what people always bring here. Second law of
Entropy.
thermodynamics.
That would be the
The
atmosphere,
second
right?
law is entropy, Nate.
Yeah, but don't you guys always bring up second law of thermodynamics?
Yes,
and therefore
because
you need a firmament
entropy.
to contain gas pressure.
Yeah,
Yes.
because of entropy. So the first law
And then you guys.
has to do with matter is neither created nor destroyed. The second law is entropy, and the third law is absolute zero isn't possible.
Yeah. Which I kind of
Okay.
disagree on the premise of it, but then you guys also say stuff like, look at the water. Does it measure flat? Does it appear flat? Therefore it is flat kind of deal.
Observations and measurements, yeah.
Observations.
Practical
Yeah, what does it
demonstrations.
look like? You guys might bring up stuff like, well, we used a laser across a lake that's 20 miles or 30 miles. You'll post something about that. And then you'll show how it hits a target and it kind of proves that there's no curvature. I disagree with that as well, obviously.
Use multiple different colored lasers because each laser has a different refraction. So that way, if
Yeah.
you use all the different colors, you can account for refraction, and they all hit the target at about the same spot. It's a way of
He
controlling variables.
disagrees. He disagrees with lasers. Interesting.
Well, first off, I'm not
Hey,
there
laser,
to test
you're
myself.
wrong. That's a wrong opinion, laser.
Well, you get that I'm not there doing the experiment, right? So it's kind of fair for me to at least doubt what's going on, right?
I know.
But
You just
also
wanna believe
doubt-
it has to be a globe.
No.
You're not there doing the science experiments to tell us it's a globe either, so you can't assume it's a globe. By that logic, you have to remain fully agnostic.
All right, get this back on track. So Black Ops is trying to figure out why we think the Earth is flat. Black Ops, do you know why we say the Earth is flat?
Well, because that's what it looks like from a human perspective on the ground.
Is that the only reason you think we're saying it?
Oh, no, I thought I knew that one.
Well, how about how it measures?
Okay. How do we measure it?
Like point to point over a distance. Like line of sight.
Okay.
Yeah, so lasers, high-powered zoom lenses, things like that. You imagine getting like a 10-mile lake. Is that curved or is that flat?
I don't know. I've never measured that.
Okay, fair. Well, what
I
would
agree with the other guy that if I wasn't there doing the laser measurement, then I don't really think I can necessarily believe
Okay, so
it.
you have to experience something for you to know it.
Well, yeah, I think to know it, like I can believe things, but I think to know something, yeah, you have to kind of experience.
Okay, so when you experience the Earth to be flat and motionless, right, like every human being does for all history, that's you knowing it.
Well, no, because I also
Oh.
know that
Dang.
scale is a thing, and I can see things that are really tiny on something that's much bigger than them, and I can understand that if that's what I'm on, then it would appear to be flat because of scale. Now, I'm not
Right.
saying that that's definitely the case, but that possibility existing in my mind means that I can't know that it's flat.
Right. How do you adjudicate that? So you've got an experience that you know you experienced it to be flat and motionless, but someone's telling you it's actually curved and in motion. How do you adjudicate that?
Oh, I don't even believe them necessarily. I apply the same logic. I haven't done those experiments that they claim to have done to measure the Earth as curved.
Okay, so you don't necessarily believe that it is a globe.
Yeah, no, I can't claim knowledge on that.
Okay, good for you. Oh well. Someone else give him some information.
The Earth is a globe.
So, like, going earlier with the point I was trying to make with you guys talking is that if someone says flat Earth, that's adjective noun. A lot of times people think flat Earth in the systems that shouldn't be, like their failure of education, dictate to them that a flat is actually a shape, a noun. They've got their mind to go into this like 1984 Orwellian newspeak, where words suddenly don't mean what they mean. They'll tell you a flat is a pizza or a disc, a cylinder. You're like, so what's a cylinder then? And they don't know what that is either. That's a square or a circle. You're like, how did that happen?
I mean, yeah, we could define what we mean by flat and circular.
Adjective. You could use adjective, right? Or no? Could I say a flat would be an adjective?
I mean, I think it'd be pretty easy, if we could just agree that flat, like the typical definition that everyone is familiar with.
Which would be an adjective.
Okay.
Or not.
Well, I mean, unless anyone means anything other than that, I don't think there's any confusion.
What do you think? Is the word flat? If I say flat, shape, adjective noun, correct or check or hold?
What?
Flat toothbrush. What is that?
Yeah.
Is that curved toothbrush or a flat toothbrush?
That would be a flat toothbrush, right?
Is that a toothbrush in space? A disc in space?
Okay, well, yeah, like I see the point you're making, but like we could just like move to that next.
Someone's hot micing here.
Yeah.
If someone's coming through from the 10th dimension or something.
Yeah. Yeah, whoever that was, try to fix your mic. I want to tab in to figure out who you are.
I think it's Tickle.
Yeah.
Tickle Tipson.
Oh, fucking mic.
Oh, there you go. That's better.
And my mic was
so the idea about effective communication is that someone should at least be able to understand what is being presented before they agree or disagree. You'll get people coming in here with a straight up, cold hand Luke, failure to communicate. They'll come here and be like, when you say the earth is flat, what they actually heard was, you want to grind humanity to a stop, take away their ability to ever make out with green alien chick, destroy all the technology to build flying cars, or some other sort of batshit crazy thing.
I mean, that might be what some people think, but that's not what I thought. Like you guys telling me that the Earth is flat. Yeah, like if one of you tells me that the Earth is flat, I don't make any assumptions about whether or not you think space is real, because I know that there are, not every flat earther agrees on that. Like I just, and like I said, I also know that some flat earthers, are actually agnostic and don't make any claims about the shape of the Earth, but they still adopt the label, kind of like an atheist would with agnostic. So,
yeah, unconvinced by the evidence. Especially when brought to you by state sponsors of religion. If the Catholic Church rolls out this heliocentric model, I'm skeptical of that, given their history, and given that it doesn't appear to be a testable claim, more like a trust me, bro, divine revelation. Well, I wasn't given this divine revelation. How do I know you were?
Yeah, I think that's reasonable.
Like with the same thing with the space age. Nixon said God told him that God picked America to win the space race. And I'm like, really? Well, why did God say that? He said, well, because God loves capitalism. Really? God told you that, did he?
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah. Totally. And I'm like, I have my doubts that you are speaking to some supernatural sky daddy who picked America to win a space race because he wanted the world to know how much he loves capitalism. Because I see a lot of monks around the world living peaceful, productive lives, and that's virtually capital or communism. So if God loved capitalism that much, how come his monks live quite the opposite?
Yeah, I mean, even within their own religion, if they just read the Bible, they'd figure out pretty quickly what Jesus would say about capitalism.
People like to use religion, though. They're just using it for their advantage.
Yeah, like they'll just say whatever will help them.
So I have my doubts. I'm very skeptical.
Me too.
Hey, Crick, before you guys venture off into religion, let Box Office, do you have any specific questions about our position here? Or what's at the top of your mind about these crazy people that think the Earth's flat? Go ahead.
How do you think science is like so wrong? Do you think it's deliberate, or do you think that they're just like dumb and doing math wrong?
It's not science.
Or like,
making
you
an
know,
assumption
like
that we think science is wrong, but somebody else go ahead. Sorry.
no, just let me clarify. Not like the idea of science. I mean like, you know, big science, like NASA and like, you know, these foundations that like claim to do all this research and look into all these things and claim like these things about the Earth that you disagree with. Like, why do you think that they're incorrect? And do you think it's on purpose?
If I can answer that real quick, the main reason I think they're incorrect about the shape of the Earth is because of water, the natural physics of water. Bodies of water do not form convexity. They don't hold convexity. They lay level when they're at rest. Somebody else go ahead. Anybody else going to talk? Did I disconnect?
No, you're here. I can talk, but I'm not going to support flat Earth opinion.
I don't want you to support anything you don't want to support, man, but bodies of water are lying flat. What else to tell you? I mean, once you accept that, then go ahead.
Can you hear me, Dave?
Yeah,
you're coming in like from the third dimension, Tito.
Alright, hang on. It must be an Australian thing. The other guys haven't told us too.
It's because you're antipodal on the other side of a spinning ball. What's wrong with you?
I would love to see a discussion between flat earthers and scientists of some type of field, and then there's a moderator, and they just sit in front of a computer and they look stuff up together to confirm each other's opinions or ideas on certain things, what the globe earthers believe in, and they just walk through stuff. And I feel like that would be very helpful.
Well, do you think
just
that discussion? That's a fair question, man. But do you think if that discussion happened and say the flat earthers asked for empirical measurements of Earth curvature consistently over the surface of the Earth, do you think those scientists would come up with that? Do you think somebody's done that? Go ahead.
I know flat earthers have done that. I know there's one instance of a guy who was a glober, like myself in here, who did the same measurement and came back that it was curved. Now, given I can't verify his thing, but I also can't verify the things I've seen.
Well, if you remember that, go ahead and post it. We'd love it. We've been waiting, some of us, like 10 years to see Earth curve measurements. So go ahead and post
the guy was in here a bunch of months ago, if not a year plus. I did not save the video, but I just remember the guy kind of walking through it too, because he also went out to like a lake. He measured it from the surface of the resting water. It was a clear day. I did not save the video. It had like 1,000 views or something. Posted it.
What details do you remember? Did he employ refraction to make his Earth look curved, even though it looks flat?
He used little wayboats on the top of the water surface to make sure that it was level. Like he'd use a wayboat and then he'd measure with a meter stick or something from the wayboat so that the surface of the water was assumed to be level. The guy, I mean, I can describe the guy. He was chubby. He had a hat on.
That's what he's talking about. Sorry, go ahead.
What's that? I'm just saying the guy looked chubby in the video. He was also in here because it was his own video. He was wearing a hat. He kind of looked like I don't know. I don't know how to describe the guy, but that's all I remember.
So this video you're talking about, he claimed that he had measurements of Earth curvature. Is that correct?
Yes. So he had. I'm trying to remember.
Wow, Nobel Prize for that guy. Nobel Prize.
Go ahead, Cyclone.
Since he's the only guy in human history who's ever measured Earth curve, that's amazing, because when you Google it, it doesn't say, oh, it was that fat guy with the hat from Discord. It says, oh, it was that ancient Greek guy from thousands of years ago with 2 sticks. So why are the textbooks not teaching the kids? Yeah, why are the textbooks and the teachers not teaching the kids about the fat guy from Discord who measured the curve?
That's correct. And I'm only bringing it up because you guys have your videos, right, that you post. And this guy posted his own video,
we've got loads of laser tests and long distance observations and stuff. You guys have literally none.
Well, no, because I just brought up that one guy's instance. But
but then we said, okay, show us, and you said, no, I can't.
I don't have it. You're right, but I'm just telling you that I did watch this video. You can.
Yeah, and if you actually watch. Yeah, but if you actually found it and we watched it, we'd be able to point out to you how it's not a measurement of any curvature. But conveniently, we can't even do that because you can't even provide it.
No, I can't provide the video. You're right. That doesn't necessarily. I'm just
so it's just baseless. It's just baseless. We can provide loads of videos, laser tests, long distance observations showing no curve. You can say, oh, there was this fat guy on Discord one time who said he did it. That's not the same.
I'm not claiming to be the expert on the evidence for the globe earther side. I'm just bringing up a point saying
of course,
that
I know, dude. I know. I'm just saying, it's not even worth saying at that point.
I'm bringing up this point because I'm saying in the same vein, I don't think your videos prove it either. People doing laser tests. I remember hearing someone say, I don't know who it was, or if they're even in here, but it was a flat earther who claimed that lasers do not refract. And that's just wrong. I mean, there's minimal refraction compared to like a lot of other types of.
Why are you talking about lasers refracting?
The point being is that I've heard wrong information. I'm not saying from anyone in here in particular, but I have heard flat earthers say wrong information as well.
But why would you need to mention lasers refracting?
The point being is that this was a person who also had a video of showing that the Earth was allegedly flat with no curvature, but they were operating off of incorrect information. That's the point I'm giving.
No, but why would you have to say that a laser refracts?
Because they did not account for it, and they didn't have correct information.
Why would they have to? Why would they have to account for it?
Because they don't know anything about it. Because lasers refract. What do you mean? Why don't
under specific conditions? Under specific conditions, bro. What makes you think that in that instance it did?
So, the point being is that with this person's limited knowledge of refraction, why do you think they'd even account for that to begin with if they don't know what it really means?
Well, why
should the reason you're saying the laser refracts is because the laser hits a target.
It's the target, exactly.
On the globe. This is why you're like, when I say, why are you saying it's refracting? You have to say, because it's hitting the target.
The point being,
right?
This is a person who didn't know.
Why don't you answer that question? I want to hear the answer to that question.
I don't know.
What's the question?
Why can't you answer it? You're having to say
you tell us the question,
the laser refracts. Sorry, DJ.
Well, J-Dog, you tell us, because it was just said to you multiple times. Were you listening to them when they were asking you, why does the laser hit the target?
The reason
every time,
because we're getting off track from what I was.
No, this is not off track. This is on track.
So
the whole point of the laser test is off track. Well, I'm pointing out the only reason you're saying
the laser hits the
about lasers refracting
on a flat.
Okay, how does that happen? How does that happen if the target's hundreds of feet below Earth curve?
How does that? Well, I'm not claiming to be an expert on refraction either, but I understand that there's.
Well, why are you even saying refraction? What does refraction have to do with that?
Hold on. Do you understand what I'm trying to convey here? I'm not trying to convey that I'm an expert.
Yeah, I know what you're trying to convey. You're trying to convey that you believe that a laser is perfectly bending around this imaginary curve to hit a target.
No, that's not what I'm saying either. You're misunderstanding.
Okay, so the laser isn't bending. Okay, so the laser isn't bending around the curve.
I'm not talking about the experiment at all. That's the point. I'm not necessarily talking about the experiment.
That's what we're talking about. You brought up lasers.
You guys completely missed the point of what I was saying. I'm saying I was not physically there for this flat earther's observation, right? And this flat earther.
No, but you saw that the laser hit the target. and that's why you said refraction.
The point being that we have this other guy I was talking about, right? The globe Earth, and you guys doubt him. So with this guy giving me incorrect information,
you can't even tell us who it is. What are you talking about? You can't say,
hold on.
This guy who, I don't know.
I can't. Just take my word for it. I don't know what else to tell you. Like, this happened.
No, I'm not
but
taking
you don't
your
have
word for it.
Then you don't have to believe me. We're not going to get anywhere. You don't have to.
You didn't even watch it. You don't know what happened. You couldn't even describe it verbally.
What I described exactly what he was doing with the way boats on top of the water. He was using a
what was the distance?
I don't remember all the details, dude.
Yeah, see, you don't know, so you can't even describe it. So why are we going to talk about this thing that you can't even describe versus what we can provide?
Hold on.
Video, HD, numbers, papers. We can provide all this information, but you want to talk about the thing that you don't even remember what he did.
The point being is that let's just assume this guy was incorrect on how he did this, right? So we have a glober who did something incorrect and tried to present a video that we were not physically there for. And then I have an instance of a flat earther in the same ballpark where they did not know what.
No, you don't.
How do you know?
What was incorrect?
You're not an expert, so how would you fucking know?
They straight up said that lasers do not refract at all, which is just
well, you're not an expert, so you wouldn't know if they do or not.
Why are you talking about refraction?
So I don't.
You still don't know why you're talking about refraction.
So do lasers refract? Let's just verify if he was incorrect.
They can. They can.
Yes, lasers absolutely refract. I mean, this is Gemini.
No, bro. No, J-Dog. J-Dog, I'm correcting you. They can. Doesn't mean they necessarily do in all instances.
You're right. No, but the point
is laser refraction a general case or is it a specific case?
Do you understand why, if this person doesn't understand refraction, that just casts more doubt on their experiment that I was not physically there? That's the
right. But then how do you go from there? But then how do you explain the laser hitting the target, though?
The laser, I wasn't there for the experiment, so I can't explain anything.
No, but we've got all the videos. You've seen the videos where the laser is hitting the target, the laser is being seen by an observer on a far distance away. You've seen all that.
Yes, I've seen those
right,
videos.
So how is that? So how does that occur?
How does that occur? Well, once again, I'm not there performing the experiment.
It doesn't matter if you're not there. That's not why I asked you. I didn't ask, were you fucking there, J-Dog?
How does it hit the target? Occur? I don't know how it hits the target because they don't show everything in the video, and I'm not physically there. They could easily
think
shine
about
a laser from 10 feet away.
Think about how a laser works. Think about taking a laser pointer in your room, and you shine the laser to the other side of your room, and you hit the wall. How does that laser hit the wall? Because it travels from the laser to the wall.
You're doing exactly what people who say all the NASA videos are real is doing, right? Because you're just taking their account.
What are you talking about,
fact.
Dude?
You're just believing this video, just like a lot of people that you don't agree with believe NASA videos, just blindly.
Well, you just said you've watched the videos. So what are you saying there? It's CGI?
No, what I'm saying is I was not physically there, and what I'm saying is that there was another guy who performed this task, right? And he was a flat earther. And
no, you didn't say he did a laser test. You said he used a meter stick, which is insane.
He used a meter stick to measure the So he used the meter stick to make sure that the laser was the same amount of height off of the surface of water, and then the object that he was trying to hit was also the same height off the water. That's why I was saying the meter stick with the way boat, so that the boat would float on top of the water, and then he'd measure from.
And what the target was where?
The target was many miles. I don't know how many miles out. Like I don't have this video anymore, bro.
On what? On a boat?
I know. What's up?
Well, the target was on a boat?
No. He used a way boat just so that he could to have like the buoyant force hold it up so that he knew exactly where the surface of water was, right? Like he's not going to stick the meter stick right. What's up?
So he's saying the target. It sounds like you're saying he had a target on a boat.
I'm saying way boat just because that's what he used to make sure that he was exactly a certain amount of height from the surface of water. So I'm just saying the boat part isn't important. It's just a matter of this guy, I feel like, as well as he could, measured the same distance from the surface of water to where his...
Right, but you don't know... But as far as you're concerned, this is all just made up because you can't tell us what the distance was, where it was, what the details were of the test, anything like that.
Made up as an assumption. You can take my word for it or not. I mean,
we could at least provide you a video of someone seeing a laser from a long distance away, and you can't. So in this case, we have the evidence and you don't. So we're trying to ask you questions about the evidence that does exist, which is what we're showing. So again, how is the laser hitting the target? from that distance?
How's the? I don't know because I'm not there. So,
but you do know, though, that they're saying there's a big curve that's obstructing the laser and the target, right?
So I know that things like refraction exist. I know that people make mistakes sometimes. So while they may say that we're accounting for something,
because of the word refraction, you're just saying the word refraction, though. It has no applicability to what we're talking about, a laser hitting a target, as far as you can describe.
I don't know all the just like you. I'm sure no one knows all the little.
Because you already said
works about refraction.
Because you already said the laser isn't bending around the curve.
Well, I understand that there's a tunneling effect that can happen in refraction, right? Do we agree with that? I can't explain all of it. I just know that there's a tunneling. Yes, we've seen things like fiber optics is a good example.
Explain how tunneling. Explain how that works, bro.
How are you applying this to the laser hitting the target?
He's towering.
I could keep going deeper and deeper
listen
and
for a
question
second.
your knowledge on things too. We can just go on ChatGPT or whatever.
Well, no. Just explain.
Listen, towering. You want to say towering, not tunneling.
Towering?
No, I think he means ducting. He means ducting, I think.
Ducting,
thinks it's going through a duct. No, it's not called tunneling, bro. You don't know how any of this stuff works. So it's like crazy that you're talking about it. This is what we have, though. We have laser. We have. Hold on, J-Dog. One second. We have hundreds of laser tests that have been done now, and they always hit the target in completely different weather conditions. Okay, so the refraction would be completely different nearly every single time over all different distances, whether it be over
different
water lakes, different wavelengths, and it's always just hitting the target. Just saying refraction, it isn't an escape. It's not going to be it's not going to work as an escape.
That's
sure. Look, I'll agree with you that maybe some of the tests could be done slightly better. And if someone says that a laser cannot refract, then that's kind of stupid to say that. Okay, sometimes flat earthers say dumb things, and globe earthers say dumb things, right? That doesn't mean the lasers aren't hitting the target on hundreds of tests over huge distances where there would have to be like 90 meters of curvature over that distance. It's not like a little bit off.
So what makes a video from someone else more accurate?
No, we're not going into that because you just said unless you can
hundreds of thousands of whatever. So what makes one thing?
We're not doing a general. Why don't we just believe the unverifiable?
No. I'm not. That's not what I'm saying.
You can actually do in reality.
No. Let me just clarify. I'm not saying why don't you just believe. I'm saying why do you just believe those videos that you weren't?
No, we don't. We don't. You can go out and observe. You can go out and observe and test these things yourself.
Yes,
but
we're talking about.
Dude, we do the stuff ourselves. We go out and do it.
So then, why didn't you guys say that at first? And once again, I haven't. Why should I trust that you guys are the ex? Hold on. Why should I trust that you guys are any better at it than that other guy I was talking about? Like, there's a lot of people who have done this, right? Why are you guys better at this than him?
Because everyone doing it is measuring a flat surface, not a curved one.
So everyone's stupid, but you guys? Is that what you're saying? And you guys have
is that what I just said? Could you be a little less emotional?
You get what I'm implying there.
Yeah, you're being emotional and you're doing straw man. Yeah, you're just.
No, we don't get what. I don't get what you're implying. I don't get what you're implying.
You're less prone to making mistakes than those people. That's basically what you're implying.
Thank you. That's what I get told all the time. Thank you very much.
Hold on. What people? When we asked you what people have done this, you can't provide one. You said, "Oh, some guy on Discord a while ago."
You're right.
I don't know where he is.
Okay.
NASA already did all his research for him. He doesn't have to go out and look at anything, guys.
So no, you don't get to do this. We're both presenting information. Who do we believe? You're not presenting information. You're telling stories and saying anything that is presented you don't believe, but you're not providing.
I'm not presenting information necessarily to prove the Earth is a globe. I'm just presenting information.
Yeah, no shit.
To outline why do you believe in one set of videos from people?
Not only are you not providing any information, not only are you not providing any information for the globe,
I'm not.
You're making baseless claims as a rebuttal to information that's showing you that it's not a globe.
This is not a baseless.
Some of those videos are our videos, dude.
Right.
Yeah, it would
Why
be
are you guys more trustworthy than NASA? Why is anyone
if you're claiming, stop the who should I believe shit, dude. Talk about the laser and the refraction that you're claiming. This is where your entire religion dies. So we'll stay on this.
So then, let me ask you:
Are you really saying that
refraction is applying to the laser?
Has everyone?
Are these home observations at all the same and analogous to what NASA's portraying? Right? I mean, are you suggesting the falsifiability and verifiability of home laser tests rise to the same level of scrutiny as NASA, or not?
Absolutely, for everyone.
Oh, so this is so you're applying this level of scrutiny to the NASA stories, are you?
I'm not
Which
saying
means you don't believe them.
I'm not
Which means you don't believe them because you can't verify them.
The point.
And who are all these flat earthers that keep accidentally measuring the Earth flat?
Yeah. Look,
J-Dog.
Hold on a second, bro. Okay, so can you, if you see a laser test done, can you go and do that yourself and replicate it to the best of your ability?
I could.
Okay,
absolutely.
Can you do that with the NASA footage? Can you go and replicate that?
No, you can't.
Okay, so you just have to trust NASA, but you can, with what we're suggesting, you can go and do it yourself to check.
Yeah, I agree. Yes,
okay,
I cannot.
It's not analogous
out there
then.
So sure, it's not the same in terms of us being able to experiment on what NASA does compared to what you guys are saying. And yes, you guys can perform the test physically and confirm to yourself. I'm just saying that why should I trust that you guys are not making mistakes? Why should I trust that? Because you guys are also pulling information from these same scientists that you don't agree with, like refractive indexes or whatever, to understand refraction.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't trust us. Go and show us where we're making a mistake.
I'm saying that you guys have to pull information that has been established by the scientific community, and you accept that so that it works with your flat Earth assumption.
Right? We criticize it.
You guys have to accept certain things, but like the formulas, I'm sure you guys are not deriving your own formulas from the right.
No, we're pointing out that many of these formulas have the globe radius baked in, which risks circularity.
Sure, there could be an issue with that, and I
that's a huge issue.
I don't know anything about that, so I won't answer to it. But the point being is that why should I trust that you guys are the experts and not making any mistakes either? That's kind of I'm not going to talk about the scientific aspect of it. I'm just talking in terms
because you can go do it yourself.
Sure,
I mean, I don't know how many times it was just said to you in the last 10 minutes.
Do this yourself.
Replicability, repeatability, verifiability.
Have, for the love of God, does anyone have, for the love of God, a globe curvature measurement this whole entire time?
Here's the thing: it's kind of, you're not going to find someone that's an expert on the globe coming into this random Discord channel either. You're going to get conversations like these.
You said this earlier, J-Dog. Yeah, we've had PhDs, astrophysicists, all cosmologists, astronomers. We've had them all in here, and they honestly they do about as good as you do, J-Dog. So that should tell you something.
You're going to have
exceptions.
I'm not.
Yeah, Nate. Listen, we're also told that to be an expert in the globe, you only need about a 5th grade education. That everybody, it's that easy to understand this stuff. So which one is it? Is this a high-level, multiple, interdisciplinary field of study to just barely scratch the surface? Or is it like so easy a caveman could do it?
Yeah, and J-Dog, we're not saying believe us over NASA. I mean, you've just confirmed all you can do is believe in NASA because you can't verify any of it. You say, oh, you guys could be making mistakes. Great. Yeah, of course. So point them out. Where are we mistaken?
I'm like I said, I'm not an expert in any means. But
so it's just pointless then, J-Dog. You're like, oh, I can't trust my observable reality or the lasers that hit the target showing no curve. I can't trust that because you guys could be mistaken. What could we be mistaken about? Oh, I'm not a scientist. I don't know. It's like, right. So what are you even saying then? Nothing at all.
I just don't think. I feel like we're kind of talking past each other in this conversation because I'm just I'm kind of speaking to the
you've come to a dead end. You've come to a dead end in the globe rhetoric. So you say the word refraction when the Earth is observing and measuring flat, and then we ask you to elaborate what the hell you're talking about, and you can't. You say, I'm not a scientist. So you just heard the word refraction. Refraction makes the Earth observe and measure flat, apparently. Can't elaborate any further than that. And so there we are. We're at an impasse because we have an observably, measurably flat surface, and you're saying the word refraction as if that makes it go away.
Well, I'm also bringing up things like refraction. Refraction isn't necessarily. I was talking about
that
refraction.
That is what I was talking about.
Dude, you guys are using refraction like you fucking use gravity now. Every other word is refraction, gravity. Gravity refraction.
Can I clarify? So refraction was just brought up because that guy incorrectly said that lasers don't refract at all. He was just incorrect about that.
No, you had to bring it up because the laser is hitting the target. No. Remember, you have to say the word refraction because the laser hits the target when it wouldn't on a globe. Remember, that's why you're saying refraction. Come on, J-Dog, keep on the script.
Do you want to have a conversation or do you want to pull words out of my mouth?
Well, that's it. Okay, so you're not saying that the reason the laser hits the target is because of refraction.
I'm literally just bringing this up to cast doubt on the credibility of this individual. I'm not talking about the experiment whatsoever.
You can't cast any doubt because you're just saying a word and that's it. You're just saying refraction. That doesn't cast doubt on anything. That's just you repeating a word.
You're getting hung up on refraction. I'm not necessarily talking about refraction.
That's your rebuttal, right? Your rebuttal to why the Earth measures flat is apparently the word refraction. This is why we're hung up on the word refraction, because we're trying to figure out what the hell you mean. Like, what the hell you globers have now decided on Discord, right? Because nowhere else on Earth are globers talking about refraction making the Earth look flat. Right, only on Discord and Facebook and the dark.
Hey, Cyclone, I have a question for you about. I have a question about refraction for you guys. Wouldn't refraction be like on page 1 of Flight Dynamics? Refraction is the reason why the Earth is flat and stationary.
It would be on everything.
Each other.
No,
I'm
you're not talking past each other. You just have nothing to say about refraction, but refraction is your entire rebuttal to the observation.
It's not. I'm not saying Okay, let me map this out. I brought up refraction because this guy said something incorrect about refraction and was also someone who had produced one of those 20-mile laser videos, right? So I'm just saying he brought up refraction.
How do you know he said something incorrect? Okay. I thought you weren't an expert.
He said that lasers don't refract at all.
And how do you know that they don't? How do you know they do? I thought you didn't know anything about it.
Can we agree on that lasers can and are capable of refracting? I'm not talking about the experiment and that the lasers refracting in this.
Yeah, look, we can agree that can happen, and maybe we can move forward to a new point or something. This is just going like on and on.
Let me just finalize this.
Okay, look, hold on, Nate.
This guy did not have correct information, and I'm just saying that casts a lot of doubt on the credibility of his video.
Okay,
I'm not
you're saying that you shouldn't have said.
Okay, that you don't understand, because what people often attribute to refraction is really reflection.
Stop talking about refraction. It's not a fraction. I don't care about refraction.
Listen, you could be entirely correct, okay, if you understand what the literature is currently debating on the subject.
He literally made an absolute statement that lasers never refract under no conditions. Is that correct? Is that correct? Do lasers never refract?
Based off of my understanding of the nuance of this discussion, when he means to say that, he's probably subscribing to the idea that what we ascribe to miraging effects and things like this is due to more reflective properties and not refractive, in which case he'd be entirely correct if that is true.
That is not, I mean, I had this conversation. Yeah, I mean, that's not what he meant.
Yeah,
I got it out of him.
Again, you don't understand this stuff, so we should probably move on.
Hold on. The point being, the guy was just wrong. I don't give a shit what my knowledge of this was. I'm just saying.
You don't understand his nuance. How can you declare him to be wrong?
You're completely missing the point. This is not a question about refraction. This is a question about the credibility of people posting videos proving this flat. I'm not saying this is for everyone.
It may not be refraction, may not exist like we think.
I'm just saying, why should I listen to this guy who has raw information and not listen to these people too? Like, why am I?
What if he is up to date on the literature?
You shouldn't.
I agree.
Yeah, you wouldn't know.
I agree with you guys on that.
Yeah, you have to. The worst thing you can do in life is listen to the wrong people. And the way you can tell if they're the wrong people or not is simply tell them no, thank you. I'll pass. If they're the right people, they won't care. They'll be like, well, your loss. I'm sure you'll come to the right conclusion eventually, maybe. If they're the wrong people, they'll turn on the hard sell. And that's what you see here with NASA. They tell you you're not allowed to disagree with them. Michelle Thaler, scientific communicator, social media outreach. They ask her straight up, Oscar from Twitter, hey, Mrs. Thaler, how can I prove the Earth is a globe? Her number one proof was, it's not okay to think the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you guys are going to have a lot of examples of people who believe the Earth is a globe saying ridiculous statements because that's just the majority of the world. Like I know
this isn't just some random person. This is NASA's scientific communicator, social media outreach coordinator.
Yeah, I think a lot of those people are stupid too because they're not. They're not the people working in the lab. They're people who are on TV. I agree. I think that's just like, sure, maybe there's something weird with her, but like I think there's so many people in the field that are communicating information that you're bound to find weird little quirks when people are talking about this stuff. Like I know, Buzz Aldrin's a great example. Like you're gonna find him where he's like, what, that one video telling the little girl that we didn't actually go to the moon or some shit. Like, I don't think that necessarily proves anything.
Yeah, that's just a year. That's just drinking alcohol for your whole life. It's called wet brain.
Yeah, Buzz Aldrin was also just a piece of shit. So,
it's not dead. Then whose globe claims do you trust?
So, I mean, I trust that the Earth is a globe. Like that's my belief. Yeah. What do you mean whose? There's no particular person.
Who are you trusting for that belief?
I think what's difficult in this room too is whenever someone brings forth one piece of evidence, that's not one thing. Well, can I just let me just get this out? That
you
it's
trust
not
the belief of an experience you never had.
I think for everyone in here, when they're a globe earther, and I'm going to try and represent as many people as possible, they have certain things that are that reassures them that the Earth is a globe, but they don't have like one thing in particular that like solidly confirms it. It's just like all this information that they feel confirms it together.
Belief based on images, cartoons, and stories.
Yeah, and you could say it's a belief. I'm not claiming these people have a strong.
You're saying it's a belief. You're saying it's a belief.
Yes. You're right to say yes. A lot of people just
but we're not interested in belief. We're interested in reality. Why do the lasers hit the target?
I understand. Yep.
That's it.
I understand the nuance to you guys versus people who literally do
just nuance. The lasers hit the target. What more is there to say?
I'm just kind of pointing out that you're going to have people who come in here and you're going to ask, what's your proof that the Earth is a globe? And they're going to bring up one thing. But to that person, that one thing isn't their entire proof. That's not an umbrella proof of the Earth globe. It's just one.
But they don't bring up any. Everything they bring up is not proof of a globe, though. So
yeah, people can be stupid in here and say ridiculous things.
If you've got 100 things that don't prove Earth's a globe, together they don't prove the Earth's a globe.
I mean, I agree with that too. Yeah, like sure.
Which is why you couldn't give us one thing that does prove a globe.
I'm not trying to prove a globe.
I know because you couldn't. That's what I'm saying. Because if you could, and I asked you, hey, what's that evidence that proves a globe? You'd just be like, oh, it's this. Here you go. But you can't because it doesn't exist. That's the whole point. That's why we're here.
I'm kind of more speaking to, I don't know a better word, and I don't mean it in a mean way, but I'm kind of speaking to the arrogance of this.
I don't care. I don't care about what. Yeah, but your feelings about how this information is conveyed is irrelevant. Why can't you address the information?
You're right that my feelings don't prove anything, but I
don't even matter.
If you don't want to have this conversation, then we don't have to.
Well, we have to just have a conversation about your feelings. Can we not, like, either? I mean, at that point just concede? I don't have any evidence for a globe.
you could say feelings, but that's a pretty reductive way to put it. I don't think it's necessarily feelings. I feel like I pretty clearly outlined that you guys are in some way choosing to accept some information.
Hey, did you hear that? He said it's not about feelings, but I feel like.
Yeah, a Freudian slip.
What? This is just how communication works. That's words.
That's all right, dude. I mean, listen. Overall, you're pretty chill, and you're not being too hostile and rude, so it's tolerable. But you are kind of just you're just like non sequituring when it gets to any real question that could move this forward. You're like, I don't know, I'm not a scientist, but refraction, you guys believe these? It's like, it's not getting us closer to the truth of this question that we're asking. You're kind of going everywhere else but that.
I could Gemini this stuff and just be led on by that for the Glober's perspective of things, but like I feel like that wouldn't be a good conversation.
No, you can't. No, we already defeated Gemini. You can't use that one. We already defeated it.
Even then, you're describing a broken worldview. You're saying, I could find truth in a random computer robot that I've been told gives me truth. I could just go and do that. No, you couldn't. You asking questions to Google, even just to get the globe side, it teaches you nothing. You're no closer to knowing whether or not any of that's true by simply parroting the mainstream story that you don't actually understand right now, but you'll just look it up as you go. That entire philosophy is broken. Like, why don't you want to know the truth?
So
what are you afraid of?
I think what puts it, I don't know who was in this conversation. I was in the other Flat Earth channel weeks ago, and I brought up LIGO. And this is kind of just piggybacking off of the arrogance thing. I brought up LIGO, and I asked...
what the fuck?
I can't remember who's the guy.
Now we have to go back to gravity again. Here we go. Everybody hold on to your chairs.
Why are you making assumptions? See, this is my issue, too. You're making assumptions on what I'm saying. It has nothing to do with gravity, what I'm about to say. I'm just saying that this one guy, it was a flat earther, who said that he felt like he knew more of what was going on in LIGO than the actual people doing work there.
So now it's not even about your feelings, it's about some other guy's feelings. For fuck's sake, J-Dog.
You're right. No, I'm just speaking to arrogance. We don't have to have this conversation.
Could you try not talking about anyone's feelings, including your own, and just talk about empirical reality? What can be observed, what can be measured, what can be known? Could you talk about that in relation to this topic, which is what is the Earth? Can you do that?
I have that. Well, I wanted to have the other conversation.
Right. Okay. So you've just been talking shit for an hour for no reason. Then you don't want to. You don't want to have the conversation that we're having here 24/7. But you'll. What's even going on, J-Dog?
But I'm sure we have a mix of conversations. Do you want a mix of conversations, or do you just want the same type of conversation?
The conversation is about what the nature of the Earth is.
That's
based
fair.
on our empirical reality. That's exactly the conversation we have all the time. And you've just said, oh, that's not really the conversation I'm trying to have. So what have you been talking about for the last hour?
Do you think that talking about...
Well, here we go.
To some degree is relevant to... I'm just saying, we're having conversation of flat Earth. We don't have to continue this conversation. We can just stop.
Well, we're not getting anywhere because we've pointed out to you that the Earth is measuring flat, and then you say the word refraction, and then it doesn't go anywhere. And then you start talking about your feelings and some other flat earthers' feelings and belief.
This is my issue. Refraction wasn't important to my conversation.
Okay, so when I say
had limited credibility.
Okay. So can I say then when we're talking about the laser hitting the target, we're not going to be talking about refraction?
Sure.
Okay, so why does the laser hit the target?
Why does it? Well, I would have to physically be there for the video to verify.
If there's a big say 90-meter wall of water in the shape of an Earth curve,
I know the answer. Pick me.
How is it managing to hit that target?
Okay, my question is, how do you know that they're doing exactly what they're telling you they're doing in that video?
Well, you can go and see the videos and check it yourself. I mean, it's fair enough to say I wasn't there and I could go and do it, but let's say if we're not just going to let's entertain
you can go check NASA videos and verify yourself.
No. But you already agreed earlier that it's not the same. You can't go and verify the NASA.
I know you can't verify. I know. I'm just saying believing the videos.
Yeah, so that's different. So let's say, for the sake of the hundreds of videos that we do have of people shining lasers over well-established and well-known lakes of certain sizes, employing modern technologies to understand their position, the position of the target, etc. If that is occurring, how is the laser hitting the target?
And you're saying that from your perspective, from what you've observed yourself?
Well, yeah, we all observe a flat Earth.
So let me just bring up, before, you didn't want to trust my account of that guy's video, right?
I know.
Why should I trust your account?
I know another question. But why is the laser hitting the target? That's what I'm asking.
Why is the laser hitting the target? Once again, I haven't confirmed this to myself. Why should I?
Yeah, no, but you've seen the videos. You said earlier, I've seen the videos where
pick me. I know the answer. I know. I'll tell him.
Yeah, well, you know the answers after, Professor. Okay, J-Dog, you passed it.
Why?
You don't know?
Because the Earth is flat. Is that what you want me to say?
Okay, well, that's a possibility. That's a possibility.
We're not going to have a good conversation if you just.
That was it. He got it right. He got that question right.
Well, yeah, J-Dog, that's a possibility, right? The laser hits the target because there's no obstruction between them caused by curvature.
I understand that's what your belief is. That's what you think.
Well, what, is that not possible? Is that not possible?
Once again, I haven't observed. I feel like
I'm just asking, is that possible? Because you said, well, the laser could be hitting the target because the surface is flat and it just goes across the flat surface. That's possible, right?
Your question, is that possible? And I will tell you, I have not done that myself, and I have not observed physically someone else doing that, so I don't know. So my answer is, I don't know.
You don't know if it's possible for a laser to shoot across the flat surface and hit another side. You don't know if that's possible.
Well, okay, you're begging the question by saying flat surface now, right?
No. Like, think about it. When builders use a laser, to level a floor and they shoot it from one side of the floor to the other, you're saying you don't know if that's possible?
If there's a laser that's being shot and it's not refracting in any way or whatever, then and it's
wait. You said there was nothing to do with refraction. Remember, why are you saying refraction again?
Hold on. Okay, come on. I was talking about
error. Objection.
Can I talk? Okay, this is. So
you said it wasn't going to be about refraction. You said it didn't have anything to do with refraction. You weren't talking about it.
Do you Oh my gosh, I don't know if I can have this conversation. So refraction before was brought up because it was just questioning.
It's the same word you're using, J-Dog.
I don't think we're going to have a good conversation.
You just got caught. You just got caught contradicting yourself. But anyway, I want to get back to you saying you don't know if it's possible that a laser could shoot across a flat surface and hit a target.
Over me. This is just not a good conversation.
Well, hold on, because you keep avoiding the question. Oh, did he leave?
I mean, that's better. You used to use the name Nate, N8.
No, that wasn't that guy, was it?
That wasn't that guy, was it? Yeah.
Oh man,
so he was. He said the Earth is. He said the Earth is flat. We finally got one of them to admit it.
Yeah, but then when you said right, so that's a possibility. Then he couldn't commit. That was pretty good, right?
Right? No, we already got the soundbite of him saying Earth is flat.
Yeah, clip it. For when he comes back.
He didn't like when I yelled objection, Your Honor.
He says he doesn't know if it's possible that a laser could shoot over a flat surface and hit a target at another side. They don't know.
Are you saying, but it can't? But are you saying you can shoot it over a curved surface and it can hit a target then?
Well, he doesn't know. He's not a scientist. That was mildly amusing.
I consider myself a scientist.
Who's Fierro? What's up, Fierro?
Hello.
What brings you by the Flat Earth channel?
Oh shit, I didn't even notice that I was in the Flat Earth channel. Sorry, I'm gonna go.
Lucky you. You're gonna run away that quick? They don't even know where they are. What about you, Nomble? Do you know where you are? Nomble? PFP with a mustache and some pigtails. Must be a Glober.
Run.
That was almost a record in and out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one was quick, even for me.
That was pretty good.
All right, well, guess I'll show. Good shots, boys.
Catch you later, Cyclone.
It is okay to get triggered, but it is not okay to stay triggered.
How about that Yoder's list, guys? Really making the rounds, I'd say.
Yeah.
Dude, I just wish
Wow.
I had spent more time with it to make it clearer. Like, it's really, really, really condensed. And it's also somewhat personal still, since the items listed on there and my word choice and everything is really just quick note taking, you know? like shorthand.
Yeah, it had an interesting effect just being in that short form because it showed how many people will just jump the gun like crazy and make a whole bunch of crazy conspiracy theories and assumptions and just start freaking out like crazy when they don't even understand the context. And sometimes even if you explain the context to them, they'll ignore that. Right? Like they want it to be a conspiracy theory and then they get their ego involved and they can't let it go. So then they go on a little rampage and start having to lie. It's kind of crazy, man. It's interesting. I'm glad you didn't put it in full. Yeah, I'm glad you didn't put it in full context to begin with. Yeah, and then once it comes out in full context, they're going to feel like idiots, but they're not going to be able to admit that they were jumping the gun.
Yeah, totally, man. Yeah, I've been called a conspiracy theorist and all this other stuff and a denier of physics over that list. And I'm like, where are you getting this from? I mean, it seems like the projection is palpable, right? Because at the same time, they're calling me CIA. They're calling me is working to undermine the community and to sow division and all this other stuff. And I said, yeah, I mean, initially, one of the reasons for publishing that list was to set a clear dividing line between the feast of nonsense people out there and those that can think critically and are willing to entertain academically honest conversations. So really this list was pointed towards the occult and esoteric flat earthers and the David Weiss flat earthers and the Jeranism fans and so on and so forth, as well as some bad or misused arguments from around our own community and within our own doors. But the effect has been much. I mean, it's been very good. I've been very pleased with it in ways that I didn't expect. Like I didn't expect this many people close to us to start freaking out like this. And I really think the genesis of this began with that Berserker character who admits that his English is not so good. I think he was one of the very first people to take this list and to start losing his mind over it. And he lost his mind over a couple items on there that he misunderstood, quite plainly misunderstood. And since then, it seems like they've moved on from talking about the couple items on the list that they misunderstood to conspiracy theory ideation about who I am. Anyway, I got to get going. I'll be listening.
Catch you later, man.
Yep, take care. I've tried. I mean, I'm not going to say who because I don't like revealing DMs. There's quite a few of the hit parade that I had talked to one-on-one in DMs, and it just got worse. Like, I'm like, what the fuck? Right? Like, it didn't matter. It seriously did not matter how I reframed it. I'm like, well, if you say the argument this way, well, how about if he's presented like this? Like, it all just came right back to just this, Amish is doing X, Y, and Z. Okay, sure, that might be true. Okay, appeal to motive, logical fallacy. Even if true, do you think you might want to rephrase the argument this way? Nope, can't do it. Why? Oh, come on, don't say, you said his name again. Wow, dude.
So I'm glad you brought that up because it's not that these are all bad arguments and shouldn't be used. It's also that some of these are quite good if used in the right way, and they're just not, and here's why.
Yeah, it's more about that they've assigned this to you rather than, like, look who's talking. So you got genetic fallacy, appeal to motive fallacy. It's like, at this point, they are shooting themselves in the foot. Like, just completely dunking with this drama TMZ playbook. For what reason? Like, there isn't any reason for it. Like, you could say, well, I think he's CIA. Okay, so what? Even if he is. And these are still bad arguments, or arguments that are presented in a bad way. Duh. And even then, no one's telling you not to use them. You can still use them. It's just advice. You don't have to take it. If you disagree, just continue on using your same arguments anyway. No one's telling you to stop, or you can't. No one's telling you, like, hey, you should probably not use that or say that anymore. You can go right along. Just keep doing it. Nothing will change. They've added some sort of.
I don't know where they're getting that from either. Where they think that this list is preventing people from speaking their minds. I'm like, where are you getting that from? I'm just pointing out that the way people present arguments certain ways are not great and can backfire. And some of these arguments are outright bad. And here's some of them too. And yep, you can either take them or leave them. So yeah, I confusing. I really got to go though.
Hello. Is no one going to explain to me why the board is flat? Okay.
guess he gone. Okay. His question, explain to me why the world is flat. We don't exactly know why, we just know that it is. Anyway. It's the way it measures, the way we use it. It's the way it is. I'll shut up.
found you. Sleep in here. All right. Cool. Cool. Cool.
the world that there's only one ocean. I mean, we call them different oceans: Arctic, Pacific, Atlantic, but it's all one connected ocean, right? All the water is connected. That water is flat and horizontal. It does not curve into a ball. Most of the surface of the Earth is water, right? So if that water doesn't curve into a ball, then the Earth's not a ball. Water in a bathtub, flat on the surface. Water in a lake, flat on the surface.
Let's just making shit up.
Water on the sea, flat on the surface. That's making shit up? We literally, when we want to make flat things in construction, we use a water level.
Yeah, it's called gravity.
Do we use it to make it curved? Go start a construction and be like, oh, what's this level for? Oh, it's to make curved floors.
What the fuck?
Exactly. Sounds stupid, right?
Yeah, it is stupid.
Yeah, because in reality, so you have, like,
comparing a planet,
flat Earth versus globe thing is this. There's one is based upon reality, and the other one's based upon fantasy.
Yeah, the flat Earth is fantasy.
Well, I just mentioned how it is in real world. When you actually go outside into the natural world and use it, navigate it, all these things, that's what actually exists. Things like curving water, curving level, curving all these are just ideas. They don't actually exist out there. See, flat Earth is not on this Discord, it's outside in nature. It's not conceptual. It's not an idea. It's how we actually use and navigate the world. It's how we measure the world.
The Earth was flat. Wouldn't you be able to go into the sky and see the entire planet?
No. Why would you say that? Earth isn't a planet, eh? Earth is not a planet.
Sorry, it's a place. It's
not a plate either. It's not an object in space. There is no outer space. There's no outer space vacuum with shit floating around in it, dude.
Okay, so what is there?
Not that, because that's impossible. Do you know why it's impossible? Because we're breathing air, and if we're breathing air, that means there's air pressure. And if there's air pressure, that means it can't be next to a vacuum without a barrier. Because all the pressurized air would fly off into the vacuum. Just like it does in every experiment ever done in the history of mankind, is that high pressure goes to low pressure.
So, how does gravity work then?
What does that mean? What do you mean by gravity?
When I drop something.
Okay. Yeah, it falls. And?
Yeah.
Yeah, so?
Wouldn't, the flat Earth just curve? And rip apart?
What are you talking about? Right. So you're confusing two different ideas. I drop something and it falls, with mass attracts mass turning things into a ball. Those are two separate ideas.
Yeah, but if there's gravity, wouldn't the gravity collapse on itself?
You're trying to combine flat Earth.
No, so you're confusing two different ideas. One is called big G, the other one's called little g. Little g is known empirically. We drop something, it falls, it accelerates at 8.8 meters per second squared. But nobody ever dropped something and said, certainly the Earth has to be a ball because that thing fell to the ground. No one ever said that. That observation does not tell you the shape of the Earth. Now, there's an idea that the big G thing, F equals G times M1 times M2 divided by R squared, which is the Newton's universal law of gravitation. There's that idea that predicts that things would form into balls, like a bunch of free-floating matter in a vacuum would form into a ball. First of all, that's never been observed. Okay? It's never been shown to happen in a lab. And thirdly, it's not even a prediction of the physics. That would be a special case. Because you're going to get an uneven, distorted frickin' blob. the starting freaking condition would have to be homogeneous. All the particle size will have to be the same. It would have to be isotropic, meaning there isn't more mass in this place than this other place.
Wait, so what is pulling the objects to the ground?
What makes you think there's a pull?
I don't know. They fall. They don't go up.
Oh?
They don't go sideways.
How do you know it's on a push?
What would be pushing it?
What would be pulling it? Why are you
Gravity.
using an analogy of pushing and pulling it all? The current rhetoric is it's not neither of those. The current rhetoric is the distortion of space-time. That the geometry of space itself is changing.
Hey, real quick, I just put 12 different theories of gravity in the side chat. Which one is your favorite?
They need to go on a dartboard. Can you freaking get those on a dartboard?
You probably could with all the division.
Gravity bingo card.
Yeah, the idea that gravity forms things into balls is a poorly conceived idea. And it's not even the modern rhetoric anyway. But that's what they teach everybody in school. Gravity bingo.
Goes up.
Yeah, you can't get, like, it doesn't logically follow because something falls to the ground that the Earth is a ball, okay? You can't make that chain of logic. Doesn't. Okay, I went outside. I picked up a frickin' rock. I let it go. It fell to the ground. Therefore, Earth ball. That's silly. Right? You need a whole sequence of a whole logical chain. And then all you would have is a hypothesis. But if I go, hey, dude, has anybody actually observed gravity forming things into a ball? That's a big no. You can say, hey, I look in the sky, I see a bunch of balls. That doesn't tell you how they formed. So, the point of all that is that even, let's say, you have this whole hypothesis that gravity forms things into balls.
I see you, man. My game installed.
Now check. Yeah. That was Heretic's Razor right there.
Perfect example.
Yep, exact. That was definitely Heretic's Razor.
Mind me, Heretic's Razor.
Is that people that are dumb that have been bullied by people that are smarter than them want to bully someone too, and they're sick of being bullied, so they come into the flat Earth room and then try to be the intellectual bullies.
That's also a bully reverse cycle.
Yeah, exactly.
Did he say something insulting, like leaving statement there?
What do you mean?
No, I just like if he.
No, he didn't. He didn't. But like, I think he thought he was going to come in and just take a dump all over us, and then didn't end up being that way.
Yeah.
He probably just thought we were crackpots.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. You could hear him kind of laughing at the beginning.
Yeah, just like Mansky said, he wasn't taking it seriously, and then it got so not serious that he had to pull a ripcord, jump out of the fucking airplane.
Yep.
Mansky, I know you think you proved globe Earth, but I proved concave Earth. That's right. Here, I'll show you the evidence. See that, Mansky? With the photograph.
Yeah.
That's a a digital photo taken of an actual printed photograph taken from an actual camera. That's the airplane wing on the left there. That's the horizon out there. Now you see that horizon? The horizon looks flat, bro. But the problem is it's not flat. Let me show you. So when you put a straight edge up to it, there you go right there. Check that out. That horizon's curved up, buddy. Sorry, buddy. So someone told me you could see curvature of the Earth from an airplane window. So I was like, all right, bro. I happen to have some pictures from an airplane window. So if it's a curve of the Earth from the airplane window, then the Earth is concave. Well, guess the Earth's not a globe there, bud. Damn, sucks, doesn't it?
Didn't show up until better cameras existed.
Yeah. So when someone says, why would they lie? Everyone would have to be in on it. Well, is Kodak in on it? Did Kodak make cameras specifically designed to show the Earth as a globe? To lie because it's actually concave? Is that what happened, Vansky? What do you think, bro?
No, I don't think Kodak is in on it. I was talking to this guy a few months ago. Or no, I wasn't talking to him. He just DM'd me. And he said, you guys are pretty much retarded. But he's got like an idea of how the Earth actually is flat. And he was sending me all these links.
Wait, he was saying you're retarded? Is that what you just said?
No, he said the guy, like the flat earthers in this room are retarded.
I don't believe you. Show us a screenshot.
Well, he didn't say retarded, but he said...
So why are you making shit up just to be rude?
Oh my god, dude. It's just...
Well, if you're going to slip in insults, don't be mad when we do it back.
Okay, dude. What did he say exactly?
He didn't say anything because you're making this up.
I'm not.
I thought he was making up, Travis. Pretty standard. Reference to this room from fucking Globe Zealots is prefaced with those guys are retarded.
Well, even flat earthers
Dr.
think that
Phil or Rich
that we're
Evans
retarded
or something. Or that. Was that you?
Yeah. I would say even some flat earthers would say those guys are retarded, but here's why the Earth is flat. So those flat earthers are retarded for thinking the Earth is flat, but let me tell you why the Earth is flat.
So yeah, go ahead, tell your
like a
story.
novel.
Mansky. Yeah, Mansky, what were you going to say? Go ahead, tell us.
No, he wrote me a lot. I'm trying to find what he said exactly about you guys.
Oh, okay. It's all just fucking personal insults.
Yeah.
Or did he have some evidence?
No, it wasn't really that insulting.
Was there any constructive criticism?
Why the fuck can't I find it?
Probably because it's not that important, man.
Now this guy has like a bunch of really interesting theories that you guys don't talk about. Oh, by the way, the guys at 24/7 aren't the best at providing anything more than water's level, etc. So he pretty much clowned on you.
Yeah. Well, we fucking share laser measurements all day.
That's all we
Right
really
on
need to
the-
claim,
a
though.
limited hangout, to be honest. Damn, you guys got clowned on.
But you claimed that he said that we were retarded.
Okay, dude. Like, come on, read between the lines there.
Okay, but what greater point did he give?
See, AI is the only intelligent one in this room. He can actually look past the whole retard thing.
What greater point did he give?
T-Dub's getting fucking triggered now.
Would you kindly answer
Okay, take it back, Travis.
I'm losing interest real fast.
Respond to AI.
Yeah.
This is your moment, Mansky. When the girl is Mansky, the girl has put her face in front of you. She's pouting her eyes, her lips are puckered, and you're sitting there talking about something else rather than taking her and kissing her. Okay, so she's about to break up with you, bro. So get it done. Let's go. Let's go.
We live within / below an electromagnetic field. That's why the stars move in 2 rotations like we observe, and why the latitude and longitude lines mirror the sky. And he sent me this weird GIF. And then magnetic field versus electric field, you see. Then he sent me a bunch of links.
Bet it was BD or something.
And the kicker is the sun actually does a figure 8, not circles, like almost every flat earther still assumes at this point. Stay tuned. Most people, flat earthers and ball earthers, are quick to assume the 2-pole flat Earth would require a Pac-Manning sun, but this isn't true. They'll see when I make the graphics show it along with the explanations. Blah blah blah.
What was the guy called, Mansky?
His username. What's his username?
Oh, his username? New Perspective.
New Perspective. Yeah, we know that guy.
Yeah, we know who he is.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh, but by the way,
allowed in our channels because he keeps rabbling on fucking esoteric shit. He's now angry.
Oh, really?
I don't know. He seems to be working on something pretty big.
What's up, flurfers?
Hey, leave your mum out of this.
What's up, Globetard?
Well, you see, the difference, bro, is that let's say he's correct, that's how the sky works. Okay, let's say that's true. That doesn't change the fact that the surface is flat, and that the gold standards of the surface being flat is that it's benchmarked to water level, which water is flat and level. So he just is mad that he doesn't get to talk about his things here, but he can talk about those things. So
water is not
basically,
flat.
bro,
And has.
Yeah.
And borrowed clips of us, right? He's made clips of us for his programming on YouTube.
Oh, and the sun makes perfect circles, or the sun has to teleport. I mean, those aren't necessarily the positions of everybody that hangs out 24/7. So I don't even know what he's talking about. I think it sounds like he's butthurt, but go ahead.
Who's butthurt?
You referenced some guys called Ether Cosmology. Do you know them?
Yeah.
Oh,
Shane and
that's not
Shane and Space Audits.
Yeah,
Bear.
Alan. I don't think they say the sun makes circles or anything like that.
Did you guys know that there are little retro reflectors on the moon?
There are?
Yeah, man.
Wow, dude! How did they get them there before the moon landing?
Installed by hand, by man.
Yeah, sure.
Did you hear what he just asked you?
Well, quick
course he
question:
did.
if there were no retro reflectors, would they be able to bounce lasers back and forth?
No.
No. So why don't you look up MIT 1961, who was bouncing lasers off the moon many years before the Apollo hoax?
Or the Soviet Crimean Observatory, where they also did the same thing.
Go ahead and link it.
Just look it up. MIT bounces laser off moon, 1961. Google it. Look it up yourself.
Fuck, dude! It's on Wikipedia's retro reflect page on the retro reflectors.
What, 1961 MIT laser? You said?
Yeah,
Yeah.
bounce lasers off moon.
No, he's gonna throw his own. Watch, he'll throw his own claim under the bus right when he gets back.
Yeah, he said no, they couldn't be possible. So
Now, what about Shane and Alan? They're saying what?
What, you weren't listening, Indio?
Yeah, I only heard part of it. I only heard that back end of it.
Mansky has DMs or something from New Perspective, all about how we're shit, we don't go beyond Waters' level, he's got better arguments, blah, 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 blah.
We don't go beyond Waters' level. Oh, New Perspective. I mean, I don't know what that would even mean. I wouldn't go by how Mansky's characterizing them. New Perspective's
Alright, well, I
main
just put it
go-to
in the
though
screenshot.
is the rotation and trying to land the airplane. I wouldn't go by what Mansky, whatever he said. You know,
Bro, I posted a
New
screenshot.
Perspectives.
Yeah, right, this is just all on Mansky's word. We're going off, yeah.
Dude, you can see his little avatar or profile picture, his name.
Yeah. My
Tag.
brothers do a great job explaining. Hold on. Let me see. Let me go to read the first one.
Tag him indirectly. Maybe he's around.
He might even be listening. Like I said, he has
come in here to
clipped us.
defend himself, dude. Is this like a pathetic version of Divide and Conquer, Mansky?
No, I just randomly brought it up because AI was talking about concave Earth, and
What does any of this say about Flat Earth Discord? 24/7.
By the way, the guys at 24/7 aren't the best at providing anything more than Waters level, etc. They're right about this, but it's a limited hangout.
Where's that?
Towards
Which
the bottom.
screenshot is that in?
Oh, it's the second
the
one.
guys at 24/7 aren't the best at providing anything more than Waters level. They're right about this, but it's a limited hangout, to be honest. I'll send you links to some servers that go further and aren't overly cautious not to speculate. You can join those from YouTube. What's that a link to?
He sent me a ton of links.
Yeah, we don't speculate. If they want to speculate, feel free.
Well, let's preface this, Indio. He started his gambit with, this guy DM'd me that 24/7 guys are retarded.
Dude, he did. He clowned on you guys.
So somebody I'm on a first name basis with is calling us retarded.
You guys are the Waters level bros.
A flat Earth dude knows in real life and like hung out and had beers with he's calling us retarded. But it doesn't say anything about him doing that at all. And he posts our freaking videos on his YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And I've hung out with him not only on Discord, but also on X.
Yeah, Mansky heard somebody say 24/7 doesn't. This is what he basically heard. 24/7 limits their points to non-speculative facts that can be substantiated with direct evidence or empiricism. Therefore, they're retarded. I think that's what Mansky heard.
So, Ether Cosmology, which is the name of the Discord that those guys hang out on, is about Ether Cosmology. So they go into the speculation of how the ether and they're trying to explain the sun, the stars, and they go through all that shit. But that's their thing. We're not on that thing. At least I'm not. While it's interesting, and like, Nancy, you could actually learn a lot by going to space audits and reading some of their literature reviews that they go over. The homework that you never did, they go over it. You could do it over there. They go over frickin' Michelson-Morley, the Rebka pound, like all the experiments which got to where we are now. The Earth is like general relativity and all the shit that goes with it. Tests that showed that the Earth is not in motion, like Harry's failure and Michelson-Morley. They go through all that stuff. Okay.
Right.
We have been focused and always been focused on specifically flat Earth. They're on some other shit. What do we have to do? Some fucking monolith where we all hold hands and say the same shit?
But I mean, too, as well, like we're pointing out that it's not dependent, like what we say, on providing alternatives when they demand that we do, right? Like, well, I say that the sun proves the Earth's globe, so if it's not, you've got to present something else about the sun and the stars and the planets and all that shit, right? Like, we don't have to, but if they want to, they can do it. And probably they just do it because they're interested in it and they want to figure stuff out, right? They're not necessarily presenting it back to Globers as an alternative or as a rebuttal to any Glober argument.
You hit the nail right on the head, dude. They're not presenting it as an alternative. They're not saying, hey, dude, we need to replace their bullshit with ours. They're on some other shit. This is like an independent fucking side quest that has nothing to do with anything.
It's exactly what I thought.
What's exactly what you thought? What you thought?
They just shone a light on the moon, but that doesn't. The retroreflectors prove that we went and put them there.
How?
How else did they get there?
They're not, dude.
How do you know they're there?
We already covered this.
You're not well, bro. You're not well, Twanger. How do we know they're there?
I like how you almost slipped there, dude.
How do we know they're there?
You put your mask up really fast, though. You caught your mask there.
Yeah. How do you know they're there, Twanger?
Because they direct light directly back at us.
Really? In the form of what? How is that detected?
In light, photons.
Yeah. How is it detected?
It's round.
Yeah, cool story, bro.
Your turn.
It's a nice TV show too. I saw that TV show. So you're talking about, right? The TV show.
This is real, boys. After all.
Twanger, stop trolling, bro.
It looks like we really landed on the moon.
Look, Twanger, you're trying to convince yourself, okay?
Right.
Why does this stupid ideology still exist?
Evidence and saying,
what's the ideology part?
Yeah, flat Earth.
Can you tell me what the ideology part is, though? The ideology part? What part is that? Of the flat Earth. What's the ideology part?
Belief in
What makes you think it's a belief?
Because we literally have evidence to prove otherwise.
Well, I have evidence. You have evidence to prove. Well, what is it? I want to hear this. What's the evidence to prove otherwise?
There's a good video from a flat Earth documentary.
That's a good video.
Actually disproves them.
Really? How do you do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, what do you do?
He shined a light.
Yeah.
Like through a hole from a distance. Here, let me just show you the video.
Yeah, just review it, dude.
How high was the light? How far was it?
Sounds really technical, bro.
How dark was the hole?
I'm looking up the video real quick.
Why do you have to look up what you already believe?
What?
You're looking up what you already claimed was true retroactively. You believed it first and then looked for the evidence later.
It's a documentary. I literally watched a whole documentary about a flat Earth.
Is this what you based your view of globe Earth on? Is this how you decided that you're on a globe?
Yeah, because we live on a globe.
Yeah, but you said it was listen, bro. You said it was a belief. So if it's a belief, why did people before the globe idea came around? Why did people think the Earth was flat? What was that based on?
Because they probably didn't know what a fucking roundness was.
Okay, so they said, I don't know what roundness is, therefore the Earth is flat. How did they know?
Well, they didn't really know what flat. If we're talking like what timeline are we talking now, or like
before
way in the past?
Plato's wrote Timaeus, which is the first reference to the Earth ever being a globe. Before that, before anybody ever thought of it, why did people think the Earth was flat? The Mayans, the Chinese, the Indians, fucking everybody thought the Earth was flat.
I just want to throw this in. Plato's pretty awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Plato is usually right.
Yeah,
on
change
a
the
lot of
subject.
shit.
It ain't happening. Why did people think the Earth was flat? It's a very simple answer.
I mean, they just did because
They
they
just
weren't
did.
educated elsewise.
Oh, they weren't educated.
What was their reasoning?
The people who built the pyramids were not educated?
Right.
No,
What was their
that's-
reasoning, bro?
This is like an honesty
Hold on, brother.
check where you
Hold
guys
on.
can't say the
Sportsman.
obvious. It's because the Earth looks flat. You know what the answer is. We know what the answer is. But you have to
They
pretend there's
didn't
no
know what
evidence.
Earth looked like.
They didn't know what Earth looked
They
like,
just-
so everyone was blind prior to Plato.
Everyone was blind.
They didn't have the view of space, too.
Did they need
Oh,
it?
really?
Yeah.
Why do they need a view from
Yeah.
space? Well, why would they ever think space exists?
Now bro, this is so.
Right, so that sounds like a concession to me that while you're on the surface, it looks flat.
Yeah, so it's not a belief, bro. Beliefs are acceptance without evidence. Looking flat is evidence that it's flat. What else would it be evidence of? Evidence that it's curved?
It doesn't even look flat. You could see the curvature
From
of
where?
the Earth if you look
From where?
outside.
Really?
You could let you look outside and see the curvature.
Let me see the side of a house, dude. I don't know what
Nah,
you're
they
talking
should be
about.
good. They should be good.
Yeah.
So where do we
I
go to
looked
see this
outside.
curve?
I looked outside and I see a ball
Outside
field.
of your
There's a
house.
ball field in the back of my house.
Earth is pretty big, and it's definitely very,
Ants on a ball. Here we go.
definitely.
So this is the part where you try to convince us that we can't actually tell if the Earth is a ball. Just
I mean,
and that it looks flat, that it's a flat-looking ball. This is that part of the.
I mean, you can't with
island.
how big it is, yeah. But if you definitely look far enough out into the horizon, you could tell it's curved. Even
My
if
question
slightly.
is too, when we look at a moon, why does it look round? Huh?
What's the moon got to do with the Earth?
No, it was just a question.
Who cares?
Oh,
Why does your fucking dog look like a dog?
okay. Like
Does
dumb
it make it a
question, I
cat?
guess. My bad.
Why does the Earth look round in space?
How do you know that?
Because we literally have evidence.
Who's we? There's no
of it.
we.
Us as human, I could literally look it up.
Us as humans. There's no we. You're not involved in any of that shit. In any way. You're not an astronaut, buddy.
I can Google it though.
So check this out. How do you know that's what the Earth looks like from that point of view? Maybe it looks like something else.
You just blew his mind.
This is
You don't know.
I
You
just
either
have to
trust
ask
it.
these new guys. Sorry, I just have to ask. Like, do you think we're sitting here as flat earthers because we forgot to go to Google Images?
No, you just want to be countercultural.
No, now it's a psychological problem.
You just kind of want to be countercultural.
Then why didn't I start my argument with I fucking hate the government? Why did I start it with, hey dude, why did people think the Earth was flat in the past? And I pointed to evidence. Do you want to know what you didn't point to?
You didn't really.
Evidence that that the Earth looks flat isn't evidence it's flat. What's it evidence of?
It doesn't look flat completely. I've even said out in the horizon it's curved.
In what way? In what way is it curved? Can you tell us? Inform us. Is it curved left to right?
What do you
Is
mean?
It curved down? You know the horizon means bounding circle? That's the ancient Greek. It means bounding circle. That means it's no matter what direction you look, say you're on an island. You can see 3 miles in every direction. Say you could see 3 miles in every direction. That would be a circle. That's why horizon means bounding circle. The horizon's flat. You can do a 360, it's flat. Water's flat. Water's flat and level. Most of the surface of the earth is water, right? And if that water is not curving, then the earth's not a ball. It's very simple. If the water's curving, earth is a ball. If the water's not curving, earth is not a ball. We know the water's not curving. But it isn't a belief that it's not curving. We can observe this. You've observed this. The difference between us and you is they say there's some point that you can't see where it does start curving, where you can measure to see if that place actually exists, and it doesn't exist.
No.
You know why? Because we checked. You can check too.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
but,
you can check.
You are missing a huge, and I mean huge, part of. You're missing a huge part of the Earth that could possibly hide it being, round. That being, it's fucking huge.
Not when it. Oh God, you sound familiar. What's your YouTube channel name?
So big.
None. I don't have a fucking YouTube channel.
Round Earther.
Huge is not a size. It's
common
just your
sense.
opinion.
There's specific numbers that are given to us.
Sorry, I didn't mean to distract there. Continue on. Sorry, India. That was my bad.
Here, let me see. What is the actual size of the Earth? I keep forgetting.
Because they can only be
Wait,
so big.
you don't even know?
They're only so big.
Because it's just big.
Why don't you know
have to have
already?
the exact numbers stored in my head.
Well, how
You're
can
going
you
to come
make
in here
claims if you
defending
don't know the
something. You should
numbers?
know everything about it.
I was just joining. I was exploring. I wasn't.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, I mean, you were quick to assert the Earth was a globe
Give him
as
a
soon as you
chance to
entered the
find
channel. Now you seem to be backpedaling.
Don't you find it odd that you have to make the argument that the globe is undetectable?
For the record, I'm exploring too.
Yeah.
Don't you think that
I
that's
mean,
like an odd
this is just
argument?
stupid.
Oh yeah,
I
it's
just
not
kind of
really an
joined
argument.
because I think that I wasn't really here to try to argue. I was just kind of.
You said you tried to claim we have an ideology, which is horseshit.
Yeah, you kind of do.
Okay, so observing the Earth is flat is an ideology. That's an ideology.
Yeah.
Do you know what ideology means?
Yep.
It means not with the senses, dude.
Yep.
It would mean a mental construct, an idea. It comes from. Go ahead, Eli. Sorry.
Yeah.
When people come on the job site, the first thing I do with them, I say, "Can you read a tape measure?" If they say no, I go, "Okay, now let me explain the ideology real quick." Then I say, "Can you use a level?" And they say no, and I go, "Okay, let me explain the ideology real quick." I mean, dude, measurements aren't ideology, brother. Yeah, when you're on a job site and you're trying to level a foundation or you're trying to level a floor or put up a wall vertically, is that an ideology?
I feel like you're trying to misguide me.
No, I'm not, dude. You come in here claiming that observing something flat and concluding it's flat is an ideology. Okay, that's just ridiculous.
It doesn't. The Earth doesn't even look flat.
You're already entirely misguided. We're trying to unmisguide you.
At what point is
How
it
the
not?
fuck am I misguided?
At what point is
Because
the
you
Earth
think
not?
we live on a spinning sphere with no empirical evidence of it.
Misguided by believing in.
Where does gravity come from? Is it just is like gravity
Here we
flat too?
go.
Which gravity?
The fuck you mean which Earth's gravity?
Einstein's or Newtonian gravity? Which gravity are you talking about? There's a whole bunch.
They don't believe in gravity.
They don't believe in
Is it-
gravity?
Nobody,
Do you
don't
not
even
believe
know
in gravity?
What does that mean
Is it-
to not believe
is
in
that what it-
gravity?
Yeah. Is that what it requires? Belief, trust.
What's going on in chat? Let me see chat
No,
real quick.
No, see, this is the problem, is that you guys conflate two separate ideas. One idea being things fall, and that's called gravity. That's the effect we all observe in nature. But you conflate the cause with the effect. Why things fall? You think it's because there's a magic pulling force that forms things into balls. That's never been demonstrated experimentally. It's never been observed in nature. It's just a bunch of nonsense. Things fall is observed every day. Gravity forming things into balls, that's horseshit. Now, what you should be paying close attention to is the major infirmities, the ideas you have, or you've been taught are, when you actually think about them. The cause, the effect is called the cause. Hey, dude, what's gravity? What forms things into a balls? I don't believe that happens. Oh, drop something. Well, what causes that? Oh, I don't know. What causes something to fall? The thing that forms things into a ball. Well, how do you know that? Drop something. End up in a loop. Circular logic.
Okay, I do have one question. Why do you think that gravity would turn something in the balls?
It's what you guys think. It's what you
No.
guys think. It's not what I think.
Why
I
would
don't know
you?
why anybody thinks that.
What? You said
You'd have to-
water's flat.
Yeah, the mainstream claim is that Earth is a sphere and all the planets are spheres. It's because gravity pulls mass into that shape. That's the mainstream claim. That's what you believe.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's never been observed in nature.
I always figured one of the first things they did on the ISS was take some Cavendish balls, put some water in there with them in a vacuum chamber, and showed us water sticking to them. But they never did.
Yeah, they always show us them going to the bathroom for some reason.
Let's hear what Ice has to say. He's about to spiral because he thinks looking up proves things go less into balls. Thinks that's the evidence that that's how they form, by just seeing them, and they may be spherical.
No, I'm pointing out that very basic reason to conclude that when the other guy says there's no reason to think that gravity turns things into balls when everything we see in the place where gravity would turn things into balls is a ball.
What?
So,
What place is that?
Try
How do we
again.
find? Hold on, Ice J Fish. How do we find that place in the first place?
Oh, it's very simple. You know how air pressure, like there's less air the higher you go?
It's not a method of finding something.
No,
where
I'm
it is.
explaining to you. So the place where I'm talking about is where there's less air. So the higher you go, the less air there is. If you keep going up, ostensibly,
Yeah. How does that tell me where the place where there's balls
flips
are?
around,
Nothing. You're not.
it goes down to basically zero. Because if it
You
keeps going
said
down,
that in the place we expect to find a ball, we see the stuff that would make the ball. Okay?
no, we see balls.
Why would we expect in that place to be a? Hold on. Why would we expect that place in three-dimensional space there to be a ball there?
Because we're looking at distances that are so far away in a place where there wouldn't be any air, which means that large masses, according to gravity, would collapse on themselves into balls, spherical shapes. And that's what we see in the sky.
Okay, that's not a prediction of Newtonian gravity. You're just saying
two
it is.
separate things.
Thank you
bro.
and good night. Or I might be
Hey, bro, in the side chat. Hey, don't you freaking. Oh, you
bitch.
weasel little.
Fucking broken, man.
Little bitch.
You guys are fucking mentally delusional.
That's really a good argument.
Oh well.
Oh, you want to pick up for him? You want to pick up his argument for him?
No, I just want to ask one question. What gave you this conclusion that Earth is flat?
Paying attention to reality and stop living in fantasy land. When you actually observe the world, look, what did it is I actually observed the world instead of taking what the world is on based upon what someone told me. I said, "Hey, dude, what people are telling me."
So you're saying you were never influenced by anyone?
No, let's go check that. We fact checked.
So you were influenced by someone.
Stop interrupting him, B man. I'm trying to hear him. In every sentence.
I'll tell you what I was influenced by.
He was interrupting me earlier.
Okay, I'll tell you what I was influenced by. There was in Michigan, there was a news story on the weather, on the local news, that they showed a photograph of Chicago across 52 miles across Lake Michigan, and they said it was a mirage. But it didn't look like a mirage. There was no double image. It wasn't an inferior mirage. Wasn't a superior mirage. Wasn't a Fata Morgana. And then I looked up the math, and the Chicago shouldn't be visible. So I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Then I looked, there's more observations that bust the globe. More and more and more and more and more. That the globe makes certain predictions of what we should see of the world, and none of those predictions are actually in the world.
So wait, can you see Bangladesh from where you are?
No, and you shouldn't.
Exactly. Do you know why?
There's no reason why you
because of the meteorological conditions prohibit it.
It's a transmission
Because when I look at my local weather app and it says visibility 10 miles, that's based upon the meteorological condition.
Yeah,
and the
guess what
clarity.
your weather app's based on?
So my
Earth
weather app is a
around you.
curve calculator.
Has nothing to do with curvature.
Yes, it can't.
My weather app is a curve calculator. That's what you're saying. Would it need to know my elevation?
Yeah, it would.
So I have to punch before I can use my weather app, and it gives me the visibility. I have to punch in my elevation.
No, what? You're being so fucking disingenuous. It's crazy.
Well, because how far you can see on the globe is based upon how high you are above the surface, right? You can see farther from on top of a mountain, right? I'm seeing over the curve of the Earth. So the visibility would have to be based upon, if it's calculating the curvature, I would need to know my elevation to make that prediction. Yeah, it's not based upon that. It's based upon the transparency of the air. And guess what? The air's not transparent for fucking 9,000 miles or however far away Bangladesh is.
Okay, if the air isn't transparent, how can we see the moon and the stars?
My goodness gracious. Well, you're not looking horizontally, are you, at the moon?
Much easier to look up than it is horizontally. There's less.
And in fact, the sun is 23,000 times less bright on the horizon than it is at noon. Yeah, 23,000
Yeah, where does
times.
it go at night? Where does it go at night then?
Somewhere where you're not.
Is that
away?
That's a crazy.
Okay, so why is there sun in Japan while I don't have sun here?
Same answer I just gave you. The air is not transparent. If I'm underwater, let's say I'm at 400. Let's say I'm at 400 meters under the surface of the ocean, and it's noon. Can I see the sun?
What?
I'm under the water.
Me personally,
it's noon. I'm underwater, and it's noon. I'm 400 meters. Can I see the sun?
It matters how clear the water is.
Oh, really?
Yes.
But not the air.
Guess what air contains? It contains a lot of water.
Yeah.
called humidity.
Then there's dust.
Thank
then there's
you,
the air
whatever
itself.
your name is, for these images. This is
It's called Snell's window.
Yeah.
So
I
you
know
don't
what Snell's window
understand
is.
by your own admission there, V-Man, you just contradicted your other claim.
What
or
do you mean?
assertion. Well, the clarity of the water, right, is relevant
Yes.
to how far you'll see through it. So
I've seen some very clear water, and air is just a very,
Usually just
very
shallow
clear
sea.
Yeah,
water,
air is a medium
depending
as well.
on variables.
So can you see fish 500 feet below you on super clear water?
All right, friends. All right, I'm
I
gonna
can
have to
see
smack
the
the facts real quick.
What happened in this image, V-Man? Did the Earth fucking shrink, and that's the horizon there, just past the skyscrapers?
That's fog.
Oh shit!
Me personally, I believe it plays peekaboo.
So a high density of water in the atmosphere. You understand that with distance, the light is going to attenuate through the medium. That's why you can see the sun on the horizon. You can look at it because it's passing through all of that gas. So when it's above your head, you can't look at it because there's not so much of density of that medium to distinguish the light. Same reason why you can't see to the bottom of the ocean, or like Indio says, see the sun at noon when you're 400 feet down, because the light can't get through all of that water, even though a small portion of it might be transparent to you. Over distance, it's actually translucent.
Funnily enough, my friend, they actually have a equation that you can do. It's called the Rayleigh Atmosphere Extinction Coefficient, and when you apply it to the ambient atmosphere at the base altitude, so zero altitude, you get pretty much no more than 350 miles that you can see. So the idea of seeing from one coastline to the other coastline of thousands of miles away is impossible. You can't see through that much atmosphere. It's just that simple. Now, you might say, well, hold on, Fred, real quick. So you might say, well, if the Earth was flat, I should be able to see everything I should be able to see within that range. Well, guess what? There's observations off the west coast of California where people are seeing islands and out in a range that's within that range, but greater than the range of the alleged curve of the Earth would allow. So in other words, off the coast of California, you can see everything that's within that range. So if anything, friend, your argument that I should be able to see things beyond what the curvature of Earth would allow is correct. We see those things all the time. So whether you realize it or not, you actually defeated that the Earth was a globe. So good job, the Earth is flat. Doesn't matter. By his own admission, he said, if the Earth was flat, I should see things beyond the curve of the Earth. They should present themselves within my field of view. And I presented him with an example that is true. Therefore, by his own logic, he now concedes the Earth is flat.
And that's based upon the misconception that he can see the moon at nighttime and it's thousands of miles away.
Go ahead. Well, he could definitely see the moon.
They don't realize that you're not seeing the surface of the moon. You're seeing the light that comes off the moon.
How else would you see anything?
Exactly. That's what they don't understand. They think they're seeing an object thousands of miles away. No, you're seeing the light travel to you.
That's fair, but the main point here is that he's confused that if I can look straight up and see something that I assume is thousands of miles away, therefore, when I look horizontally, I should see things that are thousands of miles away. But the atmosphere is more dense, the lower altitude, right? So the occlusion rate is higher looking out horizontally than it is looking diagonally, than it is looking straight up.
Yeah, that's why they put telescopes on high mountains so they can avoid the thick part of the atmosphere. They prefer mountains that are 12,000 to 14,000 feet.
All right, so if he's still here, what was his name?
Is it V-Man?
Yeah, he's here.
Yeah, V-Man, I addressed your question about the visuals and why it's different horizontally look vertically. And I also addressed the fact that you can see things out horizontally within your field of view, within that 350 mile range, that supersede the globe geometry. So according to your logic, the Earth is flat, V-Man. What do you have to say about that? All right, he pleads the fifth. The jury convicts. The Earth is flat. I rest my case.
Right. So it's flat there, it's flat over there. That definitely rules out that it's a globe that they tell us, right? Yeah. And if it's flat everywhere we check, right, I don't think it's well. And often the question is if something isn't curving. So something, and they haven't even said it's the Earth. They just say if something isn't curving, what is it? Well, they have to admit it's flat. So yeah, that section we measured there, it's not curving. It's flat.
Yeah, I always has to approach with what's the evidence for, because you can come up with all sorts of profiles. Well, it's sawtooth, it's zigzag, it's freaking unevenly undulating, it's a non-continuous curve. Yeah, I mean you could just go on and on and on and see what the surface is. So all you can go with what's actually been tested. You know what I mean? So what are the results of the test? Because we're not going to sit there and speculate forever on every possibility. We go, okay, what is the evidence that's on the table now?
But is that a proof by an inference? Is what Yoder is bringing up as a challenge to the bad argument? Well, is that what you're saying, Yoder? Like, I mean, if someone's doing the one test, you're saying that you...
It's more like a practical proof where you can't actually test every fucking possibility. You know what I mean?
Well, I'd just say, well, show me a section that doesn't curve. I mean, sorry, show me a section that is, show me a section
Yeah,
that's
the evidence, that's what I mean. The evidence that's on the table. That's it.
Right.
We're going to deal with the evidence that's on the table, not any freaking speculative nonsense. No, oh, well, imagine, or any of that crap.
All right, Yoder.
So is it? But well, just to quickly, like, so what Yoda's saying, based on what Yoda's said, is it illogical or fallacious to insinuate that from this one section measuring flat, that the entirety of the surface of all known physical reality is also flat, and even the unknown?
No, that inference is certainly justified, but it's not a deductive proof. That's what Yoda's saying.
Bingo. Yep, that's exactly what I was saying.
It's a justified inference because of the properties of water. It's all connected together. You know what I mean? It's kind of absurd to think that the water is doing something in one place and not doing it in the other place. Especially, and I like DJ's approach in saying, hey, well, at least it's not a globe, because in their theorem, it's conforming into the shape of a ball because of gravity. They're saying that hydrostatic equilibrium is a circle. They're not, like, you know what I mean? But they have no evidence actually for that.
Right.
Okay, so what would be the counter to that? Them saying prove it everywhere? Is that the counter?
It's impractical. I mean, my counter would be, come on, dude.
prove it everywhere?
Right. Right. I mean, you could point out to them
show me the money. That's what I'd say. I'd say, show me the money. I'll do it. Show me the money.
No,
No,
at
what I'm
some
doing
point
is I'm showing it, and it, go ahead, Yoder.
I was going to say, at some point there might be some geometric, if not statistical, but actual geometric necessities that creep in. You know, if you start measuring swaths of Earth that are disjointed, not connected to each other, then at some point there has to be that curvature that is made up for due to the lack of curvature in other places between those swaths. And you may not be able to measure those swaths, but you'd be able to conclude that the curvature is too great, would be too great if it actually existed, such that it would be obvious without having to do a direct measurement. And then you could make a very strong inference that the Earth is flat in between those swaths that you haven't measured.
But that's the problem, though. That's not Yoder. That's not the issue. Is if the Earth is curving at the specific rate that it's supposed to, with the claimed globe radius, diameter, and circumference. It's not just a giant ball, or it could be bigger. It's that it's a specific ball.
Well, in the globe framework, it's not even a smooth ball, right? I mean, there could be hundreds of kilometers of a bowl-shaped area on the globe.
Yeah, but that's
you should get an overall average though of a curve when you measure 100 spots.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so I think it's fine.
Is this inference is abused.
Yeah, I don't know. I want to see if there's any more people that can chime in on it, because I think it's almost insinuating that you'd have to find out then, if we're saying that it's not curving, that to what effect a curve would be noticed at, because we're not even taking the globe into consideration anymore. We're just blowing it up to be, well, it could be just a bigger curve. We're just not noticing it on the scale that we're at. That's what I'm hearing right now. Are you guys hearing that?
Claim.
Yeah, so that means that if it was a bigger curve, then wouldn't you be able to say, well, since it's a bigger curve, it's not the globe that you think it is, like the way it's portrayed?
I mean, potentially. So
potentially is suggestive, meaning they could be, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that it's conclusive that you've disproven the globe based on what you've done.
But no. I mean, if they're going to make the positive claim that the globe could be bigger than what it is, and that it is bigger than what it's claimed to be, then the proof is on them. They have the burden of proof to demonstrate that that's the case, and not just merely infer it.
Yeah, I agree with you, but we're challenging the narrative, which is not really their claim. It's the claim that the Earth is a certain size. Not them specifically, like them say, well, it could be a bigger ball. Well, it could be whatever. I mean, that's fine, but that's imagination land. We're only sticking to the narrative. Does anybody here agree with that? We're challenging the narrative and not what that individual is saying. Like, am I getting some wires getting crossed here or something?
Well, the globers don't even know what their own narrative should be. Like, they don't understand that their Earth is a lumpy geoid with lumpy terrain that does have a claimed regions on it that are flat and bowl shaped.
Oh,
and it's funny that they haven't even thought to bring that to the table in all these years. I've been waiting for the first glober to come in and say, yeah, well, Earth's actually based off of this geoid model. You have, the gravity vector is going to be, it's going to actually be diverging from space, or converging in different ways. And with the terrain also being somewhat bowl-shaped, it's going to give the appearance of a flatter bowl-shaped surface in this entire, multi-kilometer, hundreds of kilometers squared swath that we're observing. So therefore, I would expect it to actually be observably flat here, including the water.
Okay. Let me follow your train of logic here. So you, maybe DJ might follow you, because he kind of sounds like he likes when you bring up challenges. So what I would have surmised by what you're saying is, you could say possibly it's a geoid model that would best fit somebody that's talking about what they're saying, because nobody's ever presented that. But it would best fit a geoid model versus just saying that it's an oblate spheroid or whatever. So you're saying that there could be flat spots on this ball Earth, quote unquote. But does anybody see what that could be the case? Like it could be a geoid. That's what Yoder sounds like he's presenting. I'm only trying to stillman you, sir. Like I don't
look, Amy. I agree with you that we should only deal with what the mainstream narrative is. We can't be chasing bring your own ball all over the place. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like, well, I think the radius is 10 miles more. Like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm just going to deal with like the information presented, not variations of Earth and all that nonsense. Unless they got evidence for it, they don't entertain it. But unless they got that, then you know, it shouldn't even entertain that just because they don't have evidence for that.
It just seems like this is a slippery slope, gentlemen. Like if we start entertaining things that they haven't said, but if we're waiting for them to say it, like that's not I don't think if you want to be in that position to see like, okay, wait until that conversation like evolves to that, and then we're gonna deal with it at that point. You know what I mean? I don't know.
So, well, hold on a second. I just want to, before this gets lost, they don't bring up the Theta Earth geoid model is because it would destroy shitloads of other arguments they make, right?
Yeah.
Pretty much any argument of reciprocal zenith angles or measuring tilt or horizon dip or any angular measurement based upon an initial plumb line. It would destroy all of that because they don't have a plumb anymore. That's perpendicular to the surface of the Earth. They don't have that. They just threw that out the window.
So that's why there's power in arguing what the prevailing claim is on the table, regardless of what they say it is. Because if they're going to be representing the mainstream claim of the globe, and we can go to their sources, their authorities that claim to have higher knowledge than they do on the very topics that they misrepresent, and prove to them that they are misrepresenting what they believe their own claims should be, then I think we've taken higher ground in that argument. You know, and it's very important to point out how their contradictory claims leave no room for falsification.
I will agree with you, however, there are some bad arguments that are being made, even with the good arguments that we have. But I don't know. I just
not that it's bad. It's that people exaggerate. Conclusion.
Yeah,
that's it.
Right. Yep.
You know, I'm saying it's like going to the beach and I saw a lighthouse 6 miles away. Therefore, the entire Earth is flat. I mean, that's kind of. I mean, shit. It just could have been fucking low tide. Like, how do you know?
Yeah,
so
there's a lot of.
If I have a vacuum chamber and I put water in and I suck the air out, can I just jump to conclusions and say that the water turned to gas because there was no air pressure in there?
Yeah. Well, you got an independent variable, right?
Yeah, so not gravity keeping it in the liquid state, right?
Oh, certainly.
It's funny.
Well, there's a specific claim to gravity, and like that's the other thing too. Like we can't be chasing like what gravity they imagine in their mind. It has to be the specific claim of what the narrative is putting up and propagandizing to people. So that, yeah.
Well, that would be potato.
I always ask first. So do you think water is held in a cup by gravity? I make sure they have to say yes to that before we go on. Once they do that, they get all pissed off and bent out of shape.
Really, that's actually a pretty good argument because if gravity could create gas pressure, then if you sent something in free fall like water, say you had a vacuum chamber of water in a vacuum, it should go to gas at a higher pressure than if it was in free fall than when it was on the surface of the Earth, because the gravity is doing extra work. According to those guys, the gravity is creating a pressure. Right. So there should be some difference between a free fall vacuum chamber pressure gauge and all the things being equal, obviously, and a surface of the Earth vacuum pressure gauge.
Yeah, or an orbiting the globe pressure gauge.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's really interesting when you start thinking about it, how their claim of gravity requires changing the trajectory of gas molecules in free expansion. So that means you've got, in their mind, Newton's cannonballs out of gas molecules that are going horizontally with the tangent of the Earth and making parabolic arcs and all this other stuff.
Radwin, try this. Get a vacuum chamber, put it on a centrifuge, right? Put the water in and have it vaporize, and then spin it enough so that it turns back into water.
Yeah, but when I turn that water into gas, I keep that vacuum chamber or the vacuum pump running because we're in an ever expanding universe and we should always be getting lower and lower pressure.
Oh yeah, I agree. They're freaking universe.
So there will be no water forming.
Yeah, it's really hard to pinpoint their narrative, Redwin, on that one. The expanding universe, because that claim actually evolves into expanding into itself, or whatever other cockamamie idea they come up with. So that one's ever changing. They're never really solid on one specific.
If you have an ever expanding vacuum, the pressure should be getting lower. It's like a balloon. If you just pulled on the balloon, everybody pulled a little piece of the balloon and made it bigger, it would be lower pressure inside.
Yeah, the only way you could maintain the pressure is if you're creating matter that equals the expansion, which obviously would be crazy because the expansion would be because you're increasing the volume, so you'd be creating freaking more matter than existed already.
Yeah, every second.
But could you also say that for collapsing, like something collapsing? Expansion is one thing, but how about collapsing? The universe is collapsing. Because that's the other thing. They're saying it's redshift and blue shift, right? Like you see things moving towards and away. So it's kind of hard to even pinpoint them on that specific narrative because they're saying a bunch of contradictory things. If they say it's expanding into itself, that doesn't make any sense. It's like a paradox, but they say it anyway. You could look it up. That's one of the narratives of what they say the universe is doing. So if that's the case, what if it's just expanding into itself and the pressure is consistent that way? You know what I mean?
Yeah. What they say is expanding is space itself, so they're just reifying basically the geometry, like the coordinate system, as if the coordinate system is. It's pretty stupid. Like I wouldn't even touch it. It's just like freaking. It's too freaking retard for even me. Like I wouldn't even entertain that. Because it's just a reification of their space-time metric, right? That's all it is.
Exactly it. That's why they need it. So, we hear all the time flat earthers saying, you have no proof of gravity, when that's probably not really a good way to put it. And it's probably not even good to say you have no proof of the cause of gravity. It probably should best be said as you can't even define gravity consistently. You can't even provide a consistent definition of gravity. Nobody can.
Well, that's the first thing I say. Define gravity.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of do this. I go, gravity, what's that? Like, you tell me what it is, because you're not quite sure. Like, I don't know what that is, dude. Like, you got to tell.
Yeah, define it so we can agree on it, and then we'll be set. We can talk about it.
Yeah, I've no problem calling dropping a rock on my foot something that we can call gravitational acceleration. I've no problem stating that. I have no idea what the hell it is or what's going on though. I mean, it's just the way the universe works. Is like you got denser things going this way and less dense things going that way. Bada bing, bada boom. Same density things go horizontal. At different density things go vertical.
But you can't do that around a ball because your radius changes every millimeter.
That's right.
You need a flat surface for all that stuff to work. Sorry, guys.
Flat Earth gravity. Or they say, what's causing the sun to move? Flat Earth gravity. It's like, so? I can come up with a space story, too. And the funny thing is Einstein's framework would completely allow for you to change that coordinate reference frame and the space-time geometry itself, and it doesn't violate relativity.
So yeah, they're gonna bring up something pretty crazy. This is one of the very first things I thought about when I entered this topic. Is given the geoid is an undulating surface, wouldn't you have the coastline problem trying to measure a distance over the surface?
Oh, dude. So like, yeah, the topology of their spherical harmonics is fractal, and
yeah. So like whatever the unit is, right? It's gonna change like what the sum is, right? So if you have these undulating plumb lines, right, and then you're getting the distances from the tilt of the angle, then that unit, whatever you use, is going to change the final outcome, the sum of the parts, right?
Yeah, infinitely finite.
Yeah, I mean, I actually, the surveyor Jesse Kalzowski, I brought this up to him like way back then, dude, and he was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" I'm like, "You got an undulating surface, right? It's the same thing as the coastline problem. Like, say you just took a slice of the sphere, right, and then you tried to measure its perimeter, just the same way you'd measure the perimeter of an island. You're like, you have the same problem. Just using angles doesn't solve it, right?
Right.
That doesn't solve the problem.
Right, because it's not discrete that you're dealing with. That's right. I mean, this kind of goes back to the whole reason for the
Globers, but they don't. Yeah, so this is like one of the things, like I said, like arguments I used to make, which I had to discard because they're unknown or they're too complex or they're too obscure. This is one of them. And it's like the Berry Center. This one, there's a whole bunch of them. Like, you don't think surveyors can measure the surface of the Earth? Well, it's got the coastline problem, and then they freaking. What about the edge? You know how they do it.
Yeah. To what degree of accuracy is satisfactory to you? Because you can infinitely zoom in on more curvature and more flex to be had.
Think about you surveying the North American datum, right? When they survey, they're surveying in both directions. What is the level of what are they using for units? Because an angle doesn't have like a unit like a freaking yardstick. I don't even know.
Right.
Like, I don't know. I know they're inferring an angle. So it's like each part that they would measure between each tilted angle is getting its own 3959 radius.
Yeah.
It's wicked weird, bro. It's like a bunch of overlapping circles or something.
Jeez.
Well, it's too early for this shit, dude. I'm gonna break my brain before I even get up.
I see what you're getting at here. I don't even think they were doing it that way, though. But that's kind of what they would have to be doing.
Well, it's reciprocal zenith angle nonsense. They're measuring this, that, and the other thing with reciprocal zenith angle. Like, dude, no, they're not. Only idiots are doing that.
Right. I mean, simply they were doing. I mean, yeah, there are all kinds of problems with that. They got to establish their baseline first, so they drag a chain and they go measure the chain, get like the angular distance and size relationships, and then they take that and they basically template that across the entire world as they go surveying. There's got to be so much freaking error involved with this. I mean, I guess that's why they'd stay on like a mountain peak for a week doing survey after survey and measurement after measurement and calculating and erasing to come up with shit that works interoperably with the entire network that they survey. And then they destroy it by taking like 10 points and then chunking it around a globular ellipsoid. And then they go measure 10 more points and then chunk that around the same ellipsoid. Throwing out observations that don't work, keeping those that do. Fudging numbers here and there to get everything to work.
Well, I mean, the correct globe dimension in their paradigm is the orthometric height, right? It's not even like the geoid or the reference ellipsoid. It's the difference between the two.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. They subtracted.
Yeah. The thing is, but why? Why are they doing this? This is the thing that's like, why don't Globers go? Because you heard them, they come in and go, well, surveyors measure the curvature of the Earth. Like, well, why'd they use it in reference to ellipsoid and the geoid? What's that for? Like, if they just went out and just measured it, like, why are they complicating it unnecessarily? I've never heard of anything remotely resembling a coherent answer to that. First of all, they don't know about it, and then second of all, the ones that do know about it don't like they. There's no reason to add it if you're simply measuring the curve of the Earth, by surveying. Why would you just measure what it is? Why are you just adding these two abstractions to make a globe?
Right, and they know enough about their own geometry. They know enough about geometry itself to know that what they are doing is they are mangling their actual observed measurements. They're mangling them to conform them to a model that that doesn't match their reality. I went on a rant about this last night. Like, you got all these smart people that are purposefully mangling their own natural observations and measurements in order to fit a model, one that they choose that doesn't even conform to the other models that they could have chosen instead.
Yeah, they're shoehorning data into an idea. That's all they're really doing.
Nobody notices how wrong this is and how stupid it is, and everybody's doing it in 2025.
Nobody would ever think they live on a ball if somebody didn't make this up in the first place. You would never think that.
So you're saying the model they choose is just preference?
It absolutely is. They could use a flat model or a globe if they want. And these total stations actually allow you to choose to use a flat datum as opposed to a globular one. All right, I got to get into the office.
All right, thanks, Yoder. Yeah, so here's another thing. They're claiming that they have all these satellites and that they have all this gravitational data, right? Why isn't there like this crazy high resolution freaking globe that you can like zoom down to the freaking 2 millionths of a freaking inch?
Doesn't even have to be that close. I just want a shot from, it's a whole ball. I should be able to zoom in at least to my house.
Oh, certainly. That's classified, Radwin. Oh, that's classified.
That would be good enough for me.
They can read a pack of cigarettes from space.
You let me have control of one, then I know I'm controlling it because I can see what I'm doing. And if it's computer generated or not, then no. But I want to see it. I want to be a ball shape, and then I want to zoom all the way in on my house. And then I'm going to walk outside, and I want to be able to see me. Any Globers got that I can do a link so I can go do that? Globers?
Well, that's what I've been telling the Globers, right? When they show the boom arbor, I'm like, you're in there somewhere. You're one of those pixels.
And that should be live streamable. I should be able to zoom in and see myself walking in the yard. There shouldn't be, I got to take a snapshot. You're only zooming in on that little section. That should just be as live as if your webcam in your backyard was running.
Look, you can make a small fortune zooming in on people's houses from the moon. Be like a family heirloom. Oh, let's get Grandma on the rocking chair zoomed in from the moon.
Might have to start a company that does that.
That's what I'm talking about.
Just advertise it at Christmas. Instead of buying a star, we'll send you a picture from the moon of your house.
Let's start it. We never actually have to produce anything because all these, space startup companies, they just take a lot of money and they're just vaporware. So we can do it. We just pay ourselves a lot of money to administer something that's never going to happen.
Well, yeah, I can't be paid a little bit. I got to be paid a lot.
Bradwin, this is a no effort side hustle. All we have to do is make a really cool looking website and a bunch of 3D graphics and animations and say, when we eventually get to the moon, you're going to be able to zoom in on your house. Invest now in the technology to do it. We're going to build a 100-meter telescope on the moon.
Well, China's already on the moon, aren't they? They're on the other side doing shit now. Aren't they like drilling and mining and all kinds of stuff now?
Well, that's obviously what Space Force is for, because we have to spy on the Chinese on the other side of the moon, because we need to know what they're doing at all times. They might be making toys and widgets and for Amazon, and we need to be on top of that. Now, if China ships up on the moon to tear, yeah. So if they tear, will Trump tariff China's moon exports?
Well, see, if you just drop them from the moon to the Amazon locations, you're technically over the United States, so it's not really an import anymore. You're just moving it just moving it through the air. So 28 days a year, you can drop gifts from the moon down. So if you let go of something on the moon, it just doesn't. It just goes to the moon. There's a certain point, like you got to go between the Earth and moon, and you should be able to let something go, and it just stays floating in the center. And you can blow on it like that, and it'll go towards the Earth, and then it'll get sucked into the Earth like a magic TV show.
There's a bunch of Russian websites yesterday posting. So there was some, NASA was saying there's a near Earth asteroid that's the size of 7 times the size of a car, and it was going to come within 119,000 or 90,000 miles of Earth. But the Russian websites were saying, so Russia had some sort of skyburst or something in Moscow last night. And then after they had that, they said NASA classified this asteroid it's supposed to like fly by yesterday. They shut down that whole thing, the whole. It was called asteroid. The hell was the name of it? I don't know, GC4 or some stupid shit like that. But they shut down all the information. I'm just curious. They were characterizing as classified. That's what the Russians were saying. At least these Russian websites.
Dude, I've been on a trip since you posted that Sabina Hassenfelder video. I downloaded that paper and a whole bunch of others that go along with it. This is crazy.
Starlink, before Starlink. That explains Marconi's transmission right there. He connected to Starlink. He was just duping everybody.
That's funny. So they describe these transients as flat reflective surfaces. You know, it kind of brings to mind maybe what stars are. I've always kind of wondered if they reflect sunlight. Wild speculation.
I mean, the wildest one is the one I heard. They're pinholes in the firmament, and behind the firmament is the primordial light from Genesis.
Yeah, that's like what the ancient Greeks wrote. I don't recall exactly which ones, but
But the Greeks also imagined themselves as being demon possessed, like Socrates.
Well, he'd fit in right. He'd fit into the 21st century, that's for sure. Well, you had light before the sun in Genesis, so.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and in many religious traditions, God is considered uncreated light, even in Christianity.
And you'll have light after the sun is gone, according to the same narrative. But there's no way to test that. I mean, as far as
Depends on how long you live.
That's the caveat, right?
Yeah. If you can make it a real long time, you might get to see that in person.
The horizon should be, and check if that's actually happening. And we find that it's not doing that. Like we see a boat sail out, say you got a giant cruise ship, right? If you got real clear conditions and no waves, the cruise ship will just go out, and it'll get smaller and smaller and smaller due to perspective, and then it'll get so small that you can't see it anymore. Okay, and it looks like it's gone. You can still see the horizon, but you can't see the cruise ship anymore. And then you can pull out a camera, like a super zoom camera, and zoom in where the cruise ship was, and then you can see the whole cruise ship again. So it didn't actually go over any curvature, which it would have had to if the Earth was a globe. It just went out of your field of view, right? Your range of perspective. But I get why, like, they didn't have these high-powered optics back in the old days, right? Where they might have seen a boat go out and they can't see the boat anymore, and they're like, oh, it must have gone over the curvature of the Earth. And then sometimes, obviously, if you've got like ocean swells, then it's going to look like the boat's disappearing bottom up, because the boat's going to get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. But those ocean swells are still close to you, right? So it's kind of like the ship's going to reduce in angular size, and it's going to look like it's disappearing behind the ocean swells bottom up. And then sometimes you can have some miraging effects and things like that make it look like it's sinking, right? One of the miraging effects is called sinking, where it looks like things are sinking in the distance. So, yeah, it's not caused by the curvature of the Earth. Yeah, I got a video here of a big giant cruise ship. I think it's a cruise ship. Anyway, it looks like a giant ship. But you'll see that when this guy, he's zoomed out, he's just standing at the beach, nice calm day, no waves. And when he's zoomed out, you can't see the boat at all. And then it's not until about halfway through his zoom that the boat starts to come into view again. And then once he fully zooms in, you can see the whole boat again.
I don't know how far that boat is. Probably like a few miles.
It's probably about 10 to 15 miles out because of other videos that I've got where it's like a similar sized boat, and we know the distance to the boat because you can check them on shipping radar apps, right? And it'll tell you the size of the boat, the name of the boat, and stuff like that. Yeah, like I got an observation here. I'll just find it. And we know the exact distance to this boat, and you shouldn't be able to see it. It should be completely hidden by the curvature of the Earth. Right, so here's a different observation. Right, so he's got on this one. He's got the second. Yeah, so with this one, he's got the camera set up at just 1 meter high. Okay, so the horizon should be at 3.4 kilometers away. Okay, and you shouldn't be able to see any more water past the horizon, right? Because the horizon's like the line where the sky and the ground meets. Right, but he's looking out and he's got a wind farm out there. And the wind farm's like 11 point something miles away, 11.2 miles away. And then you can see a boat, when he zooms right in, you can see a boat out past the wind farms. Okay, and the guy that did this observation, Dr. John D., he tracked the boat on Shipping Radar, on 2 different Shipping Radar apps. And he looked up the name of the boat and how big the boat is and how far, it says how far away the boat is. So it's called the Shetland Trader. And he looked up the height of it, and then he did the math and worked out that, yeah, you shouldn't be able to see any of the boat. It should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. It's 14 nautical miles, 14.1 nautical miles out, I think. 12.1 nautical miles out. Hold on, I'll post the screenshots from the shipping tracking radar. All right, so that's the boat. It's called the Shetland Trader. It's the only boat that was out there. And yeah, 12.1 nautical miles, which is it's like about 14 nautical miles out. Okay, and this is the ship. And then he shows you like this is what height the ship is. And then here's the calculations on an Earth curvature calculator to tell you how much should be hidden over that distance, right? So I'll just open up the curvature calculator. Okay, so the eye height, the camera height, 3.5 foot, which is 1 meter. Oh, he's got it in metric there. Yeah, 1 meter. And then the target, the ship's 22 kilometers away, which is 13.9 miles. Okay, so it says the target hidden height is 27 meters. Okay, which is 89 foot. Okay, and now we check the size of what the boat is. So I'll just post this. Just 1 second. Right, so this has got the height of the boat. Yeah, so it's like 7 meters or something like that.
Like 7 meters were visible?
No, the boat's 7 meters above. Like, can you see the image I just put in the side chat? So from where the water, because some of the boats like under the water, right? Because it's sitting in the water. So that's like 7 meters to where the deck is, and then it's much higher, above that, just the masts and things like that. But we can see like basically the whole boat if you scroll up and have a look at when he zooms out to it, you can see basically the whole boat. But the whole boat should be completely hidden behind the horizon by what did it say? 27 meters. Back in just a second.
I wonder where this approximation was taken to like calculate like the Earth's curvature. Because like, if this optical camera that's like zoomed in this much and saw the boat, like, and if these measurements are true, then like something's not right. Like, who actually took these measurements?
Yeah, so this is a guy named Dr. John D. Right, he's like got a PhD, and he actually set out to debunk flat Earth originally. Okay, so these screenshots are just from a full-length video on his channel, where he spends an hour and a half going over the whole observation. He shows you the whole setup, and he'll show you the distances and everything. He goes over everything in detail. But the main thing that we're looking at in this one is the windmill farm. Okay, because we know the exact distance to the the windmill farm, and we can see it really clearly. I'll just repost. Whoops. 1 second. Yeah, I'll just repost the observation, so it's right there in the chat. All right, because the main thing that he's looking at is that windmill farm. Okay, so I'm just going to, excuse me, I'm just going to show you a close-up of the windmill farm, just what it looks like close up. 1 second. All right, here it is. All right, so this is the target. Okay, so the windmill farm's 8 miles away. The closest windmill's 8 miles away on the left. You can see 6 windmills when he zooms in. So the one on the left's 8 miles away, and then each one's a little bit further until the one on the right is 11.2 miles away. And then there's a picture just underneath that of what they look like close up. So when it's low tide, the paint's like stripped off the bottom of them. So you can see that black portion at the bottom. Okay, so when he zooms in, yeah, because the water like corrodes the paint off or whatever.
When it's high tide.
It's low tide when he did the observation, so you can see that low tide mark. When it's high tide, it comes up to like the top of that black bit there. But yeah. So we can do the calculations, right? So I'll show you a screenshot. Okay, so you can just go on Google and type in Earth curvature calculator if you want to double check this, but this is just me taking a screenshot from the Earth curvature calculator. They all give the same results. Okay, so we put in the target to the object, right, which is the furthest windmill on the right-hand side, and that's 11.2 miles out, which is about, I think it's 18 kilometers, and then the eye height level is 3.5 foot, which is 1 meter. Okay, and then the target distance to the horizon is 2.29 miles, which is 3.4 kilometers approximately. Okay, so that's where the cutoff point should be for the water. That's like the horizon is defined as the line in which the sky and the ground appear to meet. So you shouldn't be able to see any more water past the horizon if the Earth's a globe. Okay, so at the bottom, 52 feet of the windmill should be obstructed behind the horizon. That's why it says at the bottom there, obscured object part, 52.9 feet. I think that's about 16 meters. So the bottom 16 meters of the windmill tower at the bottom should be hidden behind that horizon, but it's not. We can see just flat water all the way past where the horizon should be on a globe, and then all the way out to like past where that boat is until it kind of like gets kind of hazy past the boat. But yeah, this doesn't work on a globe. Right, over that distance, there's like a huge amount of curvature, like over 100 feet of curvature. If the Earth were a globe. Right, so he went back and he did it on different days, and he's got all of it logged. Right, he also does high-powered laser tests, where he shoots, instead of just observing things in the distance, he'll shoot high-powered lasers across the surface of the water and hit a target on the other side, which would also be impossible if the Earth were a globe, because there should be, hundreds of feet of curvature between point A and point B. And yeah, that's what's good about this. Like if you don't have to just like blindly believe in this, right? You can say, all right, I'm going to go check for myself, if you wanted to, and you can go do it yourself, right? Like I did myself. I used to live on a big lake. I don't know if are you from Australia?
No, I'm from Canada.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, well, I lived on a giant lake, and we had like a 20-kilometer stretch across the lake. So I went and did a whole bunch of my own tests across the lake, and I could zoom in across the lake and see the shoreline because it had like white sand beaches on the shoreline. I could zoom across and see the white sand beach on the other side of the lake. I did it a whole bunch of times, and there should have been like way more than 50 feet of curvature over that distance blocking my view. And yeah, there's just like tons and tons of tests, right? We've even had teams of field engineers have gone out, right? This group called Field Engineers Corps went out with a $30,000 laser, And they were doing like 40-kilometer laser tests using this beast of a laser. And there's like an hour-long video where they show the whole setup and they show the experiment being done. And there's like a big technical 180-page PDF document where they go over all of the temperatures and the laser specifications and stuff like that. So quite a bit of effort's been put into this, and we can't find any curvature. So then we go after, okay, so we do all of these tests, we can't find any curvature after thousands of different tests that have been done and observations. And then so we go hunting, you know, like who throughout all of history went out and actually validated this so-called curvature that's meant to be there. And that's where you start running into a brick wall, right? You're not going to be able to find anything empirical. You're going to find ancient Greeks that made a bunch of assumptions and did some calculations based off those assumptions, or people like Pythagoras that like literally were batshit crazy cult leaders, you know, and you're not going to find any empirical evidence for the globe when it comes to curvature. That's for sure. Yeah, lots of information, man. I didn't mean to waffle on for too long.
Yeah, it's because like, like I can see hundreds of, like, not hundreds. I don't know if I can see hundreds of kilometers out, but I could definitely see like 100 kilometers out. Like I could see like a beach shore from the beach shore. It's like, why can I see that if there's supposed to be a lot of curvature?
Right. And you can calculate like how much curvature there should be and how far away the thing is that you can see. And that's what people started doing. Like back in, this like kicked off really big in 2015 when Nikon released a camera called the Nikon P900. And it's like a crazy powerful zoom camera. And people were zooming in on islands and things like that were like way past where you should be able to see them. And they're like, hey, and they started like putting the videos online and they're like, this does not work on a globe. And yeah, it's there's so many observations that have been done. And I've been looking for one that actually would match up with a globe for years, and I haven't seen one that not even close matches up with a globe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll put another one in the side chat quickly, because this is a crazy one as well. Another one where it's like crystal clear conditions, no wind, real like dry air, not much humidity, because it's in Utah. So this is at the Great Salt Lake in Utah, and this is 21 miles, which is 34 kilometers. And this guy, he just sets his camera up 5 foot high on a tripod on one side of the lake. Okay, this is his camera setup. It's a Nikon P1000, one of the most powerful zoom cameras you can get. Right, and then he's going to be zooming across to the other side of the lake and testing to see what should be there if the Earth's a globe. Okay, so that's the top view from Google Earth, just showing where he was standing. He was standing at the top of the yellow line, and he's zooming across to the other side of the lake, which is at the bottom of the picture. Okay, and then he had a buddy over on the other shoreline, 21 miles away, who took some footage, and this is what it looks like on the other side of the lake. So he's going to be standing behind that camera and zooming over to this shoreline that you can see here. And now we do some math, right? Some pretty simple math. And we just use an Earth curvature calculator to make it even easier. Okay, so based off the eye height, okay, so you put in the eye height, 5 foot, which is 1.5 meters. And then you put in the target distance, 21 miles, which is 34 kilometers. And then it calculates how far the horizon should be if the Earth's a globe. Okay, so the horizon distance should be 2.7 miles, which is, I think it's about 4 kilometers, something like that. And then the target hidden height, which is the shoreline on the other side of the lake, that should be hidden behind the horizon by 223 feet, which is it's just a bit over 80 meters or something like that, I think. Yeah, something like 80 meters. But yeah, a ton, right? Like a skyscraper worth of curvature.
Oh.
Okay, so now I'll just post the observation again quickly. Okay, and then I'll post a few screenshots from it because he did it during the day, and then he stayed there and he did it again during the night. So first thing you'll notice, the first thing we're looking for is that horizon. Okay, so the horizon is the maximum distance you should be able to see the water. That's the line in which the sky and the ground appear to meet. That's what the horizon is. And on a globe, it's due to the curvature of the Earth. So anything beyond the horizon should start to become hidden behind the horizon. So we don't see any horizon over the entire 21 miles. Okay, there's no horizon. It just looks like flat water all the way across the lake. And then when he zooms in, you can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake as well. Okay, and you can notice the big white tower that's in the background as well. Right, and none of that tower is obstructed. Right, so here's an even more of a close-up picture of the shoreline and the tower. Okay, so see the bottom of the tower, and then under the tower you can see the shoreline. And then this is what it looks like from 21 miles away.
Yeah, it's like you can't even see it. There's just none.
Yeah, so
Like, you
that's
see the
that's
whole
from
building.
Yeah, you can see the whole building. You can even see you can see there's like puddles all over the shoreline on the other side. And you can even at nighttime you can see the light reflecting off the lights there on those puddles that are on the lake there. So you can see the shoreline. That's the target's the shoreline.
Yeah.
So this is how much curvature there should be, right? If there was a skyscraper that was 30 stories high, sitting on the other side of the lake, then you would only just be able to see the top couple of stories of the skyscraper. The whole rest would be hidden behind the horizon if the Earth were a globe. So yeah, and then after this, they actually did like a laser test as well. So he set up the laser at 5 foot high and made it horizontal and shot it across the lake, and then his buddy on the other side could see the laser beam. They actually shot lasers across the lake towards each other. So here's the some pictures of that. I'll post the full video it's from if you want to check it out later as well. He goes through everything. So that's the laser beam that he's shooting out, and then this is his buddy seeing the beam from the other side.
That's a powerful laser. Holy.
Yeah. Super powerful, expensive laser beams.
Imagine 21 miles, and it's still a perfect laser.
Yeah, they do diverge out a bit as the laser goes out, right? But when you have really good quality lasers with like a collimator, it keeps the laser beam nice and like a beam rather than spreading out too much. But if the Earth were a globe, right? If you're setting up the laser horizontally, the person on the other side of the lake should see the laser beam like 220 feet up in the air. There's no way the laser can hit the target on the other side of the lake. If the Earth were a globe. So yeah, that's where we're coming from, man. Like empirical evidence, actually testing it, questioning the globe, looking for someone to come in and say, "Oh no, here's proof that it's a globe," but it never happens. We talk to professors and physicists and satellite engineers and all sorts of people come through here, and none of them have any empirical evidence of Earth curvature. Yeah, I'll show you what it looks like when the laser hits the target. Okay, so this is from a different observation done by the team of field engineers, and this is 40 kilometers, so it's even longer one. Yeah, so this one's from a 40 kilometer test, and they set up this big giant target on the other side.
Oh yeah.
So this is like a team of field engineers. This is one of the most technical ones that's ever been done. So I'll post there's a video, an hour-long video where they go over everything and show you the whole test.
So I have a question for you guys, and it's a genuine question. With the whole Chicago skyline thing, isn't it possibly the case that for an object that is large, so here's the thing, right? For like a light post, I think your argument is valid, like it's cogent. You shouldn't be able to see that object. But if an object is big enough, it'll go over the horizon. Does that kind of make sense? How do you know that's not what's happening with the skyline?
What do you mean by over the horizon?
So, like, okay.
So big enough as in a mountain, you can see the base of it, or tall enough? Which way are you going?
So I'd be like, when you see, when an object starts to disappear over the horizon, it goes bottom up. That's because, you don't believe this, that's because the Earth is curving underneath it. What I'm saying is...
That's the claim.
Yeah, that's the claim. Just bear with me. I'm saying, how do you know it's not... So, like, okay, an object disappears over the horizon, right? You're standing still at some observer height, and the object is receding until eventually it can't be seen anymore. Now imagine that object grows by 100 miles, like, of length. You would then be able to see the object.
So it's to do with your angle of resolution, or angular resolution. What is it? 0.02? Once it's below that angle, you'll have trouble resolving it. So if you've got a bigger item, like a mountain, for example, it just means it can get further back until perspective makes it appear small enough to get below that angle of resolution. That's all that's happening. So as things get further away, perspective, they appear to get smaller. So something small, like a tennis ball, for example, wouldn't have to go too far until that angle gets too small and you can't resolve it. Something large like a car, or larger, I should say, like a car or a truck, would go a little bit further. Something very large like a mountain would go a long way further back. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get that. That is true, but specifically with objects over the horizon, it's more than just angle. It's more than just how far away it is, because if something's over the horizon, there's no amount of magnification that will allow you to see the object. Which is what you're implying.
At least we agree on that simple fact. If something is hiding behind something, it ain't coming back out. So it doesn't matter what you do or what kind of magical lenses you've got. So what you've got, you've got a combination of things happening. So number one is perspective. Things appear to get smaller as they get further away. Another component of this is your elevation in comparison to the object that you're looking at. So say your eye line is 5 foot, I'm just picking a random number, and the item you're looking at is a large container ship. The container ship will appear to shrink uniformly, but where your eye line is, it's only 5 foot up the container ship. So as the ship shrinks from the top down, bottom up, left to the right, right to the left, to converge at your eye line, the bottom will hit your eye line before the top will. and it's an effect called foreshortening. And if you do probably tech drawing or art classes, you will have a lot more interaction with that. So its appearance is it's shrinking evenly from all sides, but the problem is because you're so close to the bottom of it, the bottom will hit your eye line before the top or before the sides. That's why it appears to disappear bottom up.
That doesn't make any sense. If it's disappearing bottom up, something's obfuscating it. If the Earth is flat, you should just be able to take a telescope and magnify it.
It's to do with compression. So what happens is because of your angle of resolution or angular resolution and your ability to resolve that, because the data or information that's below your eye line there's so much of it compressed in such a short space, you can't resolve what it is. So it just blurs into the background. And that's exactly what happens when we watch ships sail away. Because you're so close to the bottom, it's compressing into the water, and you can't differentiate between water and ship because that angle is so narrow, you can't tell what it is. And that's all that's happening. It's really
you actually prove that, because I don't agree.
Well, you can agree with whatever you like, but there's some pretty cool pictures in the side chart that AI Overlord 2.0 just chucked up.
Yeah, but you're doing, like, pictures don't explain a mechanism. You're proposing a mechanism.
Please don't do that on the microphone again.
You don't need a mechanism.
Well, that's what he's giving. He's giving a mechanism. Some kind of compression is happening.
Yeah, but you don't even need to do that. You just need to demonstrate that it occurs in a situation where the alleged claim of something in between point A and B is clearly not occurring. And then if you could demonstrate that, then you've proven that it's not necessarily an obstruction that's causing it.
Yeah, but that's the thing we're trying to prove, right? You want to prove that there's no measured curvature.
No, see, you can't. It's not about measured curvature because you're inferring curvature from a claim that the only reason why I couldn't see something if it was being blocked by an object. So that's your burden to prove.
It's not
the other person's burden.
I'm not inferring curvature from that. I'm saying that due to the curvature, this is what happens. But curvature is what's in question. That's what we're trying to establish.
Okay, so then you can't. Right, so if you say due to the curvature, this is what happens, why would you be saying that if you haven't proven it?
Oh, because, I mean, I already believe that the Earth is curved. If you don't, then I wouldn't expect you to believe that that's why what you're seeing is happening, right? I would expect for you to question that until curvature is established. That's what I'm saying.
Wait a minute. So you're expecting someone else to question your claim until curvature is established. Shouldn't curvature already be established?
No, that's not what I said. I said I already believe the Earth is curved, so of course I'm going to believe that the reason things disappear
yes, but you're
bottom
trying
up.
to convince us, not yourself.
Yeah, I'm not trying to convince you that things disappear bottom up because of the curvature yet. We have to establish curvature. We're not there yet.
Excellent. So prove curvature, and then we'll talk about the ships disappearing bottom up.
I've tried to run the Rainy Lake experiment before, but I mean, to be honest, I don't. I actually don't think
pretty junk experiment, if you want to call it that, observation. Look, this is the thing. I lived on the coast my whole life, and in a location where there's it's like a hub for cruise ships. And growing up fishing and surfing at the ocean a lot, we would be sitting there waiting for fish and whatnot, and watching the cruise ships actually sail out into the ocean. Most often, what happens is it just gets smaller and smaller, and it kind of just fades off, right? Because the visibility is not far enough to see the extent of the ship's path. Or if you have really good visibility, the ship will just become too small and you can't resolve it anymore. You can still see the horizon, but you don't see the ship anymore. Now, sometimes you would have waves, okay, like ocean swells. If you have ocean swells, the ship will appear to disappear bottom up, but not if there's not ocean swells generally, right? There are some miraging effects that could happen, but if you have a look at this giant ship in the side chat here, which I'm just uploading now, okay, just think about this one, okay? So he's standing at the shoreline. He's zoomed out completely. You can't see the ship at all. Okay, and when he zooms in, you see the whole ship again. Now, we can see that there's no waves here. If you added ocean swells into this situation, it would look like the bottom of the ship is cut off, because it would be hidden behind the ocean swells, even though the ocean swells, because you're looking over them at a shallow angle, it's going to look kind of flat still with the ocean swells present, but it's going to look like the ship's disappearing bottom up. This is what happens most of the time. So it doesn't always start to disappear bottom up. Now, if it were a globe, it would start to disappear bottom up at a certain distance. So from this height, it would be just 3 miles away, and then it would start to disappear bottom up. Now, we've got tons of observations where we're specifically checking for that geometric horizon distance to see, okay, the object should start to disappear at a certain distance bottom up as it moves away from the object. And it's over and over again confirmed that that doesn't happen. Okay, so we're questioning, how do we know the geometric horizon exists in the first place if there's no evidence of it at all?
Well, because you're not accounting for refraction, that's the issue.
Yeah, but people butcher the word refraction. So even, right, let's just pretend the Earth's a globe. Even according to the globe earthers, right, like the subject matter experts in refraction, like Andrew Thomas Young, right, and all of the mainstream explanations, they'll say that there are refraction effects that can happen that would cause something to become obstructed bottom up. Even though it's geometrically unobstructed, it's going to look like it's unobstructed, right, like sinking and whatnot. Okay, so it's the
biggest issue with his refraction. As soon as he makes a claim to it, he loses all claims to geometry.
Yeah, let me clarify. So when I say refraction, I'm not talking about why objects disappear bottom up. I'm talking about you say geometric horizon. That's not actually where the horizon is due to refractive effects. So the actual horizon, the effective horizon, is a little further. That's why you don't see it disappear bottom up.
No. The geometric. Okay, so let's go over a specific observation. Okay, and let's dig into this a little bit. Okay, so I'm gonna test for the geometric horizon here in this test. Okay, so 1 second. I'll just upload a quick GIF. Okay, and a screenshot from the Earth curvature calculator. So have a look in the side chat.
I'm driving.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes it a bit harder.
Hold on.
Well, I'll try to explain it, okay? So in this observation, he's got the camera height at 3.5 foot. Okay. It's a crystal clear day. It's a calm ocean. There's no waves at all. Okay, so 3.5 foot camera height. That means the horizon on the globe should be at 2.29 miles away. But he has a wind farm out in the ocean that's a known distance away. Okay, so we can see 6 wind farm towers out in the ocean, crystal clear. Okay, the furthest one is 11 miles away, and the closest one's 8 miles away. So 8 to 11 miles. We don't see any sign of any horizon before the windmill farms, right? We can actually see the water just completely flat, going up, flat, until beyond 15 miles away.
Right.
Okay, so what we're questioning is that geometric horizon has to be there, right? It's like a physical cutoff point. Okay, it has to be there. Let's say we remove the atmosphere. Okay, you would have to agree that the horizon line would be visible at 2.29 miles if the Earth were a globe. Yes. Okay, if we're just adding the air back in, and now all of a sudden everything's flat, completely flat all the way up to the horizontal horizon at 15 miles. Yes, because there's no obstruction. Hold on a second, let me finish, and then you can respond. Okay, so we don't see any obstruction at all. Okay, so physically, geometrically, actually, the bottom 52 foot of the 11.2 mile windmill tower is hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, right? The physical geometric horizon is at 2.29 miles. Now, we can't find it. It's not there in the observation. Okay, so how do you know such a thing exists? Do you have an observation that's taken specifically, right, the hyperspecific refraction conditions into account that aligns with the globe and that clarifies there is such a thing as Earth curvature and a geometric horizon, which is a byproduct of the Earth curvature? Do you have anything that validates that, right? Or because otherwise, it's just a concept, essentially.
It's a criticism of your measurements. Basically, your measurements don't. So the reason why it's not obfuscated is because the light.
What's wrong with the measurements? What's wrong with the measurements? How about we just break it down one step at a time? You've got an issue with the measurements, Nables. Don't cry on me. You've got an issue with the measurements. So what's the issue with the measurements? From a specific height, the horizon should be at a very specific location. It's not
accounting for the fact that all the light is being shifted upward.
No, that's got nothing to do with it. It's a calculation. We are assuming a radius of 3959 miles. We are given an elevation. From that elevation, we can calculate where the horizon should be.
That's the issue.
Yeah, so how did you validate that the light's bending upward, right? So if the light was bending upward, that would make the object appear to be sinking. So you haven't got that right. You have to say that the light is bending downward towards the observer. Okay, how did you establish that that's happening?
Oh, that's a well-known phenomena. Whoever's taking the measurement, they must establish that, to what degree it is happening. That's on the burden. That's the burden of the person taking the measurement.
Well, no, actually, no. That's not how it works.
Why?
Why would it always be bending downward, right? So does light just bend towards the denser medium?
It's continuous, so it would bend continuously. It wouldn't be like a
no. So this is nothing to do with Snell's law.
If we were to grab a laser and shoot it, it would naturally bend down. That's what this gentleman's saying.
Yeah, what he's trying to invoke Snell's law here. Snell's law has nothing to do with the single medium situation. Nothing at all to do with it. Okay, so even in Snell's law, you're going against what you're saying. Even though you can't use Snell's law here, Snell's law just means the light deviates towards the denser medium. Okay, so this would be atmospheric refraction, according to the mainstream terminology. Okay, and it would be a gradient, not a sharp boundary, but the light still the same thing would happen. The light would deviate towards
I said it wouldn't be Snell's law.
Section of the medium that's more optically dense. Yeah, that's what would happen. So it doesn't. Okay, so if you have cooler air higher or cooler air lower, the light's going to deviate towards the cooler air.
Hey, hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah. So you have no idea that the light would be bending downward in this situation.
I don't know if you can hear me. I said it wouldn't be Snell's law. I said that 6 times.
You did mention Snell's law.
Yeah, I mentioned it in saying that it wouldn't be an instance of Snell's law. Anyway, the light would still refract since it's moving through a denser medium.
What do you mean a dense medium?
From a less dense medium. So where's this happening at?
Draw it
on that picture there.
Actually, no, denser. Or denser? Is it more? Basically, you go from...
Hold on a second. Okay, so when you have atmospheric refraction, it's about the vertical optical density gradient between point A and point B. And then the light will be heading from the object that you're looking at back towards the optic. Okay, so it can bend or it can deviate a little bit towards the denser medium. Okay, so the optical density is primarily controlled by temperature. So if you have an inferior mirage, right, that's the opposite of a superior mirage. The light doesn't always bend down or up. It depends on the temperature gradient or the optical density gradient. Okay, so you have no idea what's going on with the optical density gradient or the refractive index gradient in the observation. You're just trying to reverse engineer it to make it work on a globe. What I'm asking you is how do you know that you have a globe in the first place? How do you know that you have curvature in the first place? Because when we make these observations, it doesn't match up with the globe. It doesn't match up, not by a little bit, but by so much that you would have, let's just say we pretend the Earth's a globe and we're using the refractive coefficient, right? Trying to make this work on a globe using the globe version of atmospheric refraction or terrestrial refraction. You would have to have so much refraction that would essentially make the Earth look flat.
Source?
Even though we have crystal clear conditions, right? We don't see any miraging or anything like that. You're saying that there's such extreme refraction it would make the Earth look flat. That's ridiculous. And what I'm challenging is that how do you know that there is actually curvature in the first place? Rather than trying to reverse engineer it, how do you know it exists in the first place? Do you have one test that's been done that validates that there is actually drop over distance?
So I'm not no, I don't have that. But I'm simply pointing out issues with your methodology. Like there's issues. You can't conclude what you're concluding. That's the problem.
What's my conclusion?
Your conclusion is that there's no measured curvature.
Yeah, my conclusion is, right, that we can see zero evidence of the geometric horizon, right? And we can see the bottom of objects that should be hidden by a 5-story building. Okay, that doesn't match up with the globe. Okay, that's my conclusion. That's my conclusion here. It checks out with it checks out with flat. Okay, we don't see any curvature. So if no, I don't need to.
You keep saying that, and
no, I don't need to. I don't need to account for refraction because I'm not making a specific claim with this. I'm saying that this doesn't match up with the globe. Okay, there's no sign of the geometric horizon. And you're saying it does match up with the globe, but you have no idea what's going on with the refraction.
Actually, DJ, his claim earlier was that the horizon is actually further than what we claim it is.
He did claim that, yeah.
Yeah, that my response was that that's what, if you account for refraction, yeah, that's what you'd observe.
Okay, so just visually, okay, this doesn't match up with the globe, right?
No, false.
So
really?
You're claiming it
so visually it does match up with the globe?
Yes.
So why is the horizon behind the windmills and it should be quite clearly in front of the windmills?
Because it shouldn't be. You're not accounting for refraction, that's why.
So refraction would also bend the windmills up too?
Yeah.
It's not doing that.
Okay, so how do you know? How do you know? Do you have a single observation where you've accounted for refraction that matches up with the globe?
Well,
anyone throughout all of history, just one observation, right? That validates that. Okay, we've accounted for refraction in this observation, and it matches up with the globe, right? You don't have anything, so you don't even know if it exists in the first place.
It is your burden of proof. You're the one that claimed it. So, Nables, just to pin this down right now, as soon as you blurt the word refraction out, you lose all and every claim to any geometry in regards to that image. You do understand that. So if you're going to make a geometric claim, you are more than welcome to do so, but as soon as you go refraction, game over. No more geometry for you.
Okay.
And look, just quickly. Okay, so if you put this observation into Walter Bislin's Earth curvature calculator. Okay, it has a refraction slider, and you have to slide that slider up to the point where the K factor, the refraction coefficient, is set to 1. That means that according to Walter Bislin's write-up on the refraction coefficient, there would be so much refraction that the Earth would just be appearing flat. Extreme refraction. Okay. That's ridiculous because this was done on different days, right? Still the exact same things happening. So in all of these different observations that we go out and take, there's so much refraction that it just makes the Earth look flat. And you don't have a single observation that validates the Earth's a globe.
Did someone post that slider?
Yeah, I can post the slider.
I appreciate it.
I can post. I've already put in all of the details of that particular observation that I'm talking about into the slider.
Yeah, bro.
Screenshot.
Bro, that slider actually slides up to a 60 billion mile effective Earth radius.
Yeah. That's what you have to set it to have no hidden height.
I mean, then you're just saying that the Earth appears to look flat. You just said that earlier. I mean, because basically what you're telling us right now is that the geometry and the measurements that we should have, the geometric horizon that should be physical, and a physical hill edge that's blocking ships. Oh, it doesn't. So the Earth appears to be flat, but I have to Earth refraction. So therefore you're throwing away your geometry claim. You're throwing away your physical Earth edge.
So, like, if there was no atmosphere, yeah, that would be the case. But I'm telling you that the effective horizon gets shifted because of refraction.
How do you know it's there in the first place is the question. How do you know the curvature's there in the first place? That's the question. Because the observations don't match up. So how do you know it's there?
Okay, at this point, I'm not even saying I know it's there. I'm saying that your measurements don't, you're concluding that because you have incomplete measurements.
Okay, so we're not making, one second, Reg, sorry. Look, we're not making a specific claim to the horizon being the physics. Hold on, just let me finish.
Oh, sorry, yeah, my bad.
Right, look, we're not saying that the horizon is at X distance because the Earth's a particular shape. We're saying that our definition of horizon matches up with the actual definition of a horizon, the apparent line where the sky and the ground meet, right? That's what the horizon is. That aligns with what we're seeing, right? It can vary, right? The apparent comes into it because it can vary depending on different weather conditions and whatnot, different observer heights, that kind of thing. You need a geometric horizon, right? That's what you're saying is being manipulated by the medium of the air. How do you know that that thing that's being manipulated and shifted around due to the refraction exists in the first place?
I'm not even saying I know that at this current point because that's what's in question. I'm saying that for you to conclude what you're concluding about the Earth...
But that is what you said. Don't sidestep.
Don't interrupt. Wait, don't interrupt, please.
No, you are just going to walk straight past your claim and pretend you didn't even make one.
I mean, that is the globe mainstream claim. I mean, whether you say it or not, that is the claim of the globe, that there is a geometric, that the horizon is a geometric physical hill that is blocking things like bolts. That is the mainstream claim of the globe.
That is true.
You even have a measurement that is measured linear with miles and kilometers, right? Which will be usually described as flat measurements because they are linear. But there is a physical claim to it, which is a globe that have a radius value of 36 or whatever you want to call it. Now, you guys like to change it if you say it's pear shaped and it's not. But there is a physical claim to it. So for you to sit up here and say, "Well, I'm not making that claim," well, then you're not basically representing the claim of a. Now, hold on. Then you're not representing this claim, which is in the mainstream, which all you guys, so-called scientists and astronauts and government officials actually believe in, which is a globe with a radius value of 3959 and all of this nonsense.
Yeah, but that's what we're already assuming, right? For the sake of argument. Otherwise, you guys wouldn't be using those calculators. Like your argument is by contradiction.
Hold on. It's not an assumption. We have been taught this in school since we were 7 years old.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
As a matter of fact, that we live on a sphere.
Okay. What I'm saying is, what the argument on the table is right now is that assume that the Earth is round. Take some. Wait, hold on. Can you let me finish?
Great. Hold on. No. We're going to establish this first. Are you making the claim that we live on the globe, the mainstream version of it, or not?
Not at this current moment, no.
Okay, so you don't have a globe at this point at all?
Correct.
Great. So you don't have any physical measurements, any physical observations whatsoever at all?
Yeah, that's what you guys have. That's what we're talking about.
Right. So we have all the physical measurements because everything is measured linear and everything is measured with angles, such as elevation angles. All of those are matter of fact a flat Earth measurement because all of those measurements is being measured horizontally.
Yes. So the response measured. That's not how you conclude the Earth is flat. Not because the measurements wrong.
I'm not concluding nothing. You are, sir. Me. Because just threw the globe out the window because you say you're not making the claim that 7 years up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you guys are the ones making the claim that your measurements conclude. Allow you to conclude.
You're the one who's making the claim of refraction. So you've got an issue now. Do you stick with your claim of geometry, or do you beg for refraction? I'm easy either way, but there's a meat grinder at the end of each of them.
No, it requires refraction. Yeah.
So you lose all claims to geometry. So everything is pure optics. There's nothing to do with physical geometry, and you've just given the flat Earth to the flat Earthers. Thank you very much. Welcome to Flat Earth. Please enjoy your stay.
That's a false dichotomy. You're saying it's either. Hold on.
You already told.
1 second.
You already told us that the measurements was flat. You already told us this is how we actually measure it. You already told us that the physical horizon isn't physical. And you already told us that you're not even prescribing to the mainstream version of the globe that we was taught since we were 7.
I didn't say I didn't prescribe. I believe that.
A window for refraction, right?
Huh?
Threw away the entire globe claim for refraction. I asked you straight up. I said, so you're claiming the mainstream version of the globe. You said no.
Yeah, I'm not making a claim right now. That is what I believe, but we're not even there yet. We're responding to your claim that the measurements allow you to conclude the Earth is flat.
Well, there's zero measured curvature. So what's the problem?
The problem is you're not accounting for refraction.
Look, no, this is the thing. This is the thing.
So it's optical. He just made it quite clear, DJ. I just said there's zero measured curvature, and he said quite clearly you didn't allow for refraction. So in his mindset, it is purely optical. There is no curvature. Everything's refraction. Therefore, flat and it's refracted. The reason you see curvature is because of refraction. So therefore, it is flat by default.
He's already conceded. Look. Just let me say one thing quickly, right? He's already conceded. Okay, he said that he doesn't have any observations that validate that there is any curvature or a geometric horizon, and then he's mistaking our observation as us saying this observation is proof the Earth is flat. Okay, we don't need to prove that, and we're not trying to prove that with this observation. We're testing for the globe curvature in this. Okay, so everyone already experiences the Earth as flat, even if it were a globe, right? Even from your experience, we all experience the Earth as flat, and we can't detect any curvature.
You have
so once again, in this observation and the observations that we're doing, we don't detect any curvature. So it further validates the primary observation of everyone that there is no curvature. Okay, so that's like the default. That's the axiom that we're beginning with, because that's what we all experience. Okay, so you've already conceded that you don't have any evidence that it is anything other than that. So that's the conversation is over. That's a concession and a W for the flat Earth side.
Are you open to because can I respond, or are you guys just going to keep talking over me?
Just let him respond. Just let him respond to what I just said. And
that you're the one that's making the claim here. We already experienced the Earth is flat. You agree to that. You already agreed that the Earth is being measured flat. You agreed to that, and you already agreed that the horizon.
I never agreed the Earth was measured flat.
Okay. So you didn't agree that the Earth is.
No. Can I respond now? Let me respond.
Miles or not?
No. Just let me respond. I don't know what you're saying. Let me respond. Here's where we're at in the conversation, and I just request that no one interrupts. Like I let all you talk. Let me talk. Your argument is logically, like if I were to put this into a deductive first order argument, this would be deductive. Assume that the Earth is a globe. Given this fact,
you weren't taking the globe side.
Wait, hey.
You made it exceptionally clear earlier on that you were not taking the fucking globe side, so you can't insert that. Try again.
I'm not even doing that.
Yes, you just did.
No, I didn't. And
you just said assume it's a globe. No fucking way. You said you're not taking the globe side. So try again, please.
Then he immediately goes to the globe.
This isn't my argument. This is your argument.
If you have listen,
Hey, dude.
If I'm
Navels. I'm the boss here. Okay, so when I want to speak, I get to speak. Now, for the love of God, let Nabels finish what he's saying. Thank you. Go ahead, Nabels.
Very, very much. What's your name?
Who cares? Take your time to speak.
Yeah. Okay. Your argument is assume the Earth is a globe. If it's a globe, we ought to observe this. We do not observe this. Therefore, our assumption must be false. This is called an argument by contradiction, reductio ad absurdum, whatever you want to call it. This is your argument, not mine. What I'm saying is that this is a valid argument, right? If the Earth is a globe, we ought to observe this. We do not observe this, therefore the Earth is not a globe. That's valid. But the reason why it is unsound is because you are concluding that we must observe X, Y, and Z based on geometry. And I'm saying physics changes what we observe because the light gets bent downward. And so the object appears more upward. And so, and we have evidence for this. Miraging is we even have a name for it. When there's strong temperature inversion over oceans during the day, we observe objects appear where they're not. Superior, inferior, whatever you want to point out, this is what we observe. And so I'm saying, because this is a known phenomenon, you have to take this known phenomenon into account in order to calculate what we ought to observe. Once this is done, go and retake your measurements, and if they still don't agree with what the globe predicts, then you are right. But I am almost certain.
Okay, excellent.
Okay.
Excellent. So, that being said, a laser transit measurement methodology was done over a body of water 25 miles in length. They accounted for refraction. They had a weather station on both sides. And even if you put in standard refraction, it only alters the observation in the order of feet, but you need hundreds of feet. So that measurement is sufficient to debunk the globe geometry by 2 orders of magnitude. And rest assured, friend, 2 orders of magnitude is sufficient.
So you're saying there's some people out there that measured what the globe would predict and actually took into account refraction and still didn't get what the globe would predict. You're saying that's been done.
I'm saying they debunked the globe by 2 orders of magnitude.
Okay, where do you have a link?
Yeah, dude, I got a whole documentary and an associated PDF with the event, and it's actually not just one test; it's 17 tests. They start out small and they work their way up to big. It'll be the greatest 2 hours of your life you ever spent. Half an hour to read the document, and an hour,
with lasers?
a little over an hour. Yeah, bro. Hold on a second. I'll post it for you.
I wonder if the laser thing now. Which one is it?
This is just my immediate. This is not me being argumentative, but it kind of is because I'm a contrarian. But I question everything. How do they account? Okay, if you think about what a laser is, it's focused light. The visible light we're seeing normally in the day, it's not focused. How do they they're basically saying they're the same. Like they can conclude the same things. I would be skeptical.
What? No, dude, a laser is better because it's
focused light. It's focused light.
Oh my god.
Yes. Right. So how do you know that it would refract the same? Like just based off of what I know physically, focused light has more energy per square meter, and what refraction is, it's basically microscattering due to the interaction between
right.
light.
So if that's true, then using a laser would be the best way to get rid of all the ambiguity of refraction. So a laser would be more precise.
But by how much?
By a lot.
What's a lot?
Well, 2 orders of magnitude debunking the globe. That's how much.
But give me the specific quantity of like step change in the value of refraction between like
It's your
focus
claim
light
of refraction. You're the one who's begging for it. You supply us with this data.
No. He's the one that's made the claim that like a group of people have done this, so the burden's on him.
But he's not made the claim to refraction. You, my friend, have. So you're the one who's got to provide the data for said refraction, not AI.
Refraction's a known phenomenon, right? I don't need to provide
You're
data.
the one who's making the claim to it. You're the one who's got to back this claim, not anyone else.
Yeah. Yeah, because if you're going to make the claim of refraction and then you're going to make the claim of it has to vary to a certain point, and you want him to give you the specifics of it and say that it needs this specific value of refraction in order to debunk the globe, you're going to have to provide that specific value. You can't ask him for it.
Sorry, what's the specific claim you think I made?
Making a claim of refraction. It's not for me to basically explain it. You have to explain it. You're asking him, wait a minute, you're asking him, right? He said there is something that debunked the globe with a laser test. He said by 2 magnitudes. He gave you a specific value. You're making a claim of, well, I know about refraction, so it have to take account of this specific value. What a value did you guys?
Yeah, I didn't make that claim.
Hold on. As in, he have to overcome a physical condition in the atmosphere, which is an oxymoron. In the atmosphere, you have to make the specific of what he have to overcome to begin with.
Yeah, I didn't claim that, so that's just my response.
You said, well, if you know enough about refraction, where there is nothing. So if you don't have anything that he have to overcome in the physical atmosphere, which you're claiming that it's refraction, which you haven't described what refraction you're talking about yet. If you're not going to explain any of those things, you can't simply ask him to take account for it, because you're not making that claim, like you said.
Yeah, I just simply called something into question, and that was just my initial response. I haven't even seen the PDF. He has to send it.
Okay, but what you calling into question, you don't know about, it seems like.
Okay, if you want to, like, I don't know how to argue against that. Whatever.
Do you know about it?
Flat Earth core? Yeah, I do. Is this Flat Earth core?
No.
Yeah, I've seen this.
Field engineer core.
Yeah, this is Flat Earth core, FE core. I assumed it stood for Flat Earth. Does it not?
No, it stands for Field Engineer Core.
Oh, okay, Field Engineer Core. Yeah, I've seen this. There's so many problems, but I guess let's just get to the biggest one, the refraction.
Let's just run through them one at a time, my friend.
No, that's not productive. You should always address, whenever you're arguing, you should address the biggest problem first. That's my opinion.
You can't tell nobody how to argue. Just address the problem that you have with it.
Yeah, hold on.
So without watching it, you're going to tell us refraction, because you've already told us that, is the main issue.
Hold on. Let me just pull it up.
You might best watch it first, so you don't poison the well. JJ, in the side chat. Nice and easy.
It actually might be, I might be able to.
So how about not poisoning the well first? How about you watch it, assess it, and then get back to us?
I think he said he's seen it.
Yeah, I've read the PDF. I haven't seen the video. Do you want me? Is the video? Does it add anything to the PDF?
Okay, what is the biggest problem in the PDF?
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up on my PC because I'm gonna try and stream it. I feel like that'd be helpful. Hold on.
On top of your head, what's the biggest problem? Name it.
The biggest problem would actually be the lack of proper, how do I put this, statistical properties of the measurements, but that's like
statistical properties.
Yeah, it's gonna start like.
What are you talking about, dude?
So like, for example. Well, hold on. Don't make fun of me. Like, I haven't made fun of you here.
Let him do the example. I want to know about these statistical properties.
Yeah, and I'm pulling up on my PC. Right, this is flat Earth. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Okay, flat Earth. Is this flat? There. Okay. Here. Okay. Let me share my screen. Actually, let me not do that because that's going to take longer. Go to page 7.
Holy crap.
Well, we don't have to go over it if you don't want to. That's fine. We could just go back. Actually, you know what? Give me a minute. I'm gonna set up everything.
Okay, this is this. Page 7, you say.
Is somebody else giving it to you, sir? I mean, is this your argument or somebody's giving you this? Yes, somebody's giving them this.
Dude, page 7 is still the introduction.
No, somebody's giving them the argument. He said, page 7, he said. Statistical properties. You heard this? Usually what I hear, they always say that mathematics is wrong, it's incorrect, they don't know how to.
Dude, gunnery, statistical properties of gunnery, if you hit the target, is 100%, correct? Am I right or wrong? The answer is if you hit the target, you've hit the target. Therefore, hitting the target is a 100%.
Oh, yeah, you're gay, dude.
Oh, yeah, that's because I hit your target, bro. Man, that was close.
You fucking.
What statistical properties did you apply to that conclusion?
Oh, man.
Oh boy, here it comes.
Wait for it.
Yeah, actually, I have nothing. No, I'm good.
Wise choice.
All right, brother, no worries. You just listen, hang out. We don't mind.
No, I have nothing to. I mean, dude, I'm not as smart as you. Maybe, actually, I think I am, but like, I don't.
No, you could be, but you're clearly inebriated, and so let's just say I'll leave it to the sober people to talk. You can just listen. How about that?
Well,
I agree. Good decision. Thanks. Anyway, homie Slice, I looked up page 7 here. Hold on, let me go back to it. I gotta open it again. Give me a second.
You're good. I'm taking my time too, man. You're all good. How's your night going, by the way?
Page 7 will land you on the introduction.
I feel like we don't humanize.
I don't like how this thing doesn't open.
Hold on, really quick. I feel like we don't humanize with each other, so I sense some hostility from some people. I'm not even complaining.
No, we're not being hostile. We're just being thorough. So, page 7, the required accuracy depends on the needed deliverable output. Accuracy refers to how closely a measurement or observation compares to a true or established value, since measurements and observations are subject to errors. By analysing the error source models of curvature testing, the optical configuration design of the testing device was optimised.
Yeah.
The precision of the TLC measurement.
Pause. Sorry. So page 7, you read the part that I wanted to go over. In this document, could you read it from there again?
This document.
Second paragraph.
Well, the accuracy refers to how. Oh, actually, you're looking at the next one down. So you're looking at the whole. That'd be page 8.
Oh, my apologies. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Page 8.
Anyways, page 8. The terrestrial laser targeting TLT survey method can be used with sufficient accuracy on large distance curvature measurements. Compared with other curvature test methods, the method used in this paper has proper accuracy and practical advantages. In this document, we are introducing TLT measurements up to 40 kilometres, 25 miles, conducted by our research team as late as the 23rd of April 2018.
Pause. 40 kilometers, 25 miles. This is the part I wanted to highlight. Plus
so what's the
or
issue
minus,
with 25 miles?
Plus or minus what?
What's the issue with 25 miles?
25 plus or minus.
So you want a range plus or minus, say, what, 3 foot or...
What are you talking about plus or minus, dude?
Like the range of uncertainty.
With the range, dude, are you kidding?
Yes.
No, I seriously want to know if you're kidding, dude, because what is the 25 miles?
It's a measurement, no?
Yes. But what measurement of what?
It's a TLT measurement of like up to like the maximum.
Holy crap!
You said a measurement of what?
Hold on.
It's the
sufficient large distance curvature measurements.
No, it's not.
That's what it says right there. TLT survey method can be used with sufficient accuracy on large distance curvature measurements. In this document, we're introducing TLT measurements up to 40 kilometers.
Yes, but the
measurement. So what's the 40 kilometers represent? Did you read the whole document?
It's an upper bound.
No, he saw that one paragraph and thought he could rip it apart.
Okay, I'm going to ask this. No, hold on. I'm going to ask this. I want a straight answer. Did you read the whole document?
No, not the whole, just excerpts.
Okay, then. So the 40 kilometers is the longest range test that they did. So they had the laser on one side of the lake, and 25 miles away, they had the target location.
Uh-huh.
Okay, and they shot the laser over 25 miles to the target.
Yeah, I got that.
Okay, so you want them to write down what the quote-unquote plus or minus is, but if they say it's up to 25 miles, and maybe their plus or minus might be in the actual measurement that they did at Lake Idsil, which was a 25-mile shot. And since you didn't read it, you wouldn't know.
Can I respond?
Sure.
Okay, so this team used TLT measurements up to 40 kilometers.
Now, let me explain real quick. Why they said up to 40 kilometers, do you know why? Because they did 17 different tests, some at small range, some at medium range, and some at long range. So I think like some of them were like 8 miles, some were 14 miles, some were 7 miles, one was 25 miles.
Okay, yeah, so they conducted 17 tests from low, medium, long range.
Mm-hmm.
And what? Wait, sorry.
I know you think you have a point, but
no, I'm actually not even making a point right now. Wait, I'm not making a point right now. I'm just being. I'm asking a question because I want clarification.
Go ahead.
Can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
It says under the main principles of the experiment, the study effects of terrestrial refraction in the different ambient conditions of very small incident angles close to non-uniform density transition zones above water surfaces. That's where, that's where light bends gradually. Like that's the area where it's going to be bending a lot.
Which way? Up or down?
Wait! Don't! I don't want to.
It's a gradient. It goes gradually. That's
dude. Who cares, dude?
That's gonna derail, man. Come on, hold on.
Yeah, stop derailing.
Okay. My question is, what apparatus did they use for these 17 tests? You said a laser?
Dude, they used lasers, yes. I'm not sure if they use the same laser for all of them.
How do they measure the distance?
Hey, dummy. Listen,
That's not
bro.
nice.
No offense.
Let's not do that.
No offense. But to be
You guys
honest,
ask these type of questions all the time and then berate us when we don't have a quick answer.
That's fair. Exactly. That's fair, dude. But the problem is he already said he looked at this.
I looked at pages 1.
No, but you guys presented it.
Hold on. Yeah, that's true.
And he made it quite clear, Ice JJ, that he had examined it. So please
but it's over 100 pages. Examining it is different from under fully internalizing it.
Ice. Dude. Just get muted, fool. Thanks.
The heck? Okay. Look,
Listen, dude. I'm not competing with Ice JJ for you to get your chance to speak and for me to answer your questions. So you can just stay muted. Okay. So go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but I would like. Let's just establish a tone of respect. That's all I want to say. My question is, what apparatus do they use? How do they measure the distance?
Mabel, you said you already read this. You already were familiar with this as if you already looked at this before AI even presented it to you.
You know what? Maybe I didn't take a careful enough read. Maybe we can go through some of it together and you guys can educate me and not be rude. Let's establish a tone of respect.
I think it's rude for you to say that you are familiar with something as if you already know what this is.
Sometimes people are mistaken about. Have you never made a mistake in your life about thinking you know something and not knowing something?
I got you.
Are we not human, man? Like I'm just saying, like. Are we not here to have a discussion? Like we're not.
That's not what happened. You said that you'd read it. You directly said that you'd read it, and that there's a whole list of problems that you've already established with it.
Yeah, the biggest problem. The biggest problem. Yeah, bro. You said the biggest problem. The first thing you said was up to 25 miles.
Okay. All right.
What were the error bars on 25 miles? That was the biggest problem, dude.
Listen, man, I embellished. All right, you know what? I'm human. I embellished.
All right, you embellished. I'll accept that. Mea culpa. So let's all move on.
Okay, please, thank you. And if I'm here to be educated, how about this? I've never read this. How about this? Let me be absolutely honest with you guys. I've seen this. I've taken a glance at it. I've never thoroughly read it, and I would love to be educated on the work you guys have done as independent scientists. Cool. Can we call that cool?
What science?
Science is the process of making an observation in the natural world, forming a hypothesis, testing it, and interpreting results.
And testing it with what?
That depends on, like, that's super context dependent.
It depends on. We just taking measurements.
I got you. I got you. But
right. So speaking of measurements. Okay. Cool story. Let's move on.
Like, yeah. Why do we got to pick over the details anyway? What apparatus?
Right, hold on, brother.
What's up?
Let's just go to one. So I'm trying to find the start of the biggest one. Because why start with the small one when you can just go to the most major measurement they did? So calculation measurement 6, target 4. Okay, so let's just go to page. I want to make sure that the one we're going to talk about has all the things addressed. So it must be measurements. Yeah, let's just go to measurement 7, target 4. So that starts on page 94, I think.
Okay. 94. Let me follow along.
Measurement 7, target 4. Yeah, that's the end that then leads to the conclusions.
By the way, whoever made this, I would label the pages just for people who have.
Yeah, you always label pages.
Yeah.
I hear you on that. I give him an F on that one.
On the 20, my mom's talking in her sleep. Hold on. Ha. She does that sometimes. One time I had a full-blown conversation. She was dreaming that she was talking to her therapist about me, and she was. I mean,
we don't have to know this.
Okay. Okay.
Best not to.
Gotcha.
So we're looking at the seventh measurement. Cool.
You or David?
You
I gotta
too.
mute up. Hold on.
I mean, FE Core is very precise in this documentation. I mean, besides the labeling, I mean, it's not much to really read.
Okay, so page 94 has the photo of the target position. So let me scroll. So the reason is because they actually pan the laser to different targets on the lake. So we got to go all the way back. Oh my goodness, man. Sorry. Don't want Lake Balaton. Okay, so a second measurement.
Like ISIL 6 and 7.
So laser position at Lake ISO is actually on around pages 42 or 45. That's when it begins. So Lake ISO Netherlands measurements, April 2018. It shows you the laser location, and then it shows you the target locations on the map. So for their distances, it appears they're just using this map. Okay. So they used Google Earth mapping to draw a ray from the laser location to the target location and then get that distance. Okay, so that's how they got it. Now there are 4 targets that they did. So let me zoom in here. Now the reason why they did 4 targets, what happened? Bro.
Oh
man, we've been working. What have you been doing? Slacking?
Taking care of my disabled brother and disabled sister.
All right. Fair enough.
Thank God I live in California. I mean, I fucking hate this state, but I'd be cooked without it, ironically. It's a parasitic relationship, almost.
So we were saying on on page 42-ish, there's a map of Lake Iso presented, and it shows you the locations of the laser and the targets.
Okay, is this from Google? It looks like Google Maps. Is this from Google Maps?
Yeah, Google Earth.
Okay. So then that means Google took these measurements. So, I don't know, that's not like a gotcha. That's just that means that Google either does or doesn't have public data on the statistical properties of their measurements. It may or may not be public, but it exists. When they took these measurements, they also took all of the relevant statistical properties.
Crap, that's it. I'm gonna
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if it's a complete failure, but I think you're failing to make your point. What do it matter if they referencing Google Maps? That's just a map. I mean, the way it's stated in here, they're just presenting the location.
Okay, I'm back. Have you guys spoken amongst yourselves? Hello?
What up?
Yeah, have you guys spoken amongst yourselves about what I said?
No, my headset died. I have no idea what you said.
Yeah, well, he was trying to say that Google Map is the one that took the measurements, but they only referencing Google Maps, right? Basically, the location of where the measurement is being taken.
They're just using it as a visual.
No, what they're actually using for their underlying test structure is the WGS84.
Yeah.
So what's that? WGS84.
Yeah, if you read the intro, like the first few pages, etc., you would have learned that.
Okay. WGS84 model. So you guys do use models.
Yeah, so the WGS84 is one of the reference ellipsoids that geodetic surveying is interpreted through a matrix and laws of formation, as outlined in books such as Higher Geodesy by Helmert, etc., etc. Okay, it's well established. It's considered the standard among many fields. Okay, so we don't need to revisit the error margins or the statistical probabilities.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Right, because their goal was to test the WGS84. Okay.
Against measurements which have statistical properties. Thank you.
Okay. But the WGS484 itself is taken as a given, and then the other parts of the measurements would be what they actually did. Right. So if they're at a particular location, and the WGS84 says that this location and that location are this far away, that's what they're testing. And it also says that there's this much curve in between those 2 points. That's also what they're testing. So the scrutiny that you should mainly be applying to them is things that aren't already the established thing that they're trying to test. It should be their measurements that they're making. So in other words, if I was a judge and we were in a court case, I would say, listen, the WGS84 is not their burden to put on trial. It's already established. They're presenting counter evidence to the WGS84. So if you want to adjudicate the WGS84, go and sue the company that made it. All right, so now that we see how they did it there, they got the Google Earth, they got the WGS84, they got the claimed distances from point A to point B, and also the WGS84 has claimed curvature between point A and point B. If you notice on page about 46, they even put in the scale of the geoid undulations, right? They even put in the tides. Lake tides are known to have amplitudes up to 10 centimeters in lake in larger lakes. In case of Lake Idsil, the average shallow depth of 5.5 meters, 18 feet, and the relatively low water volume of the lake suggests this effect would be even smaller and within our measurement error margin. Right, then it says how they did here. The lake temperature ranges from 7 to 14 degrees Celsius. The ambient conditions along the entire length of the laser beam wasn't available. They used data at the end positions. The data showed there's no significant differences in temperature and humidity between the start and end points of the measurement. So now I'm going back to the 90s to get to measurement 7. Measurement 7, there they show you the readouts of the meteorological station that they had. Temperature and humidity at 2 meters, 6.56 feet, right? Altitude. Then you got the target for observation location, the little photo right there. Then you got the laser beam hidden height calculation measurement. So it shows there the calculations based on a spherical model results in a target hidden height of the measurement 7 at target position 4 of 90.81 meters, 297 feet. Okay. So a straight line laser would pass over the target to the target ground position 297 feet. Now obviously the target has some height to it because it was 2 meters. Then you've got curvature correction, right, from an ideal sphere to the WGS-84. There's the math right there. So the calculated difference of curvature drop on the WGS-84 spherical model for the location in which they were in, right, from the laser to target is plus 2.56 millimeters. So it varies from an ideal sphere by 2.56 millimeters. The height of Lake Idsil above sea level is 0 meters. All right, then we go into here, measurement 7. So they got the air temperature, the atmospheric pressure, the air humidity. Then they got the, hold on, let me scroll and zoom in here. Then they got historical weather reports there for the days. Look, they even have an uncertainty of the calculated index, the refractive index of air. Right? They got all that right there, Holmes. For all the refraction calculations. Then you see here on page, in about 101 to 103, it starts the refraction calculation. So angle of incidence, right, 0.002 degrees, refractive index calculation based on the modified Edlund equation, N1 equals blibbity blop bloop bloop, nanometers, wavelength of light, blah blah blah, angle of refraction, Snell's law, zibbity zibbity zap, angle of deviation, shablooty shablam. After that, they conclude the ambient conditions refracted the laser beam downward by a maximum of 0.131 millimeters. There you go. All right, positions and height of target 4. Right there they have the latitude and longitude of the target, right? They have the GPS ellipsoidal height and the geoid height. Target 4, latitude, longitude. Oh, sorry, the first one was the laser position. Second one, the latitude and longitude for the target position. Right. The GPS ellipsoid height, 0 meters. The geoid height, 41.847 meters. So you notice that 41.847 from the 42.409 only gives you less than, let's see, 42.4, less than 1 meter of variance, okay? And then they calculate it for you here, 22 inches. So the differential in the geoid height was only 22 inches from target location to laser. Oh, man. Do I have you guys on mute? Or is anyone trying to speak?
I can hear you.
Okay, perfect.
Following along.
All right, so next page, experimental results. Experiment results of the 7 tests, because I just read you the longest test. Loosely, should have been following along in the document. Then you would understand the blah, blah, blah is bent. Okay, experiment results of the 7 tests indicates there is no curvature on the lake surfaces. The testing results agree with the analysis of error sources. Feasibility of optimizing optical configuration was verified. In summary, the testing results of the lake surface were plus or minus 0.2 meters. Relative accuracy was in 1%, confidence level 98%. Our experiment results verify the possibility of point-to-point long-range wireless communication system. I'm not sure why they added that. It must have been mentioned earlier. So the TLT measurements meet the accuracy of the experiment design requirements and provide a definitive deliverable output. The surface of Lake Balaton and Lake Itzel is not convex and curvature is not detectable. Right? Through analyzing the error source of the TLT and making the measurements and corrections for the geoid, we determined that results of the experiment definitively prove our hypothesis of non-convex water surfaces. So the conclusion, all large bodies of water should follow the geopotential surface. We proved these lakes are non-uniform with the WGS-84 model. The WGS-84 model is incorrect. Now, why did they say that? Well, because the laser hit the target, and according to what page 99, it would have had, the laser should have been, let's see, 200, should have went over the head of them by 297 feet, but it hit the target, and the target was only 2 meters off the ground. 6 feet, approximately 6 feet. So that means the globe is debunked by 2 orders of magnitude. So then they have the actual things in tables here. So let's find the one of the table for that test. Lake Igsil 7. Okay. Imperial. Let's just use Imperial since that's cool. Let's go. So on Lake Igsil 7, why does it say 357? I don't freaking know. Or is that inches? Why the heck did they do it like that? Oh, inches, yeah. Why would they do it in inches? You little... Man. Well, either way, spherical target hidden height at Lake Igsil is 3,575 inches. Correction to the WGS-4 later to target was 0.085 inches. Okay, mean sea level was 0. Refraction was 0.00512 inches. Expected target hidden height 3,575. Variance to the geoid height was 22 inches. Right?
What was the variance to sea level, did you say?
Okay, so the mean sea level at Idschl is supposed to be 0. Let me go back up here to where they actually wrote it to make sure. Curvature correction. Hold on, my thing died. It has the GPS ellipsoidal height at 0 meters. That should mean a 0 sea level. But I just read it that they somewhere in this one of these pages real quick here. Give me a second.
Yeah, I heard you say mean sea level at 0. It'd be interesting to see if any other point that they've taken that means sea level would be anything other than 0.
Yeah, but I didn't mean sea level as obviously mean sea level is considered the baseline, so it'd be 0. But so if something is considered at 0, then it's considered at the baseline. So 0 feet above sea level. Dude, they literally had a sentence in there that I read, and now I can't find it. Holy crap. Just gonna real quick reread it.
That's okay. We're recording this, so I can go back, yeah?
Okay, measurement 7, the spherical model, target hidden height, WGS84, laser to target, correction, MSL, correction, refraction expected. Oh, the height of Lake Idschl above sea level is 0 meters.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, did our homie leave? Guess so.
I'd say he left when he scrolled down and there was one of the pages that mentioned the refraction and how it bent the laser upwards.
Yeah, I hope not.
So many millimeters, and that wouldn't have fit the model he required, and he would have looked at that and went, oh dear, that's a problem. Or if he was smart enough, he would have.
He left.
Yep.
They claim he print something in, and then I'll be going over. Said I put it form.
I noticed a couple of you in here that I haven't sent a friend request to. Flat Earthers, I mean. So I just sent out a couple.
Yeah, that link you sent is seriously flawed. If you can let me send something in the chat, I can send a short description of some of the issues.
Which link?
The one you were going over, that guy, FE Core experiments, description, and so on.
Well, if it's flawed, you should have been going through it with AI. He would have appreciated some help.
Yep, Mike's back to you, Overlord.
Yeah, AI points out a bunch of the flaws, but even with later we need AI. I mean, but yeah, I mean, run it through AI immediately.
No, not run it through AI, as in AI Overlord.
Man, just tell us one of the flaws. What, do you got to wait till it premieres in theaters?
Yeah, I mean, very basically, I mean, one of them is that they're measuring refraction, and you even quoted this, only at 2 points, the beginning and the end. But this is in non-continuous zone. I mean, this is in the area where refraction is like the strongest and varies drastically. It's non-continuous. It changes along the path. And there's no measurements for that at all.
So if they've measured it at the strongest points, and it's only out by 0.131 of a millimeter over, how long was the seventh measurement? 25 miles? So we're out by 0.00512 inches at 25 miles, and that's the strongest point of the refraction. I don't think the weakest is really going to do anything.
You misheard me. I know. I did not say the measurements. No, they only took a measurement at the start, the point of observation, and the point where the laser.
JJ, they took the area that they're out by 0.00512 inches at 25 miles.
Yeah, I'm trying to explain something.
Yeah, what part of 00512 inches at 25 miles don't you get?
I mean, do you understand? I mean, I'm trying to finish my sentence here.
JJ,
because they're using
at 20 miles, that's 270 feet of drop. At 30 miles, it's 600 feet of drop. Okay, so you're out by not even half of 1 inch. So you've still got to acquire a lot of drop.
And I'm trying to explain to you how they're missing it, which is that their measurement for refraction is only at 2 points when it changes.
So if we take it at 1,000 points, you're going to get more refraction.
It's not working.
Because you make claims that you can't substantiate, my good friend.
I can't finish the claim.
You can't substantiate them, so there's no point letting you. So what you're saying is, if JJ, they've made 2 points. They've measured 2 points. So let's say they measure 1,000 points. Are they going to magically get more refraction in order to get a ball? Yes or no?
Yeah.
You're an idiot.
No, that's just facts. If you measure more, you will get more refraction. You get drastic swings in, refraction along the path, especially over water. Like the area, like shooting a beam of light over water and saying, "Look at this." It's not. It's like this doesn't look at like the measurements of the physical properties of the Earth. It's like saying, like waving a thermometer through a steam vent and saying, "Oh, look at this." It's like it's ridiculous.
What you're suggesting is actually ridiculous. So what you're saying is that after the laser leaves, right, from point A, it's perfectly bending around the globe all of these different distances, because they're doing all of these different tests over different distances where you would have drastically different amounts of curvature. You're saying it's perfectly bending around the globe in all of these different tests and hitting the target within millimeters consistently. That's crazy what you're suggesting right now.
They're using refraction corrections. I'm talking about the things that they're using are methodologically just unsound. So you can hit a beam.
But you're saying
with refraction.
How about us, JJ? How about you make JJ? You've made the claim that they're methodologically unsound. How about you make them sound so we can use your formula when we do these tests in the future?
Well, they would need more measurements. They'd need measurements across the path of the.
So how do you explain the fact that in some of the tests the refraction is going the wrong way?
Because refraction changes drastically along the path. They can go down.
So you're telling me
that's why mirage is
that's your default refraction changes, but it's going the wrong way, JJ. Did you not listen to what I said?
Oh my God.
Did you not listen? If it's bending the wrong way, that means it's leaning towards the globe. And you still don't get enough.
Hey, no worries. So JJ, all you got to do, bro, it's very simple. Go over to Walter Bislin's, put the observation into his calculator, and then use the refraction.
It's not that simple.
Oh my God, dude. Okay, JJ, let me make it very simple to you.
Yeah, but the point is it's not.
No, JJ, let me make it very simple for you. I get to finish my sentences by acquiescence or force. You pick. Okay.
No, I love it.
All you got to do is go to Walter Bislin's, put it in there, and it'll give you the refraction that's required to make that observation. Once you have that number, then you have something interesting to talk about, which Matrix may be interested in.
Yeah, I'm talking about their own measurements. So if their own measurements don't line up with, if I can't rely on their measurements, then there's no point putting them into something else.
JJ, the laser hit the target. Okay? That's what happened. Okay.
Yeah, your claim of refraction along the path doesn't. They don't even
no, you don't even understand. Check this out. It's simpler than that. Okay. If the laser is hitting the target, right, and a straight laser, unrefracted or unaltered in its path, right, would pass over the target approximately 300 feet. That means in order for the Earth to be a globe, the laser had to have curved around and reoriented itself to hit a target below 300 feet. Okay, by 200, well, there was about 10 feet, let's say, so I think it was 290, so about 280 feet. So just go into Bislin's and find out how much refraction would be required to curve a laser that much over that distance.
Again, it's not continuous.
Once again, I just did that, and I had to max out the refraction slider to 1. It's in the side chat screenshot.
Right. So it's either going to be continuous, and so over the entire arc there's going to be subtle amounts of change, or it's going to be non-continuous, where there's going to be very little change and then dramatic change, which means that pocket of dramatic change needs even more extreme conditions than the rest of the non-continuous arc that it's supposedly traveling in, JJ. Don't you get that?
What?
I know. Oh, sorry. I forgot. I'm dealing with retarded globers. Let me make it more simple. Maybe I'll draw it in crayon.
Yeah, draw it in the crayon. That'll be easier.
Okay, so if you're traveling 1,000 miles an hour in a hot rod specifically designed to win the land speed record, okay, and there's a brick wall at the end of the track, you have to slow down before you crash into the brick wall. So option A is you start slowing down way before you hit the brick wall, and then you only have to apply a certain amount of slowdown so you don't break your own neck. Now, if you try to stop all at the end of the brick wall, your neck's going to snap in two pieces. So you either make slow, gradual changes over a long period of time, or you make extreme changes that have extreme impacts in a very short amount of time and distance.
Yeah, I mean, they're having an issue of like their calculation of refraction is off. Despite, I mean, according to GPT-5 thinking, 5 to 8 orders of magnitude, or their interpretation of what they're seeing is wrong. Like, for example, do you know what attenuation is? The idea that a beam can scatter. It becomes weaker, and so then you see it creates different dots that go in different paths. What if it's that, especially at that range? That's when attenuation is going to be happening.
What?
That you don't know if the beam did not start scattering at one point because it starts fading, and then what they're catching as a laser hitting the target is really just one scattered part of an attenuated beam.
No, that's not how it works. See, they actually took a photograph. Check it out. They took a photograph of the beam centroid. Lasers have a Gaussian distribution. You could apply an algorithm. It'll tell you that you're looking at the center of the beam.
An algorithm, okay.
Oh my God, dude! I forgot.
That sounds like assumptions to me.
Do you want me, dude? Do you want me to draw it in finger paints? Crayons may be too highbrow for you.
No, but that's hypocritical. Setting an algorithm.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't, dude. Pay attention. Lasers have a Gaussian distribution profile. So if you're looking straight at a laser, the glow off is going to fade off in a Gaussian distribution. And if you apply an algorithm that could tell you whether it's a Gaussian profile or not, it can tell you the center. Holy crap, dude. Holy frickin' crap, dude.
Yeah, again, if you're dealing with a lot of attenuation, I don't think that's really going to make much of a difference.
Yeah, go get the definition. Go get the definition of attenuation, and then come back and read it, and then tell me how it applies to the situation.
Yeah, it's when it slows down. It has less force, and that causes scattering.
You can see the beam hitting the big target that they created there in the side chat from the PDF.
Yes, that would be one of the scattered beams.
Yeah, what's the circle of uncertainty, dude? Is it 300 feet? Holy frickin' crap. Holy frickin' crap.
So it's sectioning out into separate beams, the scattering sectioning it out into separate laser beams, and one of them happens to be hitting this target.
Sick, bro, sick. Hey, bro.
I mean, they claim relative accuracy within 1% and confidence level of 98%. But I mean, given, I mean,
man, dude, I didn't
uncertainty
know.
Of all this,
JJ, let me apologize to you. JJ, can I apologize? Can I apologize? I didn't realize that you were trying to say that they shoot one laser and then it turns into 17 different laser paths that all just shoot up different shorelines. You know, kind of like in Quake 3 Arena when you get the multi-laser homing missile. Holy crap, bro. You're onto something.
I mean, to some extent, yes. If light scatters, that's something that can happen. And when, and their confidence level is 1% and 98% relative accuracy within 1%, but they don't have any kind of data to back measurements to back that up. That's ridiculous. These guys are. This is just like. Oh my. I mean, I'm reading through this. If you let me post in the side chat, I'll just post like an AI analysis. I'll give you the prompt.
Why can't you? Why can't you post in the side chat?
Not provoked. I'll give you the prompt too. I just like.
Why do we need an AI run through of this when we've got you to run through it like you've done?
Because it would be a much more efficient way of getting the point across.
So what you're saying is you're not qualified for this conversation.
Hold on, because it's over 100 pages, the document you've sent. I have not seen this before, and it would be much more efficient. Like, just simply just...
So if you have not seen this before, how are you to judge it?
Well, I have been going through it since you've sent it, but again, that wasn't that long ago. But whatever. Look, if you let me post, I'll send it.
Maybe you should read it a bit more, mate.
If not, then, whatever.
You copying Craig rebuttal word for word, bro. You gonna say you didn't look at it?
No, I've been looking at it since it was posted. That's what I'm saying. I have not seen this before it was posted. I don't know how is this complicated for you?
Definitely see you're copying it word for word, bro.
What am I copying?
You're trying to claim that the lasers is bending with the Earth due to refraction. That's why it's hitting the target. And you also trying to make a claim that the light is scattering. Light is going over the target, which is not. It's not even in the presentation.
Yeah, that's because the presentation is flawed.
So you're saying the presentation is lying.
Yeah, to some extent, yeah. Or it's wrong. I don't know their intentions. They're wrong.
It came wrong because it definitely hit the target. That's the claim in the presentation.
No, but hitting the target. No. But the issue is hitting the target happens with refraction, and it happens with a bunch of things also.
It
happens with attenuation too. But the question is, how do you account for that? And they're accounting for it. It's horrible. It's in fact negative.
Well, maybe you could enlighten us on how to account for it correctly.
Either you're saying the presentation is lying, or you're saying that the physical laser beam is curving with the Earth due to refraction and continuation, which you haven't even described yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So which one is it?
Well, no. Attenuation is just when it gets slower and weaker because it's a laser beam. And then it fades out, and then when it does that, it sometimes will scatter, but it becomes a kind of dim beam. But refraction is the curving because
it was somehow curved. It hit the target 25 miles away.
Yeah.
This guy's acting like lasers are like shooting a shotgun into water with flechette rounds, where they just go all over the place and end up, hitting a fish over here and then a fish over there.
That's what he said.
Not at all.
That's exactly what I just asked you. You said yes.
They bend slightly down, curve.
You said they scatter out into separate beams.
Well, no, attenuation is when a beam becomes weak enough. So when it goes far enough that it starts losing its strength, it starts dimming. It can cause scattering.
Hit the target. Hit a target 300 feet below the Earth. This Earth tangent. So that mean no matter where they set it, it would hit that target.
What?
That means so basically you're making an argument that the globe with these laser tests is unfalsifiable. That's what you're trying to say. You're trying to make like this is confusing.
No. I'm saying that their own description is their measurements are flawed. Their description is flawed.
You didn't even read it. You didn't read it. You just put it into ChatGPT and you're just parroting whatever ChatGPT told you.
Look, I've been
Hold on a second, JJ. Hold on a second. I want you to look at the picture. that I put in the side chat, and we can see a section of laser beam on the target. Hold on, just listen. Okay, I just put the picture in the side chat. What is that green beam on the target there that's only in a small section of the target?
That is scattered light.
So you're saying it deviates into separate sections of beam?
What?
You're saying that that's a small section of the beam, right? And the other bits are scattered elsewhere, and it's separated into separate beams. That's what you're saying.
Potentially.
Well, you just made that up, and that's ridiculous.
No, it's not
that's
made
not
up.
Even okay, a single laser beam can appear to scatter. A single laser beam can appear to scatter out or spread over distance, but it does not literally split into separate laser beams.
Oh no, it doesn't have to split around. Yeah, but it can scatter in a sense that it directs somewhere else. Like
okay,
this is not radical.
Why is there a concentrated beam on a particular section of the target as if the laser beam is hitting the target?
Oh yeah, well it's very simple. It's very simple, JJ. Give me one example of a laser having done this at any time in history that's been recorded.
Scattering like that? I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not an expert in lights, but I can tell you like.
Damn, he's not an expert.
No, but this is the point. You're appealing to you're making this logical fallacy.
You're
appealing to who I am, who's saying it. But this is why I'm saying. Okay, let me just.
Oh, dude, you're making a claim. You're making a claim that something happens. I said you give me one example of it ever occurring in history. And so now you have no idea what you're talking about, dude.
Can I post something in the chat?
Yeah, why not?
Because I'm not able to post.
Yeah, well, I don't know why you're not able. Why aren't you able? Did you get banned from posting, or you don't have enough rank?
I don't know. I haven't been able to post.
Try now.
There we go. I can post now. Well, there's even this is not that, but there's even with the Rayleigh criteria, there's even Rayleigh scattering. Yeah, Rayleigh scattering.
Yes, but
that's sunset. That's red.
When do lasers do not travel straight and do not hit targets horizontally? That's what we're trying to figure out. Because you're saying that lasers go everywhere, which defeats the purpose of a laser.
No, I'm talking about an optical illusion, potential optical illusion. It wasn't. I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm saying that's a potential optical illusion.
This happened. Actually, you're trying to say that the laser is all over the place, so eventually it will hit its target either way, whether it's focused or not.
Well, to some degree, JJ is correct, and I'll explain. It's very simple to understand. Okay, if you shoot a laser straight in a room, okay, now go to the side of the laser in an observation window. So you're looking at the laser perpendicular to its path. Now fill the room with fog. You're going to see a green line going across the room, right? That's the laser. But that's not the direction the laser main light is traveling. Those are the portions of the light that are being hit on the particles and then being redirected to your eye. So in that manner, you could argue, well, that's the laser being split off into separate quote-unquote beams, but they're not beams at that point. The main beam is the point that's traveling straight ahead. What's being deflected off is no longer part of the beam.
But how do you know that's not a reflection or deflection?
Beam still hitting the target.
What? Right. The main beam is still hitting the target, but what you're seeing going off on the side isn't the main beam, dude. And by the way, if you apply the Gaussian profile, listen, if you're looking at a laser on sideways, it's going to look like a straight line going across your field of view, right? If you apply a Gaussian profile to that, you're not going to get a centroid. But if the beam is hitting you, you are. I mean, I don't know why this is so complicated.
I don't know why this is complicated at all.
Well, listen, homie, listen, Reggie, I don't have anything simpler than finger paints to draw a picture for this kid, so I don't know what to do. Maybe I just need a set of shapes with colors. A red triangle.
Maybe he needs Schoolhouse or Rock. You need to, I don't know, make a jingle or song for him.
You said that they only measured at the beginning of the lake and the end of the lake, and they didn't measure the continuous ambient atmosphere along the entire path of the laser. Okay, let's say that's true that they didn't. Why should they? Justify why they should even bother.
Because that would tell you whether or not whether or not you're hitting a target because light is bending or because it's a straight line.
Well, wouldn't the video footage or photographic footage of the light hitting the target prove that it's doing its thing?
No, but it doesn't prove why it's doing its thing.
Who cares? The result at the end is it hits its target. Ta-da!
Well, if it's because light's refracting, that means it's bending over a curved surface.
So you're making the claim that refraction causes lasers to follow the 8 inches per mile squared average.
No, that's not true. What he said isn't true.
No, this is
if you prove light is simply refracting, that doesn't prove it's bending over a curved surface, dude.
Right.
Correct. But if you prove that
you invoke
measurements that you're seeing, if it's refracting and you're hitting a site at 20-something miles, if there's a bunch of refraction going on and you're hitting what's supposed to be line of sight, then you know it's not a straight line.
Okay, how much refraction would be necessary?
No, but with any refraction, if you're seeing line of sight
Holy
that
crap,
much distance,
dude.
and there's any refraction would mean that you're not on not on a flat surface.
Hey, why every time we ask this, how much refraction is necessary? I asked this.
He said any refraction. So if there's 6 feet of differential between the laser and the ground, and there's a sufficient amount of refraction to only vary the laser within a circle of uncertainty of 6 feet, he then thinks that means you're not on a flat surface. Are you kidding me, dude?
No. The refraction that you see along this path,
I've heard you.
Not any refraction. The refraction that you see along this path is and we know there's refraction. And if it's line of sight, then if there's refraction, then it's not a flat surface. Like if things are shifting upwards, like just like that, the ships in the horizon video, like there are times when they are sinking below and there are times when they are higher. If the time when they are higher is when you think you're line of sight, then you're obviously not on a flat surface. That's when you're seeing mirages.
What? That doesn't follow either, dude. Like you literally can't even make a sentence that results in the surface being necessarily curved. Why is that? You seem to have an issue, brother.
When things are wavy, they're higher than they should be, but it looks line of sight, then line of sight means it's not line of sight because it's wavy.
Holy crap, dude.
So it's
wow. Hey, listen.
That's a very basic
make an argument that leads to the Earth being a globe necessarily because of refraction. Go ahead.
I mean, that was it.
No, it wasn't, dude. Not even close.
I mean, that's line of sight. I mean, it's not because of refraction is not the best way you're going to, get the measurements of the Earth, because by definition, you're looking at bending of light that is variable along different areas and temperatures and altitudes.
Be asking you,
but you said the refraction that you would see, like,
sir, dude, calm down. You the one that said that reflection is obstructing the measurement to begin with. Therefore, you have to take account for refraction. So AI asks you a very valid question is how much refraction is necessary, dude, to cause light to bend to the curvature of this big Earth with this radius value. Because you don't have the radius value at this point. We haven't given you the globe. Listen, we haven't given you the globe. We haven't given you the radius value. You trying to prove that there is a radius value. All measurements are being taken flat at this point. All measurements are being taken to be assumed to be horizontal at this point. Even if the light is bending traveling straight. You don't have a curve yet that you have proven. So you have to somehow convince us or prove to us that the light is actually bending to the point where it's curving. So you're going to have to definitely tell us how much refraction is required for the light to curve over a physical hill you guys call the horizon. Valid question. No, you can't just say, "Oh, any refraction." Any just you could put a little bit of refraction, and it would curve over this 30. No, you have to do some type of math to tell us what refraction that you will have to account for the curve that basically cause light to bend, curving around a surface with a radius value. Answer the question: how much refraction is required for this?
Okay, the exact number. I don't even know the which specific observation you're talking about. I don't like the point that I was making was that it's a non-continuous gradient along the path, which means
so the fact that you're going to stick to is you can't give us the number.
No, but it's going to be different numbers throughout. It's going to be non-continuous.
Okay, what about this? What about this measurement that we're taking right now?
Like it's like if Earth is like hold on this. If you're on a ball and Earth is just a ball and it's bending, and it's curved and light is curved. Yeah, if it's curved, if it is curved, if refraction, if you're on it's on a curved surface and refraction is causing it to bend downwards, and it's non-continuous.
So
what that means
is validate those claims.
Hold on. What we're talking about is whether or not this could be refraction. You asked what refraction could be necessary.
Would've, should've, could've. If you are claiming light is following a ball around, bending downwards, as you pointed out, you can show us either photographic or video evidence of one of these lasers bending downwards, conforming to an 8" per mile squared curvature rate. If you can do that, I will happily listen to you and your quote-unquote proofs of refraction all day long. I won't even interrupt. And I'll smile whilst doing it. Please provide this laser bending downwards.
Yeah, because right now
open air, laser bending down. You can do it.
Yeah, because you're not on the ball yet, and you're saying that this, the thing that AI presented to us, which is the FE core, which is a laser that has been shot and hit its target.
I didn't even get to the AI yet, but we'll go on.
Okay. That hit its target. You're saying that's due to refraction in the laser beam is actually curving around to hit its target or actually scattering. So you should be able to show that even in this example. But right now, you don't have a ball. You haven't proven the ball. You haven't proven curvature yet. So you can't assume curvature and say, if curvature, then this. You can't assume that at all. You have to tell us the specific refraction point, actually describe it and define it, and say why is light bending to the point where it appears if the light laser beam hits any target is due to the Earth being curved. The laser beam is actually going with the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, and I'm trying to explain to you that there's going to be many different points of like along the path where it refracts. So by measuring the first and the end, that's not enough. I can give you one number alone is not going to do it, because if it's refraction that causes it to. We're testing hold on, whether or not refraction can explain the fact that laser hits it. Okay, am I able to speak or not?
So you're lying.
Can I speak or not?
You're already saying the exact same thing, and you're giving us the same bullshit.
We're seeing whether or not refraction is the cause of the laser hitting the target.
Great.
And if it's refraction, assuming that the Earth is a completely flat, level surface, is a false assumption to test whether or not it is atmospheric refraction, which is inhibited by a curved Earth.
So Glover, you don't know what refraction is, Glover.
You're not falsifying refraction.
Glover, the more refraction, the less you see,
this
Glover.
Is one of the basic methodological issues, is that they're not actually testing refraction.
Glover, you don't understand
refraction,
Glover.
They just don't understand it.
Glover, you don't understand what refraction is, just so you know, Glover.
Aren't you guys tired of this after 5, 10, 15 years of the same shit all the time?
Yeah.
Oh no, we get new special eds in daily. Example, let's go, Joe.
Shit.
It's actually quite entertaining.
Yeah.
Very dull moment.
Okay, JJ. So do you have a counterexample that does take these confounding factors into account that validates that there is such a thing as Earth curvature and a geometric horizon? Do you have that?
Yeah, I've given you stuff before, but because it just freaked out.
But it's got to be analogous. It's got to be like a laser test, right? Because we're talking about laser tests. So do you have one?
Yeah, I'm pointing out the massive methodological flaws in doing
No.
this
Just answer. You've got to answer my question. Okay, so I understand what you're saying about how you could have, say, a pocket of hot air or a pocket of cold air at, say, 4 miles, and then at 10 miles you could have a different pocket of air, and it could affect the way that the light's traveling across, right, from point A to point B, but they only took measurements at point A and point B, whereas there's all of these other points in between that could cause deviations, okay? Valid point. Fair enough. Okay, it's still hitting the target over all of these different tests. That's why they didn't just do one test. They're doing a stack of different tests. So if you're saying the laser's doing all of this crazy shit between point A and point B and still hitting the target at the other side, that's a pretty crazy claim. So maybe you should be the one that has, that shows something that does take all of these different points along from point A to point B into account. Okay, so you've established that you have a very reliable idea of what's going on with the refractive index between point A and point B, and it aligns with the globe, right? But I know that you don't have that, and I just want you to admit that, or show that you do have it, and then we can go over it.
Yeah, but he doesn't even have the globe. He hasn't proven it yet. Nor have he even established that yet. The only thing that he has is refraction. But he has to somehow prove to us and show us, right, something specific about refraction and give us the scale of this refraction where it will cause the light to bend to a point where it will follow a radius value of the globe. That's all I'm asking. I mean, I don't understand why that's so hard for him to do. You don't need a bunch of numbers for that.
So JJ, do you have what I asked you for, or don't you have it? Don't say that you've tried to give it in the past or something like that. Like, do you have a counter laser test that does take these variables?
Friend. He doesn't have.
Yeah, I know
shit,
that.
Friend.
I want them to admit that, though.
No, they won't. No, he doesn't have shit. This guy.
There you go. If you're just gonna talk over me,
listen. I haven't.
Sure.
Listen, I was talking and you started talking over me. Shut the fuck up. So these like always, these globers, what they think is refraction is.
Any good globers in right now? Good globe believers? Who believes in the globe the most here? Any takers?
Hey, Cyclone, would you like to speak with Zero?
Zero. I feel like I've spoken to a Zero before, but sure. Maybe he's a different guy.
Yeah, he's certified simulator pilot with 5,000 hours.
Whoa. 5,000 hours over a simulated flat Earth. Nice.
Mm-hmm.
He's a little paranoid that you might be rage baiting, but you're the least rage bait person I know. So.
Yeah, I'm not looking to rage bait. Unless observable reality makes you rage, then I can't really help you. Yeah, I'll speak to Zero for a little bit.
I'm kind of curious to see how you'll converse with him, because I know you've got significantly more patience than most of us in here.
Well, we'll see. Even my patience has a limit. As long as he's respectful, though.
Well, if you're up to the challenge, you can always unmute him.
Oh, is he muted? Alright, yeah, let me have a look.
Hello?
Hey,
what's up? What's up, guys? I'm back, I suppose.
How's it going, Zero?
It's going great, man. apart from I was muted for a certain time. But yeah, we back. We are back.
That's okay. If getting muted on Discord's the worst thing that happens to you today, you're doing all right.
Yeah. Not really, but it's okay.
What brings you to the Flat
okay
Earth
to get-
channel?
Can you say again?
What brings you to the Flat Earth channel?
I don't know. Like I was just went home for my work, my job, and I had like not anything to do.
Okay. Have you ever looked into Flat Earth before? Do you know what it's about?
Yeah, I was here yesterday. So yeah, I know I know what you were talking about.
Was yesterday the first time you'd spoken about it, or have you been into the topic for a while?
I think it was yesterday. The first time I was here. Yeah, it was yesterday.
Oh wow. Okay, so you're totally new to the conversation then.
I am indeed.
What did you hear? What did you come to understand about our position from your conversation yesterday? If you could summarize what you learned.
I learned a lot yesterday. Yeah. We spoke about the Earth. If I had any evidence on the Earth was a globe and not flat, and stuff like that. Like, I cannot really remember exactly what we were speaking about.
And how convinced are you that the Earth is a globe?
I'm pretty convinced. You guys are smart people in here, and I want to give you all the respect I can put into my words right now. So yeah, you gotta have that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you heard our position that there's no detectable, measurable curvature of the Earth? You heard that?
I've never heard that before, but yeah, if you say so.
Well, that's like the crux of the whole argument for us, really. I mean, you can talk all day about gravity and satellites and space and all this stuff, but if there's no curvature of the surface, then none of that flies, and that seems to be the case as far as can be observed and measured. No curvature commensurate to this 39, 59 mile radius ball that there would have to be for it to be a globe. So, I mean, if that's not the case, I would ask you who you think has actually measured and detected the curvature of the Earth. Do you know of anyone?
No, unfortunately not. But I have another question. Okay. Is there any reason why I'm the only one that speaks in here and make the the conversation continuing? Like,
oh no, there's loads of people.
I have not seen anybody apart from me that has unmuted the microphone.
Okay, well, think about this. Maybe in the day or two that you've been here, you haven't seen that. But this room, this channel, which is on YouTube, has been going for like 7-8 years. We've probably got over 40,000 hours of live streamed conversation with thousands of different people. So I assure you, my friend, you are not the only person having this conversation. Maybe in the times that you've been here, it's been quiet, but we do this 24/7, 365 days a year. We've spoken to thousands of people, all coming in new to this or not new to it. So yeah, we speak to loads of people. So don't worry about that. But people mute themselves because we like to have a good discussion, 1-on-1 or 2-on-2, whatever, like small numbers so that people can hear it. You go into the other channels, like 15 people screaming at the same time. You can't tell what the hell's going on. We ask that people stay muted if they're not speaking here so that, the conversation is enjoyable.
And uninterrupted and good manners. That's what it's all about. And we wait our turn to interject or make a comment or give advice. This is what we do here. So that's what it's all about. We don't want audio chaos. Thank you.
Ah, of course not. Of course not.
Yeah. So yeah, that's pretty much it, and it's pretty simple. I mean, I know it sounds like a lot, sounds pretty crazy. The Earth is flat, but really, if you just boil it down to is there curvature or is there not, that one question answers the whole topic. Because if there's no curvature, then it cannot be a ball, can it?
It cannot. It's not a
It
globe.
can't. Geometrically impossible for it to be a ball if there's no curvature, and that's the case.
It is
I mean,
the
you've
case.
never seen anyone measure a curved lake, have you?
No, probably not.
No,
Not in
but
my lifetime.
you understand that bodies of water, regardless of the size, are just level, flat.
Okay.
So it's pretty simple stuff, really. Also, the ground isn't moving or flying around at millions of miles an hour through a vacuum. None of that's happening. So,
Yeah.
yeah. So it's pretty simple stuff, really.
Yeah, pretty simple.
Yeah. What you see is what you get. Because have you noticed that in reality, you experience the surface you live on to be essentially flat and motionless? Like if you go to the beach, look
Yeah.
at the horizon. That horizon's just a horizontal flat line.
Yeah.
And I'm going to guess you haven't experienced the ground moving around, spinning about at 1,000 miles an hour.
No, I've not experienced that before.
So there you go. As far as you're concerned, the only thing you do know about the Earth is that it's flat and motionless.
Mm-hmm. It is flat. We live on a flat Earth.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah.
So, yeah.
All right. Well, welcome to Flat Earth, I guess. No objections. There you go.
But
sounds pretty easy, guys.
I have a
You know, all the
question
fuss about-
about. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
You know, when the Earth is flat, and you know, the Earth has to spin around, so we can live our lives on the Earth.
What are you
Like, is
talking
that
about?
correct?
The Earth has to
Is that
spin
correct?
around so you can live your life? No. What are you talking about? I just told you. Remember, you go outside, the Earth, the ground isn't spinning.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what are you talking about? The ground needs to spin to live our lives. No. The ground is motionless.
Because
like
it's about
you've always
the
experienced,
time.
right?
If the Earth was just standing in one position every time, we could not sleep.
All right, hold
and
on.
then we
What are you talking about? If the Earth was in one position, we wouldn't.
Why is your
What are you
colleague
talking about, bro?
laughing? Why is your
You're
colleague
saying
laughing?
some absurd shit. You're saying some
I
absurd
think you have
shit. What are you
exposed
talking
our.
about? If the Earth wasn't spinning, we wouldn't sleep. Is that what you just said? See how ridiculous you wrote?
Yeah, you're gonna make me look like a fool right now. I know that.
No, the globe belief is going to make you sound like a fool because that's a requirement. You literally have to act like a fool to claim that the Earth is a spinning ball. You
But
have to
can I ask
say,
you a question one more time?
I'd like to know why you think if the Earth wasn't spinning, you wouldn't be able to sleep. But okay.
Okay.
Do you feel like when you go to sleep at night, it's the comforting axial rotation of 1,000 mile an hour ground that helps you get to sleep or something?
So the brain and the human has learned to sleep when it's dark outside, and when it's dark in a room. Oh,
Come on, keep going.
and when it's dark outside, You know,
dark outside, okay.
the brain is start to think like, oh, I have to sleep right now. You know, I've been
All
doing
right.
work all the day.
Okay, so what about it being dark outside makes you think that the ground is spinning?
Can you say that one more time?
Well, what about it being dark outside makes you think that the ground is spinning?
I've never said the ground is spinning. That would be pretty impossible. I said the Earth is spinning around. You know, there's
Well,
time
that would be the
zones
ground,
in
wouldn't it?
every country we live in.
Well, that would be the ground, right? The ground outside that you live on. That's the Earth that you're claiming is spinning around, right?
Yeah, it's spinning around.
Yeah, so you're saying that the reason you sleep at night is because the ground is spinning around, and you know the ground is
I've never
spinning
said that.
around.
You try to put words in my mouth.
That's what you just said.
Why is your colleague going crazy right now?
Well, that's what
Oh
you just
man,
said.
you're just funny.
You just said if the Earth wasn't spinning, we wouldn't be able to sleep. Was what you said. And now you're getting
That's
to
what
the
we call
idea
time
that
zones. That's what
it
we
has
call
to
time
be
zones.
dark. It has to be dark in order for you
It
to
don't
sleep.
have to be, but
that's
just
what
a
you
thing
like.
we
You
do
like it
as
to be
human
dark.
beings.
Yes, I get it. So you're somehow linking it being dark with the ground spinning, right?
Are you never okay? Can I ask you about something? Are you when you know, like it's evening right now? We're
Right.
getting closer to. We're gonna hit our bed in a minute because we
Now,
have
is
to
that
sleep.
because the ground is spinning?
No.
No, exactly right. So what does the ground spinning have to do with it being dark and you going to sleep?
Sir, I'm just telling you.
What are you telling me?
That if the Earth wasn't spinning at all, the time was just standing by. You know, the time
was
was
just
not
standing
go
by.
any.
No, you need to think about
The
what
time
you're
will not go
actually
any
saying.
further. You know, and then
So what
we
I
will
think
not
you're
be able
trying
to
to say,
sleep. At
Zero,
least maybe somebody could.
I get
But
it,
you
Zero.
know,
What I think's confusing you
yeah,
is that you're just talking about day and night,
I'm talking about day
right?
and night. Yeah, exactly.
Yes. So why do we have day and night? Is what you're getting at?
Because we have time zones.
No.
Oh my god.
It's not okay.
We
Okay,
have
why?
it's due to the presence of the sun and the light emitted from the sun where you are,
And you
isn't
know
it?
what?
So if
And
you
you
can
know
see
what?
the sun, if you can see the sun, then it's daytime for you. And when you don't see the sun, it would be nighttime for you. Yes?
Yeah, that's why the Earth is spinning.
Right, right. So this is where you're getting confused. And it's understandable because this is what you've been taught. This is what we've all been taught. We've all been taught that the sun is appearing to move because the ground is spinning. That's what you're actually thinking. Yeah?
Yeah, of course.
Right. Is it possible that the sun is appearing to move because the sun is moving?
So you are actually telling me that the sun is moving.
Well, that's what the observation is telling us.
Okay.
Is it not?
Do we have any? Yeah.
Zero,
Well,
don't
is
you
that
see
not-
the
is that
sun
not what
rise
you're
in the east
observing? Isn't that what you're
and set in the
observing,
west?
Zero? Hold on, you pick this up, says who. I'll be back in a few.
Well, yeah, don't you notice that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west?
Yeah, I have noticed that. Why?
Okay, so you notice that the sun moves.
Yeah, it moves, but your what should I call him? Your colleague, your friend, is try to, you know, to try me think of, is the sun really spinning around? Have everybody
say that.
in my childhood tried to lie to me? You know. I don't think.
No, they didn't try to lie to you. Nobody said that. I don't know why you're bringing that up. Do you think there's a conspiracy? Are you a conspiracy theorist? Your nervous laughter is my favorite, by the way. That's how I know we're having a pretty large effect on you. Yeah,
I'm
it's
not
nervous
nervous.
laughter for sure. Because you don't know what to say. You laugh instead of saying what you ought to say. But, you know, you're getting wrecked, and so you giggle as a compensation for that. It's hilarious to me. I hope you keep laughing the whole time. I hope you keep laughing the whole time. So anyways, you notice that the sun moves, yes?
Yeah, it moves. Yeah, correct.
Right,
Up and
okay.
down.
And you also said earlier that the sun, you don't notice that the Earth is moving at all.
No, I'm not
Oh dear.
doing that right now. I
Heavy
cannot see
realization.
any thingamajiggy that's turning around, spinning around right now.
Do you see how they've tricked you a little bit there? They've told you that the reason you see the sun moving is actually because the ground is moving, but they didn't give you any evidence for that. And now you're
Okay.
confused, and you think the reason you go to
I'm not
sleep.
confused at all.
Well, yeah, you are, because you think the reason you sleep is because the ground is moving. When the ground isn't moving, as you know, because you live on the ground.
So
and it's
what
not moving.
what you are exactly telling me is that are you not going to bed? Like are you never sleeping? Have you ever slept in your life before? Have you been what?
The ground's never spinning. You understand that?
Yeah, I understand that the ground is the Earth is not spinning. Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah. Okay. So there you go.
Yeah.
So what you're left
yeah,
with is the sun moving. So the reason you can sleep at night is because you live on a flat, stationary Earth. That's cool, isn't it?
He's giggling still. It's funny.
That's okay. Nervous giggling can be part of the process.
Okay. What should I be
Yeah.
nervous for what exactly?
Well, your worldview is dying, and you don't know how to
believe
cope with
that
it.
Yeah, your belief that you go to sleep at night because the ground is spinning is debunked. Like you're realizing that you've never actually had any evidence for those beliefs. You were just told the story. Right? For example, what evidence did they give you that the ground is spinning? They didn't give you any, did they?
I don't think at all. No evidence.
There you go.
Unfortunately.
There you go.
No evidence at all.
Yeah. There you go. It's pretty easy for you to figure out what's actually going on, which is that obviously the sun's moving.
Yeah, I guess we learn something new every day.
Well, you'll learn a lot if you come and listen to the conversations here, certainly more than you learned at school.
Yeah.
Since they didn't actually tell you anything about how the Earth evolved. They just told you it was.
Mm.
Well, that's all right.
So
That was the same for
I
most
guess you don't
people.
believe of the folk called pendule. Have you read
pendulum?
about that before?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so
Tell
what
me
does
all
that
about
prove?
it. What's this you've got for me now? A fancy pendulum is going to prove to you live on a giant spinning ball? Tell me all about it.
I will not explain that because I'm not kind of that guy.
That's all right. It would only be a waste of your time anyway, because
So, but I
spinning a
think
pendulum
it's
isn't going to tell you you live on a spinning ball.
my teacher told me in my time I was in school that it proves that the Earth is spinning a lot,
How does it
You know?
prove that?
Well, once you start swinging the pendulum, then the Earth moves underneath it, and when it stops, Earth stops.
Yeah, right. Because you're going to have to swing the pendulum, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the cause of the pendulum swinging would be you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you are correct on that, because I'm gonna have a little conversation with my teacher, I think, because
Yeah, just ask him who's ever measured curvature of the Earth, motion of the Earth, who can demonstrate a ball of gas existing in a vacuum. Your teacher will have no idea. He's just paid to teach you these things that he was paid. He was taught by someone who was paid to teach him, and so on and so forth, until eventually they all just appeal back to NASA and say, well, NASA showed us images and some video, so that's it. So yeah, there you go. Crazy, huh?
Don't be
This whole
too
thing.
upset
that's
with your
pretty
teacher.
crazy. Like, it's mind blowing as fuck. I like it.
Yeah,
I like it.
yeah, it kind of is. You'll be all right though.
Yeah.
You'll still be able to sleep even though the ground isn't spinning. Don't even worry, Zero.
Wow, I didn't know that. Like,
Yeah. Well, soon you'll realize I didn't need the ground to be imaginarily spinning for me to sleep. What was I thinking all these years? I've been a fool. But that's all right.
Yeah.
Don't be too mad at your teacher. It's not that he was lying to you. It's just that he didn't care about you at all. He was just doing a job that the state paid him to do. They said teach the kids this, so he did, and he took the money. So don't be mad at your teacher.
Yeah, everyone's got to eat.
Is that pretty hard to say? Like what is thing I didn't really say anything to you that was against EU in any point at all in this conversation?
I didn't say anything against you either. I was talking about your teacher. You're going to have to pay attention, Zero.
You just said to me that my former teacher didn't give a fuck about me.
He didn't. He doesn't. That's not, did you get a call from him this week at all? Does he care about, or was he just taking money and making sure that this year's students
he has
get the next grade?
You know.
Well, no, he might have cared about you, but the fact is, when it comes to the globe Earth, he's just telling you what he believes based on what he was taught. He's never measured curve or seen a globe. None of them have. No one has. They just all eventually say, well, NASA told us.
Okay, but I want to say something to you. The thing is, my former teacher was actually, how are we saying this? He worked for NASA. He worked for NASA.
Some bullshit now. Nah, don't start doing some bullshit now, Zero. Don't start trolling now just because we've educated you, okay? We're not in the
I'm
mood
not
for that.
trolling you. I'm actually telling the truth right now.
Yes, you're not trolling us, but you're attempting to.
He had a former job with NASA.
You're trolling yourself. In the process, you're trolling yourself. So we're not going to entertain that. Just
he was monitoring
if you don't have any sensible questions or points to make
in the
Zero,
space.
you can just sit and think about what you've been told. Just sit and think about it. Right?
Can you please let me finish? Like, you interrupted me.
Well, no. If you're just going to talk nonsense about how your teacher worked for NASA,
no, he
doesn't waste our time. Yeah, your teacher worked
if you don't believe it, if you don't believe it, you don't believe it. That's okay. That's completely fine.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it. So don't waste your time.
Okay.
That's okay, Zero. You can give me his name. It's okay. Can you give me his name? I'll look him up.
Okay.
Am I going to let yourself be caught in the lie?
It is a few years ago now.
Oh, it's a few years. I can't remember my teacher's name. Let me just Google the NASA directory so I can pick a name.
Yeah.
Why even dig your hole deeper, Zero? Why do this?
I mean, you have our contacts, you know. You were saying at least you have contacts in NASA. So yeah.
Yeah, most of the people that are employed by NASA, they have public record that they work there. So all I need from you is his name, what school he went to that he taught you about Foucault's pendulum, and then I'll just start doing some Googling and see if I can figure out public record. So what was his name again? That's what I thought.
Come on, Zero. You need to be a quicker liar
I can't
than
remember.
this.
I was
can't
getting.
remember.
It was a time when I was very young. I remember.
Yes. So
Didn't you say you're 21?
How old? Hold on a sec. How
I am
old were you,
21 years
Zero?
old. Yeah. So it at least 8 years ago I was in my public school.
Public school. What's that? Like high school, primary school?
Primary school. Yeah, you're gonna say
Primary school. So this guy used to work for NASA and then just decided he was going to be a primary school teacher, did he? Come on, Zero.
Yeah.
Could you? I don't know if you think we're as
he had
stupid as
another
maybe your
dream, you
friends
know?
or something, people that you know.
What?
I don't really understand what you're trying to do here.
I'm
Stop
just
embarrassing
telling
yourself.
about my
Just have an
teacher.
honest
What are you
conversation.
talking about?
Let's have an honest
I'm just
conversation.
okay, but now you are backing down. It's not
What are
me.
you talking about? The guy who works at NASA.
You don't want to
isn't
talk about
gonna
this anymore. You
become
don't want to
what,
talk about
like
this
a
anymore.
a primary school teacher in Norway or wherever the hell you're from.
No, I'm not from Norway. So, yeah.
So
But
which
that's another
what,
conversation
so
to
who
talk
from?
about.
Listen, dude, we don't care about your embarrassing lie. We understand you told a lie. Just concede and move on. We can say that you were joking to save you some more embarrassment.
Can I ask you? Okay, you're talking about lies. Okay. Do we have any evidence about that the Earth isn't spinning? You know, you have many contacts in NASA.
Yeah.
Saying
Okay.
at least. So can you give me any evidence at all about the Earth is not spinning around?
Yeah, no one's ever measured any spin. How's that?
More nervous laughter.
I fucking love you
Is that
guys,
a
man.
response? Is that a rebuttal?
We have been talking for 1 hour and I don't know 10 minutes, and it has been a
what
great time.
measurements of spin and what measurements of
And now
spin
you
have used in that time?
But you know,
So in all that time,
said to me before,
time,
this conversation has been recorded on YouTube.
Yes. So you'll be
So
able to look
you
back
have said
and
the Earth
understand that in all
isn't
that
spinning.
time, the Earth is not spinning, correct? And you'll realize that in all this time, you haven't presented any evidence that it is spinning. Remember?
Yeah, I have. That's correct.
Yeah, you haven't presented any evidence for that.
I haven't. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. So what are you laughing about?
I'm laughing about the thing
You
is
having no evidence
that
for
you
your
have
claim?
said. You just said to me that I've never said that the Earth isn't spinning.
No, I didn't.
You just said
the
it.
Earth isn't spinning.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, the Earth is not spinning, dude. Remember? That's what made you spiral to begin with.
Fucking like I have never.
Does this guy not know what's going on?
No, he doesn't. Well, we have to teach him. He's 21 years old. He barely knows anything. There's something called the burden of proof, and the person who makes the positive claim carries the burden of proof. So if you were saying positively that the Earth is definitely spinning, then you would have the burden of proof to show that, to prove that. We're saying we don't experience any spin. We don't have any evidence of measurements of any spin. So what do we need to prove? It's you must prove. Or somebody who believes that they're on a spinning Earth and that's how they need to be able to sleep at night, that would be your burden.
But you already conceded, Zero, that you don't have any evidence for that, right?
Nah, you got me. Oh,
so there we go. Welcome to Flat Earth. What a time to be alive.
Oh my days.
Yeah.
He hates it, right? He's so nervous.
Okay.
He giggles.
Nervous about what? Like
maybe the lack
We're just
of evidence.
watching you implode. Yeah, we're watching you implode.
Yeah.
You realize you can't prove any of the things that your teacher taught you that worked at NASA. You don't have any evidence for any of it. You're just realizing it, and it makes you laugh and giggle.
You work for NASA. What do you mean?
What about the Foucault pendulum?
What about it?
The most common way to prove Earth's rotation.
Okay, how does it do that?
So basically, it's along an heavy pendulum. It is suspended in a high roof above a circular area.
Yeah, we know what it is. We know what it is.
Okay, yeah,
Just explain the principles of it.
Okay. Okay. So basically, hold on.
Have you actually?
Hey, another giggler.
No, sorry. English is not my first language. I'm trying to think of the words. I'm sorry. Okay, so it works kind of like a gyroscope.
Good luck. Good luck.
We can use the let's go based on the geographical, like using the latitude of its location. We can use that same point to calculate, for example, how long the is. Okay, so to sum up, to make it more simple. The way that it
Are you
moves.
reading off of something right now?
What?
Are you reading off of something right now?
No, I'm trying to remember. So
Okay,
basically,
alright.
the way that
Sorry,
it moves, we can use that in maths, in formulas that prove and.
What's the formula?
If I remember, 2 pi. It was 2 pi radii square root of. Oh, gravity. Okay, it's 2 pi square root of the length of the pendulum divided by gravity.
Okay, what's gravity?
Gravity is the acceleration that the Earth puts on us.
Oh, so you're just taking an average rate of fall. So that would be little g, not big G?
Yeah, little g.
Little
It's
g,
not the
okay.
It's not the
And so what does that, how does this formula help us understand anything about the Earth moving?
We can use, even without considering that the Earth moves, by taking this acceleration, let's call it gravity. Let's change gravity to acceleration because that's what it is. By taking this, the acceleration, the base of the pendulum, we can report and it's not report. How do you say it in English? Let's see, I'm terribly sorry if I'm not being consistent with what I'm saying. I'm trying to make up the words.
Pendulums swing back and forth.
It's confusing.
Yeah, Foucault pendulum swings back and forth, and there is a claimed precession because of the Earth spinning out from underneath the pendulum, and it's supposed to process at 15 degrees an hour. This is a roundabout way, essentially affirming the consequent, to prove or to insinuate that the Earth is spinning out from underneath the pendulum. The problem with that is that if the Earth is spinning out from underneath the pendulum, then the Earth would be spinning out from underneath everything not attached. And it does not do that. So why in this one situation does that happen when it does not happen anywhere else on Earth?
We can prove this
and why in some situations. Sorry, go ahead.
No, we can prove this at a smaller cause experiment. If we put a small base moving below with a pendulum that where it's stuck, it's on the base that's moving, but the cord and the pendulum itself is free moving. We can check the same exact movement.
Yeah, but Jaiko, your problem is you don't know. Well, I mean, what's the cause of this pendulum swinging? You swing it. Someone has to start it, right? It's not like they're just leaving it hanging there and it just starts swinging because the Earth.
Correct. I'm saying that the base where it is underneath is spinning.
Right. So there's no way for you or any observer to say that that pendulum is moving in the way that it is because the ground is spinning. That would be begging the question. You don't even know that the ground is spinning to begin with.
Okay, fair.
Right. So that's pendulum out the way. That'd be begging the question. So.
Okay, I'm just using this like to correlate. Okay, this happens this way without using any, without going, oh, we went to space, without using any of that. I'm just.
Which you can't verify, so that would be.
Yeah, my point of view
sense.
is that if we can prove this at a smaller, if we can prove it at a smaller scale project, and the only
No, you don't need to do all that. You don't need to do all that. Listen, it's easier than that. It's easier than that. All you need to do is prove that a body of water, say a lake or a shoreline, is curving down and away from you at around 8 inches per mile squared, because that would match what the globe is claiming. That's all you need to do. To prove the curve, anyway. To prove that the Earth is a ball. That's the first thing you need to do. Do you understand that? Do you understand the curvature claim?
Yeah, I understand that.
Right. So how can we, as members of the public, verify that this claim of a curved surface, in order for it to be a ball, is true? What can we do?
Oh, the least you can do is just believe and move on.
No. We don't want to just believe and move on. That's what we're exactly pushing back against. We're saying we want proof, we want verification. We need to know that it's true. We're not interested in a religious belief. So, are you saying that there is no way that we can verify it?
Okay, I would say that there has to be a way to verify if it doesn't or if it does spin. There has to be a way.
Well, I want to know first, before you say spin, because when you're talking about spinning, you're talking about a ball spinning, but we don't even know that it is a ball yet.
I mean, well, what
Like,
I'm
we
saying
need to-
is, okay, okay, I would say that is, yeah, you're correct. I agree with you. First, we need to know what it is on itself before discussing if it's spinning or not. Okay,
So we need to verify this claim of curvature. You understand that?
Yeah.
Okay, so how can we do that? Has it been done? Can we do it?
I mean, being done, I believe it has.
Great.
What was
Who did it?
what was the name of the experiment? Was it on a Reddit sub where two guys they made a documentary about it and everything?
Two guys on Reddit.
No, I'm thinking it originated on Reddit. I didn't.
It kind of originated on Reddit. NASA were supposed to have been flying off to the moon in the 1960s. They must have known before Reddit.
No, what I'm saying is a group of flat earthers wanted to prove that the Earth was flat. So they made an experiment.
But you're trying to prove that the Earth was a ball.
Yeah, okay. I mean,
and it wouldn't have been flat earthers, right? Surely it would be NASA or the government somewhere or MIT or something like this. Wouldn't it? It can't be flat earthers proving the globe and no one else. Because then how did NASA figure out that it was a globe for the 1960s Apollo missions and everything else? That doesn't make any sense at all. What's happened here is they released a mockumentary, some propaganda on Netflix, like 5-6 years ago or whatever, and all the globe believers have just seen this like 5-minute clip that's edited to make you think this flat earth guy measured the curve when he didn't.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Let me think.
Are we talking Jaren and this flashlight?
We're talking lack of any surface curvature and therefore lack of any globe.
Lit.
Because Jaiko's figuring out that is step one of claiming that you live on a ball. A ball.
Yeah, man, just reject large institutions. They're all lying to you. Only trust your own first-person observations.
No, Josh. You need to reject all observable, measurable, practically used reality in favor of government space cartoons. That's what you need to do, obviously.
Yeah, damn straight. Yeah. If I can't experience it myself, it doesn't exist.
No. It's if you can't experience it, it must exist because the government said so, right? That's the logic.
Oh
It's in some ethereal governmental Narnia realm.
Yep. So these large institutions must be lying to you. That's what they're professing.
It's either the Earth is lying, or the U.S. military and government is lying. And yeah, they've got quite a good.
No, not just the U.S. All of the global governments.
No, they all go through that. No. You think Zimbabwe's going about claiming that they've been to the moon and doing all that? Don't kid yourself.
Zimbabwe does have a space agency, and they are represented at the Nations sub-agency for space policy. So
yeah, they're not
every
claiming
single
that
member of the UN is a member of that agency.
That they've sent Johnny 5 to Mars and that they've went and played golf on the moon or any of these Narnia children's fairy tales, are they?
No, but they do operate small space systems that orbit using Keplerian motion around the globe. Yeah.
Zimbabwe launched. No. You caught yourself again there, though. You said globe. That would require curvature of the surface, though.
That would require the institutions to be lying, correct?
That would require the lakes to be bending at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared. Remember, which they're not doing.
That would require assuming Cartesian coordinates, and that constant radius is not level in spherical coordinates.
No, it would be requiring around 8 inches per mile squared of a lake bending down and away from you.
Yeah, in Cartesian coordinates. If you assume spherical coordinates. You can have level and curve at the same time.
Which doesn't exist, right? There is no lake curving at 8 inches per mile squared.
All lakes curve at 8 inches per mile squared.
All right, perfect. Just post the measurements.
Oh, so we'd have to do measurements without a medium, correct?
Well, presumably they've already been measured, since you're saying that this is definitely a ball, and we can go and teach all the kids that it's a ball that's been measured. So where's those lake measurements?
Oh, they're everywhere. But the light used to take those measurements is traveling through a medium that alters the perception from the observer.
Interesting. Well, let's see one of these measurements of an 8 inches per mile squared curving lake in the chat.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you've seen a picture from orbit for any of this?
She's asking you to post it.
Oh, I can't touch the side chat while driving. I apologize. I get yelled at for doing that.
You can just go on mute because we were having a conversation with somebody else. So you can just go ahead and mute it. Should be safe.
Yeah, Josh already knows.
Go beat on someone who doesn't know what's going on.
Come on, Josh. Yeah, Josh, you don't know what's going on. Yeah. Well, actually, you do. You know the lakes aren't curving, so don't.
I know the lakes
silly.
are curving.
Yeah, they're exactly. Anyway, Jacob, you had a look yet? You found any measurements for that curve?
I was looking at what Josh was saying about the wakey thingy, and I found the rainy lake experiment.
The lakes are curving.
Okay, why don't you tell us about that? What was measured?
Hello?
Oh, sorry. I forgot I pushed to talk. Yeah, I just sent the article. I haven't read it. I haven't read everything, but I mean, it's there.
What's there?
The article in chat.
A measurement?
Yes.
All right. What was measured?
I said I'm still reading the article.
Well, excuse me. Why would you say that everything is there, but you haven't read it?
Because I'm still reading it.
So how would you know that everything is there if you haven't read it?
I'm trying to find what I can. When I say everything is there, I mean everything I'm reading right now, trying to make a counter argument, is there. I'm sorry if I wasn't clear about that.
So the counter argument would be what? Good grief today. You guys say something. We asked you to go ahead and elaborate or support or whatever, and you go quiet. What is going on?
Mate, if you can give me the time to make a proper
Yeah, you go ahead. Read up what Walter Bislin has said while he already begs the question, and then we'll talk about the begging the question fallacy within the papers that you're reading. Go ahead. Take all the time you need.
All right, where do we get to there?
He came in full sophist mode AI.
Oh. Yeah, what happened? I had to dip off there for a sec.
Oh, I was just asking our friend from earlier if, since he had read the material, he said everything was there. I said, okay, what is everything? How does it pertain to this? He says, no, I'm still reading it. So he's still reading about the Rainy Lakes experiment or whatever the hell you call it. And he's going to come back with a rebuttal.
Okay, very good. Yes, you guys should be reading. That's good. That's a good start. All right, anyone else then? Who else we got?
Apologize for the outburst. Got to keep you all on your toes.
Sorry, Josh. We
said,
understand
have a good day,
some people find it difficult to control themselves on this topic. It's understandable.
No. You got to sprinkle some seasoning in every once in a while. I don't want you all to think I'm completely complacent in these spaces.
Well,
That's all right. We're just waiting
in
for
terms of evidence.
Candy Lake. You know, it's not a big deal.
I was going to say, evidence is in the profile. Happy for you all to go dig if you'd like.
Measurements of curved lakes in your profile, Josh. Come on, stop it.
Oh, no. I can go add that, but it's, whenever I get a request, I go find the source and throw it in the notes section of my profile.
Well, you've certainly not thrown any measurements of Earth curve in the profile, and that's basically all we've asked for. Sorry, AI.
I mean, yeah, you can see the uncut rocket footage there. It shows a curvature before stage
we don't want the government space cartoons. We want publicly verifiable measurements of this globe, not cartoons from the government.
So does a rocket automatically make it government, from your point of view?
It doesn't make it Earth curvature.
Well, no, but I'm saying, like, if I attach a camera to a rocket that goes high enough up to see Earth curvature, does that automatically make it government?
You don't have the Earth curvature. First, you need to get the Earth curvature. Because when you say, hey, look, here's my rocket seeing Earth curvature, I'm just going to say, okay, well, if that's definitely Earth curvature, why can it not be measured on the ground from point to point? And you don't have an answer.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you can't see it on the ground from point to point.
Yeah, there's no detection of any curvature.
That's why you gotta take a step back and look at it from a
you just have to take a step back and rely on the government space cartoons. That's what we're saying.
No, Lordy, we're back at the beginning of the conversation. If is the ability to take a step back automatically make it government?
No. It's the inability to detect any surface curvature in reality that stops you getting to the government space cartoons, Josh. And I know you know this.
I understand. I understand, but I'm saying
so hard-headed about it.
No. But if I'm a commercial entity, if I'm a non-government entity, and I have a rocket that's able to go up high enough to take images, and they come back and show you Earth curvature, does that automatically make them government space cartoons?
And that's not the point. If you're going up and you're seeing curvature, then it would make no sense that when measured on the ground there is no curvature.
Agreed. Yes. It would make no sense.
Right. So in reality, no one's measuring any curvature on the ground. So when they're purporting that they're showing images of a curvature from above, those can't be true.
So you're saying that from a human perspective, at a human scale, you are omnipotent to the context of your existence.
No,
there's no other perspective that could elucidate other context, other scale.
How much curvature is claimed under the globe model over, say, 20 miles?
67 feet.
No, that's 10.
No, what is
so you
that?
weren't paying
4.
attention.
That's 10. Oh, geez. Okay, I apologize. I don't use your parabolic
That's fine, but that's fine.
parametric function.
At least you use at least you know the 10 mile. Okay, so who's measured that over 10 miles then?
Well, it assumes Cartesian coordinates, which is not what we see in reality.
All right, so no one's measured that.
Correct, because that's not
All
what
right,
exists.
so there you go. Yeah, so see, when no one's measured that, and then you go and tell me, oh, hey, look, we went into the sky and we saw it. No, you didn't, because then it would be measurable. You just said it can't. You said it's never been measured.
Yeah, because drop assumes Cartesian, right? If you said 20 miles and you gave me an arc length or an angular rotation, yeah, then you could use a gyro.
Yeah, no, Josh.
Go do that.
If you claim that we're living in the same world as an organization that can launch a robot onto Mars and faff around for a few years, hundreds of thousands of miles away, then you should be able to measure 60 feet of drop over 10 miles.
You can't measure 60 feet of drop because by using the word drop, you're assuming Cartesian, which isn't true.
Dude,
So that's not true. I apologize.
What the hell are you talking about, dude? See, this is your sophistry coming in.
Coordinates. No. Drop.
No. The drop refers to the curvature, Josh. Is there no curvature?
No, curves drop in Cartesian coordinates. Curves do not drop in spherical coordinates. There is no drop if you're on a globe.
The surface isn't curving down and away from you.
From your initial plane, if you draw a tangent plane from where you're standing right now, and you assume Cartesian coordinates, as in walk directly straight.
A curved surface commensurate to a sphere. You're standing on the top of a ball, yes, in your little imagination land. Yes?
What coordinate is the drop in?
Josh, you're standing on a ball, yes?
Yes. What direction is the drop in?
So then the surface would be curving down and away from you, wouldn't it?
Okay, let's carry this forward.
Yes, okay.
What direction is the drop?
10 miles,
Let's
then
say we
that
go
down and away from you is supposed to amount to around 60 feet, yes?
What direction is the 10 miles?
John? Yes,
Can we assign some variable? Can we assign some variable to the direction forward?
You can just stop playing dumb, Josh.
I'm not playing dumb.
It's funny. You like to play very intelligent most of the time, but then when it comes to you considering what geometric curvature is of a sphere, you all of a sudden play very dumb.
No, not dumb at all.
Why is that, Josh?
Oh, Lord. I'm standing on top of the ball,
so you just agreed. So the curvature of a ball would be that the surface is dropping down and away from you over a distance to be the curve of a ball that you're standing on.
What
over
direction
10 miles,
is that drop?
And you agreed that. And then you agreed that over 10 miles, that drop would be equating to around
67 feet. Yeah, 66 and 2/3.
Okay, finally. So why is that not detected in reality?
Because that assumption assumes a flat plane. That drop assumes a flat plane.
That's not an answer, Josh. That's not an answer, Josh. You're saying in reality, the surface curves down and away at a total of around 67 feet over 10 miles, but that's not detected in reality. We're asking why, if you're saying that is reality, is it not detected in reality? And you're giving us a non-answer.
Because reality is in spherical coordinates, not Cartesian. You're asserting Cartesian.
That's a non-answer. Josh, your belief in this globe has a physical necessity, a requirement of this 67 feet of drop over 10 miles due to curvature. You can't deny that. You're denying the globe to begin with,
true.
Or you're denying that the globe exists in its lack of measurement. This is what you're doing.
Okay.
And Josh, don't say it's not true. You've just agreed.
What direction is the drop in? What direction is the drop in? If I'm standing on a ball on top of a table and I take one step forward, right, or I walk 10 miles directly forward, parallel to the table, and I want to measure how far should be between me and the surface of the ball, what direction am I, is it towards the table?
Josh, this is no problem, brother. It's obviously a vertical drop. No one's going to contest that here. But if you're going to say that this is spherical, if you're going to say this is spherical coordinates, then you'd be begging the question. And so we need to get the original measurements of the Earth curvature and how they were attained for you to start begging the question.
No. Josh has already conceded there is no measurement of this globe fantasy. That's why I don't understand why he's continuing like this. He's already conceded.
Oh Lord, because y'all don't take into account the medium that the light transfers through.
That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Our argument
Yes,
isn't
it
about
does.
the medium that light is traveling through. Our argument is there's no Earth curvature, and you've just agreed.
Your argument is that there's no observations of Earth curvature from a human scale.
I didn't say just observation. I said detection. I said detection.
Okay, there's no detection. How do we? Is it possible to take the medium out of it? Is there an experiment where we can completely remove the effects of the medium?
Out of what detection?
I don't know. You pick.
Yeah,
you just said there's no detection.
There's no example of a detection to take the medium out of. Yeah. So
no, you just said you look around and see that it's flat.
Even posit.
You see that there's no medium?
Globe. There's no globe to even posit as a possibility. You've got no reference. You've got no reference in reality for anything that tells you live on a globe. It is true.
Yeah, you go up and look at it.
Yeah, you've never done that.
Because once again, the first thing I said was overruled.
No one has ever seen a globe Earth except on TV.
No, because you're requiring the government to lie to you.
I don't care about your belief, Josh. I don't care about your belief, Josh.
Your belief is the government's lying to you.
You've never seen it. You've just agreed no one's ever measured it. So yeah, you don't even have a globe to posit.
Not with my own eyes. Not with my own eyes, but we have 153 satellites on orbit right now.
Yeah, we've seen Bigfoot and Santa Claus on a screen.
Okay, so you're positing that these organizations are lying to you. That is your requirement for the Earth to be flat.
I don't care. I don't care about any of that. I care about the fact that there is no curvature of the surface. There's no observation of it. There's no measurement of it.
Agreed.
There's no detection of it.
Agreed.
In reality, there is none.
At the surface, you just said at the surface there is no detection or observation of it. So if you really wanted to figure out what the hell's going on here, wouldn't you want to
verified?
That can be verified. There can be verified, but you throw out the evidence by saying that these institutions are lying to you.
No, it can't be verified.
Yes. You can build an antenna. You can can track these spacecraft going over that are taking the images.
Amazing.
You can you can downlink direct imagery.
You don't need to do any of that. Just measure the 67 feet of curvature over a 10-mile lake. Why couldn't you just do that?
Because you can't throw out the medium. We've already talked about this.
It doesn't exist because it doesn't exist.
How do you know?
Because it's not measured.
Okay, then my assertion is that you can't measure it from the surface.
Yeah, yours would be a baseless
How do you prove that wrong?
Yours would be a baseless
How do you prove that wrong?
I don't need to. I can point out that your assertion is baseless, based on no evidence, based on no measurement, and therefore can be dismissed.
No, you're disregarding every single aspect that we have in orbit.
You don't get to just make a claim and then say, it doesn't matter that we can't provide any measurement or observation of it.
We can provide measurements. You're the one who throws them out. Yes, we do provide
you haven't got any.
You're the one who throws them out.
Josh, you can't measure the 67 feet.
From the surface. I'm saying we provide measurements from altitude.
You can't measure it from anywhere.
Let's disagree. That is not true.
No, you can disagree all you want. It is true. You've got no curvature.
Oh Lord, man, you have to
risking circular reasoning.
Yeah, you've got absolutely nothing.
Go ahead, Yoder. Yeah, go ahead, Yoder. We're going in circles here. I appreciate your insight.
No, I was just asking. I'd like you to convince us that you can establish these measurements like you say you can without circular reasoning.
Well, yeah, you go build an antenna that is able to build a ground station that is able to downlink information from assets moving around the northern and southern hemisphere at a constant angular momentum.
Hemisphere, so circular reasoning again.
To begin with, Josh.
No. Moving around the
coordinate reference system.
Oh Lord.
Josh, you're getting wrecked, dude. Just go ahead and bow out. Like this is fun.
No,
Getting wrecked.
that's fine. I stand to get wrecked.
All
a
you're
few
saying
times.
is to
It's
go
all
and
good.
tap into a data stream that's providing data that's depicting a certain thing. You can't verify where this data is coming from.
Yes, you can. You can get ranging data from the clock on the asset, and you can observe the relative motion by the data stream moving across the sky. You know, if you just want to throw out all of
So
RF
use the same
propagation,
data to verify
sure.
the integrity of the data. That's what you're saying.
No, you use ground-based
Yeah, pseudo
observations.
ranging can be applied to any coordinate reference system, Josh, even flat ones.
Yeah, you can do all this
Yeah,
Star Wars stuff, but you can't measure
constant
67
altitude
feet over
can't
10
occur.
miles.
Constant altitude can't
You
occur
can
on
use
a
the
flat
same
plane.
pseudo ranging. You can use the same pseudo ranging and apply it to a lunar datum.
Sure, but that
Right, so it
combined
doesn't
with the
prove
constant.
anything without invoking circularity.
No, that's one data point that you use. It's the range plus the relative velocity. To your point, you know,
Yeah, how
the
do
rate
you
at
get
which it
the
moves across
relative
the sky.
velocity?
By
Guys, I really don't think we need to entertain another hour of Josh and his space fantasies when he's already conceded
Yeah,
that there's
throw
no
me out,
detectable
dude.
surface curvature. I'm not throwing you out, dude, but you've already conceded there's no surface curvature. So what? We're going to talk about your
Yeah, no
imagination
shit.
for another hour or two? No thanks.
No,
I just want to ask Josh
we're
one
gonna
thing.
figure out why you throw out all of the institutions that claim that they have access to a different point
No,
of
we
view.
just want verifiable evidence. Okay, we're not denying anything. We want you to present a positive claim.
The institutions that are performing sci-fi
the telemetry data from
of
the
sending
ISS is
robots
public.
millions of miles away like little Johnny Fives, but they can't measure 67 feet of surface curvature over 10 miles. Cool story,
yes.
Josh. Cool story.
Cool.
Josh, you said that curvature is not detectable from the surface by any means, right?
From a human perspective, no.
Okay,
No,
cool.
it's not detectable with
So
your
you put that other
with your
guy
five senses.
onto the Rainy Lake experiment, right? Walter
I did
Bislin?
not.
You know, no, you didn't.
I did
Are
not.
you aware of Walter
No.
Bislin?
Yeah,
I have
I'm
no
still
idea.
here. I was waiting for you
Hold
to
on,
finish.
wait a second. So, Josh, are you throwing out all of Walter Bislin's stuff as well then?
I have no idea what you're referring to.
No idea.
Yeah, right.
I'm not.
Well,
I'm open and honest.
absolutely
I do not
anything
lie in this
any
room.
Glober has done, right? Fucking McToon, Fight the Flat Earth. I'm sure you're aware of some anti-flat earther out there, right? They've done observations, they claim to have done measurements, whatever. Are you throwing all that shit out too? They have all
I
completely
followed the
wasted
final
their time.
experiment. I was going to say I haven't done a ton of
not
long-term
that's not
long-range
equivalent.
observations.
That's something in the sky. We're talking about Glober observations as well when they went to attempt to detect curvature. Are you throwing all that
I was
out
going to say, to my knowledge, I haven't seen anything terrestrial long-distance observations that convinces me that the Earth is curved. No.
Right, yeah, right. So all the boats over the horizon,
Definitively,
all that
that
shit,
can't be
that's all
thrown out
gone.
with
That's all gone, right? That's all fucking gone.
at least-
you will never make that argument again, right?
From my perspective. No. From my perspective, I don't fight in the terrestrial arena at all because I don't think either side knows enough about.
Right. So anytime a
knows
Glober
enough
comes
about
in here and
the
says
effects of the medium.
there's a boat going away, it's obstructed, that's evidence of curvature, that's horseshit, right? In your
I'm not
And
saying
you
it's
will tell
horseshit.
them
I'm not
that.
saying it's truth either. I would say that I wouldn't rely on
Why
that.
is it not horseshit? You already conceded that you cannot detect it from a terrestrial position.
Definitively detected. I'm just saying I can't reject the null
no, it's
hypothesis.
definitively. Okay, right.
Well, no.
How close can we get to definitive?
Oh,
Let's add
Lord.
more
I'm talking about this.
Josh.
Sorry, what?
Add more qualifiers. It's great.
What? I'm just saying it's data that I see as noise because you can't definitively say it's a globe or flat based off of it. I'm not saying it's horseshit. I'm not
why
saying
are
it's
they
accurate.
everyone so confidently that the Earth is a globe, but at the same time you've realized there's no way to actually confirm that we live on a globe for any person on Earth?
Sorry, can you repeat the first part of the question?
Well, I'm saying, isn't it amazing that they're teaching everyone and all the kids at school so confidently that we all know that we live on a globe, and yet at the same time, you, who is ostensibly at the higher levels of a profession which deals directly with this question, are admitting that no human being on Earth could actually confirm that he lives on a globe.
I'm saying it's just noise. I'm just.
That doesn't answer anything I just said, but okay.
No. That's what I'm saying. I'm ceding that point
So
because
Josh,
I think that it's noise.
So they're just teaching the
What was
kids
moment in
noise
history
at
where we
school.
definitively knew
No,
we
because-
lived on a globe then? What was the moment in history?
You go up and take a picture. At least from my
because
point of,
Aristophanes doesn't count. That's a load of shit.
Yeah.
Alberoni,
Yeah, I
that's a load of
understand.
shit.
Aristophanes is something parallel sun
When did
rays
we
and not a
actually
local sun.
definitively know? What did it take?
I'll go 1942. Some of the high altitude V2 imagery that was returned. Like I'll go with if I had to shoot from the hip where I think humanity figured it out definitively, you can posit like Aristophanes that there's not a local sun, it's parallel sun rays, relative to the Earth, right, etc. But I'm saying, at least from my point of view, if I'm saying that you have to go up and look, I'd go with the World War II V2 camera observations.
I'd love to see your basis of research in that, because I've looked into that too.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's me shooting from the hip. I haven't actually, I've seen the images. I haven't gone into like where they were launched from, et cetera, to, fully flesh it out. But if you're asking me when I think we figured it out definitively based off of my criteria for what is definitive and throwing out ground-based observations because we don't know enough about how the medium interacts with light to make any claims either one way or the other. Yeah, that's what my answer would be.
So why are they making claims to everyone, adult and child alike, that they can tell the Earth is a ball because they're seeing boats disappear bottom up and the sun set, if what you just said is the case? That's a contradiction.
I'm assuming that most folks that are not in this conversation can. Oh, Jesus! Was that a creaking chair? Or did someone just rip ass? Jesus, goddamn! What'd you eat? No. I think from a simplified point of view, like folks that go into this conversation blind, right? We're talking about elementary school teachers at this point that have no exposure to quote unquote flat Earth, assume that is true, right? Whereas
that's not. But they're not. Those elementary school teachers are not the ones coming up with the curriculum. This is the curriculum that they're given by the government to teach to people. And the government's supposed to be the one in the position to know all this. They're the only ones who apparently have the capability and the technology to take technology and people to a position where they can actually see a globe.
Yeah, that's not true.
You just mentioned the V2, true. Josh. Don't backpedal.
No, I was referring to what he was saying.
Above a certain altitude, it's all military purview above a certain altitude, so don't give me that shit.
Not anymore. I mean, these are purely commercial plays at this point that have access to it, and that's why I come in here professing.
No,
that's the only reason I'm in here.
No.
How many of those launch facilities don't have a facility clearance?
Are we talking about proprietary? Are we talking about IP? Are we talking about there's different types of clearances?
An FCL, a facility clearance with the facility security officer, KMP, and a cage code, and all that other jazz.
Yeah, Kennedy does not have that. Kennedy Space Center does not have that. Cape Canaveral Space Force Station does. They're right next to each other, but the launch complexes that are no. You don't have to be. You have to be there's ITAR restrictions, but you can tour most of the facility, almost all of it, as not even a U.S. citizen. Commercial. Yeah, I was going to say commercial launches from Kennedy Space Center don't have an FCL. I know that for certain.
Kennedy Space Center, what, being a government facility?
Yeah, civil, not military.
Yeah, then they wouldn't need an FCL because we're talking about the NISPOM for private industry here. Try to follow along. You mentioned private industry is completely open, and you just invoked a government facility.
There's no commercial launch facilities. There are commercial launchers, right? I mean, the commercial, Brownsville, Texas. That is.
Government. There's no launches without government permission. Just stop, dude.
Oh, George. Yeah, and all of those license applications are public. You can just pull those, like.
Yeah, that's
right.
great.
There's no secrecy there.
But that's not the point. The point is, there's a gatekeeper, and the gatekeeper's the government. You're pretending it's not there.
Oh Lord, it's not a gatekeeper. It's somebody who signs your permission.
It's not a gatekeeper. Then why do you need permission? Why do you need to ask permission if it's not the gatekeeper? What happens if I build a rocket in my
because of the
backyard?
Outer Space Treaty of 1967, the launching administration takes on liability for any assets launched from its territory. So it doesn't even, you have to, basically the government has to make sure you're not putting a bomb up or weapons of mass destruction.
Well, where's the Native Americans? Why don't the Native Americans make a space launch site, then they don't have to worry about any of that shit. They didn't sign those treaties; they're not bound to them, right? They don't have to listen to the FCC or the FAA or anybody. It's just fucking launch from Navajo Nation.
No, it's still sovereign territory of the United States. The U.S. would still be liable.
No, there you go. Shot yourself in the foot.
Right. So yeah, it's all government military party then.
Dude, come on, Josh. You're playing games like
I'm not lying. Jesus, how the instant that I actually engage, y'all think I'm playing games. I don't lie.
No, you're playing games.
You may not be lying.
These are government controlled freaking activities, dude. They are.
Yeah.
No, it's government authorized, not controlled.
We get it. You're just lying to yourself.
You don't understand the system.
Games, dude. That's a game. It's a word game.
It's not a word game.
It's government authorized, not controlled. What if they don't authorize it?
Then they have to have a reason for not authorizing it. They're not. No, they are obligated to tell you why they're not, and that's public.
To you, Josh, why they're saying no.
And what's your recourse if they don't do it? Nothing.
Okay,
does he say these things, Yoder? Hold on, Josh. Is he saying these things because he doesn't have the clearance, and so he's just assuming, Yoder? Is that what do you think?
No. He's just a little green. He's a little green behind the ears when it comes to how all of this works inside the Beltway. That's all.
Because I don't detect that he's. Hold on, I don't detect that Josh is actually like maliciously trying to like skirt any like truth of what he's saying. I think it's. Like maybe like as you stated, it's probably he's not aware of it. So he's basically
regulatory affairs. I'd rather listen to Cyclone than the other guy.
Oh, Jesus.
Listen, among my many jobs that I had, Josh, I was an ITAR compliance officer amongst my many jobs I've had in Washington. So it's not like you can say ITAR and like.
Right. Right, we have an ITAR guy and we have a regulatory guy. There's two separate jobs.
Yeah, and I was a regulatory guy too. I also used to serve as an FSO for
facility security officer.
Anymore.
Okay, but I'm just saying, like that's not putting in.
Yeah, I was the most highly cleared person in my company. Okay.
Okay.
It's all right.
It's not regulatory affairs.
That there's no curvature. That's all that's going on.
Jesus.
Who were you talking to? Who were you talking to before Josh? Decided?
He left. I think Josh accomplished his goal.
Good job, Josh. Mission accomplished.
Yeah, mission accomplished. Y'all can't beat up on somebody who can barely speak English.
No, that wasn't. No, you just jumped in just so he didn't hear anymore, dude. You're basically a government censor.
Yeah, that's me.
A government censor. Year, Josh, and in the process, you have to concede.
No solipsation for y'all today. Sorry, I'm here to make sure that doesn't occur.
That's ironic. You're here just to confirm to all the new people listening that there's no way for them ever to detect any of the curvature that's required for a globe. Well done.
Oh, just go build an antenna.
Just go to Google and type in Girth Blob, and you'll see all the cartoons. That's all you need to do.
Oh, Lordy.
It's kind of funny that you did say that we're solipsists because people rely on information coming.
If that didn't, I was going to say I was being sarcastic. That was not serious.
Josh, yeah, I don't know if you seem to fail to remember that people that are in here, they kind of rely on people such as yourself to kind of know whether or not they can tell. So they're leaning on your expertise per se. I mean, they're waiting to hear. They're waiting to hear this information.
Save a whole globe save our hero guy. And all he's actually doing is being an authoritative voice that confirms what we're saying, which is that there's no detectable curvature. No human being on Earth has ever detected or measured any curvature on Earth in reality. So it's quite ironic, Josh, that you see yourself as saving them when in fact you're throwing them to the wolves worse than we are.
Oh Lord, I was being sarcastic. Y'all, you just end up people walking.
You don't say you're being sarcastic, Josh. You've just embarrassingly faffed around trying to claim that the Earth's definitely a ball, whilst at the same time saying there's no way for any human being on Earth to ever validate that it's a ball like they claim.
No, hold on, friend. Including all of Geodesy. You just threw Geodesy under the bus. Good job.
Yeah, that's true.
That's interesting, actually. There's many things. There's many evidence. Like when he interrupted, he did like a multiple cascading effect of different things he was taking down, which is one of the other things on top of Geodesy that AI mentioned. I was talking to Yoder about like the clearance level that he has, and he's speaking from like, it sounds like he's not aware of certain things, but he's confidently speaking about the things that he does know. So it's not. I didn't detect that he was doing it out of like malicious intent. He just doesn't know like what there's more gates that are not open to him.
Nah, because all that stuff that he's doing when he's talking about that is simply him trying to deflect from what I'm holding him to, which is the physical geometric curvature that must exist in order for any of the shit he's saying to be true. He just deflects off of it. And then when we say, okay, well, who's actually measured it? If we don't let him just run away to some space fantasy story, he concedes no one ever has. But then he says, that's okay. We don't need to. We can't
so
ever
what you're saying is that all these institutions are lying.
Yeah,
let me help you out. Let me help you out, like guys. Real quick. So he said is we can't trust the tests on the surface because either side doesn't understand the medium fully. But I can trust when I get high and look back. Wouldn't the same thing that nobody understands the medium fully be applied to any observation, regardless of how high you are?
It would be even worse. It would be even worse.
There is no medium.
Yeah, what?
What?
Again, so Josh,
the atmosphere, the asymptotically.
There is no medium.
There isn't.
Hey, listen, Josh, let me help you out with some logic here. In order to see the surface of the Earth, you must look through the atmosphere. The answer is yes, period. Even if you're far away from the Earth, looking back at it, you'd be looking through the atmosphere. So this idea that there's no medium is self-evidently false. So you're just wrong.
No, you look at the edges of the atmosphere on both sides, right? Like it's what happens when you put a spectrometer up to Mars, right? You can see CO2 on either side of it.
Spectrometer up to Mars, Jesus Christ, Josh.
Why are you saying that,
Land for 1 minute?
Josh, spectrometers use on emitted light when the source is emitting light. You talking about reflectance spectroscopy?
Yeah.
This guy.
Hey, guess what I just found?
Guess what I know what you're talking about at all? Do you just come in here and try to bullshit people?
Yes, he does.
Obviously.
Okay. So Cyclone, you missed Cyclone's whole point that he was making with that person, is that he can't verify it himself. He has to rely on somebody else, namely the government. You disputed that, but ultimately the government does gatekeep who gets to see that point of view you think it exists. They are the ultimate authority that sets that line. And I'm sure if our Cyclone protagonist who he was talking to was some type of undesirable, he ain't going to space.
Of course not.
Think they're letting Charles Manson jump in a fucking rocket? Come on, man. I mean, I'm trying to be reasonable, man, but you
can buy a ride.
Unreasonable.
Josh knows this. He's just doing his bullshit. I don't know why.
You can be a flat earther and still work in the satellite industry. You just have to be crystal clear what the globe is, what the coordinate reference system is. You can still use it.
Yeah, I think part of it thinks, maybe, I don't know, I'm speaking for him, but maybe he has to abandon the way that he views it now versus, looking at it as the spherical coordinate system as for what it just stands for. He's thinking he's going to have to like stop doing all of those things. You know,
satellites do not
fallacy.
work as they are designed in any other coordinate system besides spherical.
Well,
They
that's
don't.
the thing,
They just
dude.
don't. They just don't. I have yet to see any propulsion tech that would keep them in the motion that we observe from the ground.
You don't have any dynamic readouts, any telemetry, any of the dynamics, any of the physics involved in any of this equipment to make that evaluation. So
Yeah, and I
you do have internal avionics. So, oh Lord.
Well, I told you this 4 days ago, Josh, and you just freaking quit. Okay, you have kinematics. You don't have dynamics.
So that was I was going to a Magic the Gathering pre-release, so I was literally walking in, so I had to hop off. I apologize for ducking out at that point.
Sorry, Josh. Needless to say, you've got literally none of the things you need for Earth to be a big swinging ball. So, no worries.
I don't lie in these rooms. I really don't appreciate the sarcasm that I'm lying to your face. I do not lie in these rooms.
Listen, there are flat earthers in DC who are highly cleared in your industry right now, Josh. You just don't know them yet.
Josh, you can't
I've
lie
already explained that to you, Josh.
Hold on, Josh. If I can indulge, sorry to break it to both of you morons. That's right, both Josh and whoever flat earther was just speaking. I just proved the Earth was concave. So you guys can keep talking. I'm going to post my evidence. 100% proof. So go ahead and keep talking while I upload my evidence.
Yeah,
March I'm open and honest. I do not lie in these rooms. I have zero reason to lie in these rooms.
Yeah, Josh,
so if I say that I had to drop out, wait. If I say I'm had to drop out because I had stuff going on, and somebody says, "Sure, Josh," like, dude,
all right,
there's no reason for that at all.
I'm not saying that. You have to go sometimes. That's fine. That's
damn fucking straight I do.
That's not what we're concerned about. That's not what we're concerned about. And honestly, Josh, there's nothing really that you can say that's going to rile up any of us because we already know the situation as it pertains to Earth having no curvature and therefore not being a globe. And you've just agreed with it here tonight anyway. So don't worry about it.
Agree with you. That's exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, from your point of view, that makes sense. But there's other points of view. But you have to posit that those are lies.
Oh, there's imagination. Yeah, you can have imagination if you want. That's fine.
No, we're not positing that. See, you just lied right there.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, he's a little snaky, Josh. I mean, it's a little snaky. Come on.
Wait, Indio, how did I lie? Honestly, like
when you said we have to say they're lies, when did we say that?
Well, I'm telling you, there's other perspectives.
You just said things like they get a spectrograph of Mars and they know it's carbon dioxide. Okay, that's bullshit. You're misinformed.
So other perspectives,
spectroscopy. Because because carbon dioxide does not emit light, so you wouldn't be able to get its spectrum. Has to be the source of the light. Because what are you capturing, right? You use the Bohr model of the atom and the orbitals, then it's emitting a certain frequency. That's how you tell what it is. Well, it would have to be reflectance. So you're wrong. So when we say you're wrong, we're saying you're lying. No, you're wrong, Josh.
Okay, that's fine. I can be wrong, but I'm telling you everything that I say is honestly
you are wrong, Josh. That's fine. And it's fine, yeah, from your belief, you believe in the globe. We get it. We don't care. We're not interested in the belief. That's why we're asking for verification and measurement. You're saying it can't be done. Fine. You can't evidence the globe. We agree.
From a human perspective on the surface. Correct.
From a human perspective. That's a pretty redundant thing to say, Josh, since literally that's the only thing we can deal with. Are we going to deal with the cow's perspective? The kangaroo's perspective? Whose fucking perspective are we going to be dealing with here?
Thermometer's perspective. I'm saying from your own five senses.
Who's reading the thermometer? Who's doing any of that?
Let's ask Josh. When was the globe confirmed then?
We already talked about this. I was saying that I
never talked about it with you.
Oh, sorry. Like 20 minutes ago.
It was an American bald eagle. It was an American bald eagle.
Was it with a camera? Did Apollo?
Yes.
So who was it? Was it
German V2s during World War II.
How is that? That doesn't. Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not.
Wait a minute. This is perfect.
The V2
Indio.
picture.
What about the
flat
V2
horizon? That one?
Photograph?
Yeah, I'll have to dig into it. But if somebody was asked,
yeah, brother, I just posted my photograph. Okay, in the chat there, it's an actual photograph. Printed from a film, from a plane, and it shows a concave horizon. So I just proved the Earth is concave. I rest my case. You're a loser.
Lit. You're taking a picture through a medium as well as the glass on the plane. Good job.
Oh, but V2s aren't taking a picture through a medium? Holy crap, dude.
At least he's taking a picture.
Josh, you just boned yourself, dude. Like, wow.
Whoa. Everybody needs to bone themselves every once in a while. Come on.
All right, Josh. Put yourself on mute.
Joke, just kind of, deflect from the fact that V2 for you is evidence while looking through a camera lens and probably the visor, right?
Yeah. I was going to say,
through the window.
I'm shooting from the hip on that one. I haven't dug into it.
Yeah. Right. And that was your confirmed proof that you haven't looked into.
Just shooting from the hip, guys. Teach all the children. Just teach all the children around the world that this is true. Just shooting from the hip.
Damn, I got to see this repository of clips y'all have on me. It's
dang,
hilarious.
brother, I messed up, guys. I messed up. I'm sorry. I publicly apologize to the community. I'm flipping through the images here because I got multiple prints of different shots, and some of the horizons are curved down, and some of the horizons are curved up. So I have to retract my claim that it's concave Earth because I have contradictory information from the same altitude.
No, just ignore that one. Just ignore those ones, and you're fine. That's how you do it.
Josh does. You're telling me I can just burn? I can just burn these ones, and then that one will be true.
Pick the ones you like. That's how you do it, isn't it, Josh? You just pick the ones you like. Just pick the results that make you feel warm and fuzzy inside.
That's exactly what y'all do every day in here. That's hilarious.
Oh, no, it's not.
Oh, really?
You use the V2 rocket, bro, and it's showing concave and convex. So you're doing the thing that you're... Come on, bro.
Remember, Josh, you agreed with us that there's no curvature to be measured or detected. That's not our preference. That's just a hard fact about reality.
No, I'm throwing out long distance observations because I don't think folks know enough about the medium. I'm not saying that it's impossible. I'm saying from a debate point of view, it's impossible to prove it to this audience or to the quote unquote globe Earth audience using long distance observations.
You expect us just to accept unverifiable claims from the government and various institutions that no one can actually verify what they're claiming.
I was gonna say, I'm happy to walk you through how to build an antenna yourself to start get your own data and confirm that these space systems are operating in the way that they're claimed to operate.
No, I don't need an antenna. Remember, we just need the curved lake, which you said is impossible.
I'm not saying you don't. I'm not saying you don't need that.
Josh, the way that those systems work, do you think that's what's in contention? How they operate? Oh, I can show you all of that. Like, why do we need to know that? How they operate?
Because it doesn't work in a flat Earth.
Why not?
It doesn't work on a flat Earth. Come on, Josh.
Because things accelerate towards the ground at 9.81 meters per second square.
Reality couldn't work on a flat Earth, guys. The observable, measurable, practically used reality could not work on a flat Earth, even though that's exactly what we're talking about.
Correct.
You're confused, Josh. You must be thinking that we're describing some depiction of a model of reality that isn't detected, when in reality, we're talking about that reality that is observed and experienced. So to say that couldn't work with what we're saying is... It just doesn't even make any sense, because that's what we're talking about. That is flat Earth.
That's why I'm saying you can't observe it. You can't observe it from a human perspective. That's yes. You hit the nail right on the head.
You can directly observe a flat, motionless Earth, Josh, already by default.
Correct.
Wait,
and the way that space systems work is in direct contention with that.
So when you say that wouldn't work on that observable reality, it's incoherent. Doesn't make any sense.
You're right. It doesn't.
We're talking about.
One of them must be wrong. We can measure the Earth to be a globe with an antenna.
I'm contending that you can confirm that space objects are operating in the way that they are claimed to using an antenna.
How can you tell us how to do that?
You can do range data plus velocity data and corroborate that
Range
those
data.
measurements. Yes. So
What
how
does the
far away the
range
object
data
is
look
from
like?
you?
How are we doing that?
The time between the clock and the
Are we
clock
pinging
on
it?
the satellite and the clock. No, you receive the time of the packets
The clock
from
on the satellite.
Correct.
How are we syncing clocks, buddy?
You're not syncing clocks.
What do you mean we're not syncing clocks?
I'm
How we
saying
know
you're
how
using
long
the.
it took without a ping, right?
Oh lordy. I'm saying you get the data down at time X, and the packet is labeled with time X minus some amount of time.
Yeah, then you
that
compare it to measure the time. You need the time on your end, right? So how are you syncing clocks?
And latency is not a factor here?
That's the whole point. Latency is the factor. Latency is the whole way that you get the distance. But so we can double click on that if you'd like.
It leaves there at freaking high noon, and then you get it at freaking 1 millisecond freaking later. How do you know it was noon on your clock when it was noon on their clock?
I mean, we can get into Sagnac if you want. You don't need to do
No, I'm
that.
not talking about Sagnac. How did you sync clocks in the first place? We're not anywhere near Sagnac yet.
Exactly.
You can't even tell me how they did the most basic part.
Oh, Lord.
The most basic part is syncing the clock, dude. Otherwise, there is no measurement.
Hey, brother, I got a real world experiment. I got a real world, dude. I got a real world practical application of this. So in the military, we have a radio system that's coded on a revolving frequency that requires you to be on time. And the current code sets that's going to be revolving are on a device called the ANCD, which you have to plug into your radio before the mission. And then everyone has to sync their clock to the same time at the same time. Okay? If you don't do that, you cannot listen to the other person on the radio. All you will hear is gobbledygook. Okay? So the key component in all of that system is that everyone who's the end user syncs to the appropriate time. How hard is that to comprehend, brother?
Can we do that with a satellite?
If it's your own, correct, yes.
Indio, you're gonna make him go into
bro.
What?
Yeah,
no,
Josh, if somebody takes the time coding device out of your building, are you authorized to kill them?
No.
Oh, that's weird.
It's an encryption key. It's the same thing that you do for all of your proprietary information that's encrypted.
All right, let's just take a quick moment to double check because we've got how many people in this chat now? 41 people.
41.
There must be another space fantasist that wants to ask a question. We can get back to you if not, Josh. But let's
No, don't worry about it. I got home about 10 minutes ago from my commute, so I'm gonna head in and get some dinner. But no, appreciate y'all again. It's fun. It's fun to mix it up every once in a while. Actually,
good stuff, Josh.
No,
you enjoy your dinner. You enjoy your dinner.
Hey, Josh, how is your answers any different from some guy who just plays Kerbal Space Program on the weekend?
Probably not much. Not gonna lie.
Exactly. You know why? Because just like the NASA guy said, and also the leader said, that the people in the actual doing of the job cannot tell the difference between a real mission and a simulation.
Yeah, unless you're actually there.
Wow. At least he's not as bad as the flight simulator pilot guy. That was pretty funny earlier.
Damn. I heard.
Go ahead. I'm gonna.
No, you're about to leave, man. You might as well just say what your parting words were.
No. I agree. I can point you towards resources that are like publicly available. But I will, concede that, because a lot of this, a lot of space tech has sort of separated from government. It's not NASA launching shit anymore, or NASA operating and stuff. It's these commercial companies. The issue you run into is less of like, national security, yada yada, government clearances. It's more of proprietary, like intellectual property stuff. So I'll take the action item to what was the ask?
How come no one's going rogue yet? That's what I want to know.
The ask would be that we need some actual empirical, verifiable evidence for any of these wild fantasy claims about the ground being.
Yeah, we'll find some nonprofits. Yeah, we'll find some folks that are doing stuff without commercial incentive or motivation.
No, just establish the basis of your claims, right, as being true.
It could literally be the dog catcher. If he goes and measures some curvature, that's fine. We don't need.
Okay.
Lasagna's getting cold, man.
Hey,
that's the basis. That's the basis of his claim.
I'm having locks tonight, man. We're doing bagels. All right. Much love, y'all.
Okay. All right. Peace. Okay. Floor is open. New people. Who's got a question? Any comments? Questions about what you've just heard? Let's hear it.
So this is something just to mull about. What does the government do if one of these commercial entities go rogue and they just like, oh, we're not going to use it for that. We're just going to hover over all the military bases and take pictures and sell them to the Russians. Then what do they do?
Talk about who's holding them accountable? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like once they get to space, right? They don't. Whose jurisdiction are they in then?
And like maritime law
we want up here, right, bro? We just do what we want. Like you can't.
No man's land, brother. Well, that's what they say the Karman line is. That space between like that little gap. It's really just like there's nobody that's laid claim to that, so you can technically put something in there and not be responsible. You fly it over a country.
Yeah, you just freaking launch your satellite the next Patriot and be like, "Fuck, dude, I'm starting my own country in space."
Oh, there is that already. Asgard, look it up. There's about 1 million people that are joining up on that.
Is this space based?
Yeah, there's yeah, exactly. You want me to pull it up?
You know what?
Yeah, let me pull it up.
Space news too, man. You know what, dude? We used to do on Friday the Dr. Science show. Remember, we used to do space news. That was awesome. I loved space news.
Zany space news is what we call it. Yeah, I'm gonna drop something.
I got one. I got another one. You go. You get yours, and I'll get mine. I'll show you yours if you show me mine.
Look, I'm gonna post it, but
would be doing the zany space news and having Josh defend each story.
Now, whether you believe this or not,
brothers, please stop. We've been trying to do a show like that in the vein of Hannity and Combs. If any of you remember Hannity and Combs. It was one conservative and one ultra liberal. They were both co-hosts, and they would present the news, and the other guy would zing the other guy back. Oh man, what if Josh is our Combs? Oh, all right, go ahead.
That could work.
Yeah,
that could work. I'm about to post this link. Now you don't have to take no flat earther made this up, so you're gonna look at what's in here, and then you give me your judgment of what this is. There it is. Now, Indio just said this, but there's an actual space nation. It's called Asgardia. And, we can tell Josh if he's really concerned with all of this, he can join this nation. They have their own flag. They have their own motto. There's this like alma mater, I think, or what alma mater. There's a song that they sing that, like their flag song. So, I don't know, man. You guys make up your own mind on it. The population of Asgardia is 1,124,241 people. Build the future through democracy and innovations, no matter where you are. Asgardians, they have their leader. I think their president is, as a matter of fact.
They have a currency.
Let me see.
The solar.
I don't know how far they've got it. I'm just
of Asgardia.
All right. The head of the nation is Dr. Igor Ashubele, whatever. Let's see here.
Is that like an Indian name?
Perhaps.
I'm not being part of that country.
me see if I can show this video.
Go over the Fishi's belt.
What is Asgardia? Asgardia, the first space nation, a unique international community of forward-looking people, a digital state with its own transparent economy focused on scientific progress on Earth and in space. I put in there a video from the Asgardian Executive Congress. So, look at this. Democracy. Be part of the first digital democracy in the world. Make the space nation better. Inclusivity. We don't care about your gender, race, or faith. We care about you. Freedom. Express yourself. We value your freedom to be you. Asgardia 1 satellite. Send part of your life to space today and remain in history forever. A community, it tells you how many people there are, Asgardians. Exploration, pave the road to living in space with like-minded Asgardians and help build a better future for humanity. Like, I am not kidding about this. This is real stuff.
Yeah, what if you don't live in space, though?
Well, they don't live in space. This is here on Earth right now. They're establishing their nation on Earth, and when the time comes, they're going to have residency in a type of space station, is my understanding of it.
You gotta pay taxes.
More globe-based fantasy escapism.
Yeah, look, you
gotta pay triple taxes, bro.
Let me just post some for you guys so you can see what the identification looks like. Yeah, I don't know if you're wondering that, but I'll put in the text.
Bro, this looks like a cult or some shit, man. Troy.
Nah. What, space cult? What do you mean? Is there such a thing as a space cult? What would that even look like?
Scientology?
It's an offshoot of the globe cult.
What would that even look like? Look at that resident identification card. That's legit, bro. Legit.
Don't Scientologists think that at some point there's like a spaceship coming and take all of their souls to Titan? Whatever.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's another globe cult. What's up, Evening Star? Why are you muted? Speak, or I will mute you again.
What's up, man? I just saw that you muted me.
Yeah, what's up? Why were you muted?
I have no idea, man. I think I had a conversation once here and somebody muted me for like maybe the channel owner or something.
Another channel didn't mute you?
No, I think it was here.
Okay. What brings you to the FE chat?
I'm just interested to hear some like different approaches, you know.
Truth. You said you've been here before, so what did you hear last time you were here?
I mean, it's cool to hear, you know, different opinions.
Well, what did you hear? What do you remember hearing last time when you got muted?
I don't remember quietly, but I was probably trying to prove some point, and somebody maybe did not like it, and I got muted. What do you say? Who's speaking? The cyclone.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Yeah, it was the middle of conversation. I don't quite remember. I don't even remember that I was muted. I think I left before I saw it.
Okay, so you don't know any of our arguments or our positions on this?
Not really, no. Usually I join in the middle of conversations and then I try to participate, you know.
Okay. Well, I mean, if you want to know, we can have a conversation.
It depends. If you can trigger the topic, it would be great, you know.
Okay, well, basically our position is that the Earth's surface that we live on, despite what we're being shown in the media and in textbooks, is not a curved surface. It's not a spherically curved surface. Like the bodies of water are not curving down and away from us, like they're showing us in these images of a ball Earth. And that can be measured by long distance observation, laser tests, basically surveying big chunks of water, lakes, shorelines, things like that. So, given that there's no curvature, there can't be a ball. So that's basically the position. And for 10 years, we've been asking people, well, show us who's measured this curvature. And there's no measurement. There's just inferences. They'll say, like, Eratosthenes, he measured these angles from the sun, casting a shadow. And then they'll just assume a ball and then do some maths around that. But as it comes to, like, direct measurement of a drop over distance curvature, it doesn't exist.
Right. Like, I want to hear your opinion. Like, you're a flat earther, right? Like, I want to hear, like, what is your thoughts about, like, the edge of this flat earth? Like, do you think
that would be like
how does it look like? You know.
Well, I don't know what it looks like, but I mean, it's almost like asking what's at the edge of reality, right? Because the whole like shift you need to make in your head is that when we're talking about flat Earth, we're just talking about reality, what we experience every day, right? The Earth.
So if I start to walk, let's say from a certain point, and I get back to the same point, does that mean I just mistakenly lost my direction and went back to the same point?
Yeah, well, you'll have had to have walked in some kind of circle to end up back where you started. You can't Pac-Man from one side of a place to another in this world. So yeah, you'd be walking in a circle. I mean, if you
so
talk about circle navigation, that's what that is, circle navigation.
Right. So you think there is no way to go and explore the limits of this flat?
No. Like you and me, members of the public with jobs, no. I mean, loads of places in the world are off limits to the public, right? They're under military purview or they're environmentally protected. And these are the instruments they use to restrict travel from the public. So we can't go wherever we want to go. I would say there is likely a finite limit to this place, this system that we're in, but where it is, I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Yeah, interesting though. Very interesting.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone knows.
It's very interesting because at the individual level, like, it's difficult to prove either way. Huh?
Yeah, it's impossible to prove that it's a globe in space. It's very possible to prove that it's a topographical motionless plane, but you can't prove how big it is or what quote unquote shape it might be. Like, we're just talking about, you heard the term empirical? You know what empirical means?
Not really, but yeah, I can Google
it. EMPIRICAL, and like empire, empirical.
Oh, empirical, yeah, with E. Okay.
Yeah, with an
E. Yeah, go ahead.
Know what that means?
Go ahead. Yeah, I just saw it.
It's the foundation of science, right? It's what's observable, measurable, experienced in reality. Yeah?
Yeah.
So not theoretical, not some theoretical math or some hypothetical. What is actually observed and measured. That's what we are interested in. That's what we talk about. Anything beyond that is just imagination as far as we're concerned. So when you look at the empirical evidence, it only gives us flat, motionless, and contained. Right, the system as a whole, it's contained. We're not open to a vacuum. It's more like a terrarium. You heard of a terrarium? You know what that is?
No.
Yeah, it's another one to Google. TE.
Is it like that kind of how you call it, like greenhouse sort of thing?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a fish tank, but without the water. It's just a closed tank, and you put like earth and seeds and water in it, and it's a totally closed system, and the plants will grow and life will flourish, and the water and the gas will create their own cycles within this little system, just like we have on Earth. So it's called a terrarium.
So basically, we've been like in a big terrarium since forever.
Yeah. Basically.
Everything controlled, all the reality.
Yeah. It turns out that we are in a greater being's construction, whatever that is. Yeah.
Yeah, I got you, man. Very interesting.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
Do you have any idea at an individual level, how can I prove like this flat Earth theory
long distance
or reality?
Yeah, long distance observations.
Yeah.
You can test how far you can see across the surface, and you can prove that you can see too far for it to be the globe that they say, because the globe puts a physical limit on how far we should see due to the curvature. But that physical limit, when tested, isn't there. You see way beyond it.
Yeah, gotcha.
So just like the nature of water itself, right? The nature of water is that it takes the shape of its container, and when it's at rest, it'll find level. The surface will be flat. Yeah.
So in that case, gravity also is definitely questioned, right?
Yeah. I mean, gravity, in as far as the theory or the theories, right? Because we agree that some things fall down and some things rise. The difference is what's causing that, and even the globe side, they're just theorizing about it, and they'll openly admit it's just a theory, right? The bending and warping of space-time, it's just a theory.
So gravity theory will fall in that case.
Yeah, we don't need you only need gravity if you think you live on the outside of a giant spinning ball. They had to come up with a story as to how we could possibly be stuck to the outside of a giant spinning ball, because you'd think, just using your natural logic, that you couldn't be on the side of a spinning ball, you'd be chucked off of it.
But hold on a second, like, have you ever tried that experiment, like, of holding a cup of water and like trying to spin that cup of water, and the water won't, like,
you're talking about, like, if you have a bucket of water and you swing the bucket.
Yep. Exactly. Like, it won't spill.
The globe is not a bucket. Try turning your bucket into a globe, putting water on the outside. What's going to happen to it?
Yeah, but if there is a gravity, maybe like a force that will.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. They have to come up with that story. They have to come up with that story. But you can't demonstrate that. In your demonstration, you turn that bucket into a ball and put water on the outside of it and swing it around. That's going to go flying off. And then they'll say, yes. But if you have a really big ball, bigger than we can possibly ever feasibly test, then it works. And you just have to go, okay, I guess so. I guess I'll trust you on that. So it's undemonstrable.
Yes, it's not demonstrable at the individual level.
It's not demonstrable at any level. It's not. They can't even model it.
But you agree that when I spin the bucket of water, like, I can manage to get the water.
It's a different thing. A bucket is a different thing. It's because it's the water is still wanting to leave in the same trajectory, but it's contained by the bucket. But the globe model isn't containing it.
I got you. Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah. So all natural law, observation, physics, and everything, it debunks the globe when you actually think about it and look into it. The only thing that supports a globe are images and stories from the government, basically. That's it.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's pretty much it. Like, you cannot really discuss those unless you have the possibility to prove something at the individual level.
And you hear now NASA are classified as an intelligence agency, like the CIA.
No.
Which means they can legally lie and withhold information. So they're effectively a propaganda agency, and now they've effectively just admitted it. I mean, they always were, but now they've essentially just admitted it.
I personally checked like the NASA website and some data on the moon, like how I call it, moon mission. You know, Apollo. There was a lot of like manipulation in the information there. So
that was just propaganda. That was just propaganda to make people think that the United States is technologically superior.
But besides that, like, you know, I look at the moon, right? And when you look at the moon, you don't need anything, camera or anything, but it's clearly that the moon is kind of spherical, you know, because with your eye...
Even that you don't know. If the moon is well, think about it. You're saying the moon is a spinning ball, right?
I don't know if it's spinning or not. I cannot tell you this. I did not make my own like experiments.
Well, we only observe one circular face, right?
Yeah, but you know, circle face. But if like sometimes in the moon,
unless you travel to it and around it, you wouldn't know that there's another circular face on the other side or a spherical shape to discover. We actually can't confirm that.
But you know that there is like craters on the moon, right? Surface. So
well, there's things that we call craters. Again, without going to that place and walking around it and seeing that they're actually craters, we've got no idea what we're even looking at.
I mean, the biggest ones there are visible, you know, well, almost with like your eyes, like you can see them.
You can see what we call craters. For me,
the moon. Me personally, the moon, I kind of see and perceive it, like without having to do any crazy experiment, you know. I can tell that it's spherical as much as I can tell you basketball or something is a spherical thing.
No. You can't hold the moon in your hands like you can hold a basketball in your hands.
Definitely not, but at least
you can believe it.
Like it's visible
for sure.
You know,
you can believe it's a sphere, and maybe it is. Even if it was, the Earth isn't. That would
it's not my point. Like my point is not. Yeah, my point is like not to say like, hey, the moon is spherical, then automatically the moon, like the Earth, is also spherical. But my point is like, hey, look at that, like spherical shape. It exists. You know, it's possible. You know, it's not something that I need to wait for government or NASA to tell me to.
Well, you do though, because you don't. I mean, really, all you know about the moon is what you observe. You don't know anything about it being physical land with craters on it, or a sphere, or a rock that's reflecting the sun. All of that has come from the government telling you that.
Well, I don't know at this point, to be honest with you. But the moon, I'm personally convinced that, like...
Yeah, that's fine. You can be convinced about whatever you think, but I mean, throughout the course of human history...
not Earth.
Yeah. No, I get that. I mean, people throughout human history have all had loads of different theories about what the moon is. What are the chances that you're correct? Probably pretty slim. I'm not claiming that I know, but...
Yeah. I get you, man. I think there's a guy here. I heard like that this guy visitor, maybe he wants to add something. I'll get muted for now and just listen to the convo.
Okay, no worries. Well, if there's another guy who's got a question, feel free.
I don't even know what you're discussing. This game here.
We're discussing the Earth and whether or not it's a ball, like they told us. What do you think?
It's not a ball, of course.
You don't think it's a ball?
It's not a ball. It's not a circle either.
What do you think it is?
Similar to circle, but not circle.
Like an oval?
Could be.
Could be. How'd you figure that?
There's this law of charges, law of matter.
Law of matter.
Yes. How particles have special force.
Go on.
That's it. I don't have much to add onto this conversation. I'm curious to know about your thoughts.
What do the particles do?
What they do is they attract each other.
It sounds a bit like you're talking about gravity forming balls in a vacuum, like the globe.
Gravity is about, same concept. Masses attract other masses is gravity.
Now, is that a theory or is that reality?
It's reality.
Okay, where have you seen these things attract each other and form into balls?
Experiment lab.
Yeah, which experiment has shown particles forming into balls due to gravity?
I don't know which one. I mean,
well, I'll tell you, there isn't one. They can't even simulate it.
Are you sure?
Yeah, that doesn't happen. Not in reality. It's just a story.
Whatever doesn't happen needs to be proved.
It needs to be proven that it does happen. If you say it does, if you say this thing happens, you have to prove that. And if you can't prove it, then we can just dismiss it.
Yeah, that defeats the whole point of proving stuff.
No, because the way it works is, if I say, for example, I have a unicorn, the burden of proof is on me to prove that I have a unicorn. It's not on you to prove that I don't have one.
There is no burden in proof. There is not something called burden when it comes to proof.
Yes, it's a well-known concept in logic and law. You can Google it. Burden of proof. Google it. It basically says he who is making the claim must provide evidence for his claim.
Well, I'm not making any claim.
Okay, so you're not claiming that particles come together and form balls due to gravity.
I just saw it. I don't know how.
You didn't see it, though. You don't see it. Remember, you said some experiment, and I said which one, and you said you don't know.
I don't know what they did.
And they just told you this. They just told you a story. That's all they did.
Could be. It could be they were lying to me. Yeah, you're right.
Or not even lying. Maybe they were just believing like you were. Maybe they just heard the story like you did, and they just repeated it to you, like they had it repeated to them.
Yeah, that's true. Could be.
Yeah, it's true, because the Earth is not a ball. So it can't have been made into a ball by gravity. That's not what it is.
Yeah, they're not lying. They just don't know.
Your teacher, whoever told you that wasn't lying. They're just believing like you are.
Yeah. Why would they lie? I mean, yeah, you're right.
There might be some people lying, but your teacher isn't one of them. They're just another believer. And who do they all appeal to? NASA.
I think NASA is trying to get us into trouble. They're trying to control us. That's why they're manipulating our thoughts.
Could be.
I think NASA is the real enemy.
they're an intelligence agency, aren't they? So they can lie professionally.
Yeah, they send people to the moon, and we don't even know they are on the moon because we don't see. They're just photos.
Yeah, they didn't send anyone to the moon. That's just propaganda.
Yeah, it could be the AI was created way earlier. They just generated those photos, or maybe they just created something moon-like structure. Maybe sand or something. They were standing on sand, created. Take pictures and send us, and like the moon.
Well, very easy. It's very easy to fake images and videos.
True. I saw my friend was faking his girlfriend. He's using AI.
That sounds about right. Yeah. So most people are just basing their entire worldview on images and videos that could easily be fake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, that's why we like to go and check. We'll see if there is actually a curved surface for there to be a globe. And there's not.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no globe.
Maybe I should do it myself. See it with my own eyes.
You should double check. You should double check that whole story about you living on a big spinning ball of water and gas in a vacuum.
Yeah. I don't think it's a circle, to be honest. Because when I walk, it's flat.
Well, circles are flat.
Circles, they have curve, right? They have curve like a ball.
Around the edge, no, not like a ball. Ball has a 360-degree curvilinear surface. A circle is just a flat surface.
Ah, you're imagining a sphere.
Sphere, yes. Sphere is what they claim, not circle.
Yeah, sphere.
Yeah, that's what they're teaching all the kids in school, that it's a sphere.
Maybe the color that we see, when I see red, maybe you see it's blue, but the way they teach us about colors, that's why we assume that it's...
Well, that may be. There are people who are colorblind, but we all see a flat horizon, don't we?
Mm-hmm. What happens is when I see a tomato, it's red for me. Right?
As well as a flat horizon, we all experience a motionless surface, unless we're in an earthquake, right?
Yeah, you're right.
So you experience a flat, motionless Earth every single day, as does every other person on Earth.
Yes,
so we all actually know. We all actually do know that it's flat and motionless. We just have the government telling us, oh, it's actually a big spinning ball. You can't trust your senses.
Yeah, I think it's all government propaganda.
Well, even if you don't, that is what it is.
Mm-hmm. I believe you.
You don't have to believe me. Just go outside.
See, I see myself. It's not a sphere. It's flat surface.
Yep, and motionless.
Yeah, it's obviously it's not moving. If
Correct.
it was moving, then I would be moving also. But I'm sitting here.
Yes, you are. So.
All right, enough with this conversation. I can't do.
Welcome to reality, my friend. I know that was uncomfortable, wasn't it? You acknowledged reality. That's uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's very uncomfortable and funny also.
Yeah, what's funny about it? You're just sitting still, right? You're not moving.
Yeah.
Or do you think you're moving now? Where are you moving to?
Yeah, I'm not moving. That's for sure. If I would be moving, my wire will get tangled.
Oh, you've gone back into it.
Yes.
See, but you think the ground is moving.
If the ground was moving, then my feet were maybe they will. I would feel it.
Oh, is that what they say?
Because when you travel in bus, you feel it, right? The bus is moving, but the ground is not.
Well, this would be like sitting on the roof of the bus if the bus was spinning around at 1,000 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm. But even when
but they tell you you wouldn't notice that.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
No, it has to be true. They've given us images and videos. All the scientists agree. You must be spinning around in your chair. Hundreds of miles an hour. Millions of miles an hour. Yeah, none of that's true. Surprise, surprise. You're not moving. Have we got anyone else? Any other new people in? Questions? Don't be shy. Hey, ladies man, welcome back. I heard you the other night.
Like
yeah, the night. Yeah.
You were there?
No, I wasn't there. I just heard some of the replay on YouTube.
Oh. You watched that? Isn't that like a few hours?
No, I didn't watch the whole thing. I just heard bits of it. But I heard you speaking and saying that you were taking some notes.
Oh, no. Not actually. No.
I want to hear some of the notes that you took.
Why?
Curiosity.
Curiosity?
Yeah. Like, what are you writing? What are you noting down as important from our conversations? Yeah, I'm curious to see what you wrote down.
I don't know. I mean, it's nothing like important. If you think it's like some like I have some hatred towards you with these notes, I don't. I just
No, not at all. I don't expect you to have some hatred towards us. You must have some kind of appreciation of us if you're listening to us and taking notes. I just wanted to hear what those notes were. Just give us an example. Read off like a bit.
One of the notes I wrote was they don't seem to have the same drive to convert people to the globe. Like not all, but some of them I've noticed they just, with my personal experience, they just seem to just want to beat the person in a debate. While I've talked to other flat earthers that I felt genuinely just wanted to give you a new perspective and like in a nicer way.
Okay, so you're saying you were listening and you thought some people were just trying to debate and other people were trying to pass on the information. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, some people didn't seem like they truly wanted to convert them to the flat earth model. They just wanted to debate them and win.
Well, see, none of us are really trying to convert, quote unquote, anyone into any kind of model. We're literally only talking about empirical reality. We're not talking about models and concepts.
All right.
So I don't think anyone's doing that, but I can understand maybe where your critique would come from, saying that some people are just more wanting to debate it. But I think that's just the internet and some people's way of discussing the topic, you know. All right, give us another example. What other note did you put down?
I'll give you like 3 max. Well, there's a lot in here, but I'll give you a 0. I don't know. It's like about a page, but Indio. He seems, I don't know, he doesn't seem that nice.
Oh, Indio doesn't seem that nice. Someone tag Indio.
Okay, maybe let's not get him in here right now.
That's all right. He'd enjoy hearing the critique. Okay, you don't think Indio sounded nice? Why don't you think Indio sounded
like
nice?
His other half? Because they seem to both be like similar.
What? No.
They both have like an Asian person as their PFP, and like I see them together a lot in the other server.
No.
Just wondering. If he gets in here though, I'm.
That's all right. That's all right. You don't need to worry. He's a nice guy. He's just, just imparting information. What didn't seem nice about him? He was passing on information, wasn't he?
All right. Before I say that, Indio, I don't hate you. I'm just saying that if he's listening somehow, maybe this is also on YouTube, but.
Yeah, we're on YouTube 24/7. By the way, just so you know, we're streaming all the time.
Right. I didn't. It's just I don't know. Sometimes I ask a question, and I'll be like a genuine question. And I think, like, I feel like he comes off as like just instantly like, how could you even think that? Like, did you even just hear what you just said? Like, trying to bash the other person instantly. Like, chill out, bro. I barely said anything. And sometimes people go on like tangents on me, and then like my first claim is like they're not even on that anymore.
Yeah, and I think for something like that, you just have to keep in mind that we've heard the same arguments like 10,000 times. So they're probably just cutting to the end of the argument just as you're starting it, and you're thinking, why are you jumping down my throat? But they're 10 steps further through the argument already. They're just getting to the conclusion and saying, no, this is a fallacy or whatever it is. But, okay.
Yeah, I can tell.
So Indio's not nice.
Like me talking about this. I'm sorry, guys. I don't want to talk about this.
No, you're fine talking about it. I was
asked.
It's fine. This is feedback. I'm just curious what your note was. All right, so give me one more of your notes. Was there anything like relating to the Earth, the subject, like that you were like, whoa, this is interesting, I didn't know that? Or is it all kind of just about personalities and things?
It's not all about personalities. Like I wrote down about the ice lake, and how like I was able to see like more than 3 miles and still see the lights.
Okay, what does that mean?
I don't know. I put my thoughts. Thought it was very interesting. Said maybe light shining through the ice, but
light shining through the ice.
I mean, I don't really know. I just wrote it was an interesting observation they made.
Does it seem like they're shining through the ice?
But I did see that like parts like the it was like half the light. It was like some of the lights were like barely visible. But
yeah, descending towards the horizon. It's still above the horizon.
How far is it again? Like more than 3 miles?
Yeah, I can't remember which one you're talking about. If it's the frozen lake one, what's that?
It's in like the side chat.
10 miles or something? I can't remember off the top of my head. But okay, so, well, I mean, do you understand the other possibility of that observation being that they're just seeing the lights because they have a direct line of sight to the lights?
Sure.
And you understand that that would mean that the globe model is incorrect?
I don't know if that alone disproves everything, but it's an interesting observation.
So if it disproves the curvature, that effectively disproves everything, yeah.
I don't think anyone ever said the globe is like a perfect sphere. It's mountains.
No, but it's perfect. It's perfect enough that mathematically this would still debunk it.
Okay.
Interesting.
Okay, so that's a good example of a good note. Something relating to the subject matter, something interesting.
Right.
Did you take any more notes like that?
Yes.
I wrote how you guys were saying that it seems that someone had just made the globe model, like the spinning person, with the spinning globe, and then had to add to that, like, okay, how is someone gonna stick to the side of this globe? You'll just get flung off, and that's how gravity was made. Someone just came up with that because it didn't make sense.
Sorry, you're saying that you heard someone here saying that they came up with gravity?
I heard you guys talking about the spinning ball, how like it was just like someone said gravity so they can make sense of it.
Okay. What is your understanding of gravity?
I learned about it in school, like mass attracts mass.
Right.
Like the larger it's based on two variables, the mass and the distance. So what was it like? F equals gravity times mass 1 times mass 2 divided by the radius squared.
So what does that mean in reality? If you were to apply this to physical reality, what would you be talking about?
The distance and the size of the mass.
What mass?
Of the objects, whatever objects. I don't know.
Well, which objects are you talking about in relation to this gravity?
To the equation?
Yeah.
I don't know. It could be my phone. It could be me. It could be my wallet. It could be this tiny like pencil that's on my desk right now.
And what would they be doing?
Nothing. I'm looking at it as doing nothing right now. I can move it.
Okay, so what does this tell us? What does this tell us about the Earth that we live on?
Well, it tells me that this pencil doesn't have very much mass. It's kind of small. Kind of makes sense. Like I can pick it up, just chucked it at my bed, didn't take much effort.
You're not actually seeing anything attract to anything though in this situation, are you?
No, if going off the equation, I don't know about the whole planet, but just going off the equation of the pencil, that tells me this has no mass, like barely anything.
So why does it go down then?
Why does it go down?
Yeah.
Because the Earth has a ton of mass.
As in the ground you're walking on has a ton of mass.
The Earth. I'm answering in relation to the equation, what this equation would tell me.
Well, I'm asking what it tells you about the Earth being a ball or not.
Oh, the ball? I don't know. All I know is ground. From that equation, the ground has a lot of mass, and it's very close to the ground. And right now, I'm about to let go of it, and down it goes.
Yeah, but you seeing it going down doesn't tell you that was because the ground is a big mass and it's attracting other masses. It doesn't attract everything, does it?
What does? If something's really far away or has like no mass, like hydrogen or helium, it might.
Well, if we've got a helium balloon, that's not getting attracted to the ground.
But that would tell me within the relation of the equation that the helium has like no mass. Well, it doesn't have no mass. I'm just saying in relation to the equation, it would tell me that it has almost no mass.
I would either way tell you that everything is not being pulled down to a great attractive mass of the Earth.
Yeah.
So
maybe if the Earth was a little bigger, it'd pull it down.
It's just imagination at that point. So they've just hijacked the phenomena of some things going down to the ground and told you that that's a mechanism that keeps you attached to the exterior of a spinning ball. They're not giving you any evidence for that.
Maybe if I were to look at this, I'd say the Earth was rising up super fast and like accelerating, so everything got pulled downwards.
Yeah, some people have theorized.
Roller coaster, when it accelerates and you get pushed back in your seat. Maybe something like that.
It's called inertia.
Wait, so do you think the Earth is rising up to meet something
you hear me?
That's dropping down?
Me? No, I was just saying like a what if for fun. I don't know. I could say that, but like, what evidence do I have for that?
All right. Well, my advice to you is good job with the notes that related to the subject rather than the people. Focus on doing those and research the things you're finding interesting. I mean, I'm sure someone could have the gravity discussion with you, but if you want to really focus on the curvature, I would recommend. But anyway, I'm going to be dropping off, so I don't know who else we've got on the FE side that can pick this up. DJ, you about? Or is anyone here? Says who?
I think they're gone.
Yeah, I'm here for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I need to drop off anyway, so I'll catch you guys later.
Catch you later, Cyclone. Have a good one, man.
Peace out, dude.
Peace out.
I just wanted to ask a quick question. So, like, you were saying if something has a lot of mass, it attracts things to it?
Sure. I guess so.
Like, okay,
I'm just saying, when I look at this equation, that's what it says.
Right. So why and how?
Why? I don't know. I'm just saying, like, how did it get a lot of mass? I don't know. Maybe it'll start.
No. Like, just say it has a lot of mass, right?
Just say it has a lot of mass.
Yeah. So how would that cause it to attract something to it?
I remember my
mass warps space around it. It's like a blanket. When you put something heavy on it, all the space around it will warp around it. So it's also like a black hole, how time warps around it also.
Oh, so it's not Newtonian gravity.
Yeah, imagine space as a large blanket. If you put a bowling ball in it and drop something, you will see that it's going to spin around it. That's also how gravity works.
Is space a large blanket, or is that just imaginary, made-up nonsense?
I'm telling you to imagine it that way so you can understand it.
Yeah, but
that's
I'm
just
asking
imagination.
Yeah, is space a blanket?
Could be.
What do you mean it could be?
How else can you explain anything? The plants you can see with your own eye, or is that also some government made up shit?
Holy cow, already. You just instant spiral. Okay. We're going to keep talking to the guy that's chilled out. So you just go ahead and go on white mic. We'll keep talking to our homeboy, the Wicked down here.
Do what you want.
Yep.
So we have conflicting gravities now. We have mass attracting mass versus the space blanket gravity.
Well, I was told, because I was going to say something kind of like that, but so in my classroom, they said, well, it wasn't really my classroom. It was, okay, it's called, okay, so, what was it? I think it was 8th, 9th grade science, somewhere around that. Big cloth, and then the guy, my teacher, put a, I don't know, that, whatever you call that. Was it a pear? I don't know. I don't really know the fruits.
Yeah. They set up like a blanket and or whatever, and they
yeah, and then he put like So he put a small marble. No, he didn't put it first, but I'm just gonna say he put a marble, and then he put another marble. Nothing really happened because it barely warped the fabric. Then he put a big cantaloupe. That's what it's called, a cantaloupe. Then it really warped it, and then they put another small little marble, and then it well, he didn't. He just laid the marble down, and then it rolled toward the cantaloupe, and then just stopped when it hit it. And then he did it again, but he like pushed it along the side, so he did something kind of like an orbit, and he said that's how it works. But
okay, so where is that in reality? Like, where's this blanket in reality? It's invisible.
Space, I'm guessing.
Oh yeah, what's it made out of?
Made out of linen. I don't know. Maybe
there's linen. There's linen in space.
I mean, I don't know, man.
What do you think?
Okay, well, the linen thing was kind of a joke, but you know what I mean. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, the whole thing's a bit of a joke if you think about it logically, right? So he's showing you something that is completely non-analogous to the actual claim. Right? I mean, it's just kind of like like a little trick to try to impress kids. But if I ask any simple questions about it, so okay, how does that relate to what's actually happening here on the Earth when it comes to if you have a big mass, it attracts things to it. Okay, I'm asking how the mass causes things to attract to it.
Oh, that?
Right, because you guys are kind of overlapping two different theories of gravity here, like kind of confused between Newtonian and Einsteinian.
Yeah, I had asked him that. I was like, okay, I actually asked him that exact same thing. Well, not word to word, but I asked him, okay, but why in space does the mass curve it? Like, what's going on? Like, sure, on Earth that happens, but that's because gravity already exists here. But why in space is happening? Why is it causing the space to warp? And he said, we don't know.
Well, how's it happen here?
Here? I just said,
yeah,
we don't know. Us as a species
okay.
does not know, according to him.
Well, you know what's interesting? If this was true, then over a certain distance, let's say the surface of water, like a 20-mile body of water, for example, it would have to be curving at a certain rate if gravity were true and if the globe were true. But in reality, it's not. And we've tested it over and over and over again, and it's completely flat. When I say completely flat, I just mean it's not curving over distance.
I've seen some hills before.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, but I just said like over a 20-mile body of water over the surface. There's no hills on the water.
How about the tides? Does that warp water? Like, what's going on there?
Yeah, it's kind of like the tides, right? That's not Earth curvature.
But what is
like it? That's not curving water because of the curvature of the Earth. Okay, so over 20 miles, you should have about 260 foot of curvature. Okay, that's not tides. Tides isn't the explanation for that. Like, that should be there because of gravity and because of the size of the globe.
Wait, over
and it would have to be
20 miles?
20 miles, yeah. 266.7 approximately foot. That's kind of like a 26-story building. Like a skyscraper.
Wow.
Yeah, it's quite a bit. Like, so if we went to like a 20-mile distance and we set up a camera and we're just standing, say, 5 or 6 foot high, we shouldn't be able to zoom in across 20 miles away to the other side and see it, right? See the shoreline or see an object that's low to the ground, because it should be hidden by, a ton of Earth curvature over that distance. But when we go to these to these places to test for this, it's completely flat and we can zoom in and see the shoreline 20 miles away. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I mean, I was taught all of the same stuff that you guys were taught as well at school. So, and then
did you ever fight back against your teacher? Not like physically.
Well, no, because you just get mocked and ridiculed and probably get in trouble or kicked out of the class or fail your exams or something like that. You get rewarded for being a good little student, parroting the information, memorize it, regurgitate it on the exams, and then you can get a good mark, not for questioning like the core fundamentals of it. Yeah. So, yeah, I know I had never even heard of flat Earth back then either. I was more interested in how long until the end of the class. But once I started. What's that?
I think I've always known about it because I remember I was like told this book or story of this like girl had to go to the edge of the Earth to like find some like thing, and then in the book the Earth was described as like flat and like a disc, and like if you got too close to the edge you like fall off. I know that's not like what flat Earth is to you guys, but like it was an early version of it I was taught.
Yeah, it's probably, kind of like the ridicule propaganda tactic or something like that, just to make the idea of it seem ridiculous. I'm not sure.
A genuine question: what do you guys actually think happens when you get to the edge?
Oh, we don't claim an edge.
Oh wait, then what? If it's flat, then it has an edge.
Well, what do you mean? Define edge.
I mean, if the Earth is flat, then there's like. I mean, I'm not gonna define the edge, man. You take a plate, it has an edge. Like if the Earth is flat, it has an edge.
Does a lake have an edge as well? Is that the same as the plate edge? It's
okay,
a different kind of edge.
Okay, no.
Completely different, right?
There's nothing to fall. There's nothing to just enter into land. You don't fall off into space. So then what's the edge of the Earth to you? Like what surrounds the Earth? Sorry.
Well, we don't claim the Earth is floating around in space.
Okay.
Yeah, like what people hear about flat Earth, and they try to replace the globe with like a flat planet, and that's not what we claim. Yeah, we can't try to put the flat Earth into the globe model. It's not really compatible.
So expand. What do you think it's in then?
Well, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Okay, flat's not a shape. So when we say flat Earth, we're talking about the surface of the Earth, which is mostly covered in water, not curving over distance. And we're not claiming to, I don't think anyone knows the extremities of the Earth, the shape of the Earth, the size of the Earth fully, right? We only know the area that has been explored. And we know that when we test over large distances, there's no curvature, where there would have to be curvature if it were a globe because of gravity and because of the size of the globe.
Wait, so is this the entire flat Earth community, or is this like a thought? Like whether the community there's multiple thoughts?
All of the flat Earth community that I know of.
So
all agree with what I just said.
So you believe it's flat, and it could be any shape. It could be a rectangle, a triangle, circle, any shape.
Any shape, yeah, or something beyond what we can comprehend. Yeah, we don't know. We don't know the extent of the Earth. That would just be speculating. So we try not to speculate.
Can we DM and invite if you prefer? What is this? Chroma Key Challenger. Oh right, okay. What else is there? Okay, so you don't know the shape, and you don't know what it's floating, like quote unquote floating in.
We don't know if it's floating.
I don't think it's exactly.
Yeah, no, that's what I said, quote unquote. Like, you don't know what it's contained in.
Not really.
So you don't know. Okay.
Yep. Sorry about that.
Interesting. So then, then how do you explain satellites and like stuff like things that have physically gone up and looked down at Earth and seen nothing around it?
What would that be?
Well, yeah.
So do you just think it's all computer faked?
No, the problem that we have is that there are claims about things apparently above the surface of a globe Earth, taking pictures of it, in outer space, tethered by some magical force called gravity. We just don't have any evidence for any of that. What we do have is a measurable surface that is flat. So anything after that, if it includes a ball, it by consequence has to be false.
Interesting, because
something to add to that. Just quickly to add to that, quite often when we hear about the satellite data, what you're going to be looking at is like a composited image. Okay, for example, the blue marble images of the Earth that we get from NASA that shows the whole globe. Okay, if you actually have a look into how they're made, they actually just take a bunch of scans of the Earth, essentially, and they convert those into imagery. Okay, so it's just data scanned with radio telescopes, and then they convert those into images, like an artist does it, and then they stitch together those images into a big flat map, and then they wrap it around a ball in Photoshop. And then if you have a look at the images they use to stitch together from NASA, right? They don't show any curvature whatsoever. So I just put a screenshot of the data set, the images that they use to craft the 2002 blue marble, the 2005, 2007 blue marble images. You don't see any curvature in any of the images they used to stitch together.
I mean, yeah, because it's on such a small scale. It's like there's nothing to define curvature. Like it's a paddle of water, and how would you even get like a defined sense of curvature on that?
Well, this is the thing. These claim to be satellites that are in space, the ones that you're talking about. Okay, and then once they stitch it all together and composite it into a picture, you see the globe. Right, and that's kind of what you were talking about, right? How do we see these pictures of the globe from space? Well, this is how they're made. This is how most people don't realize how they're made, and NASA admits how they're made. They said that I already told you how they do it, right? They stitch these together into a big flat map, and then they wrap them around a ball in Photoshop, and then they color them in, and then they keep tweaking them like an artist keeps tweaking them until they meet people's expectations of what they think the Earth should look like from space.
Okay, then sure. But those are some images. There are genuine images that are completely just one picture. Like the blue.
Which one's that?
Let me find. Okay, I know the moon landing ones are obviously just like the moon landing photos and video.
There's only one photograph that's supposed to be a photograph of Earth from the moon. One photo. So that is basically a perfectly spherical Earth. So we go, okay, well, no problem. We should be able to measure this curvature on the surface and validate this photograph. Well, when we measure the surface of the Earth, there is no curvature. So now what do? Do we accept the photograph as true? Or should we go ahead and scrutinize what the claim is and say, well, maybe that's not possible because the Earth is not curving?
What methods did you use to measure the curvature?
Laser, long distance photography, anything that we can possibly use to see if there's any drop over distance over large surfaces of the Earth, large surface area portions.
Okay, so you're telling me that if I went outside and did that experiment with like the two stands of set height with the two holes above the ground on the same height, and you shine a light, and if you see the light through both holes, then there's no curvature. If you don't, then there's curvature. That experiment.
Well, that sounds kind of like a dumb experiment to me. But go okay.
It is a dumb experiment, but we actually went out and replicated a similar experiment. Instead of doing it over a short distance, we got two people at each end of a lake that is just about 14 miles across, and they did the same thing with a flashlight from just 5 foot height. Okay, and he could see the other guy's flashlight 13.7 miles away. And then as soon as he would put his hand over the flashlight, you couldn't see the flashlight anymore in the zoom footage. Okay, so he was able to see a flashlight from 14 miles away. Whereas in the little Netflix demonstration that you're talking about, it just shows 52 seconds worth of footage at nighttime. It doesn't show the setup. And the distance is only very, very small, a small distance. They don't show it. They don't show anything properly, but I can show you one where you can see the flashlight clearly from 14 miles away, which would be about 120 foot or more of missing curvature.
Okay, I want to do this. I should get one of my friends and do this.
yeah, man. Yeah, look. Here's one in the side chat as well. So some people have really expensive laser beams, like big giant laser beams. Now this is a team of field engineers, and they got a $30,000 laser beam, and they shot it over 40 kilometers distance, and it hit the target. Here is it hitting the target in the side chat. That's from 40 kilometers away. And that beam should have been 90 meters up in the air if the Earth were a globe, but it hit the target. They did 5 different tests.
There's no target, it's just a grid with target.
Yeah, but you can see that the laser beam is hitting it. The green beam, that's from like 40 kilometers away.
Okay. So, I mean, because I'm seeing this, it's not center, it is upwards, but that's the expected position for a flower.
Yeah, it should be 90 meters upward if it were a globe, like 90 meters.
Oh, it shouldn't even hit the sheet. Okay.
No. It should be like 90 meters. That's like I don't know how that is in feet. That's like a skyscraper.
Yeah, that's way high.
Yeah, way high.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, man.
Really? Wait, there should be 90 feet of curvature?
90 meters. 90 meters.
Yeah.
So there's 40 kilometers.
For 90 meters.
Yeah, hold on. I'll check exactly right now. So I'm on an Earth curvature calculator. Okay, so hold on. I just got to change it to kilometers.
Is that a NASA calculator?
No, it's just Omni calculator. If you go to Google, you type in Earth curvature calculator. Just a whole bunch of them will come up. You can pick any one. It's just a basic calculation. Okay, so the distance was 40 kilometers. The eye height or the laser height was 1.5 meters. Okay, so yeah, 326 foot of curvature over that distance, which is it's like 99 meters or something.
Is that what obscured object part is? That's such a weird name.
Yeah, obscured object part. Yep, that's right.
The height of the ground to
it
the
would
lowest.
be obscured. It would be obscured behind the curvature, like behind the horizon.
Is saying 100 meters for me. 98.62.
Yeah, I got 99 on my one.
Okay, sweet.
And this is a team of engineers. They were using some seriously expensive equipment, and they did a whole bunch of tests. They got a 180-page PDF document and an hour-long video that goes over everything start to finish. I can post it for you if you want to. Oh, yeah. Old Dude just posted it. Thanks, Old Dude. But there are more simple tests that you can do, like with the torch as well, if you want to do it, on a budget. Don't have to buy a $30,000 laser.
I don't know how much range the torch would have.
Well, here it is. Look, here's a torch over, obviously it's a pretty high-powered torch, I guess. But this one, I'll just put some screenshots. Like, this is all out of a video, but I took some screenshots the other day. Okay, so this is the distance, 13.7 miles. Here's the math, the screenshot from the Earth curvature calculator. Okay, this is the camera setup. It's like 5.5 foot high. And here is the torch strapped to the camera tripod. And the image on the left is the zoom footage from the other side, right? So he's got a high-powered zoom camera and he's zooming over to the flashlight. So you can see the flashlight. And then the guy tells him, because they're talking on the phone, the guy tells him, put your hand over the flashlight. And then he puts his hand over it and, all of a sudden you can't see it anymore. They do it a bunch of times.
Oh, okay.
And then after that, they do it with a laser as well. And then this is the laser. And with the laser, they start at about 5.5 feet high, and then they lower the laser, and then they try it again, and then they lower it down to like 9 inches off the surface of the water, and you can still see the laser right across the lake.
Why is there also one thing about the distance? Mm-hmm. Why does that say 13.7 and your count was 40 kilometers? There's an extra 20 kilometers, like 21 kilometers.
Oh, this is because... Okay, so the one that Old Dude posted above, okay, that's the laser test with the engineers. Okay, that's a different one. That's 40 kilometers, and then I started talking about the torch test. This is a completely different test. So this one was just done over 13.7 miles.
Correct. My bad.
No, you're good.
Interesting.
Yeah, all sorts of different ways to test it. You can even do it even cheaper than with a torch. You can use mirrors. Okay, so if you just say you find a 10-mile lake, you could go on one side of the lake and your friend could be on the other side of the lake. And if it's a sunny day, then you can use a mirror. And, if you angle the mirror correctly, you can shine it into the person's eyes or whatever, on the other side of the lake. And you have to have it angled perfectly to get the... You need a line of sight basically for the person on the other side to see the mirror flash. Would be called like a mirror flash test. That way you can do this. Do it for like, for free that way. Just need a mirror.
Imagine I actually do this and I'm like questioning my reality if I get these results.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, I did the same thing. I saw all of this stuff. People showed me some of these tests, and I lived on a giant lake. We had a huge section across the lake, Lake Macquarie in New South Wales in Australia, giant saltwater lake. And yeah, I did my own observations, and I could see the shoreline on the other side of the lake by zooming across the lake. But yeah, we encourage people to test it themselves if you want to.
When did you become a flat earther?
Back in 2017. Yeah, quite a fair while ago.
Right, fair. I'm still like hung up on the whole like you don't know what encompasses the Earth basically. And
we can't test that. Nobody can test that if you think about it. Well, we can only get up so high. Like we can get up to 40,000 feet on a plane, which isn't very high. And then we can send up a weather balloon to about 120,000 feet. Okay, and when we do that, we can send up a camera. We just see a flat horizon from that height. And we can't really get much higher than that.
Okay. Also, how do you explain gravity then?
Well, gravity just say the Earth is flat and contained, like a contained system that the Earth doesn't move. It's just a flat Earth within a contained system. We don't need to have gravity the way that you would need to have gravity on a globe. Because you guys need to explain how you can have oceans sticking to the outside of a spinning space ball, essentially. We don't have to explain that. We just say water needs a container and things will rise or sink due to their density in relationship to the density of the medium that's surrounding them. Like obviously air is a very light medium. So that's
just basically fluid dynamics. I'm pretty sure you call it. That's just basically fluid dynamics. That's not
really
gravity.
No, it's not fluid dynamics. It's called Archimedes' principle. It's actually called specific. It's called specific gravity. Okay, and it explains perfectly why things rise or why things sink. Okay, so if something's more dense than the medium surrounding it, and you lift it up and drop it, it's going to sink if it's more dense than the surrounding medium. Like if you pick up a tennis ball and drop it through air, it's going to sink. But if you pick up a tennis ball and you drop it through water, it's going to go up because it's less dense than the water, but it's more dense than the air. Now, if you drop a helium balloon, it's going to go up because it's less dense than the air. But if it were more dense than the air, it would sink. It just so happens that air is very light, and most things are less dense than the air. More dense than the air, so they're going to sink if you displace them, right? So you need to put some force into it first, right? So something sitting on the ground is never going to move unless some type of energy exchange happens. So if you come along and you force it out of its state of rest and pick it up, then you've input energy into that, okay? And when you release it, it's going to sink back down to find its place of rest again. Very easy to explain. Very easy for anyone to test anywhere. And we can even do an experiment to test it as well. Like we could get like a glass of water, like fresh water, and put an egg in the water, and the egg's going to sink down to the bottom of the cup. But then we can vary and manipulate the medium by changing the density of the water. So we could put some salt into the water, and then all of a sudden that egg that's sitting at the bottom of the cup, all of a sudden it's going to go upward. It's going to start elevating upward, and it's going to go up to the top of the glass. We didn't touch it. All we did was vary and manipulate the medium.
But I swear, with that, I forgot. I don't know what it's called, but like the whole with the example of water, let's say helium ballooned water, it will go up with more force the more buoyant it is, right? Like it'll shoot up with more force.
Yeah, so you can explain that using gravity on a globe as well. So they're going to say, well, they would say that the buoyant force is more powerful than the weak force of gravity. So yeah, the globe has explanations for everything, basically, for most things. Well, not really for the water that doesn't curve. But it should curve, right? Because of gravity. If the water's not curving, then that debunks gravity. Straight up.
Yeah, probably. Yes, it would.
Yeah. Well, it has to be. It has to be curving.
Okay. What do you say about the moon and like Mars or the planets?
Like we can't confirm exactly what they are, and we've been fed a big story about what they are. But they're like celestial bodies that move like clockwork, right? Everything in the sky moves in cycles, like a big giant clock above us.
Interesting. You can tell it's interesting a lot. Well,
it's interesting, yeah. It's interesting stuff for sure.
Okay, so you don't buy any of the like how planets formed and how the solar system formed. You don't buy any of that.
No. What do you mean? How nothing exploded and turned into everything, which was made up by. Yeah.
No, I'm talking about like because there's a theory called the solar nebula theory or something. The planets formed from a big disk of rotating like gas, and it coalesced into the sun and the planets. Do you not buy that?
No. Well, no, I can't confirm it, man.
Side chat, you guys are so dishonest. I don't know why you're doing this. This is ridiculous. You should be ashamed of yourself, dude. I mean, I can't believe you won't show us the globe. So why won't you put the globe Earth measurements in the side chat? We're not going to have this thing where I'm talking over you and you're talking over me. One at a time. Oh, he left. What a coward. How about the other homeboy? Is homeboy still here? How about Daniel Miles? Do you know who measured the Earth?
I do not know.
Okay. Isn't that interesting that no one knows how the Earth was measured to be a globe?
You're asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you. Isn't that interesting that no one has measured the curvature of the Earth?
I mean, I wouldn't say nobody has measured. Do you have?
Okay, well then tell me how they did it. No, I mean you tell me who did it and how they did it.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not researching this. I'm saying.
Do you think we would be here if we knew who measured the Earth and how they did it? If we had Earth curve measurements, you think we'd have this server open? No. We've been asking this question for 10 years. So if there's no one measuring any curvature of the Earth, in fact, if everybody is measuring it, using it, and essentially living on it, experiencing it as a flat and stationary plane across all industries, across all civilizations, why in the hell would we believe that we live on a spinning ball when that's not what we experience or measure? Isn't that an interesting question? No one's ever measured a ball. In fact, everybody uses it as the exact opposite, a stationary plane.
That's insane.
Cat got your tongue?
Because see, we were shamed by the guy in here just a second ago. We are so disingenuous. And I asked him a very simple question: who measured the Earth? And he said a bunch of people. I said, who? Then he went back to insulting us. I don't think that's a great way to have a conversation. I think you would probably agree, but I don't know. Maybe you think it's okay for us to ask for evidence of a very interesting claim that we live on a ball and there's no evidence for it, and instead call someone, disingenuous.
How often does this fellow use maps? I'm wondering. When was the last time you used a map?
Oh, he went on deafened. He's scared of this now.
Good.
Fingers in the ears and, a thumb in the mouth. Hard to do, but looks like what just happened.
I thought the map was supposed to be the proof of a globe.
Well, that's weird. All those distances are horizontal.
Heretic's razor cuts again.
Go ahead, Pantheon. Ask your question.
Yeah. Oh, hello. Hello, Jimmy. How you doing? Yeah, first, say hello first. Let's get to know each other. You want a question straight away?
Yeah, send it.
All right, great. So my name is Pantheos, and I have been to space. But let me explain. Let me tell you why, Jimmy. I've seen that the Earth is a sphere. I know it's a sphere. I've seen it with my own two eyes. Because it's about external validation, right?
So you were on the Apollo missions?
Yeah.
So you were
I wasn't on the Apollo mission.
Oh, then you didn't see the Earth as a sphere.
It wasn't. I'm not American. I wasn't on the Apollo. Let me explain, right?
No, we know you're lying.
Because
the British.
I'm not. But notice what you just did. You moved
to see it as a sphere. The British do not claim to have gone far enough. Are you releasing classified information? Some secret mission that the British performed? Well, you better be careful, bro. You better check your disclosure agreement.
Yeah, but you was the one that inserted Apollo because your mind is a familiar box to attack.
Okay.
No, bro.
No
because
worries.
they're the only people that claim to have been far enough away from the Earth to have observed it as a sphere, you idiot.
But I never said Apollo. You was the one that put it in my mouth. Did I say Apollo?
Oh my god, this guy is dumb as bricks.
I know.
Super dumb. Have him show us
He's
the
been
map.
here many times.
It'll be interesting. We can entertain his delusions. Buddy, show us the map. How far out were you to see the whole Earth?
Oh, I'm the delusional one here.
Yes, show us the map. How far out were you? That's all you have to say.
I
Just
can't.
how far out were you to be able to see the whole Earth?
Yes. The point is that you only trust personal experiences. It contradicts your identity, my friend. That's your problem.
No, go ahead, tell us how far
That's
out.
incorrect.
You can entertain your delusion.
How is that incorrect?
Nobody here is asking for external validation. Yeah, we're not relying on that. I don't know why you would assume that even coming in here. That's kind of a fault on your part. So, do you have any Earth curve measurements?
Well, I went to space as a tourist. I didn't do any measurements. Let me just point that out now.
I don't care about the hearsay. Do you have any Earth curve measurements? Then we'll see if what you saw from your individual perspective was actually correct. So, do you have any Earth curve measurements?
So, are you saying personal experience is not enough now, and numbers are? Is that what you're trying to say to me?
Not enough. No. At no point did we say that was even the basis of the way we adjudicate things. So you came in here assuming that, and then you went to pretend.
You think I'm delusional for going to space?
Absolutely. No, I didn't say anything about that. Although you're going to have to define space very quickly.
As a sphere, I did. By personal experience, I saw it as a sphere. Okay, I'm not delusional. You're the delusional one.
Dude, that's fine. Okay, you can. That's no problem. All right, that's no problem at all. You saw the Earth as a sphere. Okay, now what? Now what happens next?
Because I saw the truth. I know the truth. It's not flat. It's a sphere.
Now what? Okay, now what?
Well, it doesn't seem like there's anything left after that.
Because I want to share my experience with you flat earthers, because I know the truth.
Why would you want to do that?
Truth isn't a feeling you arrive at. It's a method you're willing to submit your beliefs to, right? That's what truth is.
We don't use beliefs, dude. You use your beliefs.
Look, you're not understanding. Everyone trusts their mind, right? The difference is between belief and knowledge, and it's whether you allow your mind to be corrected, my friend. Anyone can claim the truth.
Say that my feedback would
I've seen it. I've gone to space and I've seen it.
Yeah, you said that already. Okay. My take would be that this is something similar to like Dante's Inferno. Like the angel took Dante through the 9 layers of hell. And when Dante woke up in the morning, he was really confused about what happened. And he wrote it off as just some sort of weird dream he had. I would put that in the same level.
You see what you did? You turned it into a meme so you couldn't have to answer my question. That's not reasoning. That's emotional regulation.
I'm telling you that my feedback to you, based on how you're acting, you're constantly repeating yourself. You aren't giving any details or specificity. this appears to be some kind of fever dream that you experienced that even you're not really sure how to articulate. Because you just keep repeating yourself over and over and over again. You're not giving any details, any cowbell.
But Crit, whether I went to space is irrelevant. What matters is that you treat your personal conviction as truth, but dismiss anyone else's. That's not insight. That's a double standard. You're doing a double standard right now.
I'm accepting it. I'm accepting it
It's a shared experience, you dumb.
I'm accepting your experience conditionally, as same way Dante experienced divine comedy.
So are you calling me a liar for going to space? Is that what you're trying to say to me?
No, this is what I'm saying.
I'm calling you a liar. I call you a liar, dude. I call you out as a liar because I can ask you questions you can't answer.
Well, I conditionally
you're
accept.
a liar because you think the Earth is flat and you can't prove it. You're a liar. I've been to space. I've seen the curvature.
Okay,
it's my personal subjective experience.
You
can't disprove
100%, Pantheos. I 100% conditionally accept your statement that you went to space.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. But I don't 100% accept that the Earth is flat.
Yeah,
Thank you. I don't need to, exactly. I don't need to prove anything. I've seen it. I've seen the truth. I've been to space. I apologize for saying it 5 times now. I don't want to go circular, right?
No, I get it.
I know.
You're preaching.
You know what Carl Jung said?
What did Carl Jung say about storytelling? Your storytelling skills blow, dude. You're not even convincing.
I'm not trying to be convincing here, but what did Carl Jung say? I know. You remember that from Carl Jung?
What did you see?
No, I don't know anybody. Carl Jung. No, I don't know anybody.
Okay, you don't need to understand him, but he was onto something. He was, but I love that guy. Anyway, he's dead now. May he rest in peace.
How'd you get to space? How'd you get high enough? Did you take a rocket, an airplane? What'd you do? DMT?
I didn't go on Apollo. No, I didn't go on Apollo. That's for sure. So I don't know who said that before. That's not true.
Was it LSD?
It wasn't. It wasn't any psychedelics. So whether I can't tell you that how I went to space because you're going to steal my idea. I can't tell you that.
Just get rid of you then. So since you're just making up stories, nobody really needs to hear them, do they?
Well, all right, if you want, man. It was a good conversation, man. Thanks, man. Maybe next time.
Yeah, sure. Go to space, dude.
Much love, my G. Take care.
It wasn't a good conversation.
You guys brought them all out. There's Scott Mackey's here, Peter's here. What did you guys do? JJ Icefish. Oh my goodness, you guys did something. You brought them all out.
How do you think that you are in that statement?
Hey, you said you had a degree in psychology. What year did you get that?
They
1990.
It's a story that there's a big news that there's a huge shortfall at NASA that they are going to just today it dropped. Like they're talking about like they're going to start pulling funding from states. They're states that paid into entitlement programs. They're going to cut those to try to cover the backfill. That this massive amounts of money missing.
Cool.
So they're probably upset.
How many billion was it?
Flat earthers for that. Flat earthers are the one who did that. Had not been those pesky flat earthers, everything would have been perfectly on budget, and none of this would have happened.
I'm betting my house
missing money from
never brought up.
Am I not coming through? Holy shit!
You just did. Sorry, Tate. I'm sorry.
Very
Did
quietly.
They ever find that missing money?
Yeah, $7.25 billion missing.
Oh, now we're going to see another 3 buildings fall.
There was never any missing money from 9/11. That was just a lie. They said that a lot of people believed.
You're an idiot.
You can believe lies if you want. It's no problem.
I know you think planes hit the buildings and then there were 19 hijackers. I know how you are, Scott.
They originally blamed the shortfalls as runovers and cost runovers, but that only accounts for 250 million of it. So they're like, huh. Earlier last year, or late last year, like right before, like mid-December, they were cutting a bunch of jobs at JPL to try to cover some of the cost and missing money there. So yeah, this is what they should do. All the people here who think manned spaceflight's possible, this is your perfect opportunity to man up. Pick up where government dropped the ball. They dropped the ball at the 1 yard line. You just got to pick it up and cross the goal line. The ball's right there. Just pick it up and get it across the goal line. You can do it.
Okay, so how do we do that?
You got to get a Kickstarter going, and then you can buy it.
Do a bake
then
sale.
you and Scott, Scott, you and Peter can buy into NASA then, and like be the owners, and then you guys can go on space rockets.
You know the best part too, this like $7 billion shortfall, I bet that's just the tip of the iceberg. That's just what they're telling you. Imagine the shit they were able to hide behind the scenes.
That's what they only want to report out.
Yeah. So get a bake sale going, car wash, I don't know, something. Figure it out. Because if you fail, it wasn't us. It wasn't flat earthers who did it. I had nothing to do with it whatsoever.
Scott, what you should do is you should do like a bikini car wash. You guys wear bikinis, and I think you guys could raise a lot of money.
What's the thing where they play video games and they'll do like have the person do weird shit on camera? Like slap like a ice cream sandwich to their forehead and they play Fortnite while they do it.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. You'd get some money at doing it that way. I mean, if you guys want to buy NASA, I would buy into it that way. You guys should make a Kickstarter, get that crowdfunding going, put on there all your globe servers. We have a chance to invest into space. Let's do it now while we can, while they'll accept our offer.
I don't know about Scott, but I look pretty decent in a bikini.
Yeah, you're meter there, Peter. Your mic is hot mess, dude.
Yeah, that's why, Peter. You might look good in a bathing suit, but because you didn't spend any money on either a phone or a computer or anything. It sounds like you got a paper cup.
Is it better now?
No, it's worse.
Is it horrible?
NASA's trying to suppress you. They know that you're the next big game in town. So the last thing they can do is try to keep you out of the game. Tell them, don't hate the player.
Really?
Okay, how about now?
Tell us how you really feel.
I think that's doable. It's pretty quiet, but I think it's doable.
You want me to yell or what?
No, you're good. Just when Peter's talking, everyone's got to make sure to give him some space because he's not coming in loud.
My experience, when you speak quietly, then people listen to you more carefully.
Yeah, there's a strategy.
That's why at NASA we have developed a very quiet microphone.
If you say it with a raised hand, they listen very intently.
Especially if you raise it in a Roman salute.
No, not going to go there.
You raise it with a hammer in your hand, they'll listen real intently.
Especially if you have a sickle in the other hand.
Nope. I know it's on the politics server, but let's try not to go full politics. This is like a channel we avoid the politics discussion. Because
I
it
don't
really
see
gets a
how
right
the
winger
ancient.
pissed.
I don't
If you
see
want to
how
get
ancient
down to it,
Rome and farming tools
flat
have
Earth,
anything to do with politics.
Yeah, because the right
flat Earth,
wingers get
flat Earth
pissed. They're
fascists,
already pissed
flat
with this
Earth
channel. They
fascists
think
are already trying
make
to
America great
create
again.
uniforms and make us all march in the streets to flat Earth ideology. The flat
No,
Earth
incorrect.
fascists.
Yeah, incorrect. This is flat Earth. We believe in free speech, freedom of association.
No, you don't.
You get to this,
You
yeah,
believe
get
in
to
flat Earth or die.
No, incorrect. Yeah, absolutely incorrect. No one here is going to
No,
force
you don't
any
know what you're talking
compliance.
about. You're not a representative of flat Earth.
Why
I
would
know
you
how
say
they
that?
are. I've seen it in firsthand. I've seen
You've seen
them
it?
dismissed, put down.
Just get rid of that
belittled.
retard.
Yeah,
I've
I mean,
seen
once
them
someone goes victim status, it's very
distrust.
hard.
See you later, Rex.
I've
See you
seen
later,
them
Rex. See you later, Rex.
Yeah. Busted. Go ahead, kick me. You've been busted. Flat Earth
All
fascist.
right. All right. I'll just
All
mute
right,
you
Go ahead,
first.
yeah,
You
kick
can
me.
come
Prove
in
my
muted.
fucking point. Prove
And then I don't have to do the rest of the commands. I'm on my phone.
All right,
I mean, I
is
think
my
that'll be enough.
microphone back to horrible? Is it horrible again?
No, it's just quiet. It's really quiet.
Really quiet, huh?
I mean, you can probably hear yourself on live stream and see troubleshoot.
On my phone, there's not even a setting to like boost the microphone.
We use Discord. Did you turn yourself down on Discord?
I don't think so. Let me see. Yeah, how about now? Is it better?
There we go.
Is it better? Seriously?
Yep.
Oh my god. Genius.
With the Discord?
I mean, there's like an auto setting, auto gain control, so I turned that on. Yeah,
You're supposed to turn it on, especially if you got crappy microphones.
Oh, okay. Well, see, I learn something new here every day. I mean, why did you guys kick Scott Mackey?
We did. No one did. You can look right at the
I
log.
think
dude.
somebody's server muted him, so he probably rage quit.
Oh, well, that's not us.
So whose server mutes?
After you get your mod powers, Peter, you can look for yourself and figure it out.
Exactly. What is it?
Yeah, you don't talk about moderation. That's one of the rules here. So that would be concerned trolling.
So he can't even get the mod status because he's a concerned troll. Peter, you ruined it for yourself.
I've been here like for hours. We've been waiting for a decent glober. Scott Mackey comes in. That's a good customer.
He's not a decent glober. He's a decent glober. He doesn't know anything. As soon as he starts drinking, he loses his mind.
What you got there is Scott Mackey is like on the anti-flat Earth server, known the Gempanzees. They give globalists a special role called Autard. And the role means that people who are a globe liability, it stands for autistically retarded. They rate them below flat earthers. So they have globe earthers, flat earthers, then autistically retarded about flat earth. And Scott Mackey's the founding member of the Autards. He's getting muted over there all the time. Like they can't stand the dude. So when he comes over here, it's like a charity. It's giving him some space to express himself. And a lot of times he really can't find a way to express himself. Or he'll talk over people, then get muted, and then leave. Because he's mad he can't talk, and his proof of that is to leave so he can't talk anyway. It's like just a display of a march into just utter madness.
Yeah, he does have some weird problem-solving skills, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's like the first day he heard about Flat Earth, he triggered. And he's been triggering ever since. Still has no idea what's being presented. No idea what we're talking about. No idea what he's trying to talk about. None of it. It's just all just utter confusion for him. It's even
and he also thinks he also thinks he's supposed. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, last thing is like he's sitting there blaming me for muting him. He's got mod. He's got his own deep state channel. He can look at the fucking log. Like, holy shit, dude. It's like he's just gone. Like his thinking, his problem solving, his emotional regulation is so far gone because he thought in his safe space, his anti-Flat Earth echo chamber, he would be accepted, and he wasn't.
What a sad story.
Well, not really. It's just a cautionary tale. That it's better to know what you're disagreeing with before you disagree with it. Or you could disagree without being disagreeable. Or insufferable, for that matter. You okay there, Radwin?
No.
Went down the wrong pipe?
Yeah. I was trying to answer a text, too.
I think he's doing some research.
He just saw that the shortfall, the budget shortfall, was even more than the $7 million they confessed to. Or $7 billion. It's like, we're really upset that Democrats in Minnesota, there's a couple $1 million missing because of like daycare centers and child lunches. Meanwhile, the federal government has trillions of dollars missing. Like it's all this world, just a black hole, a literal black hole, just sucking money from the states and just disappearing into the federal system, and no one bats an eye. Wow, whatever.
What's a few $1 trillion between friends?
Yeah, they talk about it's payoffs. It's like black ops and whatnot. That's why with NASA, when they go to see how much does a toilet cost, well, a toilet costs like $8 million. Really? Why would a toilet cost $8 million? Because they're doing a bunch of other shit that they can't confess to. Like Department of Defense, they buy a hammer for like $80,000, a box of nails for like $2 million. Like that's just to put up a shed. You're like, there's some random shed. You're like, well, can I see a picture of the shed? Nope, that's classified. But here's the budget. Here's a line item budget to build the shed. It cost $88 million.
Unbelievable.
Dude, there's just plywood and nails on the line items. How is this equal, like, $88 million? Like, how? How the
Are you talking about space toilets?
Yeah, space toilets, yeah.
Maybe they should just hire Portuguese astronauts.
So, hey, Peter, on a scale of 1 to 10, how triggered are you about what QE said today?
1, because I don't know what he said today.
What do you think of that dude who talked about he went to space and he's like a British subject? Do you believe him?
I suspect he didn't go. I mean, very few people have done these suborbital flights. Gagarin, and a few rich douchebags. So chances are he's neither of those.
My favorite suborbital flight was when they took William Shatner, and he starts going on about basically the overview effect, and that it's a very sad state of affairs that some of these problems still exist today, and they just cut his mic. Yeah, enough mic time for you, old man.
Well, they might have been worried about racial implications because he kept on going on about the blackness.
Yeah, it sounded like he was going to go there. He was going to talk about, make some social justice comment that Bezos would be like, I don't want, I don't want like Mega, canceling their Amazon Prime subscription because of something William Shatner said. Yeah, earlier, Peter, I was trying to tell you that we try to stay away from politics because right-wingers are very pissed that flat earthers exist.
I went up. I'm serious.
Yeah, hold on, dude. Because they think that when flat earthers say the earth is flat, what they actually hear is that, America was never great. Like the space age, that didn't exist. That was all fake. So they want to say, well, you should be deported for those ideas. That ideology is, that could cost you your citizenship.
It's anti-patriotic.
Yeah,
I want to be deported. Can I pick the place? I want to be deported to like St. Martin.
I'll say too, like I always thought about leaving America, but I'm kind of worried about American foreign policy. I mean, domestic policy is kind of bad, but foreign policy is even worse.
Kick me out and give me an open path to go wherever I want. I'll be happy.
You nailed it. I thought Crit you didn't want to talk about politics, but you're just bringing it back.
I did. I told you. I said why we don't. I gave you the reason why we don't talk about politics.
So stop it.
Yeah, it's worth saying because other people might be thinking this is a politics server. How come we don't talk about politics?
But this is not in contention right now, so just leave it.
Hey, what's up, Pantheo? Is he back? What else you got to share? When's the next time you're going to go to space? Do you got a date? You got to save the date?
He just said he said he went up. You wouldn't want says who to open up his mic right now. So I'd be careful. Just be careful what terminology you use, like because really you meant to say I went out. Right, Pantheos? Oh, no, that's not a pun because he's got a right arrow. Oh, if Demok was here. Is that the way you went to space? It's sideways.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. I'll just. Yeah, I was just waiting for you guys to. No date, no date. I went alone. I didn't go with anyone. Yeah, I went up. I did. I went up, but orbit isn't up. It's sideways, fast enough to keep missing the ground. Now, I didn't go with Apollo to space. I passed the atmosphere. I did. Yeah.
Dude, how fast were you going?
Yeah.
How
I used a
fast?
modern orbit
Yeah.
flight to go to space. I did.
He said, "How
So
fast
it's
are you
not Apollo,
going?"
not.
Yeah. He's like, "Yeah."
I mean, I don't know. Yeah, let me explain how fast I was going. I'll explain. It was a lovely journey. I got proof as well. I'll put it on the side chat if you want. Do you want to see the proof? Yeah. Well, this is a.
Oh, yeah, we can't wait to see
space. As you can see, I went. Yeah. So as you can see, I've gone. I went a couple of weeks back. It was a lovely journey. It was. It wasn't Apollo. It wasn't. So don't twist my words. All right.
Yeah, but how?
The
There's no
technology that I
blast in your helmet, dude. Wouldn't the vacuum of space suck the air out of your lungs?
No, I was wearing a suit. I was. So the suit.
Dude, I can see your
protected me.
face though.
Yeah.
What's protecting you from the void of space?
There's a glass there.
A nice jacket, pants, and tie isn't going to help.
Yeah, exactly. I went alone. Yeah, I didn't go with it.
And you said you wore a suit, like a dress suit, dinner suit. You were dressed for the occasion. If I'm going to space, I'm going to look good, right?
What are you giggling about? What's so funny?
He's happy.
Dude, he's a giggler. Did you hear that? Just giggling away.
He sounds like a flat earther. This looks like a flat Earth meme right here. So are you a flat earther, Pantheos? All right.
Is someone tickling you, Pantheos? What are you giggling about?
I can hear myself. What's going on? Who keeps repeating me? Yeah, don't.
Are you a flat earther, Pantheos? Pantheos, are you a flat earther?
Jesus Christ. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah.
Dude, what the fuck is wrong with you?
No, sorry, man. I heard myself. I did. My bad. Because I think Anyway, never mind. Yeah. Yo, Professor Triangle.
Shut the fuck up.
Yo, you shut the fuck up. Why am I shutting the fuck up?
Because I said so. He can only talk about going to space if he can pass the triangle test and all the questions that go with it.
Oh, well, what do you say, Pantheos? You up for the triangle test?
All right, unmute him, and if he says anything, mute him. I'm not on there. I'm in a different screen.
All right, what's the triangle test?
Uh-oh. He failed already.
It must be tough.
You there?
What's the triangle test, Maggie? Ask me the questions. Man, this guy's delusional, bro.
All right. So here's the NASA IQ test question, part of one anyway, from their IQ test. Go ahead and answer that. Read it out loud and answer it for us. You got 10 seconds. Go.
Which of the figures below are not triangles? I got D. Yeah, D's not a triangle.
D.
They fail it every time.
D as in dog.
Yeah, D as in dog. Yeah, D.
That's it, huh?
Yeah, Donald Duck. Yeah.
All right. Let's see. Let's see what the answer is. Let's see what the answer is. Let's see if you can. Let's see if you can go in a space rocket. Ready? Here we go. B. B is not a triangle because it has a curved side. D is not closed, so it's not a triangle. So you only got 50%. That's a failure. Every time they fucking fail. You're not allowed to talk about space, dude.
Well, that's not a bloody triangle, man. What you on about?
What are you talking about, dude?
Oh, man.
Do you not know what a triangle is?
This is freaking hilarious.
I know what a triangle is, Jedi, but look. Do you think there is a triangle? Look at it. I'm looking at the explanation as well. It doesn't make sense.
Hey, Pantheos,
You scored
I got it wrong too. I said B and not D because I thought the music instrument, the triangle. I kind of read too much into the question.
Right. Exactly.
Three laws of a triangle.
50%, bro. Sorry.
There's three laws of a triangle, or things that can be attributed to the identity of a triangle. One's the interior angle sum. Add the interior angles together, 180 degrees. The other one is the line inequality. When you add two lines together, they will always be greater than the third line. And the other one is, is the area quality of the triangle. When you know the length of the sides, you can create a square and then halve the square to get the area of the triangle. So these things must be applicable to a triangle. When you don't have length of sides and things like it is not a closed geometric shape, when the definition of a triangle is that it's closed, then you have to be really specific, dude. Curved lines, not straight lines. That doesn't even appear in the definition of a triangle because they're always straight lines because we're dealing with interior angles, and angles are a separation of two straight rays or lines, right? So it's always this.
But the thing is, Jedi, it's just a triangle. I mean, we're not in high school anymore, are we? We've graduated, haven't we? I mean, we don't use it anymore.
No, we do. This is the thing. We do use
this.
All right, well, let's put it like this. When we have a geometric claim that the Earth is a sphere, geometry is going to apply, isn't it?
Well, I mean, depends on what you're going to use it for, isn't it? I mean, why do you use a triangle on a day-to-day basis?
For example, surveying the land or navigating. We can use triangles and angles to measure, let's say, for example, the height of an object or the distance to an object. We use this all of
okay, hang on a minute. Okay, so you use triangles to measure height, distance, and curvature, right?
No.
Say it. Go on, say it. Yep, height, distance, and curvature, isn't it? The magic. Just say it. Curvature. We use it for curvatures as well, Jedi. You know that as well.
Why? No, that's not true.
Yes, we do, Jedi. I remember. Look, bruv, the mathematics.
Right, excuse me, don't speak to me like I'm a 5-year-old.
Well, you are acting like a 5-year-old.
No, I'm not. You are. What the hell? It's like, why do I bother?
How am I acting like a 5-year-old? You're the one here trying to teach me about triangles.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm also trying to tell you how it's applicable to the everyday world. For example, when we navigate. Now, I didn't mention curvature. That would be the problem when using an angle measurement. Angles don't consist of curved lines. So applicably, when we navigate across the Earth, we treat the Earth as a horizontal plane to gather elevation and azimuthal angles from. That vertical angles, that's upwards, and horizontal, that's around us, all requiring a horizontal plane. So curvature here.
Yeah, that's the point I'm trying to say. You use a straight line angle to detect the from the flatness, don't you? So the curvature is revealed when the straight geometry stops matching the predictions. Problem solved.
But it doesn't, though. That's the thing.
Well, prove it then. I'm just finish up a client real quick. Give me like 5 minutes. Let me finish up a client. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. All right. I've got a client to finish up. I'll be back. All right.
Sounds like he's gearing up to say, because you can, therefore it is.
It works in principle, right? Therefore, it must be true.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like you're saying that you can't use angles to measure arc segments.
He specifically said triangles to find curvature.
Yeah.
He's not allowed to use triangles. He don't know what they are, or aren't, I should say. He doesn't know what that is even means. So,
good point.
Maybe ask him if an angle necessarily makes a triangle.
What, by consequence of an angle, there must be a triangle? No.
My curved pizza crust says otherwise. You can make an angle, I guess. You can make a triangle using the chord. But if you eat my pizza crust, I'm going to smack you. You can use a triangle to get the diameter of a circle using Taylor's theorem. It's almost like a backwards Pythagorean theorem. Essentially, if you make a right angle within a triangle, within a circle, then the third leg of the triangle will pass through the center of the circle. So the third side's of the hypotenuse. Is that him? Is he back?
Maybe. I don't think so, though.
Michael Caine, are you there?
What?
I was just asking if Michael Caine was back.
Hello. My name's Michael Caine. Not a lot of people know that my name's Michael Caine, but it bloody well is.
Cocaine.
Nice.
Your cocaine, my cocaine.
My cocaine. I was today years old when I realised that. What the fuck?
Yeah, right.
That's funny. All right, so what's going on? It's been a few minutes, and I feel like we were waiting for something, but slowly over time, and because of my age, I've forgotten what that is. So what's going on? Are we waiting for something?
We ruined the Akuma guy in the chat. He cried. He saw. I gave him what satellites are. Now he's mad.
Why is he mad? I thought he'd like to know.
AIDS fucking having piece of black shit.
Wait, what? Hi.
Yo, what's good, dude?
What's up? What's good?
Why is everybody sitting here muted? Is this what you guys do instead of go to a bar? That's fucked up.
No. Okay. What are you doing here?
Fuck up, retard.
Going to a bar.
I'm here fucking straight up balling on you bitches.
Are you?
I got
another
gay one, twin turbo, bitch.
Did you notice that? Another gay one, bitch. They're always gay when they come in here.
You should hear him.
Yeah.
Isn't that funny?
Yo, speak again for my boy.
Yeah. We hear you.
Dude, you have the gayest accent.
I think he's looking for a leather daddy.
Ooh.
You got the biggest autism on earth.
Looking for a leather daddy tough guy?
Leather daddy tough guy? That's me, baby.
Yeah, you're looking for a leather daddy tough guy.
No, not you. You're small.
Where's his accent from? I want to know. I'll get his American.
Where's his accent from? Then I can't tell. Hello.
East Coast.
Hello, Rob. How are you then?
East Coast. Like Boston way. It sounds a little bit like Vlad.
Somewhere around there.
Broke. Dude, the average salary in the UK is like 30 grand. You're broke.
Sounds like Vlad. Shut up, dude. Sounds like Vlad.
You're broke, bro.
30 grand?
I'm actually not.
Yeah, 30 grand. Yeah, you are broke.
I keep forgetting I'm proper minted.
Yeah, you're proper minted. Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro.
Anyway, what the fuck do you want?
Daddy
To
issues.
get muted by the
Your
person
minimum
who's
wage is
controlling this
way too
conversation.
high.
You're about to get muted when you press it because we're trying to conversation.
Not going to serve any purpose.
Get a gum shield for your fucking.
Are you an adult? Or are you still a kid?
Yeah, bro.
Like,
I'm 14. What's up? I got more money than you.
No way he's a grown man.
I know we've got stereotypes and stuff, but this is the type of American that doesn't look good. I love you guys and stuff, and there's British people as well that don't look good, and from every country. But this is a stereotypical American that just just doesn't look good.
He's an asshole.
Probably doesn't have a dad. A guy in the chat. Geostationary satellites. Explain them, flat earther.
Oh yeah, so like 12 balloons all spread out. Now you can get signal. How you like that, dude?
I like it.
Oh, geostationary, so Earth doesn't move. Cool, I agree.
These guys are having a hard time. What happened lately? Does this NASA thing really fuck them up that much?
Must be.
Holy crap. It must really be digging in their side.
You know, the funny thing is, NASA pays attention to us. You better believe it. They know we exist. They know that flat earthers exist, and there aren't that many of us. They pay attention.
They know this channel
exists. To you guys.
For damn sure. For all the clowns that we get that try and they don't come back because we ruin them so bad they would look foolish. Although the anti-flat earthers that come in, they're like, please, I'll try again. Just let me try again.
NASA's like, oh, thank God 24/7 helped us screen out all these NASA applicants.
They're sitting there thinking, how can we get a couple of those guys on our team?
Gotta go, be back later.
That's right, they're like, I think we found our next Don Pavitt.
Yeah, is the triangle professor still there?
Yeah, he's here.
Yeah, you failed. Yeah, you're not even allowed to say the word anymore.
Yeah, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the other guy, Jedi. I don't want to talk with you. You're toxic.
No, you. Oh, I'm toxic?
Yeah, you're toxic, man. You're bad faith, bro.
Whoa, what's bad faith? Did you go ask somebody? Did I hurt your feelings? Jedi,
What's
are you
wrong
here?
with that, man? I mean, you're childish, man. You're acting like a 5-year-old, man. What's wrong with you?
I asked you a triangle question, and you got it wrong, dude.
Who cares? It's just a triangle, man. What's wrong with you?
What do you mean it's just a triangle?
It's understanding geometry. All right.
Are you guys really that delusion?
Triangles, you gave you the test, and according to that test, you failed basic geometry. I was trying to tell you why it was relevant to a geometric claim of the shape of the Earth, and how things like triangles and spheres can only be utilised in very specific ways together.
Yeah, I just finished up my client. I was going to continue speaking to you on that subject. Let's talk about it, right? Professor Triangle can calm down a little bit. I'll talk with Jedi. I mean, he's more intelligent. He's more intelligent. He's thick.
No, Professor Triangle can do what he wants. You can spend less time talking about Professor Triangle and the subject that you want to bring up.
Yeah, homie, if you don't want to talk to somebody, the surefire way to prove that you don't want to talk to them is to not talk to them. Duh.
Exactly. I'm not talking with him, obviously. Am I talking with him now? No.
Then don't talk to him. If you don't want to talk to somebody, don't talk to them. This should be very easy to follow. That's not difficult of a concept.
Yes, I understand. If you don't like someone, you don't talk with them, obviously, right? Why are you being so sarcastic?
Because we spent like the last 10 minutes you talking to somebody you said you didn't want to talk to.
Okay, anyway, never mind.
Even you're like, hey, are you still here? They're like, yeah.
Okay, but
and he's like, I want to talk to you.
I'm angry because I failed that test. All right, D is not a triangle. I'm saying it's not. Look at it. I'm looking at the chart right now. It's not a bloody triangle. So don't play with me, all right? I'm not stupid.
No, you got that correct, but you failed to answer B and D.
You can only.
He still doesn't get it.
I mean, what we got to. How many?
No, it didn't say pick one. That's why it's an IQ test. We need to see if you know how to read. It says which of these, not which one, but which of these. There's multiple selections there you need to make, and you failed that. So you failed now comprehension and geometry.
Yeah, don't feel bad. I failed it too, because I said this was a triangle.
All right, so does that make us retarded or something, Chris? Are we retarded now?
It means that I didn't think about. I did kind of make the same mistake you did. I said, which of these figures below are not triangles? I'm like, okay, well, A is a triangle, B's not a triangle, C is a triangle. I go D. I mean, I guess like an abstract way is because it was framed as an IQ test. So you want people who can think, like multiple different levels. So I'm going to say B is a triangle because I'm thinking it's a graphic representation of the music instrument, the triangle. But it turned out that I was wrong. That's not the right answer. It's supposed to be, because it says triangle. If you look the way a triangle, a music instrument triangle, it's a little bit different than that. You see,
I don't want an opportunity.
Be like a little thing that goes with it, or there'd be a little hanger on there. There'd be some other graphic representation to demonstrate that being a triangle.
Yeah, because it's broken, isn't it? The triangle's broken.
Yeah, like the image that Crit posted in the side chat of the triangle. For all intents and purposes, right, it's triangular. It doesn't fit the true definition of a triangle, but we have triangular shapes and we can see them around and finish the angles, and if that line wasn't curved, it could be straight, and we can conceptualize these things and make them triangular. But ultimately there's a very specific definition, as there is with all geometry, right? If it's a square, if it's a cube, if it's a circle, if it's a sphere, or if it's a triangle or some kind of pyramid, for example, right? They all fit very specific definitions.
Yeah, the main lesson here is not that you failed the test, but that you learned the definition here. So now when you see this test again, or something similar to it, you'll be able to spot the triangle and not think too much into it or not think too little. Because your goal was, as long as you've got 3 lines and 3 angles, it's a triangle. That is more.
Well, I mean, obviously, that's a triangle, isn't it? Well, what is a triangle? I mean, what do you expect? What do you think it is?
Yeah,
do you think
B is definitely not a triangle, because that's not those 2 vertices there. That's a curved line, which is not an angle. So you've got one angle only. Now the triangle, that'd be 3 angles.
So is C a double triangle? Because it's got a little triangle inside of there as well.
No, that's showing
that's
that's a
called
right
right angle triangle because it has a right angle triangle indicator in the center where the little square is. That indicates it's a 90-degree right angle triangle.
That's all.
Right angle.
That's because also the definition of a square, right? Interior angles are all 4 of them. All of them are 90 degrees. So this one denotes 9 degrees because it can't be anything else. It's a frigging square. This is how you also figure out the area of the triangle by turning that triangle into a square because you've got 2 length of sides disregarding the hypotenuse. So you can do some mathematics to figure out the area of a square and divide it by 2 to get the area of the triangle because the triangle is a fixed area because it's a closed geometric shape. Like with regards to the triangular picture of the triangle that Crit posted, and that is option A, B, C, D in the chat. In the question, I believe, where it's an open line. It's not connected.
I just wanted to say, warning: the deflectors are here. Number 1 is probably up there. They made it. I don't know what you're doing. You call them right out, like you call them right out of the woodwork. So Jedi is going to ask you something here. You see those 3 pictures I posted? Do you notice anything that could be wrong with any of those?
I mean, the first one, obviously, because a ship can't go to space. It's not possible for a ship to go to space.
Do you actually think that that's what we're trying to demonstrate in this image, dude?
I mean, what do you think it is? Look at it. It's a ship in space, bruv. Look at it. What do you think it is?
Do you remember the thing that we're talking about? The triangle. Do you see where that triangle is? Do you think we're talking about a ship having to graze the Earth as it was flying by? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Seriously, I hope you have got some intellect.
I mean, what is? You tell me. What do you think it is, Jedi? Look at it. What is it?
Dude, it's a triangle that can't be applied to a curved surface, as demonstrated in the second one. Because the definition of a triangle, option B within the test, was the line was curved. Understanding the definition of a triangle, or indeed just an angle, because it's the intersection and meeting of 2 straight lines, and it's the measurement of the separation of those 2 straight lines. Like, for example, the 2 lines within the 90-degree angle. So this is why we talk about geometry, because only certain geometry can apply to certain things.
No, I learn something new every day. Thanks
Really?
for that. Well, I'm going to use that tomorrow. I'll use that tomorrow.
Hold on, I'm in shock. This is new to you.
What do you mean? It's not. This was back in how many years ago? Back in high school, it was. We don't use it anymore, do we?
You just said you learned something new today. I could only go upon what you fucking say unless you can't communicate correctly.
Oh, I learned it today. I mean, okay. I mean, when I say that, I mean like it popped back in my memory. It did.
Okay, so
I remember it back in.
Try and choose your words better to convey what you're thinking and trying to portray.
What are you, as like an English teacher or something? What's wrong with you?
Trying to help you use your words.
Am I disrespecting you? Well, thank you. I appreciate that, but you're not my English teacher,
listen,
right?
Dude, no, I am a deprogrammer. I'm a globe deprogrammer, so that's why I might sound really harsh and mean to you, because what I say is really hurtful to you.
Nah, you're just American, man. It's all right, man. Just the way you guys speak.
I know. Yeah.
No offense, man, but
absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, no offense. I'm sorry if I said something bad to you. I mean, when I get angry, I say some things I'm not supposed to say. I'm sorry if I broke your heart, but
you don't bother me at all. That's part of my job. Is I try to get that out of you, because once I wear you guys out, then you finally break down, and then these other guys come up from the background and they take you on a journey for about an hour, because they have patience for that, and you sometimes guys don't ask good questions, and then you don't get good answers from me.
Should I like to piss people off? Is that what you do for a living? Are you
fucking metal mix all of a sudden?
Fuck the head. Like, what's wrong with you? Can you help?
Danger, Will Robinson. Danger. You turned into a robot, dude. Maybe you want to leave and rejoin because I don't think your internet or Wi-Fi connection is helping you out. Maybe you can sort that out for us, so no one understands what you're saying.
I got him so mad he walked away from his Bluetooth.
Can you hear me?
Better now, yeah, it appears so.
Yeah, sorry about that, yeah. I said, is this guy's like, this Professor Triangle, right? Like, what? Does he just, like, what, take the piss out of people every day? I mean, he's got mental
Did you not want to engage with Professor Triangle but wanted to speak about Professor Triangle the entire time you're here?
Did you learn anything about triangles today? Did you learn anything today about triangles?
Yes, I did. I did.
So you learned that you cannot have a triangle on the surface of a ball, correct?
Well, let's see if he can actually answer the question, right? Understanding these definitions of triangles and angles and what they are and so on, can you measure an angle? That's two straight lines that meet at a point and measurement of their separation. If one of those lines is curved, is that an angle?
If it's curved, no, it's not an angle if it's curved, isn't it? No, you can't.
So that's what those pictures were trying to demonstrate to you. Right? On a curved surface, like the Earth, would be kind of not fitting the law of the identity of an angle to measure an angle from a curved line.
Yeah. But how does the first picture prove? I mean, look, that's why I said to you there's a ship in space. I'm just trying to understand it, right? Because I'm looking at the picture now.
It's showing you, I'll help you, right? This is a boat, let's say it's trying to navigate using, let's look at the sun. Now, what it's actually doing is it's measuring an angle from the Earth. That's an elevation angle upwards. So from the horizontal baseline, the angle upwards for the hypotenuse to meet the sun. Now, it can figure out, for example, its geographical position, the sun on the floor, for example, and calculate its distance. Now, this is kind of the using process of what
you can like using a sextant. You can use it because I see sextant pictures now. Professor Triangle's putting sextants on the side.
Yeah, exactly. So when we navigate using this angle measurement would only be appropriate to straight lines, not appropriate to a curved line, the Earth. So question is, are we navigating the Earth if it was a curved with angles?
That's a good question. What about if we don't use a sextant and use a telescope instead?
To do what?
What are you going to look at with a telescope?
To find the edge or whatever it is. I mean, like just go to the beach, right, and use a telescope.
Okay. Why? Is it because you can't understand this point? You've decided that you don't get it, so let's talk about something else. I admire your courage.
No, I mean, I'm
do you understand why this is relevant?
Yes, I understand why it's relevant, Jedi.
Okay, so
I understand
that. Dude? Why is it relevant?
It's a thing to find the thing, not the curvature, whatever's the, I don't know the word for it, man. I've lost my words. Bloody hell. So why are we using text in the first place? You tell me. You're the Professor Triangle, you're not me. This guy's not speaking, bro.
What do you want to gain from being here in your conversations with us? What do you hope to walk away with?
I'm here to have a conversation and just try to understand your way of thinking.
Okay.
He came in to tell us that he flew in space. That's what he said.
Yes, I did that. I went to space and you said no.
All right. So again, danger. Will Robinson, voice of the robot. You're roboting again, dude. You seriously need to sort that out, please.
Like, sit still. I know I put you in panic mode. Drink some water. Sit down.
Stop. That's my internet, bro.
Now Jedi's going to come in with a candy bar, and he's going to be good cop. So just you'll be happy.
Bro.
I just do the part like ruin your dreams, and then I let them deal with the fallout.
Okay, so you brought up a telescope to see the edge of the Earth. Dude, you like seriously? I want to speak to you, but your connection's shit.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Pantheos. So until you sort that out, waste of time, dude.
Hey Jedi, I have some good news for you. If it's okay for me to talk.
Good news? What, Man United have found a decent manager? What's the good news, dude?
Credit CK for the past of the theodolites that they were using for the Great Trig survey. We spent like 2 hours last night looking at that.
I got to ask. Sorry, dude. I got to ask, but is the robot because of me, or is he roboting for everybody else? Because I'll leave and rejoin if it's me.
Yeah, NASA's trying to shut this guy down too.
Yeah, he's roboting.
Like all day, these guys who want to step up and take up where NASA fell, they're just keeping them silent. Poor guy. I mean, come on, NASA, stop suppressing these poor guys. They just want to like explore space for the betterment of humanity already.
Sorry, can you hear me, or are you talking about the other person?
No, you. Yeah, it's like all these challengers all day with the bad news that there's a $7 billion shortfall. That
I think you covered through better now, though, mate.
Yeah, it's like each time when you guys come in to try to pick up where the government failed, all of a sudden you guys start roboting just out of nowhere. Like they're suppressing you. They want to keep you. They want to keep the man down.
Go ahead, tell us the good news.
So when we looked at the specs of the Great Trig survey of the equipment that they used, they were using these 1,000-pound great theodolites, and they are basically azimuth circles that were the whole point of.
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt, but sorry, when you said 1,000 pounds, you mean cost or weight?
Just like the weight of the actual instrument itself.
Thank you. Sorry, because I'm British, so we talk in pounds. But yeah, I understand what you're talking about. Yeah, do apologise. Yeah.
You realize our contention is not the equipment, right? It's the method.
Well, it's both because they're using the method.
You're still roboting, dude. You're still roboting. You got to sort out your Starlink or whatever.
Yeah, you got to go tell NASA you're not a threat to them.
Let me even go back real quick.
No, the equipment issue is because of him, that he still can't do this. Like, Talon, you said that you would be able to do it with any level equipment, but you can't because this equipment doesn't exist anymore, but there are better replacements that you still can't use.
But all the equipment employs planar geometry anyway. I was reading about it last night.
Ding, ding, ding.
Okay, yeah, that was very helpful in helping us all understand what the measurements and calculations actually meant, and how they took the measurements and calculated the shape of the Earth with those measurements, because the measurements had errors in it, deviation. So what it is used these great theodolites. That way there were never any errors in the actual mesh.
Jeez Louise, dude, you're still
roboting. And again, I'm going to ask you, how did they know they had errors? How did they know they were wrong? What was the standard they were using?
Just type your responses in text chat. Just type your responses, because it's not going to work.
Almost sounds like he has some info that's useful to us actually, but he can't get it through because of the roboting.
I mean, it's crazy. He's saying there were errors. So they took measurements and went, "Oh, these measurements are wrong." How would they know that?
Right, they keep throwing them out. The reason why they claim these measurements to be wrong is because they're using a reference ellipsoid. How do they use the reference ellipsoid, Talon? Why don't you explain?
Because they had an independent reference to the ellipsoid.
How do they use the reference ellipsoid?
Yeah, exactly. The celestial sphere. So they had a second ball that they could.
No, how did they use the reference ellipsoid? Is the question.
Yeah, they used it to compare the measurements and see whether or not it was lining up. So it was like a puzzle.
Right.
They were trying to find.
So they can't do it without the reference ellipsoid.
Yeah, you need a reference to match your measurements.
So the reference ellipsoid is a conceptual model.
So it's not conceptual because the tool that they used was incredibly accurate. So there were no errors.
How did they get the reference ellipsoid in the first instance?
The changes were isolated specifically to the environment. So that way, the only thing that would change the measurement.
Yeah, listen, you're just blah blah blah. Listen, they discussed in the paper two specific reference ellipsoids were mentioned in the paper: Aries and Bessels. Are you familiar with that?
That sounds familiar, yes, because we understand that they used independent references to confirm.
Right, so they couldn't do it without these ellipsoids. So the question is how did these ellipsoids themselves come to fruition?
Well, that's what you want.
There was another one like D'Ambendre or something. I can't remember how to pronounce it. I read it. You'd be familiar with it, Amy?
Yeah, D'Ambendre.
Yeah, the whole point of having an independent reference is that you don't have to compare the measurements to itself. You have something else to compare it to.
Well, no, they couldn't do any calculations on a ball without a reference ellipsoid, because what they're doing is they're taking physical measurements using planar surveys and planar math, and then they're bending them using the prescribed method. They call it a mathematical reduction in the paper. And they describe how they take flat measurements and they bend them to a model.
Yeah, you want to get rid of the spherical axis. You bend the angle into a curve.
They create the spherical axis.
Yeah, exactly.
No, it doesn't. Yeah. The measurements, because
they didn't measure any curvature, bro. So whenever we asked whenever we asked for Earth curve measurement, and you present that, you didn't present it. You didn't present any Earth curvature measurement.
It's a bad faith question because you calculate curvature. You can't directly measure it. And so
right. So we're asking about
welcome to flat Earth. Yeah, you can join our side now.
Yeah, you measure the angles. It's because that's the whole point. That's the difference between the.
They're not measuring spherical angles, dude.
Is they were angular. They were measuring angular measurements, and then they took those angular measurements and they calculated the curvature, and then they took that curvature and matched it to the celestial sphere, which was the independent reference, and they lined up perfectly, and all the errors disappeared.
The independent reference is what they calculated it to.
Right, because you can use because we've used different because you independently verify the curvature of the celestial sphere. Without
they didn't do that.
The Trigg survey. It's the other way around.
They didn't independently verify this.
We have an independent reference of a spherical object.
They only used a reference ellipsoid.
The celestial.
They had no other spherical measurements or spherical math than the reference ellipsoid that they chose. They did not have a sphere in any other way except for the reference ellipsoid.
Right. No. Well, no. Then they have the measurements. The measurements create the.
But they didn't measure they didn't measure curvature.
The measurements. The planar measurements contain the drop over distance grerer than 180 degrees, and so they use.
No, they don't.
So like when they
they do. No, they don't contain that.
3,959 miles at the time, because it was like still pretty close, but it was
their measurements.
Once they use that radius,
you guys think that they have these triangles that don't close.
No, there was perfect closure. That's the whole point.
Right. Okay. Good.
The triangle's closed.
What are the 3 points on the triangle? Remind me.
Yeah, that was the polygon, the series of triangles closed. So like whenever they whenever they presuppose flatness, it didn't show up.
Where are the triangles?
The measurements were not flat.
You keep saying celestial sphere. I'm asking you where the 3 points on the triangle are, just for clarity. Because my friend just said that the lines don't close. So I know where this is going. Do you understand what he means by that?
No. Well, I mean, no. I'm not clear. It's not clear what he specifically means about closing triangles.
That's your whole argument. You mean you don't understand why you're saying that the internal angles didn't add up to 180 degrees? This is your argument.
Right. Well, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine because there is closure. If he claimed that there wasn't closure and they didn't close.
I didn't claim there wasn't. I'm asking you if they did.
Yeah, did. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
So what they do is they take their planar measurements.
And close, and then they
take a whole bunch of them. They keep going back day after day, multiple hours, and they have an idea what they need in order for this triangle to work. They have an idea, and how they get spherical excess is not in the azimuthal angles or elevation angles that they take in combination to the surveying rods or other theodolites. It's in their plumb lines.
The theodolites. That was the whole point. They took principal triangulations, and then they did the grid. And so they saw that the curve on the latitudes was consistent, and then when they went the north and south, the curve, the ellipsoid, increased.
Yeah, the spherical excess they claim to have is in the plumb lines, not in the azimuths.
Yeah, well, that's right, because the plumb lines were perfectly accurate because they were 1,000-pound theodolites, so you can't fuck around. Like, nobody could argue that the theodolites were not accurate because they were 1,000
Do you think that the plumb bombs were 1,000 pounds
every time?
Hold on. Well, listen, if the plumb lines were perfect, then why'd they have to curve them after the fact?
Because of the Earth was curved. It was the globe. Because they knew because that's the whole point of the 1,000-pound.
That's the wrong answer. That's the wrong answer, bud. Sorry, you got the wrong answer.
Explain. How is that the wrong answer? Like, what do you think they're meant?
The wrong answer.
Because the plumb line, the plumb line is like.
Hey, bro.
They knew if the plumb line was different, it was because of the environment, because the theodolite is perfectly accurate.
Brother, when you ask me a question and I'm starting to respond to you, that's not your cue to just keep on yapping. Okay, so I'm going to unmute you and you're going to restrain yourself so I can answer. Okay? Sounds like a deal? Thank you.
Okay.
All right, bro. The reason is because if they assume the plumb line is a radial to the center of the circumference or radius that they assume, then it doesn't line up with the celestial sphere. So it's not true that these things just perfectly lay out. They have to then reorient that location. And then they say there's some kind of weird gravity pocket or mumbo jumbo. And then they do a bunch of math until it all fits. That's how they actually do it, bro.
Okay. That's what I said. That's the
that's not what you said.
Pendulums.
Let's follow through on that. So I understand what you're saying. You're asking how, like, they did not assume the gravitational pull or the plumb line. The 1,000-pound theodolite, the specs on the theodolite were undisputable because it was 1,000 pounds. So that plumb line, like whatever it was doing, it did it. Okay, so like when you're on the mountain, the plumb line was slightly off to when we were not on a mountain. And so we, even in the 1800s, you can safely assume that something's going on in the environment, because if the plumb line is different on the mountain than it is on the in the jungle, then the environment is different, because that was the whole point of having the great theodolite, is that it was indisputable. The plumb line could not lie. The plumb line was always right. So if it was fucking if it was slightly off of perfect whatever was wrong or had the error, they knew It was a difference in the environment that rather than the theodolite, because it does not matter where you have that theodolite. If it could be on the mountain or it could be like in a jungle or in a city, it's going to give you a perfect exact plumb line, and you're going to know exactly where you are with your angular position because it's this huge fucking steel circle, and they were like using microscopes to look at exactly where the plumb line landed within the compass of the theodolite, because that's at the end of the day is what it is. It's a giant compass with a plumb line. So it's this huge, heavy 1,000-pound circle that they could measure their angular position relative to everything else around it.
Yeah.
And so
how they determined the plumb line was wrong.
Right. Well, no. It wasn't wrong per se. The environment changed how the plumb line was suspended.
Yeah. What does that mean? What does that mean then?
So when it's on a mountain, there's more mass underneath it, and so it's going to measure differently because of gravity, and so the gravity is going to pull on that
relative to what? Because that is their dude. That is their reference. The plumb line is their reference. How did they figure out their reference is not plumb? It's not like they hang one plumb line next to another.
The celestial. Well, yeah. I mean, it's either plumb or not plumb, and that's why it's accurate.
Well, I mean, how did they determine that their plumb line was not plumb?
Oh, because it was the theodolite. It's measuring the plumb.
No, it isn't.
Theodolites don't measure plumb.
It's using a plumb line, right? Like a plumb line tells you whether or not you're perfectly vertical or not, right? Okay, so the theodolite, they set it up on a mountain exactly the same way that they set it up when they're at sea level. And the plumb line was different. This plumb line was not the same plumb.
How do they know that it's different? Different from what?
It was like off.
From what standard?
Like degrees. It was like a few degrees different.
From what standard? No, listen. I'll tell you what the answer is. Okay, they use what's called astrogeo. They use astrogeodesy. They use the nautical almanac. They assume that their plumb lines. Hold on a second.
So if we're on if you want to talk about the plumb line of the theodolite, then we have to go over that in detail. Let me bring up the my assistant ChatGPT because we're going over that. So how do we know how? I'm gonna ask, we got to know how. What you're asking is how do we know the plumb line on the
right. So as I was saying, that what they do is they have an astronomical almanac, okay?
Rather than
and they look for a star above their head where they think it should be at its apportioned time. And when it's not, they say that gravity must be deflecting the plumb line because they're imagining themselves hanging a plumb line from the star.
Yeah, because they had to figure out what was up and down. They needed it up. So they knew the plumb line was different because up defined by gravity didn't match up defined by geometry, and the mismatch changed systematically near mountains, but not at sea level. The reference was the stars, not any model. So they used the independent reference of the celestial sphere to figure out what was straight up on the geometry, and then they compared because they knew the stars were straight up, and then they matched the plumb line, and so they knew the plumb line was different because up defined by gravity didn't match up defined by geometry, and that mismatch changed systematically on mountains, but not at sea level, and they used the stars as the reference.
Wild bullshit out of your ass, Alan. Amazing. You're back after a year, and this is what you've got.
I mean, that is correct. That is correct. That is what Amish just said.
So yeah, we're on. The reason why we have the plumb line is to determine up, straight up, versus going north.
And up isn't up.
South or west, left, right. It's north, south, east, west. Because it's a compass. That's what the theodolite is. It's a big circle.
Wow, Dr. Colin, you're still trying to convince yourself the Earth's a globe, huh? That's impressive.
Convince myself. I'm Globe Jesus. I've become one with the globe. I am the globe.
No. You were saying that like a year and a half ago, remember? And then you just stopped coming by because you gave up on it.
I globe for your sins.
Yeah, you gave up on the globe, remember?
I give up on the globe. I've been reincarnated as Globe Jesus. I died for 3 days and then I came back.
Not even yourself. You just kind of disappeared.
because you were in here every day
I
for a
told you,
while.
I'm back. I'm Globe Jesus now. I'm here to. I'm the second
Talon,
coming.
you're back out again because you I think you left. You found the reciprocal. You found the reciprocal zenith angles. You just read it out loud and found out that it's using the stars as their reference for the plumb bob. So there's no diverging of the plumb bob now. It's just in reference to the star. So you got to get back out.
The plumb line was different because up defined by gravity didn't match up defined by geometry, and so like you're physically measuring.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Plumb lines.
What does that mean in practical reality?
So like so like you know how like when you stand up.
Amen.
Like can you define up?
Yeah.
Well, because this is what we're waiting for, Talon. That's what you were asked. What does that mean in reality? Well, now you're asking us.
So you have two ways. There's two ways to define up. You can define it by gravity, and you can define it by geometry.
Well, I don't
Basically, the coordinates.
Perpendicular.
Because gravity,
The ground
is a
coordinate.
fake thing designed by the government.
Shut up, bro. Nobody cares about you.
So what way do you want to define it, T?
Are you saying nobody cares?
Because they're asking you.
Stop talking.
They're asking you what they did in the. Who is this other guy talking?
Beast Bite, Jimmy, please wait your turn.
Yeah, so they're asking you what happened in the field in order for them to have been able to determine that that's the case.
Yeah, exactly. That goes back to the specs of the Great Theodolite. It's a 1,000-pound instrument where they had a perfect plumb line that could not be disputed, and that's how they knew up and down.
So vertical.
They had up and down, and then that was able. So like once they had up and down, then they could take the trigonometric measurement with they use the trigonometry for the reference, and they use the plumb line as the up and down. So they were able to always take a perfect triangle, no matter whether or not they were on a mountain, whether or not
you're missing out steps.
Like that triangle is always going to be a perfect triangle from the point where the theodolite is to the heliotrope.
Thank you.
You're leaving out details because it was to do.
Thank you for calling me a perfect triangle. Call me perfect Professor Triangle instead of just a perfect triangle.
Yeah.
They used the zenith sector. They used a zenith sector, which can measure the angle of a star relative to vertical with great precision. Apparently, that's the claim.
So the star.
So when the star wasn't at the predicted position, right, and wasn't at the correct angle, they knew something was off, right?
So you're asking why were we using the star as an effective reference for up?
No, they had a predicted position of the star. It should have been at a specific angle, maybe even perfectly 90 degrees, but it wasn't. It was off, right?
Okay. How did they know it was a perfect 90 degrees with the theodolite?
Was that the question?
Theodolite?
Yeah, no, you need to. Who are you following? Are you following T-Dub? Because I want an answer to that question.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to follow T-Dub. Let's see. Because you.
No, I was just trying to help Cyclone out.
Let me try again.
Weren't.
All right, what was your question again? Go ahead.
Cyclone's original question
was.
My question. Well, yeah.
What does that mean?
Something like, if I remember what you said something. I asked you to elaborate on what that means in reality. You said the vertical geometrically versus the vertical something else.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm going to elaborate on how the theodolite was able to establish 90-degree vertical.
Have you ever used a theodolite, by the way?
Not physically, but I understand how they work. And,
all right, just
I'm an Eagle Scout. So I've done map and compass, traveling and stuff like that. I'm an Eagle Scout, so I understand.
But your belief in the globe relies on.
No, it's not a belief. It's a trained skill.
No. Your belief in the globe. I mean, that's based on this
taking geometry class. Well, I do believe globes exist in a geometric as a geometric shape, so I understand geometry and trigonometry is used to
you believe in
measure
spheres,
curves.
you mean, as a geometric shape.
Right. So we're establishing what the shape of the Earth is. That's the whole point.
Are you?
Yeah, that's the whole point of the excursion that we're having.
How are you establishing that?
By walking around and living
by walking
on Earth.
Around.
That's the
you
the premise of
establish
the
a shape of the ground by walking around.
Of the discussion. That's what we're discussing.
Well, I didn't hear you establishing any shape of the ground.
No, I wanted your question. I'm elaborating on the reality of the geometric vertical of the plumb line of the theodolite. Okay, so I'm going to hit that one, and so we'll talk about it. Because we want to talk in plain English what it means for the theodolite to like be on the mountain and establishing 90-degree vertical. Does that make sense to everybody? What a plumb line?
No, they didn't use theodolites for that. They used zenith sectors.
Right. Sorry. It's the reason why we're up a mountain because of its altitude, right?
So it was used to like gain the trigonometric views from like the 30 to 50 mile. They needed to be up really high, so they used towers and different types of and like vertical and like higher elevations, like hills.
Why did that? Sorry.
So they could
forgive
see
me if you've already said this. So they could see further. Is that what you said?
Okay.
I thought we were just measuring.
There's no such thing as like an incorrect plumb line. It's never wrong. A geometric vertical is never wrong. They answer different questions. And so like a plumb line is just telling us where gravity is pulling, and then geometric vertical is where up should be on what would be considered a smooth Earth. So like we assumed that the Earth was like perfectly 306. Oh, I'm sorry. Right. Can I just finish real quick? As one quick point. So the finish of the conclusion and the answer to the question is that the plumb line, like once you have a plumb line, it's telling you exactly where the gravity is pulling, and then the geometric, and then we can also have an independent reference to the plumb line as the geometric vertical. So you can compare the geometric vertical to the plumb line of the theodolite and get the differences. And so if it's different, then something is happening, and if it's like the same, then they know it's like a perfectly flat.
Thank you. And all the while we're on a sphere when we're doing this,
so
right?
It's telling, and so like, yeah, and then yes,
there's a celestial sphere. Gravity's pulling everything. Sorry, Talon. Just so you understand my point, there's a celestial sphere. Gravity's pulling everything to the center of a sphere. This is all happening on a sphere.
Yes.
Okay, just to be clear. Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to point that out. So you're already assuming that you're on a ball with gravity when you're doing this.
So we're not assuming anything. We've
you said gravity.
The plumb line. So do you think is a plumb line an assumption, or is it an actual
measurement? Hold on.
No.
So I said this.
Okay.
Right, the plumb line. The reason why we have the plumb line is because of gravity. Right, in one of your examples. So gravity is pulling everything towards the center of a sphere.
So the plumb line is a physical object on the theodolite that is being pulled towards the center of the Earth. Yes.
Okay, so the center of the Earth being a sphere in this example.
Yes.
The
measurements establish that. That's what what happens. Like
the measurements are establishing this.
Yeah, the plumb line is the plumb line is never wrong.
The plumb line is never wrong, so it's always perpendicular to horizontal.
No, it's always pulling where gravity is pulling towards the center of the Earth.
So it's always towards the center of the Earth, so always down then.
So, well, you have to define, that's the whole point, is that we're trying to define up and down.
No, I know, this is why I'm trying to lead you back into what you're trying to demonstrate. But so far, you're just showing us this
is what is being demonstrated.
So far, you pointed out, and you've already told me it's an assumption right here, because of gravity pulling everything towards the center of the sphere. What predictions? Are you making any predictions?
So we made every prediction. We tried flat Earth, we tried curved Earth, we tried Velociraptor Earth, Apache helicopter Earth.
Hold on. Because I want to take you serious, Talon, before I want to take you seriously. Who's the we that did this on the dinosaur Earth? Show me that.
Human beings. On
the dinosaur Earth?
Well, I was joking. That's a joke. That was a joke.
Okay, I want to take you seriously, so please don't throw jokes in there.
Okay.
Thanks.
So theoretically, I can use that as.
So you're saying they said we're testing for flat Earth or globe Earth in this example.
Okay, so the cool thing about these measurements is that you can independently verify what shape they make when you use the reference. And so, like, when you take an independent reference, you can assume anything you want. So you can do perfect sphere, you can do an ellipsoid, you can do flat, you can independently reference anything you want. So, like, as long as it's like a sphere. As long as it's matching, like, the actual miles of like for India, for example, because we like to use the Great Trig Survey, the GTS is for short. So for the GTS, we like to use the continent of India. Yeah.
Hold on. Did you mention trigonometry on Earth?
Right.
Matching.
Ooh,
that's the GTS. Okay, so anyway,
so we flat, then at least.
So when we're talking about plumb line. Yeah, so when we're talking about the plumb line, we're using the plumb line to verify where what is up and down based on gravity, whereas the geometric vertical is what would be is like that's the assumption. So the plumb line is like the real up and down, like, because it's like the actual physical theodolite measuring it, and then the geometric vertical is what we assume.
What do you mean by gravity when you're saying it's pulled by gravity? So,
like, a geometric vertical just means the 90 degrees perpendicular to the center of the Earth, for example, right? Like, we don't need Earth to even have that. We just know that's a concept.
What center of the Earth are you talking about?
The plumb line, the plumb lines point being
pulled the center of the Earth. Where's the center?
It's the plumb. It's right. It's going straight from plumb toward. Yeah, like, we're all being pulled towards plumb line. Like, we're all on a plumb line basically all the time. Like, that's how we.
Who told you that?
Remember,
gravity means, like, your center of gravity when you're standing up and down, and you can almost fall down.
Yeah, you're just assuming you're on a ball, though.
We're actually just like walking.
Why? Sorry, I'm confused again. Why is 90 degrees perpendicular to the center of the Earth?
So that's a geometric vertical. So yeah, so geometric vertical.
It's like I hadn't finished, so I don't understand why you're asking. Right? Why is it not 90 degrees to the surface?
The geometric vertical is 90 degrees to the surface, because that's a geometric vertical.
Okay.
Okay. Perfect. And then
so the surface of the Earth is horizontal, perpendicular to the plumb line.
So that's what we were getting. That's what happened. So the plumb line. So that's what you have to that's why we have to come to a mutual understanding that the plumb line is never wrong, because if the plumb line is not 90 degrees does not match the geometric vertical, then we know that the environment is not perfectly smooth.
What are you talking about, Talon?
It's slightly off. So, like,
he's just saying shit now at this point. You guys fucked this guy up a long time ago.
Because you know how, like, we were always talking about corrections? We actually have, like, taken we've made progress on what it means
Talon,
to have
please stop saying
corrections.
You haven't done anything.
He's talking about ellipsoid versus geoid.
The ellipsoid versus the perfect sphere, 360-degree sphere.
Well,
so, like, when the plumb line, so the plumb line would have matched.
They'd already decided it wasn't a perfect sphere, bro. They already knew that. They claimed they knew already that it wasn't a sphere. Perfect.
Let me just talk to
that Jedi. It wasn't a spheroid, that it wasn't an ellipsoid, but they used ellipsoid models, right?
So do you understand
in their calculations? But they were aiming to determine the geoid. That was their aim.
So Jedi. Let me tell you. So, like, this is where I've learned, like, gotten a new understanding of the GTS, Jedi, and I want to talk to you about it because we've talked a lot about the issue with the GTS having corrections in it and the deviations, and like, thanks to 20 and me and 20 did a really good discussion last night on learning why William Lambton and George Everest were we're figuring out what was wrong and right about their measurements of the GTS survey of India, and then the rest of the geological and geodesic surveys that followed. And so the question is that when we look at the measurements of the GTS, which had to be correct, and in order to correct it, we had to independently verify with an independent reference the difference between whether or not it was perfectly spherical if it was an ellipsoid, or if it was whatever
we've
shape.
already checked that, Talon. You're all right.
So,
We've already
okay,
checked
so we did that. So we did that by so we did that by so like when you get so when you go to a location. Yeah, so when you go to a location and you take your great theodolite with you, and you go and then you start and you set it up, and you have your 1,000 pound plumb line, and it measures a deviation. I think it was deflection to the vertical. I want to look. We're going to talk more about that. We ran out of time because it was so it's such an advanced, and we were so like deep into it that we had it went on forever. And so what we're doing is that the measurements are perfectly correct. So that plumb line is not.
Who the hell uses
the plumb line is not geometrically every time. Let me just finish. This is my conclusion. So in conclusion, every time the theodolite took measurements at a position and it was wrong from geometric vertical, that means that the environment was different, not the measurements. The measurements were always perfectly the same, and so every time they took so they had all these plumb line measurements all across India, and they were able to match and start to use that to form a shape and a model per se, and then they use that to independently and then they use the celestial sphere to independently reference the matching shape with what we could, we had the celestial sphere to match as a sphere to match our sphere that we were standing on. And that's where it began to become clear that the surface we were standing on was not perfectly 360 degrees.
I'm going to mute you, Talon.
Spherical, but an ellipsoid, and that's why they call it. So they call it the Everest ellipsoid because George Everest.
2, 1.
Yeah. So Talon, what did you mean by in summary? Or in conclusion, when you said in conclusion 5 minutes ago.
He said in conclusion, I'll start over and start saying everything again. In conclusion.
Yeah, you just talked over my conclusion, right there.
That's okay, Talon. Talon, if any of that was true, then we would have curving lakes. We've checked, we don't have curving lakes, so what you've just said is not true. Simple.
I don't even think he could repeat what he said. He made that up so fast.
Can't challenge him. He'll paraphrase himself.
The GTS of India gave birth and rise to the modern day form of geodesy by measuring gravitational anomalies. This is just this is their rhetoric, not mine, right? This is just what I've read. So it gave birth to isostasy, which was so Aries and what's the other guy's name? They had competing theories about the gravitational anomalies that they find, and one said that that it would differ depending on mountain structures versus plains, and the other said no, it's going to be crustal. It's going to depend on density underneath the surface, right? So, and that's what ended up winning, right? And accounting for the massive changes, because one predicted, in one instance, they predicted an angle would be off by 15 point something degrees, and it was actually only off by 0.5 degrees or something. So yeah, they went with whichever model was going to explain it the best, and so it revolutionized geodesy, that whole survey. It's interesting history, from their viewpoint. If you read about it, but it's all a load of bullshit. They used planar geometry and then just made inference and assumptions about the Earth's shape from their planar geometry, and their incorrect predictions. Right? They predicted, these stars should, based on these measurements that we've just taken, these planar geometric measurements. This star should be above us at this point in time. It's not. It's off. They had all these incorrect predictions about star positions. So they had to make the Earth all wibbly and wonkily and say that there was gravitational anomalies due to displacement of density underneath the Earth's crust.
Well, do we have any new people in? You've got questions? I'd like a Glober's take on steel manning, what Talon was just arguing there. None of these Globers know this stuff, and none of them actually believe the Earth is a globe because of this claimed story from India. It's the NASA cartoons. That's why they believe it.
Yeah, but they're not going to use NASA anymore. Fancy. You know that, right?
Exactly. They don't want to use them, so they have to pretend that it's because there's a story about some guys with a great theodolite in India in the 1800s.
Wow.
Or some guy swung a pendulum, or some guy swung some balls in his shed. And they pretend that that's why they believe it, because they think it makes them sound like a scientist. Retarded. Anyway, see if there's any new people in, or continue whatever that was, at least so there's some chat. I'm going to head off. Good chat, boys. Funny stuff.
It just looks like we keep turning more Globers into flat earthers. Getting thin now in here.
Yeah, we were discussing it after. A couple of us were talking about it after Talon left a few hours ago. For me, last night, and just about the scale of the project was massive. I mean, it involved a lot of time, a lot of labor. There was like apparently, Travis looked up hundreds of towers, brick tower, like say masons. A whole team of masons were employed to build towers across India. There were chains constructed. There were these 1,000-pound equipment, instruments designed and made that had to be calibrated and everything prior to field work, and then they would have had been constantly checked for precision throughout the entire process. I mean, it was a huge undertaking covering thousands of square kilometers and hundreds of hours, thousands of hours. I mean, it was a huge thing that they did. This was no small task, right? A lot of money would have been involved. This crazy amount of effort put into this, just to be able to say that, Earth's a space potato.
Yeah, I honestly don't know why Tom presents it as anything, because basically, like I said it earlier, but I'm kind of just thinking about it. Like they already had their geoids and ellipsoid models, right? Everest was using them as reference, right? Is using them to make predictions. This is why he, plus the celestial in conjunction with the celestial sphere model, right? So they'd say that, well, at this time of night, a star should be at this particular coordinate, right? Latitude, longitude, right? And it wouldn't be, right? Or whatever. It'd be mismatch. And they'd say, well, the measurements are correct, right? There's nothing wrong with our instruments. We're doing this correctly. The instruments are precise. So there's something else is amiss, right? So they put it down to that the Earth's predicted shape was incorrect. So these previous geoid and ellipsoid models were incorrect about positions and orientation of the surface, right? So a mountain, right? They're on top of a mountain, they're looking up, star should be above it. It's not, it's off by a few degrees or whatever, or, even less than a degree, right? They're talking, this is the sort of precision they're talking about. So they'd say that so mathematically, right, to make it fit, they'd reconstruct the Earth's shape mathematically. And they're building off these previous geoid models. They'd reshape it a little bit so that it fit. And explained why the predicted positions of stars were off. So instead of a mountain pointing directly straight up from the center, it's pointing a little off a little bit. Like it's not perfectly in line. So and this is how they get their potato geoids, right? Potato shaped geoids. Mathematical redistribution of the assumed density and mass of local areas of the Earth. Because what else was interesting too, Jedi, you'd be interested in this, is that based on measurements, right? Degrees per, between latitude positions wasn't the same in India as it was in Europe. But the measurements were correct.
Okay. Say that again, exactly as you just said it. The measurements in Europe.
The degrees of change, right, per latitude, of distances between latitudes, right?
Yeah.
Wasn't the same. What should be equal, right? But it's not. So it's different.
So just so I understand, the distance between the circles of equal altitude, the latitude, got more and more distant the closer you got to the equator, or more and more distant the closer you got to the North Pole? You said they were different in Europe.
I'd have to look at it. Probably the former. Because that's what they claim, right? Everything's bulging, right, towards the equator.
Okay, yeah. Now I follow. So because everything's bulging, that's why the lines of latitude are getting further and further apart where they should be equidistant.
Right, but they were saying the distances between degrees were not the same. So not 69 miles per degree.
Yeah.
Right.
I was talking to somebody about this a couple of months or weeks ago. But yeah, no, I understand exactly what you're saying, dude. Yeah. It's not equidistant. Circles of equal altitude are not equidistant pole to equator. Interesting shit, dude.
Yeah, it is.
Well, no, Yoda speaks a bit about this for sure. That's why I was interested in what he said and early when you were talking with Talon. I'm glad you brought it back up because I get it, but I can't always explain it well.
Me either, man. Like, because like I have, I read this stuff and then I have to ask, something, I'm lazy. Look, I admit I use AI to help explain it to me like I'm a dumbass because I'm a dumbass in that respect.
But yeah, this is, I guess, like you said, why they come up with the equatorial bulge. That's how they get away with it. Or not get away with it, but explain it away. I forgot, was Talon muted for a reason? Is he staying that way or we let him off the hook?
No, you can talk to him. He gave like a 15-minute speech on, I don't even remember. That's how interesting it was.
Thank you for letting me back out.
Sorry, buddy, I forgot you were there.
That's all good. I had finished.
And I don't mean that rudely either. I just generally.
It's really funny because like I'm on my last sentence and he's like 5, 4, 3, and he so he knew I was ending my point, but he was still like counting down over me, and it was just like. Rude.
Oh man, I hope you talk about this for 15 minutes. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and clean up the kitchen a little bit.
Yeah, I mean,
if I come back and you're still talking about it, I'm gonna ban you forever. So I'll be back.
No, it's cool, man. It's cool. I'm here to like have a mutual understanding and have a good faith conversation, because I understood the complication of like explaining like how corrections worked, and we did we've been having really good conversations since I've been back, and that's why I like to give good news to Jedi.
So basically, the correcting of preconceived ideas when trying to establish vertical on a sphere.
Yeah, exactly. That's really like the breakthrough is like we have to establish vertical on like just our position. Like it doesn't like us like not even like dealing with like what the shape of the actual surface of the Earth is, but like what vertical actually is even defined by. We had to use and then at the time the GTS needed a 1,000 pound theodolite, the great theodolite, to even get there.
Yeah.
And then they used it to angle, and then they went with the angles from there on. So once you get that vertical, then they could do the perfect geometric vertical, and they did the trigonometry from there. Because once you have that vertical, then you can do the triangles and do the trigonometry and start measuring. And that's why, like, because George Everest is now, because like we were talking about William Lambton for a long time, but he actually died in 1920. So he was just the guy that built the giant theodolite, and then George Everest, the guy that they named the mountain after, apparently, is the guy who actually went and and then obviously like the huge team, it's probably like a huge group of people that, like did the physical trek across the continents.
Forgive me. What was Lord Everest the guy found Everest or measured Everest, or did he do both, or was it just one of them?
Both. Yeah. See, because that's the thing. It's like he did all that shit. Yeah, I think George Everest is probably unless there's no relation, but Lord George Everest, is that the name?
It's the same guy.
Same guy.
Yeah.
Gotta be.
How did he measure the height of Everest?
Well, it's the same thing, trigonometry. I think it's a different equation and calculation, but it's the same type of like reference triangle. But like actually measuring the surface of the Earth is way more complicated than just measuring the height of a mountain. But yeah, that's what they use the mountains for. Is like once you get the elevation, then you go do your vertical, get your geometric vertical, and then you can shoot your shots onto all the, because then they use giant mirrors. That's why they were using, or they didn't even need giant mirrors. They just took like an 8x10 size mirror and then just beamed the great theodolite from a different location, and then they take the theodolite, and then they moved it around and did all
they took multiple, from my understanding, and I remember this is multiple measurements from southeast and west around Everest and the surrounding area, right? Because they wanted to measure the different faces as well, the north face in particular. It wasn't just one measurement I'm pointing out, right? There was multiple.
Yeah, I don't know if they took the 1,000. I don't think they took the 1,000 pound theodolite to the top of Everest.
No, they didn't. They didn't do that one with right. The theodolite, but to establish the height of Everest. Because around this time there was around this time it was still the time of like the explorers and so on. So there were, especially from my country and from Europe, these people going out and exploring like the unknown worlds and trying to geometrically establish different comparisons, like the length of a river, for example, or the height of mountains. So the way that they did, they didn't take the 100-pound theodolite up to the top of the mountain. They did it in the way that you said, right? They took things that were reflective to places, and then from around these places, they took different measurements from established distances, basically just utilizing a right-angle triangle. The assumption of this happening on a sphere comes later with calculations. But the general premise of just measuring the height of a mountain is trigonometry, triangles do.
Right, that's where all the spherical excess shows up, is because when you're standing above the surface, there's like just the gap between like the actual ground. Like you can't put a theodolite right up like perfectly against the ground. So like there's always going to be a deviation from like, just because the theodolite is 5 to 10 feet tall, like that automatically even like creates an error in the like the measurements, because you're actually measuring this, like the air above the actual surface, and so you have to calculate out that gap between the measurement of the space above the ground with the actual ground itself, and that's how we get more accurate measurements of the actual surface of the Earth, is by calculating out the errors. And so that's what the whole point of the Great Theodolite is the theodolite is perfectly calibrated.
If you're ignoring me, dude, it's start crazy. I need to know why you need to redo
errors.
Stuff.
Sorry.
Does that make sense, Triangle?
No, it makes sense to me. But
I definitely want to shorten my explanation, and this is how I
calculating.
Shorten it.
Yeah, this is exactly what I began with, though, right? Calculating the errors to.
Yeah. So do you understand that all the errors are due to the outside environment and like the surface of the Earth, not the instrument. The instrument is always perfect.
Oh, whoa! I mean, I understand that we're trying to establish absolute premiums and empirical standards, right? With the 1,000 pound
exactly.
Plum block. Yeah. I understand that.
Right. We're cutting out assumptions. That's what and so like I've tapped in the ability to figure out where they were making assumptions, to guess what, like when they were guessing, we know when they were guessing, and we know when they were getting empirical data. They were doing all the same guessing that you guys are doing now. They did all this.
Yeah, they're just trying to correct from a terrestrial horizontal to
they did all the same skepticism that we're doing now.
Yeah, measuring from a horizontal plane, but correcting from a celestial idea.
Yeah, exactly.
Whether that's perfect celestial sphere or some kind of disformed geometric shape.
Yeah, that's how they knew that their measurements were incorrect, quote unquote, because we already had the celestial sphere, And so we were actually reverse engineering a different model.
We already had the curvature in the sky. Yeah. I'm glad
this is what I argued with ChatGPT.
Muted before, dude. You started rambling and you think you make sense.
Well, this is what I argued with AI about. Like I said, hang on a second. The celestial sphere is a conceptual one. It's not an actual sphere.
Sorry, T-Dub. AI Overlord or Google?
No, sorry, Google. Yeah. I said because it mentioned this, right? And I said, hang on, that's not an actual sphere. And it said, yeah, that's right. It's not conceptual. Absolutely, just a mathematical construct. But they treat it like those points of light are on a fixed infinite surface, which is surrounding the Earth as a sphere, right? And and those are the things that are moving, not the Earth, right? Too, that's how it's treated.
So we're the center of the celestial sphere, right? And
it's so
around us.
It depends. Right, I'm going to point this out to you. It's observer centric or center of the sphere centric, because it's a sphere, right? But it's observer dependent.
Yeah, but it's always
I want you to understand this. Right? I genuinely want you to understand this. It's observer centric, right? How we see the world, the sky above a horizontal plane, and how it appears to arc from one horizon to above our heads to the other horizon, like we were standing inside a protractor. With the numbers on the outside of the celestial sphere, we could count them as stars, right? The one above your head at 90 degrees, your zenith. The one closer to the horizon at 5 degrees above the horizon, or above the horizontal plane the observer is standing and making the measurements from. So this is all conceptual.
You guys assume
Hold tight. Okay. This is all conceptual, dude. It's not real.
Okay, so your concept of the celestial sphere is a dome?
No, dude.
Like sliding across, and the plane and the flat plane.
No,
sliding underneath the dome.
No, it's got nothing to do with physicality. Arc in the sky. The arc in the sky is please don't interrupt. The arc in the sky is only perceived by the eye. The stars aren't actually curving around you or getting closer to the floor with distance. It's just how the eye sees. That's why I said it's observer dependent. It depends because you're navigating how you see the world locally and how you can use that to navigate. In this instance, you can conceptualize you're standing inside a protractor on the horizontal line, and you can measure the angles to things in the sky. Doesn't mean the sky is a dome curving.
Right, and they reified that curve, right? They reified that curve into existence, right? Not by giving the sky the physical structure of curvature, by giving the Earth the physical curve. That's how they reified that perspective, that concept of the protractor of the curve, right?
It's conceptual. And like Tito just pointed out, the curve of the Earth is in the sky. And there's no actual curve in the sky. It's just perceived with the human eye. I'm going to write that down.
Hello. Yo, what up? Anyone in the mic?
So the arc of the celestial sphere is not a physical curve, but the angles measured on it are real, and those angles change with position in a way that only a curved Earth explains.
Only a curved Earth explains? No, it's just you moving along things.
Because when we're talking about corrections,
an angle from the horizon. For example, the star that converges with the horizon, that as you walk towards the horizon, separates. Then you can measure that angle. You can do the same thing. You can do the same thing. You can do the same thing with the lights on your ceiling. Let's say incremental lights down a corridor.
But you don't need it to navigate your room. You don't need.
Can I just? Sorry, Talon. Before you go on, I need to correct you.
You can get around your room pretty easily without the stars, but it's
I need to correct you, Talon.
When you're traveling thousands of miles.
Can I just
quickly use the same premise for terrestrial navigation?
To know where you are in the ocean.
Talon.
The Earth is round.
Talon,
and you're not in your
you
room.
can use the same premise for terrestrial navigation, utilising the stars. It's the same principle as Everest, right? The triangle, the angle measurement, every single time, because this is what a sextant does, right? Or a theodolite, right? The same principle applies. The measurement of angles.
The angles are
all
real.
angles. Yeah, that all
Yeah,
angles.
the angles are real. Yep.
Dude, everything's conceptual, but for this premise, yeah, we're utilising an angle measurement, specifically above a horizontal plane.
What?
If you want to be more specific around you, go on. Sorry, Tito.
Yeah, I just want to correct him because he said it's best explained by a curved Earth, but not really, right? Because the intention of Everest was to best explain it by using a geoid model, right? Or an ellipsoid model, but more specifically, which ended up becoming a geoid because of the misshapen, right? So there's curvature on your geoid, right? But it's not like it's a perfect sphere, right? It's all over the place.
No, it's not all over the place. It's an ellipsoid. Not all over the place.
It's a geoid. This Indian survey, this survey of India, it gave rise to modern geodesy, bro.
Yeah, that's my point.
Which is a geoid.
Oblate spheroid.
A geoid.
Right, and a geoid, which is shaped like an oblate spheroid. Do you not know?
No, but it's wibbly and wonkily, bro.
You got to know your geology, bro.
You've got dips. You've got dips and bits and pieces all over the place.
Yeah,
but
it's not flat.
But overall, right, an oblate spheroid, right? But
wait, you guys believe the Earth is flat?
Thank you.
No, that's not a belief.
Wow. Do you also believe in heliocentrism?
Yes.
And let that dumbass interrupt.
Wow. Well, do you also believe that heliocentrism is false? I'm assuming you do.
What? Sorry, can you define heliocentrism?
The linguistic definition, I got you. It's the astronomical model, like where the Earth orbits around the sun. It's a concept.
Okay, sorry. So the Earth is a sphere within this model, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, yes, I deny that the Earth is a sphere.
Okay, you deny that, but you believe in heliocentrism?
Heliocentrism, that's sun-centered, again. Don't believe in heliocentrism if the Earth is a sphere in orbit around
Helios. Wow, you're actually retarded, bro.
Not Helios, that's the sun. Sun at the center.
He's blown away that you can't believe, you don't believe in that a flat disk, his mind is going around the sun. That makes he thinks that's reasonable or something.
No. Why would the flat disk be going around the sun?
That's what he thinks is reasonable.
Well, he left anyway.
Oh, fair enough. Good.
Yeah, no, I do agree with T-Dub that it's a geoid, but a geoid is a vague term. Geoid can mean lots of different shapes, and so that's just like its shape and time.
Bro, it was the ellipsoid that got the prediction of the positions of stars wrong. So it wasn't best explained by that. That's why they corrected it.
Wrong, and that's what the flares.
He's just talking to himself now. What'd you guys do to him?
Trying to think about it. I gotta think real quick. Okay, so the ellipsoid did not get the stars wrong. The stars were measured first, and the ellipsoid was adjusted so its geometry matched.
Jedi.
Sorry.
That's what I just said.
Holy crap.
So
I'm gonna go. Hold on. Wait. I'll be right back. I gotta get a bag of potato chips.
Okay, so
this goes back to the plumb line. The remaining tiny mismatches weren't star errors; they were local gravity tilting the plumb line.
The celestial
forming a geoid.
Yeah, that's right. I agree with you. It's a globe. An oblate ellipsoid is a geoid.
What's the celestial sphere?
The celestial sphere is the frame of reference that we use to navigate the globe.
Okay, who uses to navigate?
the 1860, like everybody for like hundreds of years, for like centuries.
We used to navigate with the human eye.
Sailors,
this is just how the human eye sees the world. Why do you keep missing this and reifying into actual physical existence?
Yeah, like I live by a lake. I can't see Michigan from Chicago.
That's not addressing what I said, though, Talon.
So it's real in real life. I can see
you say the stars were measured first. So we reified, we reified this, right? The celestial sphere, which is observer dependent, based on how we observe the sky.
Jedi,
we reified this first.
We didn't reify the stars.
You said you measured it. You measured the celestial sphere first. What is the celestial sphere? You've already explained that.
Let's
I like it when they start calling my fucking name. I used to hate it, but now I like it.
So the celestial sphere was a frame of reference. It's a
frame of reference. What observer dependent
concept? It's a spherical concept. So we knew it was like
a concept.
Position-wise.
It's a concept. So why are you reifying this concept into reality?
So it was just we took those angles of the stars, and then we used the theodolite to take angles of the Earth, and then we compared the angles of the Earth.
You don't have angles of the Earth. You don't have any angles.
We took
you have curved angles on the Earth.
So we took the theodolite, which measured the angles of the Earth, not without the. So we finally had something without the stars to measure angles on the Earth, which was the great theodolite. And then we had because we had the sextant for the stars for a long time. What we didn't have was how to take the angle measurements of just the Earth with like from point A to point B. Right? Yeah. Thank you, Travis. Just so like when we were able to compare, and that's why they're independent. That's what we mean by independent references, because we have the stars as a concept. We have the angles, which are real, of using the frame of reference of the which is just a concept. And so we we built the frame using our human brains, and then we had the real angles of the stars, and that's how we knew where we were based on the celestial sphere. And then we used the theodolite to take the angles across the surface of the Earth, and then we were able to take the deviations with the plumb line, and then the angles of all the different environmental different deviations and the distances and whatnot, and then now we have two references for what the shape of the Earth is. And now our position is not only clear because of the stars, but we are also clear relative to the other positions on the planet, and that shape matches up when it's we both call those things spheres.
Yeah, when you assume the question that the vertical to me.
We conclude. It's a conclusion. It's not an
It's
assumption.
not a conclusion. It's begging the question.
Two different ways.
It depends. It's begging the question when you utilize the geometry in this way.
It's not begging a question. It's having two.
Yeah, sorry. Where do the vertical lines meet?
On the plumb line.
Let's say you've got one at the North Pole, and let's say, for example, you've got one at the pole, one in the equator. Where do the vertical lines meet? Or do they meet?
Well, they either meet or they don't meet, and then when they don't meet, then we can correct for that and match it up.
Good.
And then when they, the only time they meet is when it's curved.
Okay,
is when you
so they
curve
either
both
do
things.
or don't meet at the center of the Earth. Conversely, do they or don't they meet at the star?
Right, they will meet at if you curve it. Then if it's always curved, then they meet. They close.
Sorry, in celestial navigation, the lines meet at the star.
Yes? Well, it's just a frame of reference, and so it just depends on where you are, where your position is.
I know.
That's how you know where your position is.
Earlier.
Yeah.
I'm asking you. It's a close-ended question. Do the lines meet from the line of sight, including the vertical, at the star?
Do the lines meet at the vertical?
At the star.
At the star.
Yeah. Two measurements.
Angular lines meet at the star, and then physical vertical lines on Earth do not. The distinction clears up the confusion.
Sorry, do the lines meet at the star? Yes.
Yeah, so like when you're actually meeting the star, what you mean?
He said yes. Yeah, he said yes. Hold on, I'm going to stop you, Talon, really quick, because you like to say yes and then speed through something else. He said yes and stop. Now you stop.
Well,
That's it.
There's no gotchas going on here. So yes,
No,
angular line.
Stop talking.
I just need an answer to that question, so I don't need you to carry on answer after answering the question.
2 lines meet.
So the lines meet at the star. Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
What's the distance to the star?
Infinite. They're up.
That's correct.
Parallel, essentially parallel.
Essentially parallel, so they don't meet.
Well, it's always like I said, it's infinity.
Because infinite, I'm not taking infinite. All right, you need to give me a number value, a distance. Infinite's not a number.
4.2 light years. 4.2 light years.
So,
nearest
dude, you understand the laws of a triangle, right? The 3 applicable laws: interior, sum, angle, line equality sum, and the area of a triangle. A triangle being defined as a closed geometric shape where all lines meet at 3 points. So if you're saying that the lines meet using trigonometry, you can give me a distance to the star. But you understand that they don't meet, do they? They're essentially parallel, so not a closed triangle.
The angle sum law shows that as long as they add up to 180 degrees, that's a curved surface triangle. A plus B plus C equals 180 degrees, and you got it.
Did he just say a curved triangle equals 180 degrees?
No, a triangle is a
for the Euclidean flat triangle, and then a curved surface. A curved surface triangle is not equal 80 degrees.
Talon. Triangle doesn't involve curves in it anywhere.
A curved surface triangle does. So, like when you take a basketball and you draw a triangle on it.
Sorry, where's the curved surface triangle? Where's the curved surface triangle?
The basketball. Or
let's get down to basics, Talon. Here we go. Jedi's got a question for you. You're going to answer this. Jedi's got a question for you. Go ahead and answer that question that's posted.
Talon, you've done the triangle test before.
So I just want to know if we can draw triangles on a basketball. Can we do that?
Yeah, we can draw triangles on basketballs. It's interesting you didn't use it.
Okay, wait a minute. So can we draw a triangle on a basketball?
No, it's not a triangle.
Hold on. Not a triangle.
What's not a triangle? 3 points.
Drawing a triangle on a sphere isn't a true Euclidean triangle.
Okay, well that's now you're parsing words because you're talking about a flat triangle, but it's a non-Euclidean triangle.
Dude, specifically yes, because a triangle is a closed 2-dimensional shape that includes straight lines, not curved ones. You would have to infer Alan.
Yeah,
you would have to infer other geometry, right? So it wouldn't fit the true definition of a triangle. We're now drawing triangles on spheres. This is different geometry now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's my point.
Cool. So we understand that triangles do not include curved lines, right?
So wait a minute. What about I'm talking about. So he put the curved surface triangle on the in the thing.
It's all relevant from the center of the. It's all relevant from the plane in the center.
So the black triangle.
Yeah, that's not a triangle. See how it says not 90 degrees? That means it's not a triangle.
Yeah, that's a 2-dimensional curvilinear triangle. It's got one curve on.
There's no such thing.
Dude, it's got 2 straight
what's the definition of a triangle? What's the definition of a triangle? What's the definition of a triangle?
3 points connected, 3 lines connected to each other, and 3 points.
That's it.
Those lines, curved or straight.
That's all a triangle is. 3 points, 3 lines, 3 points connected to each other.
Those lines, curved or straight.
You get closure.
Those lines, curved or straight.
For the one with Professor Triangle in the chat, there's how many triangles? How many triangles are in the picture? Which triangle?
Which triangle? Follow what I'm saying.
Talking about.
Does a triangle include curved lines?
Yeah, you can have curved lines on a triangle.
Okay, I'll ask you this question. A square, does that include curved lines?
Yeah, you can have a curved lines with a curved
No.
points.
A square has straight lines. A square has four interior
It'd be like a
90 degrees. Degrees being defined as the separation of two straight lines. It's interesting you trying to overtalk me to avoid your embarrassment. Why are you trying to do this? Is it because you're trying to shoehorn your sphere belief into geometry somehow? We're just asking you what a fucking triangle is and what a square is, and you got to include your fucking sphere belief. What an idiot.
So if you draw a square on a basketball, is that a curved square? If it's all the lines are equal?
No, it's not.
Length?
No, because the lines are curved.
It's called a quadrilateral. It's still a quadrilateral. It's a two-dimensional geometric shape. A curvilinear.
Not a square, then.
So not a square.
Quadrilateral.
So not a square then.
Well, as long as all four sides are equal length, then it's square. A curvilinear square.
You have 90-degree corners.
It would be a spherical. Force like.
One have interior angles of 90 degrees.
You can't have that. You can only have. You can only make your magical triangle have 3 90-degree angles, and that doesn't equal 180, does it? So your spherical triangle's out the window, and then now you don't have a square because you lost a 90 degrees somewhere. So you're done, dude. Stop talking about dumb shit.
Well, the angle sum of curved triangles is different from flat triangles.
No shit, because they're defined differently. Thank you for finally agreeing that they're defined.
That's what I've been saying the whole time.
Stop arguing that they can be defined the fucking
you haven't.
So all triangle, not all triangles.
Like seriously, you actually even listen to the reprimand.
Curved or flat, they're still triangles.
It's not. It's like so egotistical.
That's just logical. Like you can call.
No, it's not.
Angles,
We're talking about. Hold on.
Like, is that 90 degrees? Do you
logical?
Agree 90 degrees.
Alan, shut the fuck up.
So,
logical. One of those laws of logic would be a law of identity. We're identifying these things as differently. You keep trying to shoehorn the fucking same, doing some kind of sleight of hand magic trick, right? Logically, our identity is different.
So as long as we're talking about the basketball triangle, or all
straight lines and curved lines, are they the same thing logically, or are they identified differently?
So what do you call a triangle on a basketball?
Not a triangle.
It's not a triangle.
A curvilinear triangle or a non-Euclidean triangle.
I call it a talon. That shape is called a talon.
What? A triangle?
The shape is called a talon.
Euclidean triangle?
It's called a talon.
A talon. Yes, name it after me.
That's what it's called.
They call it a triangle for want of a better term.
No, I don't give him the benefit of the doubt for anything. We're not going to allow him to have to twist the name and definition of the word triangle into a fucking sphere. Otherwise, we may as well just shut the servers down.
Yeah, I know. It's not a triangle. Even Matthew Lyons agrees with this. Matthew.
Right. He's talking about two different things. There's a triangle and then there's a spherical triangle. They don't overlap despite the similar names.
Because they're similar, right? They're both triangular.
Hey, thank you.
One is a triangle and one is a spherical triangle.
We have this
one is a
spherical what? A triangle.
One's called a Matthew Talon. The other one's called a Matthew Talon,
so
right, Matthew?
Well, is it okay? Well, Matthew, that's because I would like to ask Matthew, please. So, is a spherical triangle a triangular sphere or a spherical triangle?
It's neither. It's its own thing.
Well, how can it be neither and its own thing at the same fucking time, dude? That's not going to make any sense.
A triangle has straight lines. A spherical triangle has curved lines.
Okay, but what? Like, how do you like? But how are you like? Why are you keep saying the word triangle?
Right.
Why?
Because I've got 3 points.
Why is the word
hold on? Because I've got 3 points and 3 lines. That's where tri comes from. Where does tri come from?
3 points.
3. Got 3 points or 3 lines. There's 3 of them. For art is conceptualization. These things can be treated triangular. Talon, please don't talk. But they have different identities. Matthew, the maths teacher, is trying to point them out to you. You seem to disagree. It's like you have a disagreement with straight lines and curved lines. You understand that different, don't you?
It's technically, like in the paint programs, it's called a three-pointed shape. How do you like that?
Oof.
That's what I said. That was my point. Thank you. First.
So not a triangle. Thank you. My point is, you always prove us right. I don't know how you do it every time. How you do it every time, and then you don't remember that you do it every single time. You prove us right.
You just agreed with me.
A three-pointed shape.
Yeah, is what?
Yeah, try.
It's a three-pointed shape. That's what it's called.
A triangle.
No, triangle has three angles and three straight sides, and the interior adds up to 180 degrees.
I mean, every geometric shape is a, or wait, every every triangle
if a shape doesn't, hey, listen, bro. If a shape does not match the criteria, right, of what Professor Triangle just pointed out, then it's not a triangle. It must adhere to those specific details, that criteria, to be called a triangle.
Hey, put it into that fancy AI that you have, Talon. Ask it.
Triangle would need curves to be a curvilinear triangle. You wouldn't call a Euclidean triangle a curved triangle, right?
Talon, that fancy AI that you use, ask it. Ask it, can a triangle have a curved side?
It's the only thing you'll believe, so you might as well. You won't believe anybody else.
Okay, hold on. I got you.
Don't ask the question in such a way that you can deform the answer.
He's going to ask.
I can ask it for him. I'll ask it for him. If he doesn't know how to ask AI, I'll ask it for him.
We're on a triangle as being straight and or curved. I asked if a basketball can have a triangle on it. How do I clarify?
So he didn't ask it right.
Well, I mean, I can I just want to hear.
Just keep it simple. Can a triangle have a curved side?
So a basketball can have a triangle on it, but the sides are curved.
Can a triangle have a curved side? Okay, ask it what the total interior, sum of the interior triangle is with one curved side. See what it gives you. See what the angle it comes up with, the total.
Do we want? Okay, so
since you're insisting it's called a triangle, that means it adds up to 180 degrees. So it still has to add up to 180 degrees, even if one side is curved for you.
Is a curved triangle still a triangle?
You're telling it the answer. You're saying you're telling it.
He's giving it. He's telling what to say.
Yeah, you're saying.
You're asking every question, but the one I asked.
Well, what is okay? What was your okay? Let's I just wanted to see
I'll type it in. That way, he doesn't know how to use AI. Anyway.
I just wanted to catch up on what I was thinking.
No, I'll type it in for you since you don't know how to type shit in. I'll type it in. Okay, can a triangle have one curved side? Enter.
Perfect. Got it.
A triangle cannot have a curved side.
Yes, but it depends on what geometry you're using.
I'll copy it right to you. Yeah, I'll copy it right to you. So I'm going with the cannot have a curved side. And then after that, it wants to tell me about triangles, other shit that you guys like to call triangles.
You're changing one of the identities. So straight lines are now curved because we could put a triangle, let's say it's in the form of a sticker. We can put the triangular sticker. Yeah, I know. We all know what a fucking triangle is, dude. We all understand the difference between straight and curved lines.
You cannot fold any flat. You cannot fold any flat shape around a sphere without making any creases, so that no longer is that shape. As soon as you try to smash it down around the ball, like a triangle, you try to smash it, or you lift it off the ball after you drew it on it, you no longer have anything that will work. It will tear. It will be torn if you try to pull it off, or you will make wrinkles if you try to lay it on the surface. So you don't have anything. You can't work with that. Sorry.
What if
this is a definition clash?
Oh, someone else. Pardon me? Hold on. Pardon me?
Okay, so I would like to explain to
not you, Tan. Just for a second. What, did
I
somebody
was saying,
interrupt?
what if the Earth is a donut, though?
Then you would still measure curvature over the surface of the.
And no curve, no donut. Plus, space is fake anyway, so you can't have a donut.
True.
You'd
If it
still
was a
need
donut, I would have eaten it by now.
All right, thanks for playing.
Okay,
I
back to
think
our
God would have
originally
eaten
scheduled
it. He would have
programming.
just took a big bite out there.
Okay, thank you very much for playing.
I'm ready.
So we understand that triangles are specific, and when you stick them on basketballs, they don't fit the identity of a truly.
I have an idea. I'm ready to go when I'm with permission, please.
Okay, go on.
So let's go with, rather than arguing over what the definition of the triangle is, let's agree on what triangle means. What is triangle? Let's just agree. Okay, so this is a definition clash. We're clashing with definitions over what triangle means. So
we have a professor of triangles in here. Let him give us the definition.
So I agree in Euclidean plane geometry that there are no curved. That is not a triangle. In Euclidean plane geometry, it's only talking about triangles, but the triangles I'm talking about are geodesic triangles on a curved surface.
Okay.
No one asked you about those anyway.
Well, that's what I'm using as a reference. So I'm also. So we're both right that you can.
No, you're not right at all. You're not right. The question was triangles, not. The question was
geodesic triangles.
Talon shapes. The question was not about talon shapes. It was about triangles. Period. Okay. There's only two on that and on the test. Yep, so it didn't say. That's where you use that term. Triangle is in Euclidean. So, that's where it comes from.
Are we using Euclidean geometry?
Yeah, of course. How else do you do it?
So for determining what the surface of the Earth is, we are not using Euclidean geometry to explain.
No, we are. Yeah, all the way. We have to.
We are not. We are using it to measure
you have
the surface.
Planar survey. Not using trig, straight lines. And triangles the whole way.
That doesn't match.
That's how you know you're making a straight line.
It creates error. You shoot
a triangle 100 miles long, and then it's called the line in the middle of a desert. Yeah. You shoot all these triangles straight together, and then you build a building all the way. And guess what? They made it flat and level as far as they're going, and it's going to be straight, not deviating left or right. What do you think of that?
You're talking about the line?
Yeah, not curved. 100 miles.
It doesn't exist. It's only like tiny. It's only like a tiny.
Yeah, how big?
All they did was dig a ditch.
Yep. How big?
Okay. A big what? A ditch?
How come they haven't been talking about how they calculate for the curve of the Earth for it?
It's not gonna. That line is not. It's not coming, dude. You haven't
how
seen
come?
You haven't seen how behind they are on that shit?
Yeah, I know they're full of shit. Those people. It's just they're all for show, dude. You're the ones who believe in that shit. Anyway, you have to cut your line flat and level for those buildings to connect. There you go.
So we're talking about two different triangles with two different geometries. We're using surface geometry, not planar geometry.
Regular triangle with 3 straight sides, all connected, 180 degrees in the middle. You got a problem with that?
Yes, it's full of errors. You're like you don't have a correct model with all those flat Euclidean triangles.
Well, then we can't do any surveying, so we can't do anything. We can't measure the height of mountains. We can't measure the height of trees or anything. You know that, right? You just threw it all out.
No, that's again.
Yes, you threw it all out, dude. I'll prove it to you.
Deliberately ignore geodesic geometry. So
you just threw it all out, dude.
You're pretending that the geodesic geometry doesn't exist.
You threw out mountain, right? You threw that one out because you're not happy with that. You threw out trees. You can't do that.
So I'm totally fine with talking about the difference between a Euclidean triangle and a geodesic triangle.
I don't give a fuck about the difference between them. How's that?
Well, that's okay. That's a you problem then.
No, it's not. We're not here to talk about the differences in triangles. That's not what this is about.
That's willful ignorance.
No, it's not, because we're not here to talk about differences in triangles.
I am here to talk about a different triangle than the one you want to talk about. You want to talk about one kind of triangle.
Yeah, you can't make
I
one.
am saying there's
You don't
more than
have
one kind of
anything
triangle,
measured like
and we're going
that.
to use the other one.
You don't have one to use.
A geodesic triangle has the ability to have curve size because sometimes surfaces
What's
are
the
curved.
interior angle equal? Ask AI.
What was the question?
What's the interior angles to some of the interior angles of your triangle that you're describing?
What's the sum of the interior of the angles of the GTS?
The Earth is round.
So there isn't a single fixed number for like the GTS survey.
So you're done.
The sum of the interior of the angles is slightly greater than 180, and the excess increased with the size of the triangle.
So you're done. The end.
So no, that was just spherical excess. That's what I'm talking about.
No, there's no such thing.
Your Euclidean triangles
no
are
such
full of
thing.
Earth is round.
Because the typical GTS values were, 1 to 5 arc seconds off of 180. It was measurable, repeatable, and predictable from Earth's radius.
But we want to hear the alcoholic prove
if
the
you
Earth is
use
a
any other
globe.
model, it wouldn't work. You would be full of
this.
errors, and you would be incorrect. Any other model.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just saying the Earth is round. Okay.
No.
Why? Why are you saying that?
Round too.
If you tried to use flat, it wouldn't close.
Talon,
your network.
take a hint,
Let me get rid of him. There.
There we go. Why'd you say the Earth is round? Very Presley.
It's round like a dome.
A dome?
Like a dome?
What the fuck?
Yeah. It's round like a dome, dude.
Okay, so a dome above a horizontal plane?
Like if you take the Earth, right?
Yeah.
It is flat, but it's a circle.
Mm-hmm. It's a flat circle. How do you know it's a circle?
Listen, it's a flat, round surface. It's a dome.
Wow.
It's a flat.
He said domes are flat, round things.
Yeah,
so he's even confused.
Well, when you have a dome, right, it's like half of a circle, and it's kind of flat on the bottom.
Okay, so that's what I mean. So you are standing on a horizontal plane within a dome, or that's how you see the sky?
You are standing in a horizontal plane where the edges are not rectangular; they're circular. Okay.
Okay. So why are they? So I'm asking a question. Why are they circular? How do you know that there is a circumference to the Earth?
Well, there's a center of the Earth.
How do you? Where's that then?
Well, some people say it's in Utah. Some people say that it's in the Arctic.
Okay, so but where is it?
I don't know where it is. I don't know. I just know that from our observable, you could say universe, but our observable
for example, I want to follow along. So you're saying wherever the center of the Earth is, the Earth shape is equidistant from that point?
Yes.
Okay, how do you know where that equidistant point is? How do you know where that circumference limitation is?
I would not know this.
Okay, so if you don't know this, why would you claim it?
Well, you can make claims on anything. I make claims because I'm a human being. I have the ability to speak.
I mean, that's fine. That's fine. I appreciate that, but I've kind of elucidated that within your claim, you've got no real knowledge. I appreciate the speculation, though. Thank you.
It's still round, though.
No, it's not still round. You haven't verified that. You've also got this idea that there's a dome in the sky. I asked you earlier, is this physical how you perceive the world?
Listen, we never landed on that moon, number one. Number two,
that's not addressing what I said. It's like that's the hugest sidestep I've seen today.
He's having a meltdown, Jedi.
What the fuck?
Hey, man, I'm just one more person that you can't convince. That's what I am.
I don't understand anymore.
I'm Popeye the Sailor Man.
Convinced of what?
You did say that the Earth is a globe originally, and then you changed it to a circle, and a circle requires like a radius, which would be like the center point, but you don't know where that is.
No, I never said it was a globe. I said it's a dome. It's a circular dome.
Yeah, eventually you said that, but yeah, I mean, if it could be true, like you said, it's speculation.
Does your circular dome float in space?
I don't know where it floats. I don't think anybody knows.
So it does float. So it does float. Interesting. So yeah, LARP Earther.
Big cosmic ocean.
What can we know? Alcoholic. Can we know anything about the Earth?
We really don't. I mean, we don't even know our ocean, for crying out loud.
But we know it's there, right? So we know that.
Yeah, of course we know it's there.
Okay, so we can know things. Okay, cool. Had to figure that one out for myself. Thanks.
Do you believe that there's a core of the Earth?
A core? Well, like the center. What do you mean by core?
That's exactly what I mean. Like, do you believe that when you drill in the dirt, that there will be a mantle, like 2 layers of